The revival of spiritual energy, everyone becomes a beast master with a system in hand. I possess all beasts, starting with a panda, evolving into the Chaos Devouring Bear, riding a Qilin, white tiger, candle dragon, phoenix. I want them all. Looking down on the world, I am a god-level beast master. Chapter 1. The beast is a panda. Shen Zui, still playing with that cat? With such a useless thing, you should change it as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't graduate in 3 years. Yin City, Beastmaster Academy Junior Division. Shen Zui was lost in thought as he looked at the beast in front of him. A year ago, he had crossed over. This world called Blue Star is almost identical to Earth. The steel forest of the city showcases the prosperity of this world. However, 300 years ago, spiritual energy revived in Blue Star, and animals began to evolve crazily, once threatening humanity. It was at this time that the profession of Beastmaster began to rise. Soon, Beastmasters became the most prestigious profession in all of Blue Star. Everyone took pride in having their own beast. And Shen Zui's beast is a giant panda. Before crossing over, Shen Zui was a proud national treasure caretaker, and arriving in this world was quite fitting. The panda he affectionately called Chio is the only one in all of Blue Star. In Blue Star, everything is determined by strength. In 1 year's time, Shen Zui raised the panda cub into a chubby round ball. As a seasoned national treasure caretaker, Shen Zui knows very well the combat power of pandas. After all, the title of Iron-Eating Beast is not given for nothing. Shen Zui initially thought he would become famous with a panda and reach the pinnacle of his life, but 3 months ago, he was deeply despised by Chio. Bear people never become slaves unless all needs are provided. Watching Chio happily munching on bamboo, Shen Zui couldn't help but feel angry. You really are a glutton. 3 months ago, during the promotion test at Yin City Beastmaster Academy, Chio completely ignored his commands. When a girl in the audience waved bamboo at Chio, it ran straight off the competition stage. The battle hadn't even started before it had ended. All the cheers were for Chio, while Shen Zui got nothing. Shen Zui, tomorrow is your last chance to graduate. I think if you go buy a beast from the beast market now, you'll definitely pass. Buying a beast from the market is also an option. However, the beasts available there have their qualifications and potential almost determined, similar to the difference between wild pets and baby pets in games. Shen Zui, 10,000 gold coins. This price is well worth it for your mediocre beast. 10,000 gold coins. You could easily buy a blue-grade beast of level 3 or above in the market. The speaker was He Ziqi, the third young master of the He family in Yin City. In Blue Star, beasts are classified by grades: green, blue, red, purple, orange, and gold. Each grade is divided into 9 levels. Level 1 is the lowest, level 9 is the highest, and the appraisal result for Chio was a white grade, which doesn't even reach green grade. In this sense, Chio can't even be called a beast, but rather a pet. Ishao, 10,000 gold coins is really too expensive. It's just a pet that eats bamboo. I think 5,000 gold coins is enough. He Ziqi waved his hand dismissively. He turned to look at Jiang Man, who was clinging to his arm. Jiang Man has a curvaceous figure, exuding a seductive charm. He Ziqi had long fallen under her spell and was completely bewitched. As long as it's what man-air likes, what's 10,000 gold coins? It's just 10,000 gold coins. Shen Zui's parents at least participated in the alien battlefield. Although they are now missing, they can be considered martyrs. So we should take care of him. The fate of Shen Zui's parents has always been a mystery. Almost no one who followed the head of the He family into the alien battlefield returned alive. Shen Zui looked at He Ziqi and Jiang Man, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The death of his parents was definitely related to the He family. As for Jiang Man, it was she who had lured Chio with bamboo from the audience, causing Shen Zui to fail the test. 10,000 gold coins to exchange for Chio. He Ziqi, you must be dreaming. As he spoke, Shen Zui's gaze fell behind He Ziqi. He Ziqi's beast was a dog. Although it had reached red grade level 3, in Shen Zui's eyes, it was just a Siberian husky. A husky, even if it was gold grade, was still just a husky. In Shen Zui's heart, the panda was his faith, while the husky was always a mediocre fighter. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the Beast Master System. At that moment, a crisp sound rang in Shen Zui's heart. Immediately after, Chio's attributes appeared in Shen Zui's mind. Beast, Chio. Race, Ancient Bear Clan. Grade, white can be upgraded. Highest grade, Chaos above gold. Level 9. Evolution value, 99100. Loyalty, 80100. Skills, Bear's Roar green grade unlocked mount. Tai pressing down green grade unlocked talent skill. Bloodline suppression not unlocked. Anger value 1100 note. Skills can only be used when anger value is full. Beast introduction. The legendary ancient bear clan, nicknamed the Iron-Eating Beast, is omnivorous. Its appearance is adorable, mainly feeding on bamboo. Ordinary bamboo can only meet its growth needs, and it needs to eat food containing spiritual energy to activate its ancient bloodline. Do not provoke it while it is eating, or terrible things will happen. Shen Zui was not surprised by the appearance of the system as a standard feature crossovers. He only felt that the system had come a bit late. At that moment, he finally understood why Chio had not advanced all along. The bamboo he fed every day was ordinary, which could only guarantee Chio's growth, but could not stimulate its ancient bloodline at all. Shen Zui, don't be ungrateful. 10,000 gold coins could keep you eating and drinking for a lifetime. I'm being merciful otherwise. I would make you follow in your parents' footsteps. If you want to stay in the academy, hurry up and break the contract with Chio. Otherwise, in 3 days, I'll make you regret living in this world. He Ziqi was clearly growing impatient. In all of Yin City, He Ziqi had always gotten whatever he wanted. He had never been subjected to such humiliation. If it weren't for the constraints of the academy, he would have already taken action. However, when Shen Zui learned of Chio's potential and the ways of beast mastery, He Ziqi appeared as nothing more than a dog in his eyes. As long as he activated Chio's ancient bloodline, with a panda's strength as the iron-eating beast, he could easily wipe out the husky with a single slap. In the realm of dogs, the husky is but a fool in the realm of men. He Ziqi is also just a fool. He Ziqi, your beast is just a husky, and you dare to boast here. Tomorrow, they'll let you know who the real joke of the Beastmaster Academy is. Chapter 2. Who is the protagonist? Shen Zui's words completely infuriated He Ziqi. He Xiao, why waste words with him? Let's just take it. As he spoke, He Ziqi's lackey, Li Hao, stepped forward. Li Hao's beast was a Garfield cat, already at blue rank tier 3, although it looked only about 1 foot long. Once it entered combat mode, the Garfield cat could grow to over 1 meter long, resembling a small tiger. Moreover, the Garfield cat was highly agile. No other beast of the same rank could catch up to it. In terms of combat power, Li Hao's Garfield cat could at least rank in the top 10 among the junior department of the Cloud City Beastmaster Academy. Fatty, go? As he spoke, an orange Garfield cat dashed out from behind Li Hao. Meow. The Garfield cat, named Fatty, roared angrily at Chio, and then its body grew to over 1 meter. Yulan's eyes were filled with hostility. But just then, a sharp hiss was heard, and a 1 foot long ferret jumped in front of Chio. Lightning ferret. Red rank tier 1. Li Hao, this is the Beastmaster Academy. You don't get to act recklessly. He Ziqi, isn't it just 10,000 gold coins? What's with the attitude? As he spoke, an 18 or 19-year-old young woman came to Shen Zui's side. Although she was dressed casually, it couldn't hide her graceful figure. Compared to Zhang Man, she had an extra touch of youth and vitality. Shen Zui recognized this girl. Her name was Yining. She was the jewel of the richest family in Cloud City, the Yi family, headed by He Ziqi. Most importantly, she was a diehard fan of Chio. Shen Zui, I want Chio for 20,000 gold coins. Saying this, she took out some fresh bamboo shoots from her spatial ring and placed them in front of Chio. Chio is so cute. How can it fall into the hands of these bad people? Yining completely ignored He Ziqi. She squatted beside Chio, resting her chin on her hand, smiling as she watched Chio munching on the bamboo shoots. Shen Zui, you need to speak up. Is 20,000 gold coins okay? If not, then 30,000. Yi uncle, transfer the money. Yining gently stroked Chio's furry ears. So cute. So healing. How can there be such a healing little treasure in this world? However, before she could finish, a red supercar came to a stop in the distance. The scissor doors slowly opened, and a tall woman, about 1.7 meters, with fair skin and a hot figure, stepped out wearing high heels, walking towards Shen Zui. More accurately, she was walking towards Chio. Who dares to provoke my Chio? The tall woman named Xiao Yun was 23 years old. The young lady of the Xiao family, an ancient martial arts family in Cloud City. She was also a diehard fan of Chio. Seeing Li Hao's Garfield cat hissing at Chio, Xiao Yun waved her hand, and a fire tiger leaped down from her supercar. Fire tiger, red rank tier 5. Anyone who dares to target my Chio is going against me. Xiao Yun. Roar. At that moment, the fire tiger let out an angry roar at the Garfield cat. But that wasn't the end. Just as Xiao Yun arrived, a convoy rolled up. Miss, we've arrived. At that moment, a bodyguard in a suit opened the door of the middle car. A 15 or 16-year-old girl stepped out. With a round face, she still had a hint of childishness. However, Just as she got out of the car, a swift goose landed beside her. Swift goose, red rank tier 1. Qiao. Without saying a word, the girl sprinted towards the panda Qiao. This girl was named Yun Duoer, the youngest daughter of Yun Tiansu, the Lord of Cloud City. But that wasn't the most important thing. Like Yi Ning and Xiao Yun, she was also a diehard fan of Qiao. At this moment, the Garfield cat faced 3 beasts whose ranks far exceeded its own. Although Li Hao stood beside it, the Garfield cat's legs turned to jelly. Its combat form shrank back to its original cat size. It turned to look at Li Hao. The fierce look in its eyes completely vanished. Li Hao was soaked with sweat. He Xiao. Li Hao felt his throat dry, unable to speak for a long time. Although the He family had considerable power in Yunzhou, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. To go against the Lord of Cloud City, the richest man in Cloud City, and an ancient martial arts family. Even the He family had to weigh their options. Moreover, Li Hao, was just a lackey of He Ziqi. He Ziqi stared at the scene before him, momentarily stunned. He Xiao, I don't care, I want Qiao. Jiang Man shook He Ziqi's arm, acting cute. However, there was a time and place for acting cute. At that moment, there was no trace of the indulgence He Ziqi had shown earlier. Slap. He slapped Jiang Man's face with a backhand. Isn't it just a dumb bear with weak combat power? What's so great about it? If you want a bear, I'll buy you 1 or 10. Whatever you want. Black bears, white bears, brown bears, I can get them for you. He Ziqi glanced at Shen Zui, his fists clenched. If it weren't for Yi Ning, Xiao Yun, and Yun Duoer showing up today, he would have definitely taken Qiao for himself. Shen Zui, if I can't have it, no one else can. In 3 days. You'll know what regret is. After saying that, He Ziqi turned and left. Qiao continued to munch on bamboo shoots, occasionally tossing the torn bamboo leaves onto the fire tiger's backside. The fire tiger looked aggrieved at Xiao Yun, but its owner didn't even glance at it. Xiao Yun, Yi Ning, and Yun Duoer either stroked the panda's ears or pinched its chubby arms, all with expressions of bliss. Qiao, will you warm my bed in the future? Xiao Yun gave Qiao a hard kiss on the face. Isn't your fire tiger better for warming the bed? Don't fight me for Qiao. In an instant, the 3 women became jealous over Qiao. However, in the blink of an eye, they seemed to reach a consensus. All eyes fell on Shen Zui. They were truly envious and jealous of Shen Zui. How could the world's only panda be with him? Shen Zui, why do you get to sign a contract with Qiao? 1 price, 100,000 gold coins. Qiao belongs to me. As soon as Yi Ning finished speaking, Yun Duoer chimed in. Shen Zui, why not come to the Lord's mansion? I guarantee He Ziqi won't dare to trouble you again. Otherwise, I'll have my father capture a red rank beast for you. But Qiao has to belong to me. As soon as the 2 girls finished, Xiao Yun couldn't take it anymore. She stood up, her long legs swaying in front of Shen Zui. Shen Zui, for Qiao, I'm going all out. Tomorrow I'll send a bride price. You can marry into our Xiao family. That way, Qiao can warm my bed. At that moment, the 3 women's words were more tempting than the last. However, at this moment, Shen Zui felt like he wanted to die. Who exactly was the protagonist? Chapter 3 Awakening. 100,000 gold coins. Shen Zui had never seen so much money in his life. With the protection of Yun Tiansu, the Lord of Cloud City, Shen Zui could walk around confidently in Cloud City. As for Xiao Yun, just a glance at her long legs could cause countless men to fall for her. Dying under a peony flower was still a romantic death. Shen Zui swallowed hard. But facing the temptations of the 3 women, he ultimately held back. If these 3 women were interested in him, he would accept it, but what they were interested in was. Shen Zui's gaze fell on Qiao. The world has fallen. People are not as good as bears. Shen Zui shook his head. I'm really sorry, everyone. Qiao is my beast. And I will not give him up. Moreover, I already know how to help Qiao advance. Upon hearing this, the 3 women couldn't help but rejoice. On the Blue Star, if pets cannot evolve, they will always be governed by the laws of birth, aging, illness, and death. Once they evolve, their lifespan will be greatly extended. As a diehard fan of Qiao, the 3 girls naturally do not wish for such a thing to happen. Really? Shen Zui nodded. And he once again saw the system panel in his mind. To allow the panda to evolve, it is necessary to consume a large amount of food rich in spiritual energy from heaven and earth. However, such food either grows in deep mountains occupied by ferocious beasts, or is quite valuable. Shen Zui couldn't fulfill either condition. But now, his gaze naturally fell on the 3 girls. Such great resources, if not utilized properly, would be a waste. If Qiao wants to evolve, it must consume spiritually rich fruits. Do you have any? If it can evolve, Qiao will surely thank you. You also don't want to see Qiao bullied and just grow old, right? Shen Zui's words immediately stirred the maternal instincts of the 3 girls. Although spiritual fruits are quite valuable, it is not a problem for the 3 of them. The 3 girls looked at each other, and soon they made a decision. All right, As long as Chiao can evolve, no matter the cost, it's worth it. As soon as Xiaoyun finished speaking, Yun Duoer chimed in. Yesterday, several uncles gifted my father 3 boxes of spiritual fruits. I'll take 1 box. Yun Duoer, the beloved pearl of the city lord, immediately offered 1 box. Finally, Shen Zui's gaze landed on Yining. As the daughter of the richest person in Yun City, Yining naturally did not want to fall behind. I'll take out all my red envelope money from these years. As long as Chiao can evolve, it's worth it. At this moment, Shen Zui's heart was bursting with joy. 3 free sponsors. Given this situation, how could there be any problem with Chiao's evolution? There is only 1 day left. If Chiao cannot evolve, Shen Zui looked at everyone. Time is tight. He couldn't afford to delay for even a moment. Just then, Xiaoyun stepped forward. My family has plenty of spiritual fruits. You all hurry to get the fruits. Let us gather at my house. And Chiao will come with me first. Saying this, she picked up Chiao and swiftly carried it to the supercar. What are we waiting for? Shen Zui smacked his lips. The strength of an ancient martial arts family is indeed extraordinary. Over 20 kilograms of Chiao was hardly noticeable in Xiaoyun's hands. Shen Zui glanced at Xiaoyun's long legs and, as if possessed, got into the supercar. Whoosh! With a stomp on the gas, the red supercar roared out. Duoer, let us hurry. Yining glanced at Yun Duoer, and the two quickly split up to head home. 15 minutes later, in front of the Xiao family garage, Xiaoyun, holding Chiao, walked out with a cheerful expression. Behind her, Shen Zui looked at the Qi-Yin tiger, and the two of them resembled brothers in hardship. People die when compared, and beasts get thrown away. This is a top-grade spiritual fruit. These 10 top-grade spiritual fruits were originally meant for Xiaoyun to enhance her strength. But now she did not hesitate at all, and placed them all in front of Shen Zui. Is it finally starting? Shen Zui's eyes lit up. At this moment, Chiao seemed to smell the deliciousness, its gaze also landing on the spiritual fruits in Shen Zui's hands. Chiao, eat. After Shen Zui said this, Chiao grabbed a spiritual fruit and began to gnaw on it with a crunch. For a moment, the room was filled with the peculiar fragrance of the spiritual fruit. Xiaoyun's gaze fell on Chiao, while Shen Zui stared intently at the system panel. Chiao consumed a top-grade kiwi fruit. Evolution value increased by 100. Chiao consumed a top-grade kiwi fruit. Evolution value increased by 100. In an instant, the evolution value had reached 299-100. After consuming 10 kiwi fruits, Chiao's experience value reached 1099-100. The evolution button in the lower right corner was also lit up. Would you like to evolve? After evolving, the Beast Master skill will be activated. Confirm. Without any hesitation, Shen Zui clicked confirm. At that moment, a faint golden light enveloped Chiao, its body slightly plumping up, and its black and white fur gaining a bit of luster. Beast Master Panda, Chiao, successfully evolved to green grade first level. Activated ancient bloodline of the Beast Master Panda, Chiao. Evolution value, 999-300. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 Beast Master points. A series of system notification sounds left Shen Zui somewhat dazed. However, the enhancement from the 10 top-grade kiwi fruits was far from over. Would you like to continue enhancing? Enhance. Shen Zui clicked continuously. Beast Master Panda, Chiao, upgraded to green grade second level. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 Beast Master points. Congratulations, host. Beast Master Panda, Chiao, upgraded to green grade third level. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 Beast Master points. After leveling up twice in a row, Chiao's evolution value finally settled at green grade third level. Evolution value, 99-600. Congratulations, host, activated Beast Master Panda, Chiao, skills, Bear Roar level 1. Mount Tai Pressure level 1, activated talent skill, Bloodline Suppression. With Chiao's evolution, Shen Zui's own panel also gained 1,200 Beast Master points. Beast Master points can be obtained by enhancing pets, can be used to enhance the host's Beast Master skills, or can be exchanged for corresponding spiritual materials. Would you like to learn the Beast Master skill, Telepathy? Telepathy. Learning this skill allows the Beast Master to establish communication with the beast through mental power, currently limited to communication with the destined beast. Would you like to learn the Beast Master skill, Eye of Bull? Eye of Bull. Learning this skill allows you to see through the beast's qualifications, with the identification ability improving as the level increases. Would you like to learn the Beast Master skill, Charm Light? Charm Light. Learning this skill can reduce the hostility of exotic beasts and increase the chances of capturing beasts. These 3 skills are simply divine skills for Beast Masters. Shen Zui clicked confirm without hesitation. Just at the moment of clicking, a childish voice suddenly echoed in Shen Zui's mind. This big sister is so pretty. Chapter 4, Bloodline Suppression. This is... Shen Zui was slightly stunned. Soon, his gaze fell on Chiao, which was wriggling in Xiao Yun's arms. Qiao, are you the one speaking? Shen Zui quickly asked. Could it be that I am hearing things? Shen Zui frowned. At that moment, Qiao was hanging on Xiao Yun's long legs, its face occasionally rubbing against her leg. He's so smooth. At this moment, another childish voice rang in Shen Zui's mind. In the room, apart from Xiao Yun and Shen Zui, there was only Qiao left. Without a doubt, it was this bear. This little perverted bear. Shen Zui felt a surge of anger and immediately pulled Qiao down from Xiao Yun's long legs. Damn it, I'm angry. My long legs. At that moment, Shen Zui could feel that the fur on Qiao had changed slightly. Although pulled down by Shen Zui, Qiao's gaze was still fixed on Xiao Yun. You little pervert, looking for a beating. After saying this, Shen Zui directly tossed Qiao down. Qiao's chubby body rolled on the ground, landing on its back, completely sprawled out. Its adorable appearance made Xiao Yun chuckle. Master, can you hear me speaking? When Qiao heard Shen Zui's thoughts, it was slightly taken aback. If I still can't understand what you're saying, where do you plan to touch next? As he spoke, Shen Zui's peripheral vision inadvertently fell on Xiao Yun. At 23 years old, Xiao Yun, due to her training in martial arts since childhood, has an extraordinary figure that is the envy of many men. As a normal man, how could Shen Zui not have thoughts? Master, I'm just checking it out for you first, right? And Yun Duoer, Yining, they're all top-notch. In Shen Zui's mind, a lustful voice suddenly rang out. At that moment, Shen Zui recalled the time spent with Qiao and the three girls. In the eyes of the three girls, Qiao was just a pet. They wouldn't think too much about it. Whenever they saw Qiao, they would either pet or hug it, wishing they could be together with Qiao all the time. Originally, Shen Zui had no objections, but now, ever since he learned that Qiao was a little lecherous bear, his mindset changed. You're asking for it. Saying this, Shen Zui was about to take action. But just then, Yun Duoer rushed in, panting. Shen Zui, what are you going to do? Seeing Shen Zui raise his hand, Yun Duoer rushed toward Qiao without saying a word. The spirit fruits she was holding scattered all over the ground. Don't think that just because Qiao is your beast, you can hit it. Yun Duoer was clearly a bit angry, her arms tightly hugging Qiao and refusing to let go. But at that moment, Shen Zui heard Qiao's voice of enjoyment in his mind. So fragrant. Fragrant? You big-headed ghost, Shen Zui said, picking up the spirit fruits scattered on the ground. If you keep this up, I won't give you any of these spirit fruits. At this, Qiao immediately became obedient. It quickly wriggled out of Yun Duoer's arms, stumbling over to Shen Zui's side. Its fluffy ears rubbed against Shen Zui's leg. Good master, I promise I won't dare again. Looking at Qiao's submissive appearance, Shen Zui felt speechless. In the end, under the urging of Yun Duoer and Xiao Yun, Shen Zui fed all the spirit fruits to Qiao. Yun Duoer had a box of spirit crisp pears with 15 pieces, almost all of which were top-quality spirit fruits. Qiao finished them all in no time. Qiao eating a top-quality spirit crisp pear increased its evolution value by 99. Qiao eating a top-quality spirit crisp pear increased its evolution value by 100. With the sound of system prompts ringing out, Qiao's experience quickly reached 1600-600. Upgrade. Confirm. With 2 faint golden lights, Qiao instantly reached the 5th stage of green quality. Meanwhile, Shen Zui's beast value also reached 1,500 points. It seemed that Yun Duoer and Xiao Yun noticed Qiao's change and were immediately overjoyed. Qiao finally leveled up. Yun Duoer jumped up from the ground and then gave Qiao a big kiss. But no one noticed that at the moment Qiao leveled up, the pressure from the ancient bloodline made the entire Xiao family feel like an earthquake had occurred. The Qi Yin tiger, which had been standing outside the door, was now completely lying on the ground. It didn't even dare to look inside the house. As an ancient martial arts family, the Xiao family was one of the top forces in Yin City. The entire Xiao family, comprising 132 people and 320 servants, each had their own beasts. Even the Xiao family servants had at least one green quality beast. But at this moment, all the green quality beasts were lying on the ground. Even the guard's wolf dog was lying down, refusing to get up no matter how hard the guard pulled. Even worse, a 5th stage green quality sheepdog was so scared it wet itself. Not good, there's an enemy. As an ancient martial arts family, the Xiao family's guards quickly reacted. However, in their line of sight, there was no abnormality at all. Meanwhile, in the Xiao family's living room, the family head Xiao Yungang had a furrowed brow. In the living room, the 9 elders of the Xiao family were watching their beasts. Brother, what exactly happened? Our beasts. Xiao Yungang shook his head. Too strange. Soon, Xiao Yungang called up the surveillance from the Xiao family's beast garden. 10 minutes ago, all the green quality beasts had clearly become restless. A wild green quality 8th stage rooster flapped its wings in midair and suddenly fell to the ground as if struck by lightning. Following that, Blue-quality beasts also began to stir. A blue-quality first-stage black bull's eyes suddenly turned red, snorting as if stimulated. Even the red-quality Qi Yin tiger stopped in its tracks. And some of the lower-ranked Qi Yin tigers ignited flames that only appeared in battle mode. Brother, our beasts must have been stimulated by something. Could it be that a fierce beast has invaded? Xiao Yungang clenched his fists, his face ashen. He suddenly recalled the situation a year ago when the foreign space suddenly appeared. The scenario then was almost identical to the present. The only difference was that the previous incident occurred in Ping City, located in the southern part of Yunzhou. All the beasts in the city exhibited unusual behavior almost simultaneously. What about other places in the city now? The elders of the Shao family shook their heads. Currently, only our Shao family's beasts are acting up. Everything else in the city is still normal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yungang waved his hand. This matter is serious. Now, you all immediately contact the city lord Yun Tiance. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 5. Watching the commotion is never too much trouble. The changes in the Shao family were completely unknown to Xiao Yun and the others. This was not something they were concerned about. Duoer, Shen Zui, Yining just called. She still needs some time to gather spirit fruits. So she probably won't team make it today. While Xiao Yun was talking, Yin Duoer was having a great time playing with Qiao. She waved her hand dismissively. Yunjia, it's fine. Qiao has leveled up now, and we will have plenty of time in the future. As for tomorrow's test, if He Ziqi really dares to cause trouble, let's see how my dad deals with him. Everyone in Yun City knows that Yun Tiance is a daughter slave. No matter what Yun Duoer says, he will satisfy her. It's no exaggeration to say that Yun Duoer is Yun Tiance's reverse scale. Although He Ziqi is the son of the president of the Yun City Beastmaster Association, he still has to behave himself in front of Yun Duoer. Of course, I'm not worried about that. If He Ziqi really dares to act recklessly, I won't let him off. After Xiao Yun said this, she returned to Qiao's side. The two girls played with Qiao until around 8 or 9 in the evening before letting Shen Zui leave. Qiao, tomorrow is the test. You can't let me down. Shen Zui looked at Qiao seriously and asked. Gulp. Qiao let out a big burp. Its little paws rubbed its round belly. Its two round eyes rolled, and it shook its paw at Shen Zui. You say, how did I end up with a master like you? After such a long time. You only fed me spirit fruits. Whether it's Yun Duoer, Xiao Yun, or Yining, any of them would be more generous than you. Hearing this, Shen Zui was instantly furious. He grabbed Qiao, you little lecherous bear who values lust over friendship. If it weren't for me, let us see how you evolve in the future. Let me tell you, I'm the main character, and you'd better stop your little tricks from now on. Otherwise, I won't spare you. Qiao clearly heard the jealousy in Shen Zui's words. It struggled hard to escape Shen Zui's grasp and said with a silly smile, Master, I know I was wrong. In the future, whatever you say will go, okay? Just as Shen Zui was about to get angry, the dormitory door was suddenly crowded with people, almost smashing his door. Shen Zui, I heard that this afternoon Yun Duoer and the others came looking for Qiao again? How come you're so lucky? Shen Zui, give me Yun Duoer's contact information, and I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. How about it? I'll give you 2,000. It doesn't matter which one. Xiao Yun, Yining, and Yun Duoer are collectively known as the three beauties of the Cloud City Beastmaster Academy, with countless admirers. However, these three come from distinguished families, and ordinary people simply cannot catch their eye. They rarely come to the academy. But their appearances increased after they watched Qiao's match video 3 months ago. Everyone, I'm not a matchmaker. You might as well look elsewhere. Shen Zui had long since become accustomed to such matters. Just as he was about to close the door, someone in the crowd outside seemed to have received news. I've heard Yun Duoer is coming to watch Qiao's test tomorrow. Really? Before the first speaker could finish, another chimed in with inside information. Sister Xiao Yun is coming too. Goddess Yining is coming. Suddenly, the boys outside Shen Zui's dormitory erupted in excitement. The chance of having all three goddesses appear at once was incredibly rare. Even just getting a glimpse would be enough. Shen Zui shook his head helplessly and took out his phone. The updates from the three girls' friend circles had just refreshed. Go Qiao. Mommy loves you. Tomorrow at 9, it's time to witness a miracle. Xiao Yun had even posted a picture of herself cutely posing with Qiao this afternoon. I have a date with Qiao. See you at the arena tomorrow at 9. Yun Duoer was equally unabashed, sharing a photo of herself hugging Qiao. Soon after, Yining also updated her status. Here as a super surprise. Tomorrow at 9, don't be late. The posts from the three girls were increasingly extravagant, leaving Shen Zui momentarily speechless. Although the test tomorrow hadn't started yet, it was already destined to be a grand event. Qiao, let me tell you the key points for tomorrow. As Shen Zui closed the door and was about to speak, Qiao had already fallen fast asleep. Little color bear. Sleeping after a full meal. After struggling to drag Qiao onto the bed, Shen Zui spent a sleepless night. The next morning, When Shen Zui brought Qiu to the academy, he was stunned by the scene before him. Qiu. The entire academy was packed, with no room to spare. From a distance, there were at least 1,000 people. Even Qiu was startled by the crowd and, with weak legs, rolled over onto the ground. At that moment, laughter erupted around the testing area. Look at you. Shen Zui rolled his eyes at Qiu. But at this moment, Qiu, regaining composure, sneered, Master, what do you know? As long as I'm cute enough, any embarrassment from falling can't catch up with me. No sooner had Qiu finished speaking than a red supercar burst into the academy. Soon, Xiao Yun and Yun Duo made their way through the crowd. Xiao Yun wore black ultra-short denim shorts, a white short-sleeved shirt, and black high heels, showcasing her perfect figure. Yun Duo donned a light pink long dress, holding 2 cheering signs with Qiu's logo, exuding cuteness. As the two appeared, the crowd erupted once again in a tsunami of screams. One guy stared at Xiao Yun a few extra seconds, feeling a rush of blood, causing a nosebleed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the testing platform, He Ziqi's gaze toward Shen Zui grew increasingly cold. Whether it was Xiao Yun or Yun Duo, each was several streets ahead of Jiang Man, who was by his side. One of the main reasons he came to the Cloud City Beastmaster Academy was to covet the beauty of Xiao Yun, Yun Duo, and Yi Ning. Yet now, all 3 women were surrounding Shen Zui without exception. Li Hao, teach Shen Zui a lesson today. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Make sure to deal with him harshly. As a bully in the junior department of the Beastmaster Academy, Li Hao didn't take Shen Zui seriously at all. Although Qiu was popular with the 3 girls, if Qiu were to die, Shen Zui would pose no threat. Moreover, with He Ziqi backing him, Li Hao had no reason to hold back. As everyone focused their attention on Qiu, Li Hao strode confidently to the center of the testing platform. Shen Zui, if you want to advance to the intermediate department, you must first get past me. Chapter 6, The Roar of Power. Li Hao's words stunned everyone present. According to the assessment requirements of the junior department of the Beastmaster Academy, as long as one could defeat the assessment beast, they could advance to the intermediate department. The assessment beast in the junior department was a green tier level 5, and with Qiu's current strength, defeating it was no problem at all. Unfortunately, everything changed with Li Hao's appearance. Shen Zui, if you can defeat me, you can advance to the intermediate department. Otherwise, even if you do advance, you won't have a good outcome. With Xiao Yun and the others present yesterday, Li Hao naturally didn't dare to act recklessly. However, this time on the testing platform, as long as Shen Zui accepted Li Hao's challenge, no one could stop it. Such occurrences were common in the Beastmaster Academy. As long as the challenging party's beast was stronger than the green tier level 5 and the challenger willingly accepted, the result would be recognized by the academy. Li Hao, you shameless. The sudden turn of events angered Yun Duo, as it was clearly a trap for Shen Zui. After all, Qiu was only at green tier level 5, while Li Hao's beast, a Garfield cat, was at blue tier level 3. This was not just a difference in rank, but also a difference in quality. Below the testing platform, everyone exchanged glances. Although Li Hao's words were arrogant, from a certain perspective, they were also factual. Everyone knew that behind Li Hao was He Ziqi, who controlled the Cloud City Beastmaster Guild. Li Ritian, since you want to seek death, I'll help you. In fact, Shen Zui was aware that he had already developed a feud with He Ziqi. Although Xiao Yun and the others could protect him for a moment, no one knew when He Ziqi might strike from behind. Since He Ziqi sent Li Hao to cause trouble, he might as well use Li Hao to establish his authority. Shen Zui, are you crazy? Do you want Qiu to die? Xiao Yun also stepped forward, her brow furrowed. In her view, Shen Zui was somewhat overestimating himself. Challenging beyond rank might work if the beasts were of similar strength, but now, the gap between Qiu and Li Hao was too great. But before Xiao Yun could finish speaking, He Ziqi stood up. Xiao Yun, Shen Zui is a man. How can he joke about such matters? Since he has already agreed, we should just watch the match. What if a miracle happens? He Ziqi clearly feared that Shen Zui would back out. After he spoke, he scanned the crowd below. In an instant, those following He Ziqi began to cheer and support. Shen Zui, I respect you as a man. Give it your all. If you defeat Li Hao, you'll be our idol. Shen Zui, a man's word is a nail. What he says is not nonsense. At this point, both Yun Duo and Xiao Yun's expressions changed. At this juncture, if Shen Zui backed out, he would probably never be able to hold his head high in the Beastmaster community again. Duo, do you have any spirit fruits left? Qiu must not lose. We have to boost Qiu's strength a little more. Xiao Yun was anxious, and Yun Duo was close to tears. Sister Yun, even if I ask my father to send them, it might be too late. Meanwhile, Shen Zui and Qiu had already reached the testing platform. Li Hao looked at Shen Zui and Qiu with disdain. Unfortunately, at that moment, Shen Zui wore a smile. Others might not know Qiu's true abilities, but he was well aware. Qiu, did you hear that? Everyone is cheering for you. Take down this silly cat in front of you. and I'll definitely reward you well. Chiu rolled its eyes at Shen Zui. Although it is a panda, it can clearly feel that many people in the audience are watching it as a joke. Following you as a master, I really am unlucky. After saying this, Chiu staggered to the center of the stage. Chiu is really cute. Even though Jiang Man already knew Chiu's fate, she couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of Chiu's silly and adorable appearance. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in He Ziqi's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. If I can't have it, no one else can. Fatty, go? At that moment, on the testing platform, Li Hao's mouth curled up slightly. With his command, Garfield suddenly dashed out from beside him. Meow. Garfield landed on all fours. Its chubby body immediately fluffed up, and its entire body swelled to over 1 meter in size. Like it was inflated. Everyone below the testing platform couldn't help but gasp. Many of the beast masters from the beginner department had suffered under Li Hao's command. Chiu was going to be in trouble. At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. Although beast masters have a hierarchy of mutual restraint, in the face of absolute strength, the hierarchy does not exist. Before Chiu could make a move, Garfield charged straight at the black and white creature in front of it. Hiss. The girls who liked Chiu below the testing platform turned their heads and closed their eyes at this moment. The bloody scene was almost Chiu's destined outcome. Yun Duoer couldn't bear to see such a situation. She directly burrowed into Xiao Yun's arms, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. Shen Zui, you bastard. Give me back Chiu. Give me back Chiu. Just at that moment, the situation on the testing platform changed completely. In Chiu's eyes, before Garfield made a move, it was just a little insignificant creature, not worth fearing at all. It plopped down on the ground, its 2 black eye circles occasionally rolling around to the audience below. And upon seeing those screaming girls, it even raised its paw to shake it, perfectly embodying a standard pet bear. But when Garfield's form grew to over 1 meter, Chiu's expression finally changed. Especially when Fatty roared at it, Chiu felt a sense of bloodline invasion. A cat, roaring at a bear? Does it really think it's a tiger? Who gave you the courage? This silly bear is in big trouble, and still looks so foolish. This bear will die because of its own stupidity. The people below the testing platform were all waiting to see Chiu's joke. They had no idea about Chiu's bloodline awakening. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Garfield was facing a bloodline-awakened Iron Eater. Bloodline suppression. Beast, Chiu, has a bloodline suppression effect on all beasts below golden grade, reducing their strength by 1/3. As Garfield lunged toward Chiu, at that moment, Chiu's round body moved. Roar. Chiu suddenly stood up on its hind legs. The bear, which was originally only meant to be cute and munch on bamboo, let out an angry roar. In an instant, a strong bloodline suppression force emanated from Chiu's entire body. And at that moment, Chiu's paw suddenly swiped out, slapping at Garfield. Chapter 7. Crunch. Whoosh. Chiu's paw, accompanied by a whistling wind. Although feline beasts are known for their agility, Chiu's paw still struck Garfield's leg. This hit didn't look like it caused an injury, but in reality, Garfield's left hind leg was already fractured, making its walking appearance wobble. Garfield's eyes were filled with fear. The battle on the testing platform had taken a complete 180-degree turn from the start. Everyone below was dumbfounded. After a brief silence, discussions erupted. How could this happen? Could it be that Li Hao is going easy? Isn't Shen Zui's panda considered an inferior pet? At that moment, Xiao Yun was also stunned. The moment Chiu attacked, even she felt a shock from deep within her heart. Yun Duoer dared not look at the situation on the platform. She gently wiped her tears and looked up at Xiao Yun. Sister Yun, what's wrong? Is it that Chiu? As she spoke, tears began to brew in Yun Duoer's eyes. Xiao Yun shook her head. Duoer, Chiu is amazing. Hearing this, Yun Duoer finally broke free from Xiao Yun's embrace. She turned to look at Chiu and Garfield on the platform. At that moment, the tears in her eyes no longer held any grievance. Her face transformed into endless joy. Go Chiu, give it a good beating. On the testing platform, Chiu was slowly walking toward Garfield. Garfield, now lacking any ability to fight back, dragged its injured hind leg and kept moving toward the edge of the testing platform. Attack. The sudden turn of events left Li Hao bewildered. In the current situation, Garfield resembled a pet, and even more like a prey being targeted. He Ziqi seemed to sense something amiss at this moment. Although he didn't know the reason, he still prepared in advance. Manner, take out the bamboo shoots. He Ziqi glanced at Jiang Man, still hoping to distract Chiu with the same old trick. But this time, he was disappointed. No matter how Jiang Man waved the bamboo shoots in her hand, Chiu remained unmoved. Shen Zui couldn't help but smile slightly. Pandas are never just herbivores. Especially after their bloodline awakens, the memory of carnivorous instincts is also awakened. In the face of beasts that absorb the essence of heaven and earth to grow, ordinary bamboo shoots no longer appeal. Roar. Looking at the trembling Garfield, Chiu let out an angry roar. and a faint illusory figure suddenly rose around it. A panda phantom, nearly 2 meters tall, almost blocked all possible escape routes for Garfield. The next moment, Qiuqiu's paw came down, directly pinning Garfield to the ground. Meow! Garfield let out a miserable cry, and blood began to seep from the corner of its mouth. Fatty! Li Hao could no longer hold back. He glanced at Shen Zui and shouted loudly, "I concede." However, it was too late to concede now. Bang! Under Qiuqiu's paw, a blood mist suddenly erupted from Li Hao's fatty, and the next moment, the entire world fell silent. Garfield's body was directly crushed by Qiuqiu, and a light blue crystal core fell to the ground. Without saying a word, Qiuqiu grabbed the crystal core in its paw. The huge panda phantom slowly faded away, and Qiuqiu sat down on the ground, curiously examining the crystal core in its hand as if it were inspecting a toy. Oh yeah, Sister Yun, Qiuqiu won. Yun Duo couldn't take her eyes off Qiuqiu, waving her cheering sign and jumping up high. This, except for Yun Duo, everyone gasped in shock. Is it over just like this? What on earth is that? In the Beastmaster world, as long as a beast is not dead, it can slowly recover under the effect of the crystal core, but with Qiuqiu's strike, Garfield was annihilated, with no chance of survival. Li Hao's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, watching the blue crystal core in Qiuqiu's hand, his heart in agony. He never expected this silly bear to be so powerful. A glint of malice flashed in He Ziqi's eyes. He suddenly remembered what Shen Zui had said to him yesterday. "I was planning to spare your life, but now, it can't be spared." After saying this, He Ziqi signaled to several people beside him. Immediately, his beast, a husky, walked out from the crowd. "Shen Zui, you have some nerve. Li Hao has already admitted defeat. Don't you know that the testing platform is meant to stop at a certain point? Indulging your beast in violence. From this point alone, you are unworthy of being a beast master." At that moment, the husky appeared in front of Qiuqiu, accompanied by 2 red-tier beast companions. The husky was red tier, level 3. The gale wolf was red tier, level 6. The withered leaf mantis was red tier, level 3. As soon as these 3 red-tier beasts appeared, everyone around the testing platform fell silent. Red-tier beasts were considered powerful in Yun City, and having 3 of them fighting together was a rare occurrence. "What do you want?" He Ziqi. Seeing the situation on the testing platform change, Xiao Yun was the first to object. She strode forward, and her beast, the Scarlet Flame Tiger, stood beside her. Yun Duo was also not polite. In beast battles, casualties were inevitable, especially since He Ziqi had provoked them first. What crime did Qiuqiu commit? Swiftwind Goose. Yun Duo whistled. And in the sky, the Swiftwind Goose let out a loud call, circling above the testing platform. In an instant, the 5 red-tier beasts separated into 2 sides, with the panda in the middle. "Xiao Yun, Yun Duo, I'm just stating the facts. If you really act recklessly, even if things escalate, I'm not afraid of you." In reality, whether it was He Ziqi or Xiao Yun, despite the tension, neither wanted to fight unless absolutely necessary. For a moment, the situation on the testing platform became a stalemate. Just then, Qiuqiu's voice echoed in Shen Zui's mind. "Why do I always feel like this thing is delicious?" "Qiuqiu, don't eat." The crystal core was the essence of the beast. Eating it would be akin to annihilating the beast in the eyes of a beast master. But it was too late for Shen Zui. As he spoke, Qiuqiu had already tossed the crystal core into its mouth. Crack! The awakened panda's bloodline completely restored its iron-eating beast powers, and with a crisp sound, the Garfield's crystal core shattered into powder. At that moment, the teacher in charge of the testing platform was dumbfounded. Not good. Something's going to happen. The teachers from the junior department had beasts that were at most red tier level 1, and now every beast on the field was no weaker than them. Moreover, these few individuals were not something the mere junior department teachers could handle. Quick, go to the senior department and get Director Zhao Ming. Chapter 8. The Weight of Mount Tai. Puff. Just as Qiuqiu crushed the Garfield's crystal core, Li Hao could no longer contain himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. At that moment, the pent-up emotions on the testing platform finally erupted. Gale Wolf, Gale Charge, Withered Leaf Mantis, Withered Leaf Slash, Husky, Fearless Bark. The 3 red-tier beasts launched their attacks on Qiuqiu almost simultaneously. A gust of wind arose, and a faint ghostly light flickered in the Gale Wolf's eyes. Then it vanished, leaving only an afterimage. The Withered Leaf Mantis grew to over a meter tall, its original green body instantly turning withered yellow. Its forelimbs resembled huge sickles as it slashed a wind blade at Qiuqiu. Meanwhile, He Ziqi's husky also grew to 2 meters tall, opening its large mouth as it suddenly barked at Qiuqiu. The enormous noise echoed throughout the Beastmaster Academy. The 3 red-tier beasts all charged at Qiuqiu, but just as they were about to strike, Xiao Yun and Yun Duo's beasts moved too. Scarlet Flame Tiger. Tiger descends the mountain. Swiftwind Goose. Goose shatters the sky. In an instant, the 5 red-tier beasts were thrown into chaos. Just as the Gale Wolf was about to charge at Xiao, the Swiftwind Goose's wind blades arrived first, slightly dampening the Gale Wolf's momentum. At the same time, Xiao Yun's Scarlet Flame Tiger let out a roar that intimidated the Husky and the Withered Leaf Mantis. However, the Swiftwind Goose was only Red Tier Level 1. Its attack posed little threat to the Red Tier Level 6 Gale Wolf. In the end, the Gale Wolf still bit down on Xiao's arm. But with the arrival of the Scarlet Flame Tiger, the Gale Wolf sensed a threat. Although it was a level higher than the Scarlet Flame Tiger, being a canine beast, it was somewhat wary in front of the similarly powerful feline beast. If a fight broke out, the Scarlet Flame Tiger would completely disregard the level difference. As for the Husky, after hearing the roar of the Scarlet Flame Tiger, its previously aggressive demeanor disappeared, and it even hid behind the Gale Wolf and the Withered Leaf Mantis. A foolish dog is still a foolish dog. Roar. At this moment, on the ground, Xiao Yun's Scarlet Flame Tiger entered its battle form, standing over 3 meters tall, surrounded by red flames, facing the 3 red-tier beasts as it roared continuously. Meanwhile, Yun Duo's Swiftwind Goose could only circle in the air, keeping an eye on the Withered Leaf Mantis, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Xiao, are you okay? Seeing the Gale Wolf bite Xiao, Shen Zui hurriedly asked. Xiao consumed 1 blue-tier beast crystal core. Evolution value increased by 400. Beast Panda, Xiao, successfully advanced to Green Tier Level 6. Beast Panda, Xiao, successfully advanced to Green Tier Level 7. Beast Panda, Xiao, successfully advanced to Blue Tier Level 1. In this critical moment, Shen Zui's mind suddenly recalled the prompt for Xiao's automatic upgrade. Just then, Shen Zui noticed that on Xiao's attribute page, the anger bar, which was originally at 100, had turned a striking red. The value on the anger bar clearly read 200 and 100. How could this be? Shen Zui had always thought that Xiao's roar while fighting the Garfield had already activated a skill. Xiao, Shen Zui called out loudly. At that moment, everyone noticed that Xiao's body had undergone a transformation. Xiao was enveloped in a faint, hazy glow, and a nearly 5-meter-sized panda phantom completely surrounded it. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, and the gigantic panda phantom stood up. In that instant, all the beasts, including Xiao Yun's Scarlet Flame Tiger, felt a tremendous threat. When beasts encounter danger, they generally enter an emergency combat state, but this time, it was different. The flames surrounding the Scarlet Flame Tiger actually diminished by more than half, and the raging winds around the Gale Wolf suddenly came to a halt. Roar! Another massive roar, and Shen Zui felt the testing platform, nearly 100 meters long, tremble slightly. Bear's roar. Xiao's attack power increased by 30, speed increased by 30, agility increased by 20, and it ignores 20 of damage. Within the soundwave range. Enemy beast's attack reduced by 30, speed reduced by 30, and agility reduced by 20. The higher the enemy beast's tier, the lesser the impact, the lower the tier, the greater the impact. Duration, 1 minute, increases with the beast's tier. Seeing the description of Bear's roar, Shen Zui was completely stunned. Although Xiao was only Blue Tier Level 1 at the moment, the power of Bear's roar had far exceeded everyone's expectations, based on bloodline suppression. Looking at the beasts on the testing platform, Shen Zui estimated that it would be a good outcome if all the beasts could exert half of their strength. With this increase and decrease, Xiao was now exhibiting at least the strength of an ordinary Blue Tier Level 7 beast. What are we waiting for? Concentrate fire and take down that bear. He Ziqi observed the movement on the platform and felt a sense of unease. The bear in front of him was too strange, and with the Garfield's previous experience, he had to be more cautious. Gale Wolf, Lone Wolf's Fury, Withered Leaf Mantis, Gale Leaf Slash, Husky Deadly Strike. With the master's command, all the beasts, under Xiao's pressure, launched their attacks again. The muscles of the Gale Wolf surged dramatically, its eyes glowing fiercely, and it lunged at Xiao with its massive jaws wide open. The Dry Leaf Mantis quickly waved its forelimbs, unleashing over 100 wind blades in the blink of an eye. The Husky also sprang into action, charging directly at Xiao with its 2-meter frame. However, under the 5-meter panda phantom of Xiao, the largest of these 3 summoned beasts was still somewhat lacking. Just then, Shen Zui noticed that Xiao's anger value had dropped to 100 and 100 after using the roar of the bear. As he watched Xiao face the attacks from the 3 summoned beasts, Shen Zui shouted loudly at Xiao, mountain pressing down. At that moment, Xiao seemed to hear Shen Zui's command. The massive panda phantom suddenly raised its nearly 1-meter-wide forearm high. The gigantic paw came crashing down on the 3 summoned beasts. Boom! At the moment the paw struck, the 1-meter-thick granite of the testing platform shattered into pieces. The hundreds of wind blades from the Dry Leaf Mantis were abruptly interrupted. The 3 summoned beasts were instantly blasted 10 meters away by the shockwave. Chapter 9. Ground to Pulp. How is this possible? Everyone instinctively retreated. The panda phantom smashed the ground, and the flying debris had already torn the clothes of many people. Those who had come to see Shen Zui's embarrassment were now at a loss for words. Whoa! The summoned beasts of the audience either lay limp on the ground or desperately tried to escape. A review teacher struggled to swallow, as the scene before him had completely exceeded his understanding. On the testing platform, the panda's paw had created a nearly 3-meter-deep pit. The surrounding granite floor was covered in countless cracks, extending over 30 meters from the pit created by Chiao. The gale wolf, dry leaf mantis, and husky lay powerless on the ground, looking as if they were on the brink of death. But it wasn't over yet. The gigantic phantom of Chiao clearly had no intention of stopping. Roar! Chiao roared and approached the gale wolf. It had just bitten Chiao, and although it wasn't fatal, it still caused Chiao to feel excruciating pain. In the world of summoned beasts, even among beasts of the same rank, a tiger would not actively provoke a bear. Since when did a wolf without any bloodline dare to offend an ancient bloodline Iron Eater? Stop! Just then, a sharp cry pierced through, and a hawk soared in from afar. This hawk was over 3 meters in size and appeared to have entered combat mode. On its back stood a person. This person was gray-haired and appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. His gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through everything. Director Zhao has arrived. The newcomer was Zhao Ming, the president of the Cloud City Beastmaster Academy. His summoned beast was the hawk, a purple grade 2nd tier. At this moment, all the review teachers finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the dejected He Ziqi seemed to see a glimmer of hope. However, when the hawk appeared, the enraged Chiao seemed to disregard it. Roar! The massive panda phantom roared at the hawk. Although pandas are powerful on land, they had little means against aerial summoned beasts. The hawk seemed to sense Chiao's bloodline pressure, fixating its gaze on the massive beast standing over 5 meters tall. But at that moment, Chiao still aimed to attack the gale wolf. Stop! Zhao Ming saw that Chiao was about to strike with lethal intent and immediately urged the hawk to attack, but it was too late. Slap! As Chiao's paw came down, the gale wolf was smashed into the granite. Its entire body was turned to pulp. At that moment, the hawk dove in. Roar! Chiao seemed to sense danger and swung its paw at the hawk. Boom! Everyone felt the gale rush past their cheeks like a knife. The battle between bird and beast unfolded in a flash. However, after taking the hawk's attack, Chiao seemed to have exhausted its strength. The massive panda phantom wavered slightly and then gradually disappeared into the air. Meanwhile, Chiao's real body lay motionless in the deep pit created by the gale wolf's body. Chiao, although still facing the hawk's attack, Shen Zui rushed forward in a single bound. Director, stop! Shen Zui protected Chiao while looking at Zhao Ming, who was slowly landing. Uncle Zhao, don't strike. At this moment, Xiao Yun and Yun Duo rushed over. Zhao Ming frowned, looking at the devastation on the testing platform, and sternly demanded, what on earth happened? Xiao Yun quickly explained what had just transpired. Shen Zui turned to lift Chiao from the pit. Chiao, are you okay? Seeing Chiao lying limp, Yun Duo immediately hugged its head and began to cry. Chiao, you can't die? What will I do if you die? At that moment, Shen Zui suddenly heard Chiao's weak voice in his mind. Huh, why does it taste a bit salty? Chiao's paw unknowingly rested on Yun Duo's fair face. Good little pervy bear. Shen Zui immediately understood. Chiao was fine and was clearly taking the opportunity to flirt. Master, don't be angry, I was just joking. I'm just hungry. As he spoke, Chiao finally began to move. Chiao, are you okay? Shen Zui, how's Chiao's body? Is it injured? Yun Duo wiped her tears, holding Chiao tightly in her arms. It's fine, it just got a bit exhausted from the battle just now. As soon as Shen Zui finished speaking, Yun Duo heard Chiao's stomach rumble. 2 battles, taking on 3 opponents at a higher level, would exhaust any summoned beast. Yun Duo immediately knew what to do. She took out her phone to call her father. But just then, an anxious voice came from below the testing platform. The speaker was the late-arriving Yining. Yining rushed to Chiao's side and, seeing its weak state, pulled out a large pile of spirit fruits from her spatial ring. Chiao, these are all for you, eat up. Yining looked at Chiao, then turned to Yun Duo to ask what had happened. When she heard that Shen Zui had let Chiao challenge the Garfield cat, she was instantly furious. Bang! Yining punched Shen Zui in the chest. Shen Zui, don't you know how dangerous it is to challenge higher levels? What if something happened to Chiao? At this point, Yun Duo also joined in the criticism of Shen Zui. Shen Zui felt bitter. He was like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to voice his grievances. Chiao was his summoned beast. If he didn't have some confidence, how could he let Chiao take risks? Although the appearance of the gale wolf was unexpected, he was fully confident against the Garfield cat. But now, he found himself misunderstood by both women. Crack! At that moment, Qiao was happily munching on a high-grade spirit fruit. Shen Zui even sensed Qiao's subtle interest in the unfolding drama. Damn, you little guy got such a big advantage, and now I have to suffer this unjust blame. Just wait until I deal with you later. While the three were talking. On the other side, Zhao Ming had learned everything that had just happened through Xiao Yun. He stood with his hands behind his back and approached Shen Zui and the others. You are Shen Zui? Is it your summoned beast? Shen Zui nodded. Looking at the severely damaged testing platform, Shen Zui knew in his heart that he had really caused a huge disaster this time. Even being expelled from school would be a light punishment. Killing a beast and damaging public property openly in the academy, starting today. You will go to the beast park to clean up. Chapter 10, Tang He Theory. Is that it? Upon hearing Zhao Ming's words, Shen Zui couldn't help but feel overjoyed. His gaze immediately fell on Xiao Yun and Yun Duoer and the others. Although going to the beast park to clean seemed like punishment, in reality, Zhao Ming was clearly using a backdoor. The reason for this was definitely because of Xiao Yun and the others. Dean, this punishment is too light. We can't just let Shen Zui off like this. Upon hearing this, He Ziqi immediately objected. Cultivating a red-grade beast is costly, and more importantly, the Gale Wolf was borrowed from the Beastmaster Association to prevent Xiao Yun and the others from interfering. But now, with the Gale Wolf dead, he didn't know how to explain it next. He Ziqi, mind your identity. This is the Beastmaster Academy. It's not up to you to teach me how to do things. Zhao Ming waved his hand and announced that today's test was over, asking everyone to disperse. After that, two junior teachers took Shen Zui away, while Zhao Ming frowned slightly as he watched Shen Zui and Qiao's departing figures. He looked up at his beast, the Sky Falcon, and couldn't help but ask, did you sense it too? The Sky Falcon slowly retracted its combat form and nodded on Zhao Ming's shoulder. Feeling the Sky Falcon's meaning, Zhao Ming's expression became even more serious. The Sky Falcon's strength is already at the top in Yunzhou. A beast that can make the Sky Falcon wary is definitely not simple. Thinking of this, Zhao Ming turned and strode towards his office. Half an hour later, in Zhao Ming's office, Yun Tiansu, the city lord of Yun City, and Xiao Yun Gang, the head of the Xiao family, arrived. Old Zhao, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Although Yun Tiansu, Zhao Ming, and Xiao Yun Gang were all big shots in Yun City, their relationship was much closer than outsiders imagined. 20 years ago, the three had already formed a brotherhood, and no one in Yun City could shake their foundation. Yun Gang, your beast showed abnormal behavior yesterday. I fear I've found the reason. As soon as Zhao Ming's words came out, Yun Tiansu and Xiao Yun Gang were taken aback. After receiving news from Xiao Yun Gang, Yun Tiansu had hardly slept all night. If a foreign space appeared in Yun City, it would turn into the eye of the storm in the world in an instant. As the city lord, Yun Tiansu knew what this meant. You two should take a look at this. Saying that, Zhao Ming pulled up the video from today's testing platform. At first, Yun Tiansu and Xiao Yun Gang didn't notice anything unusual, although Qiao was challenging a Garfield cat of a higher level. Such things were still understandable in the eyes of these big shots. But when the video progressed to the battle between Qiao and three red-grade beasts, their expressions finally changed. Could it be because of that bear? Xiao Yun Gang frowned. That's right. Even my Sky Falcon has been affected. Moreover, I asked Xiao Yun. When the anomaly occurred yesterday, Shen Zui and his beast were at your place. Zhao Ming's words plunged the two into deep thought. A blue-grade beast, even with racial attribute suppression, should not be able to affect the strength of a purple-grade beast, but the facts were in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Zhao Ming, this is serious. We cannot jump to conclusions. If all of this is true, this Qiao might be the strongest beast in Yun City in the past 20 years, and this Shen Zui's future is limitless. However, if that were the case, then the subsequent matters wouldn't be that simple. As Yun Tiansu said this, Xiao Yun Gang and Zhao Ming also frowned. What they could think of, the Beastmaster Association could also think of. Shen Zui had really stirred up a huge mess. Just then, in the north of Yun City, the Beastmaster Association was in an uproar. Father, this must have been planned by them long ago. Shen Zui's bear was still a pet that wasn't even green grade yesterday. How could it have advanced to a level where it can fight a blue grade tier 3 Garfield cat in just one day? And the three daughters of the Yun, Xiao, and Yi families are so close to Shen Zui. If there's no trickery involved, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Saying this, He Ziqi showed his father, He Yuqin, the video taken by others. After watching He Ziqi's video, He Yuqin's brow furrowed. Waste. Showing me this only proves your incompetence. Who told you to borrow the Gale Wolf without permission? Now that such a big incident has occurred, what are you still arguing about? If you had even 1/10 of your two brothers' ability, this wouldn't have escalated to this point. Starting today, you're grounded for a month. Reflect on yourself. After saying that, He Yuqin dismissed He Ziqi. He knew his son better than anyone else, but since things had developed to this point, he couldn't just let it go. Just then, The elder of the association, Wang Yuanlong, also spoke up. President, although the third young master made a mistake, from the video just now, it seems that things are not as simple as we imagined. He Ziqi nodded. As the president of the Beast Master Association, He Ziqi's insight was unmatched. In the video just now, whether it was Qiu's explosive elevation in rank or the suppression and combat power over all beasts, He Ziqi believed that only one explanation could account for it. Bloodline. Bloodline beasts are connected to divine beasts in the beast realm of Blue Star. 200 years ago, a theorist named Tang, he proposed the theory of bloodline beasts after meticulously studying various beasts. According to Tang He's theory, the majority of beasts have minuscule bloodlines, with only a very small portion having the potential for awakening. Once a bloodline awakens, it unleashes astonishing potential, and such beasts are known as bloodline beasts. Tang He even predicted that as the recovery of spiritual energy increases, the mutual devouring and fusion among bloodline beasts would lead to the awakening of legendary divine beast bloodlines. And even humans could gain the legendary divine power. Since the proposal of Tang He's theory, more and more bloodline beasts have been discovered over the past 200 years, and bloodline beasts have become synonymous with beast nobility. Bloodline beasts are nearly invincible against ordinary beasts of the same rank, and cross-rank battles are common. The Bear Clan's bloodline beast is the king of bloodline beasts. If we were to obtain it, the president's strength would surely rise to a new level. Chapter 11. Even the pooper scooper is not simple. Wang Yuanlong's words struck a chord with He Ziqi. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. 3 years ago, when he was sent to Yun City, although he garnered some support from beast masters, the elite beast masters of Yun City were still in the hands of the Yun family, Shao family, and the Beast Master Academy. To truly establish a foothold in Yun City, the only possibility was to ally with the three families through marriage. However, in these 3 years, apart from Zhongman, He Ziqi hadn't even been looked at by Yun Duoer and Xiao Yun. Now, with Qiu's appearance, a completely different path lay before He Ziqi. Elder Wang, you need to take people to the Beast Master Academy right now. Zhao Ming must give us an explanation for the death of the Gale Wolf. He Ziqi had never been a hesitant person. Obtaining Qiu meant an unlimited future for him, and he couldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. In an instant, a storm was brewing in the Beast Master community of Yun City. However, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Shen Zui. Now, what lay before him was a broom and a dustpan. Cleaning the beast garden was not a simple task, and Shen Zui was assigned to the high-level beast area of the garden. Kid, this will be your responsibility from now on. The speaker was the cleaner Lianching, who had come to explain the work to Shen Zui. Behind him crouched a black-spotted frog. Bullseye? Shen Zui found something suspicious about Lianching's black-spotted frog, and without saying a word, he directly activated Bullseye. The next moment, the details of the black-spotted frog appeared clearly in Shen Zui's mind. Beast, black-spotted frog. Species, frog tribe. Rank, red grade 9. Skills, azure water waves, frog chorus, tongue strike. Upon seeing the information about the black-spotted frog, Shen Zui was taken aback. When did a cleaner's beast reach red grade 9? It should be noted that the highest rank of beasts for teachers in the junior department is only red grade 2. Thank you, senior. I'm new here, and I hope you can guide me. Shen Zui humbly asked, as he thought far more than an average person with 2 lifetimes of experience. In Blue Star, the rank of a beast master is determined by the highest rank of the beast they can control. A red grade 9 beast master coming to clean? It would take at least 20 years of brain damage to make such a decision. You seem quite polite, so I'll explain it to you. Lianching continued. Our job is simple. We have to clean up all the excrement from the beasts every day. However, in our high-level beast area, all the beasts are at least red grade 1 or higher, so you must be careful while cleaning. Some of these beasts have bad tempers and may attack at any moment. 2 cleaners' beasts have already been bitten to death. At this point, Shen Zui finally understood why Lianching was here. In this day and age, without some strength, one might not even have the qualifications to clean up after the beasts. Just then, Lianching's gaze fell on Qiu. He looked her up and down and smiled slightly. Your beast is quite amusing. What rank is it now? Shen Zui scratched his head in embarrassment, blue grade 1. As soon as he said this, Lianching was momentarily stunned. Sending a blue grade 1 beast here meant Shen Zui must have gotten into serious trouble. It was clear that they intended for Shen Zui's beast to become fertilizer. Kid, did you get into trouble? Soon. Shen Zui recounted the events that had transpired to Lianching. After understanding the situation, Lianching seemed to grasp something and patted Shen Zui's shoulder. Kid, do well, I have high hopes for you. After that, Lianching led Shen Zui to familiarize himself with the environment. The Beast Garden is located on the hillside to the west of the Beast Master Academy, covering an area of 500 meters in length and width, totaling a massive 250,000 square meters, and all the beasts are mixed bred. This is the ferocious beast area, and it is the most dangerous place in the entire beast garden. The highest ranking beast here is a red grade 8 gale tiger, which has a notoriously bad temper, and every beast in the high-level area fears it. It is undoubtedly the king of the mountain. Of course, there's another beast you need to watch out for. Ing said, pointing to the jungle near the pond. There's an iron-armored python here, although it's only red grade 7. Even the gale tiger doesn't want to provoke it. Just as Ing spoke, the grass 100 meters away suddenly rustled. An entirely black iron-armored python emerged from the grass, its eyes as large as bowls. Shen Zui estimated it to be at least 20 meters long. Look, it's already caught your scent. If it enters combat mode, it could be 50 or 60 meters long. Ing chuckled, snapping his fingers at the black-spotted frog chorus. With that, the black-spotted frog jumped out from behind Ing. Goo. Shen Zui watched curiously as the black-spotted frog suddenly grew to over a meter long. Its mouth puffed up, and a faint blue light shone from its eyes, fixated on the direction of the iron-armored python. The iron-armored python seemed to sense something. Just as the black-spotted frog was about to unleash its skill, it twisted its massive body and burrowed back into the jungle. All right. Ing waved his hand, and the black-spotted frog slowly returned to its original size. The iron-armored python has a racial suppression over the black-spotted frog. If it weren't for the fact that Little Black is 2 ranks higher than the iron-armored python and the threat posed by the gale tiger, I wouldn't have been able to handle it either. After Ing finished speaking, he pointed out a large cat more than a meter tall that was observing them from the eastern side of the jungle. That's the gale tiger. After familiarizing himself with the high-level beast area, Shen Zui looked at the dustpan and broom in front of him, feeling utterly disheartened. In this day and age, even being a cleaner was not easy. Qiuqiu was only a blue grade 1 panda now, and as Qiuqiu levels up, the required evolution points would multiply. Master, I'm hungry. Just then, Shen Zui heard Qiuqiu's voice in his mind. He glanced at the few remaining spirit fruits in the space ring given by Yining and felt a mix of emotions. Qiuqiu was indeed powerful, but the cost of leveling up was enormous. Due to the awakening of its bloodline, Qiuqiu could only consume spirit fruits to replenish energy. The spirit fruits provided by Yining and others were insufficient to meet Qiuqiu's growing demands. He needed to find some gold coins to buy spirit fruits. Otherwise, this little brat would eat him out of house and home. Making gold coins? Shen Zui had never considered such a thing. But now, with the successful experiences of Yining, Xiaoyun, and Yunduer, Shen Zui suddenly thought of a brilliant plan. Chapter 12, A Huge Trouble. Shen Zui didn't have money. But that didn't mean Qiuqiu's fans didn't have money. The current situation on Blue Star, aside from solving conflicts through beasts, was quite similar to Earth. Live streaming with a panda and having fans support him in raising Qiuqiu was undoubtedly the easiest way to make money. Thinking of this, Shen Zui felt hopeful. This matter seemed to require the support of Xiaoyun and the others. Shen Zui took out his phone and checked the number of fans for the 3 girls. Xiaoyun, 1, 38 million. Yining, 1, 43 million. Yunduer, 1, 16 million. With the support of all 3 of them, Qiuqiu's debut would be no problem at all. Shen Zui smiled, feeling that he had found an excellent way to make money. Based on his knowledge of pandas from his past life, having over 1 million fans was not an issue at all. The population of Blue Star was dozens of times that of Earth, so his daily income would start at least in the thousands of gold coins. Qiuqiu. Just as Shen Zui was contemplating the live streaming, Xiaoyun, Yunduer, and Yining approached him. Shen Zui, the Beast Master Guild is causing trouble. You better stay here. If you leave the academy, no one can guarantee you'll see the sun tomorrow. Xiaoyun's words startled Shen Zui. Although he had a feud with the Beast Master Guild, it shouldn't have escalated to life-threatening levels. Xiaoyun, are you exaggerating? I don't believe the Beast Master Guild is that petty. It's just a red-grade beast. But at that moment, Yining's gaze fell on Qiuqiu, who was in Yunduer's arms. Yunduer, we underestimated Qiuqiu. If I'm guessing correctly, Qiuqiu should be a bloodline beast. Yining's family business spans the globe, and her insights were certainly not something ordinary people could compare to. Xiaoyun nodded. Bloodline beasts are the nobility among beasts, with unlimited potential for development. In the entire Yunzhou, there are only about 100 bloodline beasts. Over the years, there have been numerous tragedies caused by bloodline beast taming, leading to families being broken apart. An innocent man has nothing to fear, but possessing a treasure brings guilt. At this moment, Shen Zui finally understood the stakes involved. It seems he must quickly elevate Qiuqiu's rank. With this thought in mind, Shen Zui planned to share his ideas with everyone. However, before he could speak, a sharp cry suddenly came from the direction of the Beast Tamer Academy's gate. Everyone was startled and immediately climbed to the upper floor of the Beast Garden to look down. At the entrance of the academy, a crowd had already gathered, with Wang Yuanlong leading several beast tamers staring at Zhao Ming. Director Zhao, our Beast Tamer Guild's red-grade beast, the Gale Wolf, was killed by one of your students' beasts. You must give us an explanation for this matter, Wang Yuanlong declared. We have come here today with a simple request. Hand over the killer, and we will pretend this incident never happened. As he spoke, Wang Yuanlong glanced at his beast, a massive iron-armored crocodile with its mouth wide open. A purple-grade first level. Above the iron-armored crocodile, a one-eyed vulture circled, a purple-grade second level, with two purple-grade beasts. Wang Yuanlong made it clear he was not going to back down easily. Just then, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Ming's mouth. Wang Yuanlong, when did we allow your guild's beasts to interfere with our academy's testing? Want to uphold justice? Let me tell you what justice is right now. Zhao Ming was never one to beat around the bush. Facing Wang Yuanlong's two beasts, he waved his hand, and the Sky Falcon let out a piercing screech. Shatter the void. Immediately, the Sky Falcon, originally just a few dozen centimeters long, surged to a height of 1 meter, its massive body soaring directly into the clouds above. At this moment, Wang Yuanlong's expression finally changed. Iron-armored crocodile, defensive stance. One-eyed vulture, whirlwind dance. In an instant, the one-eyed vulture spread its wings, which were 7 to 8 meters wide, and with a flap, the air currents within 100 meters around it became frenzied. Meanwhile, the iron-armored crocodile's body swelled to over 5 meters, surrounded by a gray energy shield, and its skin gleamed with a metallic luster at that moment. Trivial skills. Zhao Ming remained unfazed. Just as Wang Yuanlong was observing the Sky Falcon's position, in the blink of an eye, a purple light tore through the clouds, and the Sky Falcon darted down like a purple lightning bolt from a height of 1,000 meters. The gusts created by the one-eyed vulture had almost no effect on it. Crack! The moment the Sky Falcon's beak made contact with the energy shield, a crisp sound akin to glass shattering rang out. The iron-armored crocodile's defense shattered instantly. Ding! Following that, the Sky Falcon's beak pecked down onto the iron-armored crocodile's back. In that instant, the iron-armored crocodile thrashed wildly, its jaws wide open, trying to devour the Sky Falcon. But how could the Sky Falcon give it a chance? With one hit, the Sky Falcon's figure vanished from sight, reappearing a second later in the sky 100 meters up. Hiss! Wang Yuanlong glanced at the iron-armored crocodile, his heart bleeding. The iron-armored crocodile's armor had visibly cracked, and the spot where the Sky Falcon pecked had even caved in. Wang Yuanlong was infuriated. After all, the iron-armored crocodile was merely an amphibious beast, not agile enough to face the aerial threat. When it comes to aerial combat, it was all about the one-eyed vulture. But before he could act, a dark mass of flying birds appeared in the distance, heading toward the Beast Tamer Academy. Black-feathered crows, purple-grade, 3rd level. However, surrounding the black-feathered crows were dozens of smaller black-feathered crows. Among them was one at the purple-grade 1st level, while the others were mostly red-grade 8th level or above. It was the president of the Beast Tamer Guild, He Ziqi, the head of the He family. At this moment, Xiao Yun immediately recognized the newcomers. Is the Beast Tamer Guild going to war with the academy? All for Qiuqiu? Yining instinctively asked. This scene was something everyone was witnessing for the first time. A strong sense of crisis and helplessness surged within Shen Zui's heart. He never expected that he would attract such a huge problem this time. Could it be that I don't even have the qualifications to keep my own beast? Shen Zui glanced at the huge commotion in front of the academy. Whether it was He Ziqi or Zhao Ming, everyone's ultimate goal was the ownership of Qiuqiu. If the He family won, then Qiuqiu would belong to the Beast Tamer Guild. If Zhao Ming won, then Qiuqiu would belong to the Beast Tamer Academy. I won't accept this. The outcome of the battle in front of the academy was no longer his concern. To survive and to keep Qiuqiu, I must maximize my strength in the shortest time possible. At this moment, Shen Zui changed his previous mindset. Relying on others is not as good as relying on myself. Without strength, my fate will always be in the hands of others. Shen Zui looked up at the beast garden, his gaze finally landing on the dozens of beasts in front of him. If I can tame these beasts, I should have the power to protect myself. Chapter 13. Severely injuring the iron-armored python. The 3 women were completely captivated by the battle outside the academy and did not notice Shen Zui's change. Would you like to learn the Beast Tamer skill, Attribute Restructuring? Attribute Restructuring. Learning this skill allows you to consume beast points to wash the attributes of your beasts. Qiuqiu's rank rose from green grade 5th level to blue grade 1st level, and Shen Zui's system panel also changed, with his beast points increasing significantly. Confirm. At this moment, Shen Zui had mastered 4 Beast Tamer skills: Telepathy, I have a Talent Scout, Light of Charm, and Attribute Restructuring. Would you like to upgrade each skill level? Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Zui quickly upgraded Telepathy, I have a talent scout, and attribute restructuring to level 3, while Light of Charm was upgraded to level 5. After the upgrades, the entire Beast Tamer skill set changed. Telepathy, level 3, allows communication with beasts through mental power, range of 100 meters. I have a talent scout. Level 3 can see through a beast's qualifications, detailed attributes, and bloodline. Attribute restructuring, level 3, can consume beast points to wash a beast's attributes. Success probability 30. Light of Charm, level 5 reduces the rejection of alien beasts, increasing the success rate of capturing beasts by 50. After a series of operations, Shen Zui's original 5,300 beast points dwindled to just 2,000. Qiuqiu, you saw the situation outside the academy, right? As Shen Zui's destined beast, Qiuqiu naturally sensed the change in Shen Zui's mood. It stood beside Shen Zui and nodded, its tone turning serious. Master, I will not choose them. The bear people will never be slaves. Shen Zui nodded. Then let's get started. With that, Shen Zui took Qiuqiu and walked straight into the fierce beast zone. At that moment, the grass and trees in the fierce beast zone stirred slightly. From the bushes by the pond, the iron-armored python suddenly emerged, its eyes fixed on the pair of man and beast before it. In the eastern woods, the gale tiger also walked out, having caught the scent of a human. Hiss! The iron-armored python looked at Shen Zui, who was getting closer. Its 20-meter-long body faintly emitted a soft glow, clearly indicating it had entered a state of alert. Iron-armored python, would you like to become my beast? Shen Zui stopped and activated telepathy, cautiously asking the iron-armored python. The sudden question from Shen Zui caught the iron-armored python off guard. Its 20-meter-long body was now coiled, ready to strike at any moment. You human are quite interesting. You can actually communicate with me. Tame me? Just you and that bear? The iron-armored python's words were filled with coldness and mockery. Roar. Qiuqiu clearly understood the iron-armored python's words and suddenly roared at it. The powerful aura of its bloodline instantly enveloped the iron-armored python. At that moment, the iron-armored python suddenly became a bit stiff, and its gaze towards Qiuqiu changed. At the same time, Shen Zui also saw the various attributes and qualifications of the iron-armored python through the eye of Bo Lo. Iron-armored python. Race, serpent. Rank, red grade 7. Evolution value, 3,899 5,000. Attack, 8763, 8,500 to 12,000. Defense, 9321, 8,800 to 9999. Agility, 3412, 2893 to 3865. Bloodline inheritance, none. Skills, iron armor defense, deadly coiling, charge strike. Your current qualifications are merely inferior among your kind. You are unaware of your own insignificance. Even your ancestor, the sky-swallowing python, would not dare to act so arrogantly. A flicker of cold light flashed in Shen Zui's eyes. Although the iron-armored python looked fierce, its attributes were not impressive at all. Hiss. Human. Your beast-taming bloodline is quite noble. You are correct, but unfortunately, its rank is too low now. If I eat your beast, perhaps I could evolve. Saying this, the iron-armored python lunged at Qiuqiu. Charge strike. With a loud bang, Qiuqiu was knocked away by the iron-armored python. Before Qiuqiu could react, the originally 20-meter-long body of the iron-armored python had already grown to 50 meters. Deadly coiling. In the next moment, the massive snake body immediately coiled around Qiuqiu. As the snake tightened its grip, Qiuqiu was getting squeezed tighter and tighter, while the iron-armored python stared intently at Qiuqiu, believing that it wouldn't be long before it could enjoy Qiuqiu, the weight of the mountain. But at that moment, Shen Zui suddenly spoke up. In an instant, a faint golden light radiated from Qiuqiu's body, and the snake's body, which was about to tighten again, became immobile. How is this possible? As Qiuqiu's surrounding phantom slowly expanded, the iron-armored python was actually forced to break free. Slap. Qiuqiu slapped the iron-armored python. With the suppression of the bloodline, the iron-armored python could not exert all its strength. Now, although it was not killed outright, a huge bear paw print was left on its body. With both arms hugging the iron-armored python, in the next moment, the massive bear mouth bit down on the iron-armored python. Crack. The awakened panda's strongest ability was not the power of the bear paw, but the terrifying biting force that made all beasts tremble. With one bite, the iron-armored python went crazy. It couldn't care less about Qiuqiu, its huge body twisting and rolling frantically on the ground. Iron-armored python, are you willing to become my beast? Shen Zui seized the moment and took out a beast taming knot from his spatial ring. As long as the iron-armored python agreed, he would place the beast taming knot on it, and that would complete the taming. Human, I will kill you. Although the iron-armored python was heavily injured, its strength was still greater than the gale wolf from before, and Qiuqiu couldn't kill it quickly. According to Shen Zui's plan, given enough time, The iron-armored python would have no choice but to wait to be tamed by him. But just then, from the woods by the pond, a loud tiger roar echoed, and a massive figure leaped in front of Shen Zui. What? When Shen Zui saw the giant cat over 3 meters tall appear before him, his heart sank. Gale tiger, red grade 8, its strength far exceeding that of the iron-armored python. Moreover, the gale tiger was clearly already in a combat state. This big cat is indeed cunning. Am I about to be intercepted? After the previous battle, even with the bloodline suppression, facing the red grade 8 gale tiger was still too risky for Qiuqiu. Just as Shen Zui was feeling anxious, a gentle female voice reached his ears. Human, can you leave this iron-armored python to me? The sudden voice caught Shen Zui off guard. His gaze immediately fell on the gale tiger. Are you talking to me? Chapter 14, Taming the Gale Tiger. Now, Shen Zui was completely enveloped in the shadow of the gale tiger. He curiously examined the gale tiger. I plan to tame this iron-armored python as my beast. I'm afraid I can't agree to you on this matter, Shen Zui said cautiously, filled with vigilance. Although the gale tiger's tone earlier didn't sound threatening, he had to be on guard given its strength. As if seeing through Shen Zui's thoughts, the gale tiger glanced at the iron-armored python and then at Qiuqiu. It is unworthy of being your beast. As long as you leave it to me, I am willing to become your beast. The gale tiger's words completely caught Shen Zui off guard. A red grade 8 beast actually wanted to become his beast voluntarily. This was truly unbelievable. Could it be due to the effect of his level 5 charm light? Shen Zui stared intently at the gale tiger and quickly saw its qualifications and attributes through the eye of Bo Lo. Gale tiger. Race, tiger. Rank, red grade 8. Evolution value, 7,999 8,000. Attack, 168-8812500, 16900. Defense, 12667, 10,500 to 12,800. Agility, 6789, 5,100 to 6,800. Bloodline inheritance, Gale, Thunder Tiger. Skills, Tiger Roar, Gale Blade, Beast King Golden Body, Frost Shadow Break. After seeing the Gale Tiger's qualifications and attributes, Shen Zui was dumbfounded. It is no exaggeration to say that the Gale Tiger's attributes were almost perfect. Moreover, it was just one step away from advancing. Since you're so strong, why haven't you acted on your own for so long? Looking at the notes on the attribute panel, Shen Zui's gaze returned to the Gale Tiger. According to the data, the Gale Tiger would need much effort to take down the iron-armored python. What surprised him the most was that the system clearly indicated that the Gale Tiger had the bloodline of the Gale Thunder Tiger. Bloodline beast? For a moment, Shen Zui felt a bit puzzled. If the Gale Tiger really was a bloodline beast, then Helian Chong, Zhao Ming, and the others would definitely have discovered and tamed it at the first opportunity. You are indeed not an ordinary human. The Gale Tiger looked down at Shen Zui. Her voice suddenly filled with tenderness. If I hadn't sensed that your beast is quite special, I wouldn't have agreed to become your beast. With my strength, it wouldn't be difficult to take down this iron-armored python. However, I do not want to harm my unborn child. As soon as she said this, Shen Zui was left speechless, staring at the Gale Tiger in shock. You have children? The Gale Tiger nodded. I will probably give birth in a few days. I was originally a red grade 9, about to break through, but my strength has dropped because of my pregnancy, and no one can sense my bloodline. Human, leave this iron-armored python to me, and I am willing to become your beast. At this point, the Gale Tiger's gaze fell on Qiuqiu. If it weren't for the fact that I've discovered a bit of danger regarding my child these days, I wouldn't have spoken to you. My child has a noble bloodline, and will definitely not be beneath your beast. At this moment, Shen Zui was overjoyed. It's a buy one get one free. And it's a bloodline beast. How could this deal not be profitable? Shen Zui looked at the Gale Tiger, and he believed that her attitude towards him was not only due to Qiuqiu, but also perhaps influenced by his level 5 charm light. Alright, I agree to you. With that, Shen Zui threw the Beast Taming knot towards the Gale Tiger. Contract. As the Beast Taming knot landed on the Gale Tiger, a golden light immediately enveloped both the Gale Tiger and Shen Zui. Soon, the Gale Tiger appeared in Shen Zui's Beast Taming panel. From now on, I'll call you Rose. Shen Zui glanced at the Gale Tiger and then completed the information modification. The Gale Tiger nodded, showing no aversion to the name. Just then, the iron-arm python, rolling on the ground in pain, finally panicked. Human, don't listen to her. I want to be your beast. From now on, I will obey your commands. Shen Zui looked at the already battered iron-arm python and smiled coldly. Now you realize? It's too late. After saying that, Shen Zui waved his hand at the Gale Tiger. Rose, I'll leave the next steps to you. Seemingly aware of its fate, the iron-arm python exerted all its remaining strength and charged at Shen Zui and the Gale Tiger. If you want me dead, you won't survive either. But at that moment, Rose finally made her move. Roar. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the Beast Park. Frostwind shattering shadow. In an instant, Shen Zui finally witnessed the true power of the Gale Tiger. The massive tiger body suddenly split into 3 phantom images that surrounded the iron arm python, and 3 tiger claws rose up, slamming down on the python in the center. Thud! The 3 tiger claws struck simultaneously at the python's vital point. Immediately after, a massive crystal core appeared in Rose's hand. Boom! Unlike Chiyo, who violently bit and crushed the core, Rose merely gripped it gently with her claws, and the iron arm python's core turned to dust. The next moment, the floating dust was inhaled into Rose's mouth, all swallowed down. Congratulations, host. Beast, Rose, has successfully advanced to purple grade level 1. In Shen Zui's mind, Rose's evolution value reached 9,510,000 with the absorption of the iron arm python's core, just 500 points away from advancing to purple grade level 1. Seeing this, Shen Zui gritted his teeth, helping someone to the end, sending a Buddha to the west. The battles outside the academy had beasts at least at purple grade level 1. If Rose's strength reached purple grade level 1, then even if He Ziqi and others wanted to attack him, he would have the power to protect himself. Chiyo, I'm sorry. Saying this, Shen Zui took out the red grade core he obtained from defeating the Gale Wolf from his spatial ring. As long as Rose absorbed this core, advancing from red grade to purple grade would be no problem. Master, no? The moment the Gale Wolf's core was revealed, Chiyo immediately guessed what Shen Zui was going to do. It quickly transformed back into its original form and hugged Shen Zui's leg. Unfortunately, this time, Shen Zui had already made up his mind. Chiyo, this core is for Rose. We will have a foothold in Yun City. Now is not the time to throw a tantrum. I promise, in the future, if I get something good, I will prioritize you. Hearing Shen Zui's decision, tears welled up in Chiyo's dark-ringed eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Rose saw the core in Shen Zui's hand and was slightly taken aback. She looked at Chiyo, then at the core. Master, thank you. Chiyo, this kindness, we mother and son will remember. In the future, I will surely repay it doubly. In Rose's eyes, Chiyo was like a little brother. With things having developed to this point, Chiyo knew that there was no point in acting spoiled anymore. Finally, with one last reluctant glance at the core, Chiyo turned and ran outside, crying, Yang. Xiao Yun, Duoer, the master is bullying me. Chapter 15, The Power to Protect Oneself. Thud. As the Gale Wolf's core powder was slowly absorbed by Rose, a dazzling purple light shot up to the sky. Congratulations, host. Beast, Rose, has successfully advanced to purple grade level 1. Watching Rose advance, a smile unconsciously appeared on Shen Zui's lips. Beast, Gale Tiger. Race, Tiger Clan. Grade, purple grade level 1. Evolution value, 7,000 15,000. Attack, 21388, 20,000 to 25,000. Defense, 168751580018850. Agility, 7880, 700 to 9999. Bloodline inheritance, Shattering Wind, Thunder Tiger. Skills, Tiger Roar Mountain Forest, Gale Blade, Beast King Golden Body, Frostwind Shattering Shadow. I finally have a purple grade beast. Shen Zui let out a long sigh of relief. In the entire Yun City, there would definitely be no more than 30 purple grade beasts. And since Rose was a Tiger Clan beast, she was inherently the king of the food chain in the beast world. Soon, Rose's figure returned to normal. She looked at Shen Zui, then at the distant Chiyo, and her body, over a meter long, slowly lay beside Shen Zui. If it weren't for being pregnant, I think my combat power would be much higher. Hearing Rose's words, Shen Zui's gaze finally landed on her attributes. Unlike before, this time, Rose's attack, defense, and agility were all close to the lower limits. Rose, since you followed me, I certainly won't treat you poorly. Saying this, Shen Zui's gaze fell on the skill for attribute reshaping. This skill had just been lit up, and Shen Zui had not yet tried it. Since Rose's attributes were currently low, it was a perfect opportunity to give it a try. Trust me, Shen Zui said, placing his hand on Rose's forehead. Would you like to reshape the attributes of Beast, Rose? Cost, 200 Beast points. Note, the attributes generated from reshaping are random, and there is a possibility of reducing attributes. Shen Zui thought for a moment and decisively chose to confirm. Congratulations, host. Successfully reshaped the attributes of Beast, Rose. Beast, Rose. Attack, 22258, 20,000 to 25,000. Defense, 158051580018850. Agility, 8880, 700 to 9999. In the first attribute reshaping, Rose's attack and agility both increased by about 1,000 points, but her defense decreased by 1,000 points. Shen Zui was certainly not satisfied with this result. Rose was currently pregnant with a little tiger. If her defense was lacking, the danger level would increase. Again, Due to Rose's 2 advancements, Shen Zui's beast points increased to 4,850 points. Considering each reshaping costs 200 points, Shen Zui had at least 24 chances. I don't believe it. Shen Zui gritted his teeth and activated the attribute reshaping again. Beast, Rose. Attack, 22750, 20,000 to 25,000. Defense, 162301580018850. Looking at the attribute panel, Shen Zui shook his head. Keep going. With each attribute reshaping, Rose could feel the changes in her body. Once, she even felt that all her attributes had improved, but Shen Zui still didn't stop. On the beast panel, as the attribute reshaping continued, Shen Zui's beast points quickly dropped to 2,200. 11 times. I don't believe this time won't succeed. Finally, as Shen Zui clicked on attribute reshaping again, Rose suddenly felt her body filled with strength. Looking at the attribute values on the panel, a long-lost smile appeared on Shen Zui's face. Finally succeeded. Beast, Rose. Attack, 24150, 20,000 to 25,000. Defense, 179301580018850. Agility, 9658, 7700 to 9999. With these attribute values, each aspect was nearly at Rose's limit. Rose rubbed her head against Shen Zui's hand. Master, I didn't expect you to have such strength. It seems I made the best decision this time. With the bonus of the charm light, Rose was now filled with trust towards Shen Zui. Congratulations, host. The loyalty of your beast, Rose, has increased by 60 points. Current loyalty, 9,100. Feeling the fluffy fur of Rose at this moment in Shen Zui's eyes, Rose was no longer a tiger, but simply a big cat. However, the good times didn't last long. Before Shen Zui could thoroughly understand Rose's various skills, a reprimand came from behind. Shen Zui, you bullied Qiao again. Shen Zui recognized the voice of Yin Duo Air without even turning his head. Soon after, Yining also spoke up. Shen Zui, what are you doing? Qiao is crying. Yining and Yin Duo Air were only concerned about venting for Qiao and completely overlooked what was happening in the beast taming garden. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, who was standing aside, reached out to stop the 2 girls. Looking at the scene of the iron arm python lying dead, and then at the wind tiger crouching beside Shen Zui, Xiao Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Yun's beast was also of the tiger clan, and she naturally understood how difficult it was to tame a tiger clan beast. Now, the wind tiger was obediently lying beside Shen Zui, which clearly indicated that Shen Zui had already tamed the wind tiger. At that moment, the Qi Yin tiger, standing beside Xiao Yun, also cautiously took 2 steps back. It was now about 20 to 30 meters away from Shen Zui, but the pressure from the purple-grade wind tiger had already made this red-grade Tier 3 beast feel stressed. Shen Zui slowly stood up and turned to look at the 3 girls. That's right, from now on, this wind tiger will be my beast. As he spoke, Shen Zui glanced at Qiao, who was hiding behind Yin Duo Air. It must be said that in the beast taming world, when it comes to acting cute and pitiful, Qiao was undoubtedly the best actor. Shen Zui quickly walked over to Qiao and hugged it in his arms. Little color bear, I really underestimated you. Running off to complain? Didn't I tell you that in the future, any good things would be prioritized for you? While speaking, Shen Zui placed all the few spirit fruits he had into Qiao's arms. Eat. These are all yours. If you keep pretending to be pitiful, don't blame me for dealing with you. I'm also helpless. Upon hearing this, Qiao immediately covered its ears with its soft and cute paws, clearly not wanting to listen to Shen Zui. Shen Zui paid it no mind. He glanced at Xiao Yun and the others. You all saw today's situation. If I didn't have the strength to protect myself, Qiao might have been taken away by someone. What is the situation outside now? This time, Xiao Yun, Yi Ning, and Yin Duo Air finally noticed that the Shen Zui standing in front of them had completely changed. Chapter 16, The He Family's Pursuit Order. The matter has come to an end. Yi Ning pointed towards the entrance of the academy. Just when He Yuqin was about to make a move, City Master Yun and clan leader Xiao arrived. At this moment, Yin Duo Air looked at Shen Zui and said, Shen Zui, if it weren't for my father and Uncle Xiao arriving in time, the He family would definitely not let this go. Yin Duo Air was only 16 years old, and she spoke her mind directly. However, upon hearing this, Shen Zui had a different thought in his heart. I didn't expect that because of Qiao, all the prominent figures in Yin City would show up. If I hadn't just tamed Rose, the next events would probably have turned against me. At this moment, Shen Zui finally understood the allure of bloodline beasts for beast tamers. Without sufficient strength, even if one obtained a bloodline beast, it would not be under their control. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from a distance. Shen Zui narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized who was coming. Dad! Yin Duo Air exclaimed as she rushed towards City Master Yin Tiansu. At this time, Xiao Yun also saw Xiao Yungang standing beside Zhao Ming and Yun Tiansu. Father. At this moment, only Yi Ning remained by Shen Zui's side. Zhao Ming looked at Shen Zui's current situation and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Looking at the wreckage of the Beast Taming Garden, Helian Sheng was dumbfounded. When he left just now, everything was fine, but now, the Iron Arm Python's corpse had been torn to shreds. Meanwhile, the Wind Tiger stood beside Shen Zui. Principal, I really don't know what happened. Zhao Ming waved his hand and looked at Shen Zui, Qiu, and Rose. Shen Zui, you truly are a genius beast tamer. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you managed to tame the Wind Tiger. You have really impressed me. Shen Zui smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Principal, it was just a coincidence, just luck. Zhao Ming didn't think much of it. In his view, Shen Zui must have taken advantage of the battle between the Wind Tiger and the Iron Arm Python to succeed. After all, the way the Iron Arm Python died clearly indicated it was caused by the Wind Tiger. The Beast Taming Garden is originally for you to practice taming beasts. Since you have now advanced to the intermediate department and tamed the Wind Tiger, I won't pursue this matter any further. From today on, this Wind Tiger is yours. Zhao Ming didn't drag it out. He glanced at Yun Tiansu and Xiao Yungang beside him, and soon everyone got to the main topic. Shen Zui, you know what happened earlier. The He family from the Beast Tamer Guild is looking for you. You should understand the reason behind this, right? Shen Zui nodded. At this moment, he was still filled with vigilance towards Zhao Ming and the others. After all, no one knew if they would have designs on Qiu. Speaking of this, Yun Tiansu slowly stepped forward, pointing at Qiu and saying, no one would have expected that this panda would actually be a bloodline beast. And it seems that the inheritance of its bloodline power is quite high. Even I have to look at it differently. As Yun Tiansu spoke, he couldn't help but smile slightly, turning to look at Yun Duo'er. Yesterday, Duo'er asked me for spirit fruits. And I was wondering what kind of beast could make my daughter so infatuated. Now it seems that my daughter has good taste. Hearing Yun Tiansu's praise, a hint of pride flashed across Yun Duo'er's face. She shook Yun Tiansu's arm. Dad, I told you that Qiu is not an ordinary beast, and also, look how cute it is. You weren't there at the time. It has so many fans. Yun Tiansu nodded. However, this panda almost got us into big trouble today. Just then, Xiao Yungang also stepped forward, pointing at Qiu. Shen Zui, what rank is this panda now? Blue grade tier 1. Shen Zui did not hide anything, knowing that none of these big shots were easy to provoke. As if sensing the implications of Xiao Yungang and the others' words, Xiao Yun hurriedly said to Xiao Yungang beside him, Father, Qiu is Shen Zui's beast. It only acknowledges Shen Zui. As Xiao Yun spoke, Shen Zui quietly observed everyone's expressions. From their first meeting until now, he had a bad premonition. Seeing Shen Zui's cautious demeanor, Zhao Ming smiled. He slowly approached Shen Zui. Shen Zui, don't worry. If we were like He Ziqi, we wouldn't be talking to you so much. Since Qiu is your beast, and you are a disciple of our Beast Tamer Academy, how could we snatch someone else's beloved? However, as you saw earlier, I have a suggestion. For your sake and for this pandas, I hope you can agree. Having been at the Beast Tamer Academy for over a year, Shen Zui had long heard of what kind of person Principal Zhao Ming was. Since he said he wouldn't snatch someone's beloved, it seemed they were different from He Ziqi and the others. At this moment, Shen Zui couldn't help but be curious about what the suggestion could be that would make Zhao Ming, Xiao Yungang, and Yun Tiansu come personally to speak to him. Thank you, Principal. I am all ears. Shen Zui looked at the crowd, and his vigilance eased a bit. As a member of an ancient martial arts family, Xiao Yungang was an impatient person. Upon hearing Shen Zui's words, he immediately pointed at Qiu and said, Shen Zui, our suggestion is very simple. Before Qiu breaks through to the purple grade, you cannot leave the academy. Although bloodline beast tamers are powerful, your panda is only at the blue grade after all. In Yun City, you are not the only one with a bloodline beast. If you encounter a strong enemy, Qiu will only have a dead end. Yun Tianzu also stood up, his face serious without a hint of a smile. Shen Zui, we are not scaring you. This is the situation. Just look for yourself. Saying this, Yun Tianzu handed the previous video to Shen Zui. In the video, when He Ziqi saw Yun Tianzu and Xiao Yungang arrive, his expression clearly changed. He never expected that a panda could attract both the city lord of Yun and the clan leader of Xiao at the same time. He Ziqi was indeed a bit surprised. With the combined efforts of Yun Tianzu, Xiao Yungang, and Zhao Ming, He Ziqi knew in his heart that he was absolutely no match for them. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly glanced at Zhao Ming and the others. Beast Tamer Shen Zui openly killed my guild's beast. From now on, any member of my guild who encounters this person will be killed without mercy. Anyone who reports this person's whereabouts will be rewarded with 5,000 gold coins. Anyone who kills this person will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. Seeing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He Ziqi was truly too arrogant. With over 10,000 members in the Yun City Beast Tamer Guild, He Ziqi's words genuinely left him no way out. If you want me dead, He family, don't expect to have it easy either. Chapter 17 Shen Zui's Decision. Shen Zui, what have you thought about? In an instant, the gazes of Yun Tianzi, Zhao Ming, and Xiao Yungang all fell on Shen Zui. In their view, they had already provided the best protection for Shen Zui. Under such conditions, anyone would not refuse. Dean, City Lord, Senior Xiao, I'm afraid I can't agree to this. Shen Zui had just finished speaking when Yun Duoer and Xiao Yun both protested. Yun Duoer quickly walked in front of Shen Zui, squatting in front of Qiuqiu, and looked at Shen Zui. Shen Zui, do you know what you were saying? Qiuqiu is only at the blue grade now. What will happen if something goes wrong? Father has already assured you that as long as you stay in the academy, with time, your strength will be limitless. Don't you understand this at all? After Yun Duoer finished speaking, Xiao Yun also chimed in. Unlike Yun Duoer, Xiao Yun was already an adult and considered the issue more comprehensively. Shen Zui, I know the He family has gone a bit too far, but a man should be able to endure. If you act impulsively, you will suffer great losses. Both Yun Duoer and Xiao Yun's words were reasonable, but Shen Zui looked at everyone. He had his own thoughts. Whether it was He Ziqi, Yun Tianzi, Xiao Yungang, or Zhao Ming, each of them had a force behind them. Shen Zui was now like a chess piece caught in the middle. Seniors, you can see the video of Qiuqiu's previous battle. I believe that in just a few days, even more people will see it. At that time, who can guarantee Qiuqiu's safety? Shen Zui's words struck right at the heart of Zhao Ming and the others' biggest concerns. Although it seemed that the various forces were balanced for now, who could guarantee what would happen in a few days? In fact, aside from that, Shen Zui had other worries. According to Rose, her child's bloodline was no less than Qiuqiu's. The birth of a bloodline beast was a monumental event. It was not an exaggeration to say that the resulting celestial phenomenon would definitely attract the attention of all beast tamers in Yun City. Having already caused such a stir with just one Qiuqiu, once Rose gave birth to cubs, her bloodline power would be restored. At that time, Shen Zui would have 3 bloodline beasts by his side. When that time came, it would not just be about maintaining balance. It would be an even more brutal battle. Moreover, just a moment ago, Rose had made a request to Shen Zui. The Howling Forest was a primitive forest located in the southeast of Yun City, where Rose had been captured after being injured. According to Rose, giving birth to tiger cubs, especially for a bloodline beast like her, had to be done in a place with abundant spiritual energy. Only then would the cubs have a better chance of survival. Rose's child will definitely be my beast. Shen Zui had already made up his mind. He clasped his fists to everyone and then pulled Qiuqiu away from Yun Duoer. Faced with such an answer, everyone's expressions finally changed. Xiao Yungang was a bit angry. He pointed at Shen Zui and shouted, Shen Zui, do you know what you are doing? Do you really think you have established a foothold in Yun City? Just as Xiao Yungang was speaking, Rose, who had been lying aside, finally stood up. With a thunderous roar, the tiger's roar shook the heavens, finally drawing everyone's attention to Rose. The Crimson Flame Howling Sky Tiger behind Xiao Yungang also stood up. The Crimson Flame Howling Sky Tiger was a purple Grade 1 beast. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. The Crimson Flame Howling Sky Tiger fixed its gaze on the Gale Tiger, clearly feeling its dignity was offended. At this moment, Zhao Ming couldn't help but furrow his brows. He suddenly realized that Rose's current strength had far surpassed the previous Red Grade 8. Shen Zui, has the Gale Tiger advanced? Shen Zui smiled slightly and nodded to everyone. That's right, Rose has now reached Purple Grade 1, and in terms of combat power, she certainly does not lose to any Purple Grade 1 beast. Now everyone was stunned, especially Helian Cheng, who stood aside. As the head of the Beast Park, he understood the Gale Tiger better than anyone. Impossible. The Gale Tiger's strength was only at Red Grade 8 before. How could it have advanced to Purple Grade 1 so quickly? Zhao Ming frowned, and at that moment, the way he looked at Shen Zui finally changed. If their previous words were all about Qiuqiu, now the situation was different. Shen Zui's ability to tame the Gale Tiger in such a short time and elevate its grade completely demonstrated his potential as a beast tamer. Zhao Ming glanced at Yun Tianzi and then at Xiao Yungang. Since that's the case, then I can only advise you to be cautious from here on. Zhao Ming's words were filled with helplessness, but seeing Rose's strength, he could only give up. Yun Tianzi waved his hand. At this point, he could only go along with Shen Zui. Father, Dad. Seeing the current situation, Yun Duoer and Xiao Yun were a bit anxious. As staunch fans of Qiuqiu, how could they bear to see such a result? Xiao Yungang shook his head. Shen Zui, do you know what your decision means? When we discovered Qiuqiu's talent, old Zhao came to us. If it weren't for seeing your potential and our daughter's fondness for Qiuqiu, we wouldn't have made the decision to protect you with all our might. Xiao Yungang sighed. Ultimately, Yun Tianzi also stood up. He looked at Shen Zui and said, Shen Zui, although I don't know how many secrets you have, Since you insist on going to the Howling Forest, we will help you one last time. However, the Howling Forest is sparsely populated, and the dangers within are far more than you can imagine. Even if the Gale Tiger has advanced to purple grade, it is still not a bloodline beast, and there are still many who can threaten you. You really need to take care of yourself from now on. Just then, with a high-pitched honk of a goose, Yun Tian's beast, the Kuan Yun Goose, landed in front of everyone. The Kuan Yun Goose was a purple grade 3 beast, the most powerful bloodline beast in Yun City. My Kuan Yun Yin can soar to an altitude of over 10,000 meters, enough to evade He Ziqi's surveillance. Next, let him take you to the Howling Forest. Chapter 18, Black Gold Card. While Shen Zui was talking with Zhao Ming and others in the Yi family of Yun City, He Ziqi was staring intently at the screen in front of him. The screen displayed the battle scenes of Qiu, Garfield, and the Gale Wolf. Master, you've watched it over a dozen times already, why not take a break? He Ziqi waved his hand. As the richest man in Yun City, He Ziqi was also a figure with extensive connections. In Yun City, even Yun Tian's intelligence network might not surpass his. Since last night, He Ziqi had received reports from all the auction houses under the Yi family. On the market, the prices of all spiritual fruits had nearly doubled overnight. Low-grade spiritual fruits cost 3,000 gold coins each. Medium-grade spiritual fruits cost 5,000 gold coins each. High-grade spiritual fruits cost 10,000 gold coins each. Top-grade spiritual fruits cost 30,000 gold coins each. Both auction houses and the black market were flooded with such news overnight. He Ziqi pointed at Qiu on the screen. Is this the beast that Ninger has her eye on? Butler Yi nodded. Yes, master, it's this panda. I saw it just yesterday afternoon, and at that time, it was just a beast that couldn't even reach the green grade. But now, at this point, Butler Yi's voice became a bit dry. He had no idea how to explain the situation. A bloodline beast. This panda is a bloodline beast. He Ziqi's lips curled up slightly. Ninger had a good eye. This was indeed a successful investment. This beast was not only a bloodline beast, but also had unprecedented bloodline power. At this point, He Ziqi's eyes squinted into slits. Just a moment ago, he had also received news about He Ziqi causing trouble for Zhao Ming. Master, now the entire Yun City is rife with undercurrents. If we wade into this murky water now, Butler Yi expressed his concerns. Compared to other forces, although the Yi family was large and prosperous, they had only one bloodline beast, a second-tier purple-grade flat-headed ferret. Offending any party would seriously impact the Yi family's business. However, at this moment, a glimmer of light flashed in He Ziqi's eyes. He was waiting for a piece of news. A piece of news that would determine his final decision. How long until the technical department's conclusion? Another 10 minutes. He Ziqi's fingertips lightly tapped on the table. No one knew what he was thinking. 10 minutes later, a 100-page report was delivered to He Ziqi. If Shen Zui were present, he would surely be astonished to see that this report had almost investigated him thoroughly. From Shen Zui's height, weight, blood type, birthday, family situation, hobbies, to where he had been and what he had done this year, everything was clearly written down. As for Qiu, it was even more detailed. In the hundreds of pages of the report, the Yi family's technical department had conducted a meticulous comparison and analysis of Qiu and other bear-type beasts. Most importantly, He Ziqi saw that almost every frame of the video had detailed analyses. From Qiu's performance to Shen Zui's micro-expressions, everything was annotated in detail. Quickly, He Ziqi flipped to the summary of the conclusions regarding Qiu and Shen Zui. Beast, Qiu. Grade, blue grade, first level. Bloodline power inheritance degree, conservatively estimated at 10. The average for ordinary bloodline beasts is 13. Characteristics, omnivorous bear type, high attack and high defense, slightly lower agility speed. Attack reference value, 7,000 to 12,000. Defense reference value, 7,000 to 10,000. Agility reference value, 2,500 to 3,500. Potential level, level 5. Investment level, level 5. Beast evaluation conclusion, a rare high potential bloodline beast. Worthy of high attention. After reading Qiu's conclusion, He Ziqi quickly flipped to Shen Zui's page. Beast Tamer, Shen Zui. Level, 1.5 years in the Beast Tamer Academy. Specific level pending, conservatively suggested to be above level 3 Beast Tamer. Personality, tenacious, independent, long-sighted, opinionated. Parents, Father Shen Jianan, Mother Wang Shuamei died a year ago in the foreign battlefield under He Ziqi's command. Social circle, very few friends, good relationships with Yi Ning, Yun Duoer, and Xiao Yun. Potential level, level 5. Investment level, level 5. When He Ziqi saw this conclusion, a trace of a smile finally appeared on his face. Old Yi, prepare the car immediately. I'm going to the Beast Tamer Academy. He Ziqi was a businessman. He had his own investment standards, and from this 100-page report, he had already made a decision. 15 minutes later, just as Shen Zui was preparing to use Kuan Yun Yan to head to the Howling Forest, He Zilong's car had already arrived steadily at the Beast Tamer Academy. Father! Yining spotted He Zilong's arrival and ran towards him. He Zilong affectionately looked at his precious daughter, then quickly approached Yun Tiansu, Zhao Ming, and others. Mayor of Yun City, Dean Zhao, head of the Shao family. It's a pleasure to meet you. Facing everyone, He Zilong maintained his aura, and after surveying the surroundings, his gaze fell on Shen Zui. He Zilong's arrival genuinely caught Yun Tiansu and others by surprise. He Zilong, I didn't expect you to have such a keen nose. I wonder what brings you here this time. Hearing Xiao Yun's words, He Zilong smiled slightly. He ignored everyone and walked straight to Shen Zui. You must be Shen Zui? I've heard Ning mention you more than once. As he spoke, He Zilong pointed at Yining. You wouldn't believe it, starting last night. This little girl spent over 500,000 gold coins and bought up all the spiritual fruits in Yun City. Tell me, with such a big matter, how can I not come? If I don't find out clearly, I might be sold off one day without even knowing. Hearing He Zilong's words, Shen Zui's heart couldn't help but thud. His gaze fell on Yining. If there was anyone among the three girls who had invested the most in Xiao, it had to be Yining. The spiritual fruits she bought alone amounted to more than 3 times the total of what Yun Duoer and Xiao Yun bought together. Father, why are you saying all this? That's all my pocket money. Yining shook He Zilong's arm. Is the necklace I bought for you also pocket money? If it weren't for the auction house recognizing it, do you really think you could have gotten so much money? Upon hearing this, Yining couldn't help but stick out her tongue and hide behind Butler Yi. Yining, 500,000 gold coins. Shen Zui would never earn that in his lifetime. Looking at Yining, a wave of warmth surged in Shen Zui's heart. Seeing Shen Zui's expression, a glimmer of light flashed in He Zilong's eyes. So far, everything was going as he had anticipated. Everyone, I have come here today to announce something, of course. This matter still needs to hear Shen Zui's opinion. For a moment, Yun Tiansu, Zhao Ming, and Xiao Yungang were all a bit puzzled. Just then, He Zilong suddenly pulled out a card from his pocket. Shen Zui, our Yi family would like to invite you to serve as an elder. I am here to seek your opinion. This was a black gold card, universally accepted around the world, with no limit. Chapter 19, The World of the Rich. He Zilong's move left everyone present stunned. Black gold card? It is said that in the entire world, there are no more than 100 such universally accepted black gold cards. Each card must have a family's entire wealth as collateral. He Zilong, you really spent a lot this time. Yun Tiansu looked at He Zilong, his tone filled with astonishment. He knew best that once Shen Zui accepted this card, it would mean he was on the Yi family's ship. Xiao Yungang swallowed hard. This black gold card was something even Yun Tiansu didn't possess. But now the opportunity was right in front of Shen Zui. Hearing Yun Tiansu point out his thoughts, He Zilong was not in a hurry at all. He smiled slightly at Shen Zui. Shen Zui, the city lord of Cloud City, is right. This time, our Yi family has indeed invested heavily. I'm not asking for your gratitude. To me, this is merely an investment. You, Shen Zui, are worth this price. I believe your future growth will far exceed the value of this black gold card. He Zilong spoke openly, not hiding his thoughts. As a veteran in business, he knew that being straightforward at this moment could win a person's favor more than any performance. Yining was also taken aback by He Zilong's actions. It was the first time she had seen him spend so much. Uncle Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but this black gold card is too precious. I'm afraid I can't bear it. With He Zilong being so generous, Shen Zui's attitude naturally changed significantly. Hearing Shen Zui call him Uncle Yi, a smile appeared on He Zilong's face. He knew Shen Zui had accepted him in his heart. Looking at Shen Zui, He Zilong waved his hand. Shen Zui, I, He Zilong, have seen countless people. You are the first who can make me act this way. As he spoke, He Zilong pointed at Xiao, the panda, claiming it had great potential, but in his opinion, no matter how strong a beast was, it needed a good beast master. Take it. I don't want to see a talented beast master's bright future hindered by a lack of funds. If you had this much money earlier, this panda would have probably advanced to a purple-grade beast long ago. He Zilong's words struck a chord with Shen Zui. A penny can defeat a hero. He deeply understood this principle. He had previously thought of having Qiu livestream to make money, but now, all problems were easily resolved. Shen Zui just agree. At this moment, Yining also stepped forward. She snatched the black gold card and handed it to Shen Zui. My father knows people well. She then pointed to the rows behind Shen Zui. Father, you don't know, just now, Shen Zui tamed this wind tiger, and I heard that in a short time. He upgraded the wind tiger from red grade 8th tier to purple grade 1st tier. He Zilong was completely unaware of the situation with the rows. But upon hearing Yining's words, his gaze became even more resolute. A genius. He Zilong smiled slightly, feeling increasingly confident that his decision was correct. Shen Zui looked at the black gold card in his hand, then at the rows behind him. Before Shen Zui could say anything, He Ziqi laughed heartily. Shen Zui, don't worry. As an elder of the Yi family, I won't restrict your freedom. You can do whatever you want. I absolutely won't interfere with your matters. If you need help, I'm willing to do my best to assist you. Now, Shen Zui had no excuse to refuse He Ziqi's kindness. Looking at the black gold card in his hand, he ultimately accepted it. Then thank you, Uncle Yi. Su watched He Ziqi and couldn't help but frown. Although Shen Zui did have strength, he felt it was still far from deserving such a high price. He Ziqi, do you know that He Yuqin has issued a kill order for Beast Masters? Aren't you worried about the retaliation from the Beast Master Association with such a big move? Su's words hit the nail on the head. The Yi family's actions could be said to be a complete showdown with the Beast Master Association. At this moment, He Ziqi smiled slightly. Unlike Su, the Yi family's business spread across the world, and he naturally had his own methods. City Lord, you worry too much. Didn't He Yuqin say the bounty for reporting Shen Zui's whereabouts is 5,000? For killing Shen Zui, it's 10,000? So, if I say that for helping Shen Zui, my Yi family offers a bounty of 100,000, what would you choose if you were in my position? He Ziqi's words left everyone speechless. Rich. How can one describe it as rich? At that moment, Yining suddenly stepped forward with a smile. Father, I've helped Shen Zui a lot. You were very clear just now. Saying this, Yining stretched out her hand to He Ziqi. Where's my bounty? He Ziqi pinched Yining's face. You little girl. You dare to scheme against your old dad. Saying this, He Ziqi waved to Uncle Yi, the butler. Soon, Yining's phone dinged with the sound of coins entering her account. Wallet received 100,000 gold coins. At this moment, Yining was stunned. She didn't expect her joking remark would be taken seriously by her father. Not only that, soon, Xiao Yun and Yundua's phones also chimed with notifications. Wallet received 100,000 gold coins. In an instant, the three girls looked at their wallets, and their faces lit up with smiles. City Lord Yi. I also saw what happened when He Yuqin caused trouble for Shen Zui. Our Yi family is willing to donate 500,000 gold coins to strengthen the city's defenses, 500,000 gold coins to renovate the Beastmaster Academy, and another 500,000 gold coins to expand the martial arts hall. He Ziqi was not at all ambiguous, and in an instant, he took out 1.5 million gold coins. Su, Xiao Yun, and Zhao Ming exchanged glances. They finally understood that He Ziqi was serious this time. Shen Zui was also stunned. Was the world of the wealthy really this dull? Such a massive sum of money was tempting for anyone. But He Ziqi showed no concern at all. Spending 1.5 million to befriend the three major forces in Cloud City was a deal he couldn't lose. As for He Yuqin's Beastmaster Association, He Ziqi didn't take it seriously at all. Even if they teamed up, He Yuqin would have to think twice. Moreover, the Beastmaster Association was enormous, and what He Yuqin controlled was only a small branch in Cloud City. Even if He Yuqin caused a fuss, it wouldn't stir up much trouble. If he really angered the Yi family, He Ziqi naturally had ways to deal with him. Chapter 20, Whistling Forest. Shen Zui looked at the dramatic changes before him, feeling a bit dazed. Finally, after dealing with matters here, Su gave an order, and Kuan Yunyin transformed into a large goose about 10 meters long. As Shen Zui prepared to leave, the three girls were the hardest to part with. Xiao Yun held Qiao, and Yundua's face was pressed against Qiao's, unwilling to separate even for a moment. Yining was beside them, stroking Qiao's panda paw. All right, you little pervert. Shen Zui watched Qiao enjoying the attention from the three girls and reached out to pull him away. I'm not going. You're the bad guy. The more Shen Zui pulled, the more Qiao burrowed into Xiao Yun's embrace. In the end, its entire panda head was buried in Xiao Yun's chest. You're the bad guy. The crystal core I worked so hard to get, you gave it to the rose. Are you interested in her? Qiao struggled. Just as Shen Zui was about to carry him away, Qiao's paw touched Xiao Yun once more. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Qiao looked at the three girls, its big black eyes filled with tears as if Shen Zui wanted its life. Shen Zui, be gentle. You are hurting Qiao. Finally, after each girl gave Qiao a kiss, he was heartlessly pulled onto Kuan Yunyin by Shen Zui. With a honk, Kuan Yunyin took off into the sky. Sitting on Kuan Yunyin's back, Shen Zui gave Qiao a hard slap on the butt. Little pervert. Now you want to complain? Keep acting. He continued to put on a dramatic show of parting as he thought about how to deal with Qiao later. At this moment, Qiao was no longer the one nestled in the arms of the three girls. He was hiding behind Rose, whispering, Rose. That crystal core was something I fought hard for. You can't be ungrateful. Our master is too ruthless. 100% of being fickle, you need to be careful too. Rose was lying on Kuan Yunyin's back, turning her head to glance at Qiao. Where did you learn that acting skill? Upon hearing Rose's words, Qiao immediately sprawled out on Kuan Yunyin's back. His fluffy belly was exposed, And he said hopelessly, "The world is going downhill. The tiger's heart is no longer the same." Watching the two contracted beasts interact harmoniously, Shen Zui smiled slightly. Kuan Yunyan had now flown to an altitude of over 10,000 meters, with the scenery of Cloud City laid bare before Shen Zui's eyes. At that moment, Shen Zui used telepathy to ask Kuan Yunyan, just drop us in the middle of the howling forest. Human, you really are no ordinary beastmaster. Kuan Yunyan suddenly spoke upon hearing Shen Zui's voice. No wonder both of your bloodline beasts would become your contracted beasts. As Kuan Yunyan spoke, he flapped his wings and suddenly accelerated. How did you know Rose is also a bloodline beast? Along the way, Shen Zui kept communicating with Kuan Yunyan. If it weren't for her lying on my back, I wouldn't have known Rose was a bloodline beast. Our Goose clan is best at listening. We can even foresee imminent risks. I even know that Rose is currently pregnant with a tiger cub. You are going to the Howling Forest this time for that, right? The more Shen Zui communicated with Kuan Yunyan, the more he realized that Kuan Yunyan was a venerable elder in the spirit beast world. Upon learning Rose's identity, he was not angry at all and even shared many stories about the Goose clan. Human, since you can understand our spirit beast language, let me give you a reminder. Just as they were about to reach the Howling Forest, Kuan Yunyan suddenly spoke. I can feel that the spiritual energy in the Howling Forest is recovering at an increasing rate, especially at the Central Mirror Lake. You must be careful and not go too deep. I am already 80 years old. Perhaps it won't be long before my time is up. At this point, there was a hint of melancholy in Kuan Yunyan's words. Shen Zui never expected Kuan Yunyan would say such things to him. Human, I have a premonition that the next beast tide might occur in Yunzhou. If I am gone, I hope you can take good care of the master and the young master. As he spoke, Kuan Yunyan seemed to recall something, and his tone softened considerably. You and the young master are quite a match. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui nearly fell off Kuan Yunyan's back. Since when did contracted beasts understand matchmaking? Don't worry. I will take care of your young master. Just then, Qiu popped up from somewhere, standing on his hind legs, hands on his hips, proudly addressing Kuan Yunyan. Kuan Yunyan could clearly sense the nobility of Qiu's bloodline, and then a long cry echoed through the sky. Thank you. In no time, Kuan Yunyan began to slowly spiral down towards the Howling Forest. As soon as he landed, Shen Zui felt a gust of cold wind rush at him. The surrounding spirit beasts seemed to sense the presence of the Gale tiger and scattered in all directions. Shen Zui frowned. The Howling Forest truly lived up to its name. The spiritual energy here was evidently much richer, and towering trees seemed to be everywhere. If it weren't for Rose's guidance, an ordinary person would not be able to tell the directions. After safely delivering Shen Zui, Kuan Yunyan flapped his wings and quickly disappeared from Shen Zui's sight. Rose, is this the place you were looking for? Shen Zui had already observed their location in the sky. They were now at the outskirts of the Howling Forest. Close to the center, Rose turned her head to look into the distance. She had previously been injured while fighting the poison fire lizard. Otherwise, Zhao Ming and the others would not have been able to catch her. Master, it's not here. We need to go deeper. The period of childbirth for our tiger clan is the most dangerous. For 3 days, my strength is only half of what it usually is. So we choose concealed places for giving birth. As she spoke, Rose led Shen Zui and Qiu deeper into the Howling Forest. However, they had not walked far when Rose suddenly stopped. Almost simultaneously, Qiu, who had been lazily following Shen Zui, also perked up. Master, this is the territory of the poison fire lizard. These lizards are very cunning and good at camouflage. If they bite you, you'll be poisoned by fire, burning from the inside out. After warning Shen Zui, Rose immediately transformed and entered a battle stance. Roar. With a tiger's roar, the trees in the entire forest shook. Then, Shen Zui noticed a 1-meter-long lizard revealing itself less than 50 meters in front of him. Chapter 21, Poison Fire Lizard. Looking at the lizard before him, Shen Zui was taken aback. If it weren't for Rose's warning, he would have walked another 10 meters forward and probably become the prey of this poison fire lizard. Shen Zui carefully observed. The poison fire lizard's brown armor blended almost perfectly with the surrounding environment. Its bulging eyes fixed on Shen Zui, and its long tongue flicked in and out, sensing the movements around it. Eye of Bolo. Shen Zui did not hesitate at all. After activating the Eye of Bolo, the information about the poison fire lizard appeared before him. Poison fire lizard. Race, lizard clan. Rank, red grade level 8. Evolution value, 4,325 6,000. Attack, 8987, 75909863. Defense, 12350, 99901 Agility, 3812, 3105, 4021. Bloodline inheritance, none. Description, the poison fire lizard has strong camouflage abilities. Although its attack power is not high, It inflicts fire poison that can cause continuous damage. Looking at the attributes of the poison fire lizard, Shen Zui immediately understood its characteristics. Due to its camouflage ability, the poison fire lizard's defense was considered high among spirit beasts of the same level, and its agility was not lacking either. However, facing this poison fire lizard, Rose completely disregarded it. Roar. Another tiger's roar, and Rose charged directly at the poison fire lizard. Hiss. At that moment, the poison fire lizard's tongue suddenly shot towards Rose. Gale blade. Shen Zui only felt a blur before his eyes. Rose's figure left only a few afterimages in the air. In the next moment, Rose's tiger claw, accompanied by several wind blades, slashed towards the lizard's body. Clang. At the moment the wind blades collided with the poison fire lizard's body, Shen Zui could clearly hear the sound of metal clashing. The poison fire lizard's defense was evident. However, Rose was already at purple grade level 1, and this was not her first encounter with a poison fire lizard. After the first wind blade passed, the second wind blade followed closely. Puff. This time, the poison fire lizard's body was directly torn in half by Rose. Well done. Seeing Rose successfully take down a poison fire lizard, Shen Zui could not help but shout. But at that moment, Rose suddenly turned around and pounced towards Shen Zui. Be careful. As she spoke, Rose immediately activated her third skill, Frost Wind Shattering Shadow. Under the enhancement of her second skill, Gale Blade, Rose almost instantly rushed behind Shen Zui. The phantom of 3 fierce tigers emerged and struck down at a poison fire lizard that was preparing to ambush Shen Zui. With a single blow, a red grade level 7 poison fire lizard was turned into mush. Phew. Looking at the corpse of the poison fire lizard on the ground, Shen Zui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Rose's timely arrival, he would have been in trouble. Master, there are more around. At this moment, Qiu had already entered battle mode. A huge panda shadow enveloped Shen Zui, constantly surveying the surroundings. It was then that Shen Zui noticed that he was already surrounded by 7 or 8 poison fire lizards. Hiss. One of the poison fire lizards extended its tongue towards Shen Zui, and wherever the tongue's slime touched, the dry leaves instantly ignited. Whoosh. In an instant, the area within 10 meters around Shen Zui was set ablaze by the attacks of the poison fire lizards. Damn reptiles, when will this end? Shen Zui was furious. Qiu, Bloodline suppression. Bear's roar. Rose, you are in charge of harvesting. Eliminate all these lizards for me. With Shen Zui's command, Qiu and Rose immediately coordinated their efforts. Roar. Qiu's massive panda shadow roared angrily, and within 100 meters, all the poison fire lizards were enveloped under Qiu's bloodline suppression. Gale blade. Due to the influence of the bloodline, the speed of the poison fire lizards, both in attack and movement, slowed down. Rose used her gigantic tiger paw to strike down one after another, and within 3 minutes, all the remaining poison fire lizards lay dead at Rose's feet. Whoosh. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Shen Zui let out a long breath. Just arriving at the howling forest and encountering such danger. If it weren't for Qiu and Rose, he would have probably died. With the demise of the poison fire lizards, all the spirit beasts within a kilometer fled in panic. Shen Zui approached the corpse of a poison fire lizard and casually picked up its crystal core. In the previous battle, 12 poison fire lizards had produced a total of 7 crystal cores. Each of these cores emitted a dark red glow, and upon closer inspection, Shen Zui noticed that there was even a trace of black energy flowing within the red crystal cores. The howling forest is indeed a treasure trove. With so many crystal cores, it should be enough for Qiu to advance, right? A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Shen Zui's mouth. But just then, Rose reminded him, Master, these crystal cores are not suitable for Qiu to consume. They are toxic, and swallowing them directly will cause poisoning. At this, Shen Zui's fantasies were dashed. These crystal cores either needed to be refined or must be consumed by fire-controlling spirit beasts. However, the skins of these poison fire lizards are excellent materials. Shen Zui nodded. He had learned about these theoretical concepts during his time at the Beastmaster Academy. Since humans could not absorb spiritual energy like spirit beasts, many beastmasters turned their attention to the skins and fur of spirit beasts. Clothing made from spirit beast skins would randomly carry the attributes of the spirit beasts, thus improving human defense. Among the various forces in Cloud City, the ancient martial arts family, the Shao family, was the most flexible in utilizing this aspect. Soon, Shen Zui collected all the crystal cores and the skins of the poison fire lizards. Rose, how far are we from your territory now? Are there any powerful ferocious beasts nearby? Shen Zui asked while looking around. They had already encountered spirit beasts of red rank at level 8. If they ventured deeper, the danger would undoubtedly increase significantly. Hearing Shen Zui's question, Rose stopped and glanced at Qiu. Master, my territory is just 10 kilometers away. The strongest spirit beast around should be a one-eyed sky splitter bear, my arch-nemesis. It was at the same level as me, both red rank 9. Sky Splitter Bear? Blind Bear? Shen Zui keenly realized that if he could take down this bear, it would undoubtedly benefit Qiuqiu's advancement. After all, both the Sky Splitter Bear and the panda belong to the bear clan. Does the Sky Splitter Bear have a bloodline? Shen Zui hurriedly asked. According to Tang He's theory, consuming spirit beasts of the same bloodline would maximize the enhancement of bloodline power and even gain the abilities of the consumed. Rose nodded. That's right, the Sky Splitter Bear inherits the bloodline of the Sky Shaking Bear. It is rarely matched at the same rank. And even I can only fight it to a standstill. Chapter 22. Eating soft rice is also a skill. Hearing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but feel excited. In his view, Rose's strength had already reached purple rank 1. Even though she was once evenly matched with the Sky Splitter Bear, she should have no problem suppressing it now. With Qiuqiu's help, taking down the Sky Splitter Bear should not be too difficult in a 2-on-1 situation. Qiuqiu, did you hear that? The Howling Forest may be fraught with danger, but it is also full of opportunities. Perform well, and I believe it won't be long before your strength increases. Qiuqiu rolled on the ground and shot Shen Zui an annoyed glance. Isn't it good to be taken care of by Yi Ning, Yin Duoer, and Xiao Yin? Why bother improving strength? Isn't soft rice delicious? After saying this, Qiuqiu sat down and complained in a childish voice, I'm hungry. Looking at Qiuqiu's uncooperative demeanor, Shen Zui was instantly infuriated. He grabbed Qiuqiu's fluffy ears. You little rascal. How can you have no backbone at all? Who was it that said, bears never become slaves? Qiuqiu shook its head and struggled to break free from Shen Zui's grip. So what if I said it? Bears never become slaves. Unless there's free food and lodging. Moreover, being cared for by 3 beauties. The more Qiuqiu spoke, the more proud it became, even extending a paw to shake at Shen Zui. Master, are you jealous? To tell you the truth, eating soft rice is also a skill. Looking at Qiuqiu's smug expression, Shen Zui immediately kicked its bare butt. Qiuqiu was kicked and rolled several times, directly lying on the ground. Stop showing off here. There's no one to protect you now. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know who you are. Suddenly, a series of panda screams echoed through the central part of the Howling Forest. About half an hour later, Shen Zui and Qiuqiu finally arrived at Rose's territory. A massive cave appeared before Shen Zui. Master, this is my home. The territory within 100 miles is mine, Rose said, leading Shen Zui towards the cave. But just as they were 200 or 300 meters away from the cave, suddenly, a rustling sound came from the distant woods. Shen Zui sensed something was off. And Rose beside him also stopped. What's going on? Master, it's the aura of the Sky Splitter Bear. Rose's eyes were fixed on the cave entrance. Before Shen Zui could think much, he heard a crack from above the cave, and a towering tree came crashing down towards Shen Zui's direction. Thud! A tree with a diameter of 1 meter fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately after, a gigantic shadow appeared before Shen Zui. This is... Looking at the figure that resembled a small mountain, Shen Zui couldn't help but gasp. Sky Splitter Bear. The 3 words jumped into Shen Zui's mind. Shen Zui had originally thought that the Sky Splitter Bear was similar to an ordinary brown bear, but at this moment, he finally realized how wrong he was. The Sky Splitter Bear stood at least 7 or 8 meters tall, its brown fur resembling steel needles. And even the small eyes of an ordinary brown bear appeared the size of fists on its body. Thud! As the tree fell, the Sky Splitter Bear's forelimbs slammed heavily onto the ground. Even from 300 or 400 meters away, Shen Zui could still feel the ground shaking. Is this still a bear? He almost instinctively looked at Qiuqiu beside him. In comparison, the Sky Splitter Bear's body was at least dozens of times larger than Qiuqiu's. The Sky Splitter Bear seemed to sense the presence of Shen Zui and the others, and after its forelimbs hit the ground, it lifted its head to look at Shen Zui. The right eye of the Rift Bear is marked with several terrifying scars, and its only left eye is filled with hostility. This scar was inflicted by Rose during their initial battle. Roar! Upon seeing Rose next to Shen Zui, the Rift Bear couldn't help but let out a bear roar. In an instant, the surrounding trees rustled from the shockwave. Roar! Rose was unambiguous. The Tiger Tribe's territorial awareness was inherently strong, and now, with the Rift Bear intruding into her territory and even occupying her cave, how could she tolerate such a thing? With a tiger's roar, Rose's body suddenly grew to over 5 meters. She radiated a faint purple glow, the majesty of a king suddenly manifesting. Damn that bear blind. Your timing is perfect. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Shen Zui had already anticipated this scenario in his mind. But everything happened much faster than he had imagined. Qiuqiu, bear roar. Without hesitation, Shen Zui immediately issued a command to Qiuqiu. In the next moment, in the heart of the whistling forest, 1 tiger and 2 bears stood facing each other. Although the Rift Bear was the largest, in terms of momentum, Rose and Qiuqiu did not lose out. Roar. Faced with 2 enemies, the Rift Bear was clearly enraged. Due to Rose's pregnancy, her bloodline power was minimal, and relying solely on the tiger tribe's aura could hardly exert much pressure on the Rift Bear. In the eyes of the Rift Bear, it seemed to regard Qiu with greater caution. Both the Rift Bear and Qiu belonged to the Bear tribe, but Qiu's bloodline was far more noble than that of the Rift Bear, thus the oppressive force was naturally more apparent compared to Rose. However, at that moment, Shen Zui also saw a hint of greed in the Rift Bear's eyes. Qiu's bloodline had a fatal attraction to the Bear tribe, and if it could devour Qiu, it would undoubtedly significantly enhance its own bloodline. The Eye of the Horse Whisperer. Soon, Shen Zui clearly saw the various attributes of the Rift Bear. Rift Bear. Race, Bear tribe. Rank, Red grade 9. Evolution value, 9,880 10,000. Attack, 1605215885179161. Defense, 162801376016800. Agility, 4213 3965 4510. Bloodline heritage, Earth-shaking bear. Skills, Rift Palm, Earth-shaking power, unmovable as a mountain. Truly a fierce beast with high attack and high defense. Looking at the Rift Bear's attributes, Shen Zui was taken aback. Although it was only Red grade 9, the Rift Bear's defense was almost on par with the purple grade 1 Gale Tiger. Rose, Gale Blade. Although the Rift Bear had high attack and high defense, its shortcomings were also very obvious. Its agility was simply too poor. Against such a fierce beast, Rose's agility had to be maximized. With Shen Zui's shout, Rose's body quickly flickered through the air, leaving several afterimages. Ding! The moment Rose's tiger claw made contact with the Rift Bear, Shen Zui even heard a sound resembling metal clashing. Even though the Rift Bear had extremely high defense, under the attack of the purple grade 1 Gale Tiger, 3 bloody marks were still left on its body. However, because of this, when the Rift Bear sensed Rose's sudden surge in strength, it finally erupted in fury. Roar! With an angry roar, the Rift Bear's body instantly swelled. 10 meters, 20 meters. In the blink of an eye, the Rift Bear's body had grown to over 30 meters tall. In an instant, Shen Zui, Qiu, and Rose were enveloped in a massive shadow. Chapter 23, Spirit Honey. Is there still more to play? Shen Zui was dumbfounded. The Rift Bear before him was truly a small mountain. Its already exaggerated eyes were now the size of lanterns. Master, the Rift Bear is about to go berserk. This is its ultimate move. Unmovable as a mountain. We need to avoid the sharp edge. In fact, even without Rose's reminder, Shen Zui already had the intention to retreat. Now, even if the Rift Bear lightly swung its paw, Shen Zui estimated he would be flung over 300 meters. Does this thing not have a time limit? About 15 minutes. Rose had dealt with the Rift Bear before, and this skill was naturally clear in her mind. Abnormal. 2 words flashed through Shen Zui's mind. 15 minutes, and a battle would have long since ended. This bear blind's endurance is truly astonishing. Without saying a word, and with Rose's reminder, he decisively retreated. Bang! Just then, the Rift Bear's massive paw smashed down at the spot where Rose was. Although it missed, the place where Rose stood was still smashed into a 10-meter deep pit. Roar! Seeing its attack evade, the Rift Bear was clearly furious. It glanced around, and its gaze landed on a towering tree 100 meters away. Crack! In front of the 30-meter-high Rift Bear, a tree over a meter tall was simply not enough to satisfy its appetite. It lightly swung its massive arm, and a cluster of trees a meter thick fell down. Thud! Shen Zui immediately realized what the Rift Bear was planning. In just 7 or 8 steps, the Rift Bear had already reached the large tree with a diameter of over 3 meters. Slap! A massive paw struck the tree. With a crack, the tree trunk over 3 meters thick fell to the ground. At that moment, Shen Zui hurriedly retreated 200 to 300 meters under Qiu's protection. Even so, in Shen Zui's line of sight, the Rift Bear still appeared as a colossal creature. It hugged the tree trunk and swung it at the Gale Tiger, Rose. Although it missed every time, in this state, Rose had no way to launch another attack. I was overthinking it. Shen Zui finally understood how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Trying to take down such a massive creature was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. Rose, does the Rift Bear's ultimate move have no aftereffects? How did you manage to fight it to a standstill back then? Rose looked at the already rampaging Rift Bear and said, of course there are. Once the time is up, the Rift Bear will revert to its original size and will be extremely weakened. However, it's not stupid before its strength is exhausted. It will definitely ensure it is in a safe environment. Shen Zui nodded. That's good. 15 minutes. These could be considered the most difficult 15 minutes of Shen Zui's life. Within a radius of several kilometers in the area they were in, the roar of the Rift Bear could be heard. Shen Zui, Qiu, and Rose continuously dodged the Rift Bear's attacks, while the surrounding beast tamers with strength below red grade fled like they were escaping from hell. If one was not careful, they would be smashed to bits by the Rift Bear. Finally, just as the 15 minutes were approaching, the Rift Bear's roars and attacks came to a halt. In no time, the massive bear body also disappeared from Shen Zui's sight, and the entire whistling forest finally returned to calm. Looking at the cave that had collapsed in one corner, Shen Zui felt a wave of fear. If the Rift Bear had been slightly more accurate, Rose's stone cave would have been crushed. Rose, isn't the Rift Bear's strength a bit too outrageous? Shen Zui sat on the ground, still feeling apprehensive. Master, in the world of spirit beasts, whether it's our tiger tribe or the bear tribe, we are at the top of the food chain. We do not take action unless necessary. Hearing this, Shen Zui nodded. Although spirit beasts can evolve, they are still fundamentally bound by natural rules. Whether it's the Gale tiger or other tiger tribes, they are almost all solitary creatures, and being injured sometimes means death. Shen Zui had long seen through this point since arriving in this world. If it really came down to a life and death struggle, Rose probably wouldn't give the Rift Bear a chance at all. It's a pity that you're going to give birth in a few days. Otherwise, this time the Rift Bear enters a weakened state. It would have been our best opportunity to take it down. Now that he knows your strength, he probably won't dare to offend you easily again. Shen Zui's words were filled with regret. Rose shook her head on the ground. Master, this whistling forest is abundant in spiritual energy. Besides the void-breaking bear, there are many spirit beasts here. Although they are not as beneficial for Chiyo's advancement as the void-breaking bear, they can still provide great benefits. At this point, Rose suddenly sniffed. It seems she caught a whiff of something. Could it be that another fierce beast is coming? The continuous dangers made Shen Zui's heart rise to his throat. I seem to smell a fragrance. Following Rose's reminder, Shen Zui indeed detected a special scent in the air. Where's Chiyo? Just then, Shen Zui noticed that the Chiyo, who had been following him, had long since disappeared without a trace. Chiyo. Shen Zui called out while following the fragrance to the top of a cave. As he climbed onto a flat rock at the top, he saw a familiar backside. A fluffy white, but was raised high, with two little black legs lifted up. This little rascal. Without saying a word, Shen Zui kicked Chiyo's butt. Thud. Chiyo rolled over and got stuck in a branch of a large tree that the void-breaking bear had knocked down. Chiyo, what are you doing again? Shen Zui said as he looked at Chiyo. But now, Chiyo no longer looked like a bear. His black and white bear face was covered in spots, and his originally fluffy fur was completely matted together. Shen Zui looked beside Chiyo and saw a huge beehive that Chiyo had dug a hole in. The sticky honey and the dead bees were all stuck to Chiyo's face. Mine. All mine. Chiyo was lying on his back, but he still wiggled his hands and feet, afraid Shen Zui would take his honey away. So that's how it is. At that moment, Shen Zui finally understood why the void-breaking bear appeared here. Honey, no bear can resist it. Master, those bees are spirit beasts. Shen Zui nodded. He understood what Rose meant. The honey produced by spirit beasts is rich in spiritual energy and is a rare supplement. And the beehive in front of him was over 3 meters big. Shen Zui dipped a fingertip in honey and tasted it. Immediately, a refreshing sweetness and warmth flowed into his limbs. Chiyo, how dare you eat alone behind my back? Let me tell you, from now on, I will keep all this honey for you. Chiyo froze for a moment, and tears welled up in his dark eyes. What a crime. Master, you don't keep your word. Is there no justice left? Suddenly, a reluctant bear roar echoed through the forest. Chapter 24, Coming from the Shadows. Good master, can I have a bit of honey? As Shen Zui collected all the spirit honey into his space ring, Chiyo completely transformed into a different bear. He hugged Shen Zui's thigh and kept shaking, occasionally rubbing his head against him. This spirit honey is indeed a good thing. Shen Zui took out a small piece of spirit honey and savored it carefully. After a few bites, all his fatigue vanished without a trace. At this moment, he even became more sensitive to the surrounding environment. Caligula. Chiyo looked at the last piece of spirit honey in Shen Zui's hand, which was the size of a fingernail, and couldn't help but swallow. Shen Zui smiled and turned to look at the little pendant on his leg. Chiyo, where's the dignity of a bear person? Don't you like to complain to Xiao Yun, Yining, and Yunduo? Why don't you go to them now? Upon hearing this, Chiyo immediately rubbed against Shen Zui's leg. How could that be? Master is the best person in the world. Even if you chase me away, I won't leave you. Am I really that much of a bear? Shen Zui couldn't help but sigh. Chiyo was definitely the best actor in the beast taming world. In just a short while, he had said all the flattering words and acted cute in various ways. If Shen Zui didn't know what he was like before, he would have believed it by now. Chiyo, look at you. Where do you look like a bear? You're clearly a sycophant. When we go out, you mustn't say you're following me. Just then, Chiyo suddenly stood up, hands on his hips. What's wrong with being a sycophant? That void-breaking bear wants to be a sycophant, but doesn't even have the qualifications. After a round of flattery, Shen Zui finally couldn't take it anymore. He took out a bowl-sized piece of spirit honey from his space ring. From now on, listen to me, and you won't lack good things. After saying that, Shen Zui also gave Rose a piece of spirit honey, watching the two of them enjoying their food. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Shen Zui's mind. The void-breaking bear is currently in a weakened state. Do you think if I give it a piece of honey, it would? Before Shen Zui could finish, Chiao became agitated. The bowl-sized spirit honey was not enough for Chiao to eat a few bites before it was all gone. Master, you already have a sycophant bear. Besides me, which bear can match up to you? As he spoke, Chiao went over to Rose. He leaned against Rose's body, pointed at her with one hand, and then pointed at himself. Master, look, we are both representatives of good looks. Rose is definitely a beauty in the tiger clan, and my looks can charm thousands of girls. Just look at that one-eyed bear. How ugly can it be? How can it be compared to us? Shen Zui couldn't help but laugh at Chiao. With such eloquence, it would be a pity if he didn't go into comedy. Rose also laughed and looked at Shen Zui. Master, if you think you can tame the void-breaking bear with just a piece of spirit honey, it's simply unrealistic. From what I know about the void-breaking bear, at least 10 beast tamers have died under its paws. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Shen Zui's eyes. Initially, he still had some hope for the void-breaking bear. After all, its strong defense and endurance in battle were enough to attract any beast tamer. However, after hearing Rose's words, coupled with the look the void-breaking bear had when it looked at Chiao, Shen Zui's killing intent was already stirred. He didn't want to become another soul lost under the bear's paw. Thinking of this, Shen Zui immediately took out the crystal core of the poison fire lizard from his space ring. Rose, how much effect do you think the poison fire lizard's crystal core will have on the void-breaking bear? Looking at the red crystal core of the poison fire lizard, with wisps of black aura swirling around it, Rose became serious. If it's just one, the effect is limited. It should make the void-breaking bear feel sore and burn all over. But if there are more, as she spoke, Rose pointed to 3 larger crystal cores, which were all red grade, 8th level poison fire lizard crystal cores. These should be enough to drive the void-breaking bear crazy. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Shen Zui's lips. Although spirit beasts are powerful, many problems that cannot be solved by brute force can be easily addressed with intelligence. And intelligence is the most valuable trait of human beast tamers. Saying this, Shen Zui took a large piece of honey and wrapped the 3 crystal cores of the poison fire lizard inside. Rose, smash it. At that moment, Rose and Chiao finally understood what Shen Zui was planning. Puff, with a slap from Rose. The 3 crystal cores of the poison fire lizard completely mixed with the honey, and the fire poison was fully integrated into the honey. After doing this, Shen Zui also cut off 1/3 of the beehive. Master, this is too much. Chiao looked at the large piece of honey with a pained expression. There's a saying, if you don't want to lose the child, you can't catch the wolf. Now, if you don't want to lose the honey, you can't take down the void-breaking bear. Since it wouldn't work out in the open, then let's go for a sneak attack. Shen Zui patted Chiao's head. Once we take down the void-breaking bear, all the benefits will be yours. Aren't you satisfied? Chiao looked regretful, but when he thought of he managed to hold back. After doing all this, Shen Zui glanced at Rose. Rose, it's up to you to find the from here on out. If everything goes smoothly, we won't even need to take action. That will be done for. Rose nodded. The Tiger Clan's sense of smell is already very keen, and now that Rose has advanced to the purple rank, her sense of smell has greatly improved. The isn't fast, and even if it tries to hide, it won't get far. With that, Rose stood up and led Shen Zui toward the east side of the stone cave. The sky gradually darkened, and by the time the full moon hung high, Shen Zui had followed Rose about 40 to 50 kilometers away from the stone cave. Finally, near a dirt hill, Rose stopped. Master, this is the territory where I and the intersect. The scent of the disappeared around here. I think it should be nearby. Shen Zui nodded and took out the honey mixed with the poisonous fire lizard's crystal core. Hanging this honey on that big tree should do the trick. With that, Rose leaped and hung the honey between the tree branches. Master, what if the doesn't come and other spirit beasts eat the honey? Wouldn't that be a waste? Chiao looked at the honey on the branches, unable to resist drooling. You've eaten so much honey and are still tempted. I don't believe the won't fall for it. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Shen Zui's mouth. After preparing everything, Shen Zui immediately took Rose and Chiao a few kilometers away. If we get too close, they will definitely sense the danger, and if that happens, everything will be in vain. Shen Zui wasn't worried about the leaving. As long as it ate the honey, it would definitely make a considerable commotion. With Rose's keen sense of smell and hearing, nothing would escape Shen Zui's control. The moon was bright, and the wind in the howling forest grew stronger. In a short while, the scent of honey wafted several kilometers away with the wind. Quack! Quack! A few black crows seemed to have caught the scent of the honey and circled in the sky before landing directly between the tree branches. At that moment, A massive figure slowly crawled out from a hidden cave hundreds of meters away. Chapter 25. Missing a pinch of cumin. The crows on the branches seemed to sense danger. Just as the shadow approached 20 to 30 meters from the trunk, all the crows flew away with a loud quack. They looked somewhat weak. It took 7 or 8 minutes to walk the hundreds of meters, swaying its head as it walked. Its eyelids drooped heavily, and all its actions relied entirely on its sense of smell. Upon reaching the tree, it stood up without hesitation. At 7 or 8 meters tall, it slightly hooked its paw and tore the honeycomb from the branches. Bang! It was too lazy to walk. It sat down under the tree and began to gnaw at the honeycomb with both hands. Smack! Smack! Now, honey was the best supplement for its stamina. For a time, the sound of the devouring the honey could be heard within 100 meters. By the end, it even licked the honey dripping from its paw clean. It had poor eyesight and didn't notice that while it was eating, the crows that had previously pecked at the honey had undergone a transformation. In the sky, a glimmer of red flashed through the crows' originally black eyes, and then the crows, which had been peacefully pecking, began to peck at each other. Quack! Quack! The crows' actions grew increasingly violent, and one crow was directly pecked severely by the others, falling straight to the ground. Whoosh! As the crow fell, its feathers suddenly ignited. Soon after, the crows that had been pecking in the sky also turned into flames, plummeting to the ground. As the finished eating the entire honeycomb, it let out a low roar into the distance. Roar! In the next moment, its massive body stood up suddenly. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming surge of power. Is it about to advance? They seemed to feel a sense of superiority over the world. It had no idea that it had already been poisoned by the fire poison of the poisonous fire lizard. Under normal circumstances, not even a honeycomb could fill this belly, let alone 3 to 5 of them. But now, with 3 red-grade 8-stage poisonous fire lizard crystal cores added, the situation was completely different. Crack! They suddenly struck the nearby big tree, and the 1-meter-thick tree crashed to the ground. Its single eye had turned blood red. It continuously exhaled hot air, and its fur began to faintly turn red. Something's happening. At that moment, 3 kilometers away, before Rose could warn him, Shen Zui had already heard this roar and the sound of trees falling. Let's go? A smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Shen Zui's mouth. He hadn't expected everything to go so smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, under Rose's lead, Shen Zui had arrived within 300 meters of the crack. Crack! It was now nearly out of control. It felt hot all over, with boundless strength. Trees within dozens of meters around had already been knocked down. But this was still not enough. Shen Zui watched as the suddenly charged toward a massive green stone, its giant paw raised high, and with a bang, it smashed down onto the green stone. Crack! The 10-meter-long green stone shattered into 2 pieces with the strike. Shen Zui was dumbfounded. This power is terrifying. It can smash a big stone with bare hands without going berserk? At that moment, Rose suddenly sensed something was off. Master, this seems to be about to advance. It might be because of the poisonous fire lizard's crystal core that its advancement process has been delayed. Rose's words immediately made Shen Zui anxious. Damn. If we don't poison this blind bear to death and instead help it advance to the purple rank, we will truly become a joke. Shen Zui frowned. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. To stop them from advancing, the poison of the poisonous fire lizard must be fully unleashed. Only then can the blind bear be poisoned to death before it can advance. Shen Zui looked at Rose and Xiao, no longer caring about anything else. Let's take a gamble. With that, Shen Zui pointed at Rose. Rose, go provoke it now. It would be best if you could make it use its skills from today again. Don't get into a prolonged battle. Just irritate it and hold it back. Rose nodded. Under the moonlight, with a tiger's roar, Rose directly entered combat mode, leaping lightly in front of the roar. Rose's eyes fixed on them, looking ready to attack at any moment. Finally, this gaze was drawn to the suddenly appearing Rose. Roar. Without saying a word, they let out an angry roar, and its massive paw swiped toward Rose. Gale blade. The Furious moved much faster, but against the more agile Rose, it was still helpless. After several failed attempts to pounce, Rose managed to scratch it instead, and finally, they erupted, unmovable as a mountain. With a thunderous roar, this size surged again to over 30 meters. At that moment, Shen Zui clearly noticed a burnt smell beginning to permeate the air. This fur stood on end, surrounded by a faint red glow. The poison fire was attacking the heart. Shen Zui clearly saw this eyes ignite with flames, and it was already steaming hot. Rose, hold on. Perhaps it's due to the 3 crystal cores, but the Rift Bear is much stronger than what Shen Zui had seen before, both in speed and power. To make it perish, one must first drive it mad. Shen Zui understood this principle very well. Within 5 minutes, the Rift Bear had launched over a dozen attacks on Rose, but each time, Rose narrowly avoided them. However, because of this, Rose's stamina began to drop sharply. Beast King Golden Body. After using its only life-saving skill, Rose was already panting. In terms of combat endurance, there was quite a gap between tigers and bears. Shen Zui knew that if this continued, Rose might really not be able to hold on. Since that's the case, I'll add fuel to the fire. Shen Zui glanced at Qiao. Prepare for battle. Immediately, Qiao's bloodline pressure enveloped the Rift Bear. After feeling Qiao's bloodline pressure, the Rift Bear finally lost its last shred of rationality. Whoosh! The Rift Bear's single eye was scorched to charcoal, and its original red aura surged. Near its heart, even white smoke began to rise. Roar! This time, wherever the bear's paw passed, waves of heat swept over. The Rift Bear's attack speed increased again. At this point, Rose no longer had the strength to dodge the Rift Bear's attacks, but just as the bear's paw was about to sweep over, there was a sudden thud, and all attacks came to an abrupt halt. The 30-meter-tall body of the Rift Bear crashed to the ground like a small mountain, and the trees it had knocked over were crushed, breaking over a dozen of them. Whoosh! All the trees crushed by the Rift Bear suddenly burst into flames, turning the area of about 30 to 50 meters into a sea of fire. However, at that moment, Shen Zui looked at the scene in front of him and touched his nose. What a pity, missing a bit of chili, missing a bit of cumin. Chapter 26, The Bear Feast. This is the first time I've seen a bear that roasted itself. After an hour, the flames around the Rift Bear finally extinguished. Shen Zui looked around. The trees within a 100-meter radius had all been knocked down by the Rift Bear, and this area had become a natural barbecue spot. After the Rift Bear fell, its originally 30-meter body returned to its initial state. Its 7 or 8-meter body lay completely on the fallen trees, and with the spread of the poisonous fire inside and the burning of the external flames, it was not an exaggeration to say it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Rose, Qiao, you will have a feast next. Before crossing over, Shen Zui's favorite thing to do was barbecue. As the saying goes, there's nothing a barbecue can't solve. If there is, then just have another one. However, Shen Zui had eaten plenty of grilled chicken wings and grilled flatbreads, and even roasted chicken and whole lambs. But this was his first time eating grilled whole bear. Sizzle. Under Shen Zui's command, Rose quickly divided the Rift Bear into over 100 pieces. Master, look. After completely disassembling the Rift Bear, Rose was pleasantly surprised to discover the crystal core of the Rift Bear. It was actually a purple crystal core. Looking at the crystal core in Rose's hand, Shen Zui was stunned. He had calculated everything, but he did not expect this blind bear to break through to purple at the last moment. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The Rift Bear's breakthrough was all a wedding dress for Shen Zui. Master, Qiao's eyes were wide, and from the moment the crystal core appeared, his eyeballs had not left it. Don't worry, this thing is definitely yours, Shen Zui said as he collected the Rift Bear's crystal core. Qiao was still just blue-grade. If he recklessly devoured a purple crystal core, no one knew what would happen. To be safe, Shen Zui decided to first use other methods to raise Qiao's rank before considering the crystal core. Let's collect this bear meat first. Looking at the hundreds of pieces of bear meat in front of him, Shen Zui felt a bit dazed. By his estimate, the Rift Bear weighed at least 3 tons, and just those 4 bear paws weighed over 100 pounds. If it weren't for the spacious space ring that Yining gave him, these meats would probably have gone to waste. In no time, Shen Zui had categorized and stored various bear meats into the space ring. Bear heart, bear liver, bear gallbladder, bear paws, bear elbows, bear face, bear ribs, bear tenderloin, bear brisket. Being a seasoned foodie, Shen Zui suddenly felt that his spring had arrived. The full moon hung high, and a faint light radiated from Rose's cave. Shen Zui sat by the campfire, roasting bear meat skewered on sticks. As the flames roasted the meat, the fat dripped into the fire, making a sizzling sound. You little rascal, what's the hurry? Qiao looked at the fatty meat, saliva almost dripping down. Master, I don't mind it raw. Besides, look, it's already well done. Shen Zui smiled slightly, casually taking a piece of fatty meat and dipping it in honey from the space ring. In an instant, the rich aroma of the fatty meat mixed with the floral scent of honey filled the entire cave. This is yours. As soon as Shen Zui spoke, Qiao snatched the meat away. Looking at this situation, Shen Zui was speechless. Didn't they say bamboo was the staple food for pandas? Why does this guy look so eager to gnaw on meat? Perhaps it was the awakening of the bloodline that triggered the ancestral memories in the panda's bloodline? Shen Zui didn't think too much about it, and quickly handed another piece of bear meat to Rose. While eating the meat, Shen Zui watched the two beasts and, in a daze, found himself missing Xiao Yun and the others a bit. The beautiful scenery, delicious food in hand. If only there were a beautiful woman by my side. Plus a little fine wine, everything would be perfect. Shen Zui took a bite of the bear paw. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Ever since coming to the Howling Forest, Shen Zui hadn't had a moment of leisure. He hadn't even had time to check his phone. When he saw the screen filled with missed video calls, Shen Zui felt overwhelmed. Now, the The one inviting him for a video call was Yining. Shen Zui, what on earth is going on? I've called you dozens of times, and you didn't even connect. As soon as the call connected, Yining scolded Shen Zui fiercely. Hi. Shen Zui was about to speak, but Yining interrupted him. On the other end of the line, Yining looked furious. What do you mean? Not answering my calls, and you still have a reason? Do you really think that just because my father invited you to be an elder of our family, you can turn your back on me? Shen Zui raised his hands in surrender. Miss, I really didn't mean it. I was just busy. Yining didn't listen to Shen Zui's explanation at all. She waved her hand. Busy, busy, busy. Is being busy your excuse for not answering my calls? I'm telling you, even if you're busy in the future, you must schedule a video call with me every day. Do you hear me? At that moment, Shen Zui felt warmth in his heart. Looking at Yining's lively face, he couldn't help but smile slightly. There are still people who care about me in this world. But just as this thought emerged, Yining doused him with cold water. Shen Zui, where's Qiao? Did you encounter any danger in the Howling Forest today? How is Qiao? Just then, hearing Yining's voice, Qiao squeezed over to Shen Zui's side. Squeak squeak. At that moment, even Shen Zui couldn't understand what Qiao was saying, but it seemed Yining could understand Qiao's words. Looking at Qiao's pitiful appearance, Yining's heart almost broke. Shen Zui, you bullied Qiao. I want to let you off. Look, it's been just half a day since we parted, and Qiao has already been starved thin by you. Tell me, did you abuse him? Yining spoke while Qiao shook his head in grievance. However, his bare paw was hidden behind him, firmly blocking the bear meat smeared with honey. Damn it. You little brat, you're playing the pity card again. Shen Zui felt completely wronged. Just a moment ago, Qiao was happily gnawing on a large piece of pork belly. Thinking of this, Shen Zui snatched the roasted meat from Qiao's hands. Look here, you can see clearly, Qiao's meals are great right now. Grilled bear ribs to chew on, freshly brewed spirit honey to drink, top-grade spirit fruits to enjoy. He is everything he wants. We can't speak without conscience. Shen Zui initially thought he could explain himself, but the next moment, he completely collapsed. Yining didn't even listen to what Shen Zui said. She only saw him snatch the roasted meat from Qiao. How dare you steal Qiao's food? Shameless. Shen Zui sat on the ground in despair, feeling overwhelmed. At that moment, he finally understood how unreasonable it was to reason with a girl. Chapter 27 Shen Zui's Imagination. Qiao, mommy loves you. Now, Shen Zui had completely been excluded from the video. Qiao fiddled with the phone alone, and in front of Yining, every gesture of his exuded cuteness, occasionally making Yining burst into laughter. On the other end of the call, Yining mysteriously took out a box. Qiao, look at all the delicious food I've prepared for you. Opening the box revealed a variety of spirit fruits. I've already contacted all the major auction houses. From now on, any top-grade spirit fruit, I will take them all. You wouldn't be able to finish them even if you ate them every day. As she spoke, Qiao, as the movie star of the Beast Taming world, naturally cooperated enthusiastically. His little eyes were glued to the screen, filled with longing, occasionally wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Shen Zui couldn't bear to watch any longer. After more than 10 minutes, he found an excuse to hang up the video call. Immediately afterward, he saw dozens of messages from Xiao Yun and Yun Duo Air that had come in that afternoon. Some were even voice messages. However, among all these messages, the ones that were mentioned the most were Qiao and Shen Zui's names, which were just an afterthought. After sending a few photos to the two girls, Shen Zui threw his phone aside. He turned to look at the movie star beside him. Qiao, your courage is really growing. Complaining in front of me. I see. If I don't give you some punishment, you won't learn your lesson. Saying this, Shen Zui drew a pattern on the ground. I once watched a movie about a panda practicing martial arts. Starting tomorrow, you will practice whatever I tell you to. If you don't practice well, you can forget about eating a drop of honey or a piece of bear meat. At this moment, the smile that was once on Qiao's face disappeared, and he suddenly became dejected, walking away in disappointment. Shen Zui saw right through Qiao's thoughts. Playing the pity card was something Qiao could do effortlessly. Unfortunately, this time it didn't work in front of Shen Zui. Shen Zui had his own plans in mind, and everything that had just happened was merely an excuse. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 point of mental power. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 point of mental power. The system kept emitting such prompts every few seconds. Ever since Shen Zui consumed the spirit honey, this situation had been happening continuously, and now, after eating the bear paw, the speed had increased even more. Shen Zui pondered this situation for a long time. According to the system, humans who consume food rich in spirit energy will accelerate the restoration and enhancement of their mental power. Increasing mental power allows a beast tamer to have stronger observation and perception abilities. Moreover, only a beast tamer with strong mental power can command more powerful beasts. After all, in the perception of beasts, only the strong can command everything. The more noble the beast, the less likely it is to submit to a beast tamer without strength. Furthermore, according to the Tang He theory, while humans cannot directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they can slowly change their constitution by consuming food rich in spiritual energy. At this moment, Shen Zui couldn't help but picture Xiao Yun in his mind. He had to admit, this little girl's figure was truly stunning. Shen Zui still vividly remembered the scene where Xiao Yun easily lifted the dozens of pounds of Qiu with one hand. It was known that even he couldn't easily lift Qiu with one hand. The ancient martial arts family was very mysterious, and few people knew how deep their current strength was. However, in Shen Zui's view, if the big shot from the Xiao family really took action, they could probably defeat a blue-tier beast with bare hands. After all, the martial arts created by humans were much more sophisticated than beasts that only knew brute force. On the system panel, Shen Zui also discovered a manual regarding human body refining. Shen Zui naturally had higher aspirations, and for Qiu, he was completely treating it as an experiment. If he could train Qiu to become a panda hero, perhaps the entire beast taming world structure would change. After all, beasts far surpassed humans in terms of strength and perception. Qiu, take the baton. Saying this, Shen Zui threw a stick towards Qiu. Unfortunately, Qiu had no idea about Shen Zui's good intentions. Watching the stick fly towards him, he slapped it away with a paw, sending it 3 meters away. Crack! With one paw, Qiu broke the stick in half. He shot Shen Zui a glance. Master, are you stupid? What use do I have for this useless thing? Qiu completely disregarded Shen Zui's words, but at that moment, Shen Zui also voiced his soul's inquiry. He pointed to the crackling bear meat roasting over the fire. If the cracking bear had been holding not a tree when it rampaged, but a 1,000-pound iron rod, how would its attack have been? At this point, Shen Zui glanced at Rose. Rose naturally knew the implications of this very well. After a while, Rose finally shook her head. If the cracking bear really had a weapon in hand, without using skills, I probably wouldn't even be able to get close. If it used a tree, I could still defend, but if it were an iron rod, I wouldn't dare to take it on. Rose's words undoubtedly increased Shen Zui's expectations for Qiu. In Shen Zui's view, not all beasts could try using weapons, but as a bear, Qiu was a good target. Wah! Seeing Shen Zui's determination, Qiu let out a wail. Why am I so miserable? Master, please don't. Shen Zui looked at Qiu rolling on the ground without any softness in his heart. From today on, if you don't complete the training, all food will be halved. If you do complete the training, I will have extra rewards. After saying this, Shen Zui ignored Qiu any further. He continuously searched the system for all information regarding body refining for beast tamers. Finally, on the system's exchange page, he found a book titled Body Refinement Technique. Do you want to consume 1,000 Beast Tamer points to exchange for Body Refinement Technique? Confirm. With a flash of golden light, a book with an ancient design landed in Shen Zui's hands. Whether it can succeed depends on you. After saying this, Shen Zui carefully opened the Body Refinement Technique with great anticipation. The content of the Body Refinement Technique was very simple, covering basic methods of body refining and tempering. However, whether it was body refining or tempering, there was one prerequisite. The practitioner must have opened their spirit orifice and be able to sense and absorb spiritual energy. Open spirit orifice? Shen Zui frowned. He was currently just a mortal and could only judge the surrounding spiritual energy situation through his beasts. Just then, Shen Zui's gaze fell on the section in the Body Refinement Technique about how to open the spirit orifice. Method 1. Continuously increase mental strength. Once mental strength surpasses 100,000, one can open the spiritual orifices and perceive the existence of spiritual energy. Although this method sounds good, when Shen Zui saw that his mental strength had just broken through 5,000, he gave up on this method. His only hope was placed entirely on the second method. Method 2. Consuming Huangpin Lingqiao Yulingzi can open the spiritual orifices. Chapter 28. Good days have come to an end. Huangpin Yulingzi? Shen Zui had never even heard of such a thing. According to Shen Zui's understanding, all spiritual fruits above the top-grade spiritual fruits can be called divine fruits. Almost without exception, all divine fruits grow in the most spiritually rich, deep mountains. The value of a divine fruit is not inferior to that of a purple-grade beast-controlling bloodline. Rose, do you know where I can find Yulingzi? Shen Zui asked tentatively. However, the next moment, he was disappointed. Master, I haven't heard of Yulingzi. But the closer you get to the central mirror lake in the Howling Forest, the richer the spiritual energy becomes. If we're talking about possibilities, the further you go towards Mirror Lake, the greater the possibility. However, even I don't know what dangers lurk deep in the Howling Forest. I can only vaguely sense that there are spiritual beasts with strength far beyond mine in the depths of the forest. At this point, Shen Zui was completely desperate. A place even Rose dared not approach was something he couldn't even dare to think about. It seems that it's harder than ascending to the heavens for humans to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate like beast-controlling practitioners. Thinking of this, Shen Zui's gaze fell on the sleeping Qiao. If humans can't cultivate in the way of beast-controlling practitioners, then let the beast train in the human way first. Humph. Little color bear, your good days are over. Shen Zui glanced at Qiao and then ignored it, turning around and lying down on the straw to sleep. At this moment, Qiao seemed to sense Shen Zui's intention. Taking advantage of Shen Zui's sleep, Qiao's eyes rolled around. Master, wouldn't he really do it? Would he? A night without conversation. The next morning, while Qiao was still snoring away, Shen Zui had already brought a teaching stick and stood beside Qiao. Get up. As soon as Qiao opened his eyes, he saw the teaching stick in Shen Zui's hand. He shivered all over and scrambled up from the ground. But when he looked at Shen Zui, his body involuntarily retreated. Don't come over. No, I don't want to. After a round of howling, Qiao finally surrendered and stood up like Shen Zui instructed. Good, stand for half an hour first. Saying this, Shen Zui placed a piece of honey and a teaching stick in front of Qiao. You can decide what to do with these two things. Qiao's tears were about to fall. He felt wronged and cursed Shen Zui in his heart countless times. But looking at the teaching stick in front of him, he didn't dare to let out a single bear fart. Good master, I can't stand it anymore. Please let me go. I promise I won't complain again. Really? At this point, Qiao's short legs started to shake. Thud, thud, thud. Shen Zui didn't say a word and tapped the ground with the teaching stick. Stand properly. At this moment, Rose couldn't help but laugh from the side. As a beast, Qiao's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary bear clan member, and standing for a long time was not too difficult for them. But Qiao was just too playful. Breaking through the green and blue grades wasn't a big problem, but if this continued, once he reached the red or even purple grades, it wouldn't be so easy to break through again. In fact, red grade is the starting point for bloodline beast-controlling practitioners. Even if there is sufficient spiritual energy, each subsequent breakthrough will be fraught with difficulties. If Rose hadn't been lingering at the peak of the 9th stage of red grade for over a decade, she wouldn't have easily advanced to purple grade. Qiao, I believe in you. Rose encouraged Qiao from the side. Qiao looked desperate, glancing at Rose with a mournful expression, pleading, Sister Rose, good sister, please say a good word to the master. Let me off this time. I promise I won't complain again. Just then, Shen Zui hit Qiao's rear with the teaching stick. Stop whining, stand properly. At that moment, Shen Zui suddenly felt like a teacher, and Qiao was his first student. 30 minutes was undoubtedly the hardest time for Qiao in his bear life. Shen Zui continuously observed Qiao's changes. Although it was training, if Qiao really suffered some harm, it would be a loss. It should be about time. After 20 minutes had passed, Shen Zui clearly felt that Qiao's legs were starting to tremble, and this should be a genuine reaction, not feigned. All right, take a break. As soon as Shen Zui finished speaking, Qiao plopped down on the ground. Woo-woo, I'm still a child. While Qiao cried out, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Shen Zui looked at Qiao's appearance, and he felt bad too, but the path of beast-controlling practitioners emphasizes strict discipline, with clear rewards and punishments. Qiao is a chaotic bloodline. If he ends up being trained into a pet that shows off and acts cute in Shen Zui's hands, then Shen Zui wouldn't be able to call himself a qualified beast master. This piece of honey is for you. Saying this, Shen Zui picked up the honey on the ground. However, since you only persevered for 20 minutes, that means you can only have 2/3 of this piece of honey. Saying this, Shen Zui cut off 2/3 and handed it to Qiao. Looking at the honey that Shen Zui shortchanged him, Qiao felt extremely wronged. But seeing Shen Zui already putting the remaining honey into the spatial ring, Qiao no longer dared to ask for more. Bad master. Stingy. While Qiao stuffed the honey into his mouth, he muttered curses. Just then, the phone on the ground suddenly rang. Shen Zui looked and saw that it was a video call from Xiao Yun. Seeing Xiao Yun's avatar, Qiao suddenly became excited, as if a lamp had been discovered in the dark night, seeing hope amidst despair. At this moment, Qiao desperately hoped Shen Zui would press the answer button. You listen carefully. Shen Zui had long noticed Qiao's little actions. He pointed the wooden stick at Qiao and said, if you don't behave, see how I deal with you. Qiao wilted immediately. He drooped his ears and took a few steps back, now realizing that Shen Zui was serious. Very good. Seeing Qiao's obedient demeanor, Shen Zui finally opened the video. However, this time, before Qiao could complain, Xiao Yun immediately began to scold Shen Zui fiercely. Shen Zui, you've gone missing? Why haven't you answered your phone for so long? On the other end of the line, Xiao Yun looked like she had just finished showering, one hand holding a towel against her chest, and the other drying her hair with a towel. In the warm mist, her originally fair face showed a hint of pink. sharply contrasting with her long black waves. Shen Zui couldn't help but stare blankly. Where's Qiao? In fact, the moment Shen Zui answered the phone, Qiao had already seen Xiao Yun's appearance. Hearing Xiao Yun call him, he immediately scampered over. Giggle, looking at Qiao's silly appearance. Xiao Yun couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps due to her great figure, large movements, or because Qiao distracted her attention with the laughter. Xiao Yun's towel suddenly slipped down. At this moment, both Shen Zui and Qiao were wide-eyed. Vaguely, they seemed to see some wonderful sights. Chapter 29, Panda Hero. Beep. The next moment, Xiao Yun's video suddenly cut off. Shen Zui turned his head in enjoyment, but at that moment, what met his eyes was a panda with hearts in its eyes, nearly drooling. Slap. Watching Qiao's lecherous look, Shen Zui swiftly threw him 3 meters away. You little pervert. Learning bad habits at such a young age. Where are you looking? Qiao innocently rubbed his head, feeling extremely aggrieved. If it weren't for him, how could Xiao Yun have acted so out of character just now? Master, I learned this from you. Just now, your heart rate sped up, and your eyes sparkled. Now, look at you, taking advantage and acting innocent. If it weren't for me, would you have had such a visual feast? Before Qiao could finish, Shen Zui picked up the teaching stick and said, Go, stand for half an hour. If you dare to stand even 1 minute less this time, just wait and see how I'll punish you. Looking at the teaching stick in Shen Zui's hand, Qiao felt wronged. He had been hoping that Xiao Yun would video call him to come to his rescue, but after waiting for 3 to 5 minutes, Xiao Yun still hadn't sent a video. Reluctantly, the second round of merciless training began. Shen Zui shook the teaching stick in his hand, sitting sideways on a stone slab next to Rose, and looked at Qiao, who was stubbornly standing. He nodded in satisfaction. Qiao, to be honest, I've long seen that you have an extraordinary talent for martial arts. Once you learn these basics, I have a book called Sunflower Manual to teach you. Back then, many heroes in the martial world fought over this book, and you, kid, are lucky to have stumbled upon it. At first, Qiao didn't believe Shen Zui's nonsense at all. But after hearing the stories Shen Zui told, he actually began to believe it. After all, Shen Zui's stories were so vivid that they seemed real. Especially when he heard the scene of thousands of disciples shouting Sun and Moon Cult, Eternal Generations, Eastern Leader, unifying the martial world. Qiao's eyes went wide. Master, if I practice this Sunflower Manual, will I really be invincible? Can a single embroidery needle take out thousands of masters? Shen Zui nodded. Then, at that time, whatever sky-splitting bear or poison fire lizard, with just a wave of your paw, you could pin 10 or 8 of them to the wall. Do you understand? This is called hitting the snake at its 7 inches. If you don't strike, it's fine, but if you do, it'll spill blood for 7 steps. By then, you'll reach the pinnacle of bear life. Shen Zui didn't expect that Qiao would really be brainwashed by him, and he even stood more spiritedly. Originally, he only wanted Qiao to stand for half an hour, but in the end, he stood for over 40 minutes. Master, can you tell me more about how to practice this Sunflower Manual? How long does it take to master it? While asking, Qiao imagined how he would look after practicing. By then, even Shen Zui wouldn't dare to have any ideas about him, and he could lie in Xiao Yun's arms, eating spiritual fruits fed to him by Yining, and playing with Yun Duoer. Hearing Qiao's question and seeing him lost in imagination, Shen Zui couldn't help but frown. He said seriously, to master this Sunflower Manual, besides the hard path of practicing for 100 years, there is also a shortcut. If you practice well, you can master it in just a year. What shortcut? Qiao immediately became excited. Shen Zui solemnly stared at Qiao. Actually, it's very simple. You just need to have a small surgery. It's okay. It's quick and painless. Shen Zui said with a smile. After one surgery, your bear life will never have any troubles again. As he said this, Shen Zui's gaze instinctively glanced at Qiao's lower body. At that moment, Qiao felt a chill all over and quickly stepped back. Seeing Qiao's panicked expression, Shen Zui couldn't hold back his laughter any longer and burst out laughing. You little pervert, let us see if you dare to have any crooked thoughts in the future. Be careful of my knife. A threat. A naked threat. Qiao huddled in a corner, shivering. In his eyes, Shen Zui now seemed like the embodiment of a devil. The world is dangerous, and bear life is not easy. After a sigh, Shen Zui's phone rang again. This time, Qiao slightly retreated, no longer daring to get close. Good. At least you know how to be sensible. Shen Zui nodded in satisfaction and then answered Xiao Yun's video call. However, this time, the camera showed both Xiao Yun and Yun Duoer. Xiao Yun looked at Shen Zui and immediately thought of the awkward scene from earlier, her face turning red. Instead, it was Yun Duoer who spoke first. Shen Zui, where's Qiao? After not seeing Qiao for a day, Yun Duoer was anxious. He's fine. Just now he was listening to my story and was quite happy. As he spoke, Shen Zui winked at Qiao. Duoer, look, Qiao is starting to learn martial arts now. He can even stand up. Through the video, Yin Duoer saw Qiuqiu wobbling as he stood up, slightly swaying as he walked towards the camera. Uffed. Qiuqiu's silly appearance instantly made both girls burst into laughter. Xiao Yun, Duoer, I just told Qiuqiu a story about a panda hero wandering the world. Do you think Qiuqiu will really be able to master martial arts? Shen Zui said, glancing at Qiuqiu out of the corner of his eye. This time, the little guy really didn't act up. He just listened to whatever Shen Zui said. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Duoer laughed and said, Shen Zui, don't you know who Qiuqiu is? He is a Bloodline Beast Master. If he really practices, he will definitely become a panda hero. While saying this, Yin Duoer swayed her arms to cheer Qiuqiu on. Xiao Yun also laughed from the side. Shen Zui, it said that some divine beasts can transform. You can't say that Qiuqiu standing up just now didn't he resemble us practicing horse stance. At this moment, Qiuqiu felt like he wanted to die. He wished he could rush to the camera and accuse Shen Zui of his crimes. But thinking of the small surgery Shen Zui wanted to perform, he hesitated. Now, Qiuqiu truly felt like a mute eating bitter gourd, unable to express his woes. And with Shen Zui saying this, the two girls unknowingly boarded Shen Zui's pirate ship. And no matter how much grievance he felt, he could only endure it. Seeing that Qiuqiu was safe, soon Xiao Yun revealed a piece of news to Shen Zui. Shen Zui, you and Qiuqiu must be careful these days. Uncle Yin just received news that He Ziqi seems to have realized that you have left the Beastmaster Academy, and now they are heading towards Whistling Forest to look for you. Hearing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but frown. It seemed that He Ziqi truly had not given up. I heard from Dad that Whistling Forest is fraught with danger, with unknown fierce beasts roaming about. Now that the He family is looking for you, I'm worried about your safety. Hearing the girl's concern, Shen Zui felt warmth in his heart, but he didn't consider Yin Duoer's suggestion at all. If they were in Yun City, perhaps Shen Zui would still be wary of the Beastmaster Guild. But in Whistling Forest, Shen Zui was not afraid at all. After all, this was Rose's territory. Even if there were fierce beasts, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Fierce beasts eat people. But they don't care if you are from the Beastmaster Guild. Since the He family wants to come, then let them come. Chapter 30, He Ziqi's Evaluation. Yun City, Beastmaster Guild. He Ziqi looked at the heavily injured iron-armored crocodile and couldn't help but frown. President, we absolutely can't let the Beastmaster Academy off the hook like this. We must take revenge for this grievance. In the previous battle, the one who suffered the most in the entire Beastmaster Guild was Elder Wang Yuanlong. The iron-armored crocodile was his life-bound beast, and it had worked hard alongside him for so many years. But now, the iron-armored crocodile had been severely injured by the Sky Falcon, and it would take at least a year and a half to recover to its original state. Elder Wang, I've noted the grudge for the iron-armored crocodile. One day, I will make the Yun City Beastmaster Academy realize my power. He Ziqi may seem tough on the surface, but when he thinks back to the time when Yun Tianzi and Xiao Yungang both appeared to support Zhao Ming, he realizes he has touched the core power of Yun City. Zhao Ming, the Yun family, and the Xiao family. Unexpectedly, these years they have appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, they have long colluded together. If we want to establish ourselves in Yun City, we cannot let the three families have it easy. After calming Wang Yuanlong's emotions, He Ziqi tapped on the table and said that our top priority should still be focused on Shen Zui. I heard that just yesterday. The head of the Yi family, He Ziqi, also went to the Beast Tamer Academy, seemingly for Shen Zui. The Yi family even spread the word, inviting Shen Zui to become an elder of their family. Wang Yuanlong nodded. This news had already quietly spread in the underground of Yun City last night. President, the Yi family has always been focused on business and not involved in worldly affairs. I didn't expect them to wade into this muddy water this time. They even said that anyone who helps Shen Zui will receive their rewards, and the amount far exceeds what we can offer. He Ziqi was naturally clear about this news. But the more it was like this, the more he knew it was not that simple. Shen Zui and that panda are the keys to all the problems. Whichever side captures Shen Zui will gain the initiative. As He Ziqi spoke, he glanced in the direction of the Howling Forest. Elder Wang, I just received a report that Shen Zui has been secretly moved to the Howling Forest by Yun Tianzi. Just him alone? Wang Yuanlong immediately asked. He Ziqi nodded. The Howling Forest is rich in spiritual energy. When I previously issued a statement to kill Shen Zui without mercy, I believe Shen Zui's idea is very simple. To use the dense spiritual energy of the Howling Forest to enhance the panda's strength in the shortest time possible. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Wang Yuanlong immediately understood He Ziqi's meaning and, without waiting for He Ziqi to speak, volunteered for the task. No matter what, the injured ironclad crocodile has a connection to Shen Zui. We should pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. For revenge, we will find the weak Shen Zui. President, just give the order. He Ziqi nodded. In fact, when he received this news, he had already made a decision. This time, he would definitely not give Qiuqiu a chance. Elder Wang, You saw the previous video. Once Chiu erupts, even a red-tier Beast Tamer can take on 3 opponents. The Howling Forest is fraught with danger. This time, I will mobilize 50 elite members from the guild, all of whom have a beast taming strength above red tier level 5. My requirement is simple. Eliminate Shen Zui and capture that panda. If that panda really doesn't know what is good for it. It's just one sentence. If it cannot be used by me, it must be killed by me. He Ziqi's words were resolute and filled with gunpowder, perfectly in line with Wang Yuanlong's thoughts. Don't worry, President. Once we enter the Howling Forest, without the protection of Yun Tianzi and others, Shen Zui will be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Soon, Wang Yuanlong led the elite members of the Beast Tamer Guild towards the Howling Forest. To maintain operational secrecy, Wang Yuanlong publicly announced that they were going to the Howling Forest to hunt and capture ferocious beasts to improve the practical capabilities of the Guild's Beast Tamers. Not only that, but his 50 elite members also split into 5 teams to converge on the Howling Forest. Unfortunately, such childish tricks could not escape He Ziqi's eyes. Less than half an hour after the Beast Tamer Guild set out, He Ziqi received the news. Master, the Beast Tamer Guild has already departed. The steward, Uncle Yi, said as he displayed the information he received on the large screen. He Ziqi shook his head as he looked at the situation marked on the screen. This He Ziqi really thinks too highly of himself. Uncle Yi frowned. He was still somewhat worried about Shen Zui's situation. Master, should we take action? After all, Shen Zui is currently alone, facing 50 elite members of the Beast Tamer Guild. I'm afraid. Uncle Yi hesitated. Since He Ziqi had already expressed his stance yesterday, Shen Zui's matter was no longer a simple issue for just him. However, He Ziqi waved his hand at this suggestion. If Shen Zui can't even handle this little trouble, then I, He Ziqi, have truly misjudged him. Saying this, He Ziqi turned to the conclusion part of the analysis report from the technical department regarding Shen Zui. Regardless of Yun Tianzi, Zhao Ming, or Xiao Yungang, what they cared about more was the panda, but I, He Ziqi, care more about Shen Zui as a person. The report was over 100 pages long, and Shen Zui's potential and investment rating were all at level S, but He Ziqi had never fully adhered to this rating from the beginning. He Ziqi casually wrote a time on the report, 36 minutes and 50 seconds. Old Yi, do you know what this time means? Uncle Yi shook his head. He didn't even know what He Ziqi had seen in the video. Master, could it be that we overlooked something in the previous video? He Ziqi smiled slightly. The technical department analyzed it very carefully, but when we met Shen Zui yesterday, hadn't he already subdued a purple-tier Swift-Wind Tiger? Yet after the battle ended, when they found Shen Zui again, the Swift-Wind Tiger had already been tamed by Shen Zui. Moreover, it had increased from red tier level 8 to purple tier level 1. He Ziqi tapped on the report. This is Shen Zui's potential. The potential of a genius-level beast tamer. Hearing He Ziqi's analysis, Uncle Yi was shocked. When everything was quantified before him, the impact was undoubtedly the greatest. Initially, he was puzzled by He Ziqi giving Shen Zui a black gold card, but now, everything was suddenly clear. He Ziqi smiled slightly. I have traversed the business world for decades, and I know that people and things cannot be judged solely by these paper analyses. With that, He Ziqi picked up the pen and crossed out the technical department's evaluation of Shen Zui. Shen Zui, potential rating, level S. Investment rating, level S. Chapter 31, The Fortune-Telling Boy. On the outskirts of the Howling Forest, Windbell Town. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the previously quiet little town suddenly became lively, attracting countless adventurers and beast tamers. All those entering or exiting the Howling Forest must replenish their food here. Hello, please extend my stay for one more day. A bespectacled young man arrived at the front desk of the only 5-star hotel, Wanyuan Restaurant, to renew his payment. The receptionist looked at the information and shook her head regretfully. Mr. Tang, I'm really sorry, but all our rooms are fully booked today. Just now, your room has also been reserved. Hearing this, the young man named Tang frowned slightly. Shouldn't I have priority for renewal? The receptionist looked helpless. However, in her opinion, the young man before her wouldn't mind these things. After all, in the past few days, no matter what he was doing, he always said one thing, just do whatever. Moreover, an hour ago, the person who booked the hotel was Wang Yuanlong from the Beast Tamer Guild. Generally, no one in Yun City would want to provoke the Beast Tamer Guild, and this young man was alone. How could he possibly offend the guild? Just as the receptionist was about to explain, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside. Shortly after, Wang Yuanlong entered with 8 or 9 beast tamers. Beast Tamer Guild. Wang Yuanlong. Hearing this, the lobby manager quickly came over. Elder Wang, the rooms have been prepared. Please come this way. In an instant, all the staff became busy, completely leaving the young man named Tang aside. The young man looked at Wang Yuanlong and the others, then glanced at his beast tamer, the white sheep. His character was just like his beast tamer, uncomplicated and uncompetitive. Just do whatever. Xiaobai, since there's south no place for us to stay, it looks like we should leave. After saying that, the young man walked out of the hotel with his beast. Not long after leaving the hotel, he casually took out 3 gold coins from his pocket. The 3 coins lined up, and a smile appeared on the young man's face. Seeing the dragon in the field, it looks like leaving isn't a bad thing. Sure enough. Just be casual. The young man adjusted his glasses and glanced at the white sheep beside him, and the two of them slowly walked toward the howling forest to the east. However, although the young man was casual, Wang Yuanlong was not. After checking into the hotel, he immediately summoned all the beast tamers. Everyone get ready, bring enough water and food, and we'll set off soon. Each group of flying beasts will be responsible for aerial reconnaissance, and no clue should be missed. 3 groups advance simultaneously, while the remaining 2 are responsible for guarding the periphery of the howling forest. Once any group discovers Shen Zui's whereabouts, immediately send a signal to alert. With Wang Yuanlong's command, the entire Windbell town was shrouded in a murderous atmosphere. Before long, the entrance from Windbell town to the howling forest was tightly sealed off by the Beast Tamer Guild. Who told you to block the forest? Let us in. At the moment the entrance was sealed, those free beast tamers and bounty hunters were blocked at the entrance of the howling forest. Humph. The beast tamer guarding the entrance pointed to the badge on his chest and sneered. Kid, you better see clearly. Don't go looking for trouble. As he spoke, a flame snake crawled out from the beast tamer's arm. Flame snake, red grade, 6th level. This time, several free beast tamers preparing to enter the howling forest finally stopped in their tracks. They looked at the guild members with unwilling expressions, daring to be angry but not saying a word. Not long after, news spread throughout Windbell town. What on earth is happening? What does the Beast Tamer Guild want to do? I heard that the Beast Tamer Guild is going to capture spirit beasts. Such a big show. Could it be a bloodline beast? No. I heard that someone offended the Beast Tamer Guild, and now they are going to take action in the howling forest. Who has such courage? Are they tired of living? In the tavern by the street, various speculations arose. At this moment, in the howling forest, the members of the Beast Tamer Guild were moving quickly. In the sky, Wang Yuanlong's one-eyed vulture surveyed everything below from above. Any suspicious person or object could not escape their eyes. Caw! With a loud screech, Wang Yuanlong frowned slightly. It seemed the one-eyed vulture had discovered something. In the next moment, Wang Yuanlong immediately led the beast tamers toward the direction where the one-eyed vulture was circling. Xiaobai, what is wrong with that bird? Why is it circling above us? The young man with the surname Tang looked up at the one-eyed vulture and muttered to himself. Bah! The white sheep seemed to sense something. Just then, Wang Yuanlong and his 9 beast tamers caught up. Upon getting closer, Wang Yuanlong immediately realized that the one-eyed vulture had mistaken the target. Kid, who are you? What are you doing here? Wang Yuanlong strode up to the young man. The young man adjusted his glasses and recognized the person in front of him at a glance. My name is Tang Yuan. I'm here for a walk. A walk? You're taking a walk in the howling forest? That excuse is too ridiculous. Wang Yuanlong chuckled. Kid, I advise you to leave quickly. This is not a good place. You can take your goat and find a small grove to munch on some grass. Tang Yuan shook his head, pulling out the 3 gold coins. I've calculated that today should be a good day for luck. Oh, seeing the 3 gold coins in Tang Yuan's hand, Wang Yuanlong couldn't help but smile broadly. At such a young age, you even know divination. Come, tell me what you see. I want to see if your calculations are accurate. Tang Yuan looked at Wang Yuanlong, frowning slightly. He tossed the 3 gold coins and arranged them in a row. According to the hexagram, you will find the person you want to meet, but this hexagram is too dangerous. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanlong laughed heartily. From the beginning, he had never regarded Tang Yuan as a threat. Since ancient times, if there wasn't a white-bearded man who would dare to tell fortunes. Kid, it's good that it's dangerous. When I see that kid, it would be strange if I didn't skin him alive. After saying that, Wang Yuanlong ignored Tang Yuan and led the members of the Beast Tamer Guild toward the center of the howling forest. Watching the group walk away, Tang Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. Forget it, just be casual, nothing can be forced. Although Wang Yuanlong's warning was in front of him, Tang Yuan didn't take it to heart. He continued to walk forward. He wasn't lying. He really was here for a walk this time. Of course, he also wanted to see the true face of the noble person he had divined. Chapter 32, Drive Wolves and Devour Tigers. Ever since Shen Zui learned that He Ziqi was going to make a move against him, he began to ponder countermeasures. According to Yun Duer and Xiao Yun, this time, He Ziqi had dispatched a large number of personnel. Although the rose was a purple-grade beast, 2 fists could hardly fend off 4 hands. If he were really surrounded and beaten, Shen Zui couldn't guarantee he would win. This was the howling forest, where battles were life and death struggles. In Shen Zui's view, he himself was the primary target of the enemy's beast attacks. After all, once the battle began, The Beast Tamer would have almost zero defense without the protection of their beasts. Rose, are there any powerful spirit beasts nearby? A plan to drive wolves and devour tigers quickly formed in Shen Zui's mind. Master, aside from the Rift Bear, the only powerful ones around here should be the red-eyed gray wolves. Red-eyed gray wolves. Upon hearing this name, Shen Zui felt a bit pleased. Wolves are pack animals. If he could utilize these red-eyed gray wolves well, the Beast Tamer Guild would indeed run into trouble. How strong are the red-eyed gray wolves? What are their grades? Shen Zui hurriedly asked. Purple grade, first level. Rose said without hesitation. These red-eyed gray wolves have no bloodline, but they are cunning by nature and are best at encirclement and ambush. Within 100 miles, apart from me and the Rift Bear, there are almost no opponents. As far as I know, there should be around 100 of these red-eyed gray wolves, with only the Wolf King being purple grade, first level, while most of the others are around red grade, fourth level. Perfect. The words perfect immediately emerged in Shen Zui's mind. Rose, is there any possibility of making these red-eyed gray wolves obedient? Upon hearing Shen Zui's question, Rose shook her head. Wolves are notoriously cunning in the Beast Tamer world. They want to do dangerous things and definitely want to be controlled by humans. Master, if you could tame the Wolf King like Chiyo, we might have a chance. But that is really difficult. Difficult? The more Rose said it was difficult, the more motivated Shen Zui felt. In Shen Zui's eyes, wolves were just like pups. If he couldn't even control the lead dog, how could he be worthy of being a beast tamer? Rose, let us go find the red-eyed gray wolves now. I have my ways. As Shen Zui spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Chiyo standing beside him. Chiyo suddenly shivered, and a thought popped into his mind. It's over. Being targeted by the master means the good days for these red-eyed gray wolves are coming to an end. Shen Zui didn't waste any time. Under Rose's guidance, they arrived at the territory of the red-eyed gray wolves, which was dozens of kilometers away from Rose's territory. In just half a day, looking at the surrounding environment, Shen Zui frowned. After almost half an hour, they hadn't even seen a shadow of a red-eyed gray wolf. Rose, did you scare them all away? The Tiger Clan's oppression of the Wolf Clan comes from deep-rooted racial dominance. Shen Zui even heard a rumor that a single tiger can wipe out an entire pack of wolves. Although the truth of this is uncertain, it is clear that the Tiger Clan possesses considerable strength. Master, we are surrounded. Surrounded? I don't see anyone. Just as Shen Zui was starting to doubt, suddenly, Rose Purple dashed towards the east. Swift wind blade. Rose's speed surged, and even Shen Zui couldn't see what had happened. But in the next moment, under Rose's tiger paw, a red-eyed gray wolf was already pinned down. Ugh! The red-eyed gray wolf let out a low whine, as if begging for mercy, or perhaps calling for its companions. Shen Zui approached Rose and looked at the powerless red-eyed gray wolf, momentarily stunned. Just then, he heard rustling sounds all around him. Master, they are coming. Before Rose could finish, Shen Zui saw dozens of wolf figures appear around him. These wolves had gray fur, but their eyes burned bright red. Oh whoa! The red-eyed gray wolf whined towards Rose while slowly advancing towards Shen Zui. Telepathy. Shen Zui immediately activated his skill and soon understood what the red-eyed gray wolf was saying. Release our kin. One red-eyed gray wolf stared at Rose and then glanced at Shen Zui. Its gaze was clearly filled with surprise. How could the swift-wind tiger, which they feared the most, be allied with a human? Roar! Rose suddenly roared, causing the red-eyed gray wolf to halt in its tracks. Rose, which one is the Wolf King? Shen Zui asked Rose while scanning the wolf pack. But before Rose could respond, the wolves parted in the middle. Soon, a tall red-eyed gray wolf slowly approached. Swift-wind tiger, let go of my kin. We have never interfered with each other. Why have you come to our territory today? The Wolf King said, its gaze landing on Shen Zui beside Rose. To his surprise, the noble Tiger Clan was actually willing to serve a human. The Wolf King had no idea that Shen Zui could understand him. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Zui replied, Are you the Wolf King? Shen Zui's words shattered the red-eyed wolf's perception. You can understand my words? Shen Zui smiled slightly, looking at the red-eyed gray wolves around him, completely unfazed. If a fight broke out, with Rose's current strength, it would be no problem to take down a bloodless Wolf King in an instant. I not only understand your words, but I can do much more. I came this time to ask your red-eyed gray wolf clan to help me with something. If done well, your clan will gain significant benefits. But if you refuse or don't do well, don't blame me for being impolite. Shen Zui spoke slowly, while the Wolf King, a dozen meters away, constantly observed his expression. When dealing with cunning wolves, Shen Zui knew he had to project the strongest aura. The beast taming world only believes in one truth. It comes down to whose fist is harder, whose strength is greater. Human, are you ordering me? I am not your pet. The Wolf King seemed offended by Shen Zui's words, and the red light in its eyes grew stronger. However, even so, Shen Zui remained unfazed. The strong are not affected by the weak. Wolf King, You are overthinking it. I don't even need such weak spirit beasts as my companions. With that, Shen Zui glanced at Qiao. As Shen Zui's destined beast, Qiao cooperatively stepped forward. He raised a paw in front of the red-eyed wolf king and shook it. Dog, master is right. You aren't worthy. Ugh. At that moment, a faint red glow suddenly radiated from the eyes of the red-eyed wolf king as it looked at Qiao. Its limbs slightly bending as if ready to attack at any moment. But just then, Qiao also got angry. I've been threatened by my master every day, and now, you little wolf dare to roar at me? Without saying another word, with a roar, Qiao's body swelled to 5 meters tall. You little wolf. Do you really think I'm scared of you? Qiao slapped the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. Immediately, an invisible bloodline pressure enveloped all the red-eyed gray wolves. Chapter 33. The red-eyed gray wolves submit. The red-eyed wolf king stared at the suddenly enlarged panda before him, its heart uncontrollably contracting. As a first-tier purple-grade wolf king, his condition was still such, let alone the ordinary red-eyed gray wolves beside him. Ugh. Some of the red-eyed gray wolves below red grade 5 directly laid down on the ground, while those above red grade 5 also felt the pressure and unconsciously began to retreat. Bloodline. After a brief moment of distraction, the red-eyed wolf king's eyes fixed on Shen Zui. How can two bloodline spirit beasts willingly submit to you? Human, how did you do it? The tiger clan and the bear clan, each standing at the top of the spirit beast food chain, possess inherited bloodlines. In that moment, the wolf king felt none of its previous arrogance. Shen Zui smiled slightly. He approached Rose and signaled her to release the red-eyed gray wolf under her paw. Ugh. Shen Zui did this to demonstrate his strong presence. Now, he had sensed the change in the red-eyed wolf king's mindset. And what he needed to do next was to stoke the fire a bit more so that the wolf king would understand his strength. Indeed, after Shen Zui released the red-eyed gray wolf, the wolf king's expression grew even more cautious. Human, didn't you say you wanted us to help you with something? What exactly is it? After a moment, the wolf king finally spoke. Deal. As soon as these words left his mouth, Shen Zui knew he had nearly secured the red-eyed gray wolves. Shen Zui nodded, walking up to the red-eyed wolf king. For a moment, the wolf king felt increasingly uncertain. Now, Shen Zui was only 3 meters away from him. If he spoke, even Rose and Qiao wouldn't have time to intervene. But the cunning nature of wolves made the red-eyed wolf king even more cautious the more Shen Zui acted this way. Human, what exactly do you want? Shen Zui smiled mysteriously. He pointed at a few wolves beside the red-eyed wolf king. I said you are too weak. The task I want you to do requires some strength. With that, Shen Zui reached out to pat the head of a red-eyed gray wolf. Human, if that's the case, why are you looking for us? And what do you want to do now? Shen Zui smirked slightly. Watch closely, this is a little benefit I'm giving you. As long as you do well, I won't treat you poorly. Saying this, under the gaze of the red-eyed wolf king, Shen Zui slowly closed his eyes, placing his palm on a red-eyed gray wolf's head. Attribute restructuring. Shen Zui silently chanted in his heart, and soon, a faint gray light flickered on the red-eyed gray wolf he was touching. Red-eyed gray wolf. Race, wolf clan. Grade, red grade 7. Evolution value, 1472 6500. Attack, 10321 872 311540. Defense, 8653 65309920. Agility, 5290 for 3705630. With Shen Zui's attribute restructuring, the red-eyed gray wolf under his control instantly felt a surge of power throughout its body. All attributes were significantly enhanced. King, this feeling is like being reborn. The red-eyed gray wolf turned to look at the wolf king, its eyes filled with brilliance. Just then, Shen Zui finally opened his eyes. Looking at the red-eyed gray wolf before him, he let out a sigh of relief. Human, how did you do it? The transformation of the red-eyed gray wolf, as the wolf king, he knows it all too well in his heart. He can clearly feel that the aura of his clan member has become much stronger than before. Shen Zui smiled. Is this something you should be asking? Shen Zui glanced at his beast master points. After exchanging for the body refinement technique, he was left with a pitiful 1050 points. This meant that he could perform attribute reshaping at most 5 times. If he hadn't chosen the red-eyed gray wolf with the worst attributes, no one could guarantee that the attributes would all increase significantly in one reshaping. Human, my red-eyed gray wolf clan is willing to help you. After a moment of deep thought, the wolf king finally spoke. With both Rose and Qiao becoming Shen Zui's beasts, and considering Shen Zui's displayed strength, the red-eyed gray wolf king had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the wolf king even realized the meaning behind Shen Zui's earlier words. Perhaps their clan, which lacked any bloodline, truly did not have the strength to become Shen Zui's beasts. Very well, Shen Zui smiled slightly and pointed outside the howling forest. The task I want you to do is very simple. From now on, the entire territory surrounding the Wind Tiger's territory is entrusted to you. I need to keep track of every movement around the howling forest. If you discover a large number of beast masters approaching, you must inform me immediately. The red-eyed gray wolf looked at Shen Zui. Guarding such matters posed no difficulty for his vast clan. If it weren't for the previous pressure from the Wind Tiger and the Sky-Splitting Bear, their clan could have ventured even deeper into the howling forest by now. All right, I agree to you. The red-eyed gray wolf king looked at Shen Zui, wondering if he would truly benefit them. Shen Zui smiled. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Looking at the dozens of red-eyed gray wolves before him, Shen Zui couldn't help but think that if the wolf pack could be his eyes, then He Ziqi and the Beastmaster Guild would be nothing but a joke in the howling forest. This is for you. Shen Zui, well-versed in the ways of beast mastery, casually threw a large piece of bear meat on the ground after the wolf king agreed to his request. I said, as long as you do well, I will not treat you poorly. The red-eyed gray wolf stared at the bear meat on the ground, momentarily stunned. The Sky-Splitting Bear, its keen sense of smell immediately made the wolf king realize what lay before him. At this moment, the way he looked at Shen Zui changed. The Sky-Splitting Bear is a bloodline beast. Consuming the flesh of a bloodline beast was something he couldn't even dare to imagine. You killed the Sky-Splitting Bear? The red-eyed gray wolf stood still, his eyes fixed on Shen Zui, seemingly waiting for an answer. It's just a Sky-Splitting Bear, why such a big fuss? Shen Zui said casually, but in the ears of the red-eyed gray wolf king, it was a tremendous shock. Oh well, at this moment, all the red-eyed gray wolves howled to the sky. The red-eyed gray wolf king circled around Shen Zui a few times before slowly lying down in front of him. Soon after, all the red-eyed gray wolves also lay down, their gazes fixed on Shen Zui. However, this time there was no hostility in their eyes. Thank you, master, for avenging my wolf clan. From today onward, my red-eyed gray wolf clan is willing to serve you. Chapter 34, 120, 000 Beast Master Points. Shen Zui was momentarily taken aback. The situation before him truly exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Rose slowly walked to his side. Master, it seems that there is a deep-seated enmity between the red-eyed gray wolf clan and the Sky-Splitting Bear. As soon as Rose finished speaking, the red-eyed gray wolf king spoke up. Our red-eyed gray wolf clan cannot coexist with the Sky-Splitting Bear. My father, the previous clan leader, died at the hands of the Sky-Splitting Bear. In that battle, our wolf clan suffered 36 casualties, and it has taken us years to recover. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui finally understood everything. Unexpectedly, in a twist of fate, he had helped the red-eyed gray wolf clan eliminate their nemesis. Master, I know that we, the clan members without inherited bloodlines, are not worthy of being your beasts, but as long as you acknowledge us, we are willing to go through fire and water for you. Looking at the sincere gaze of the red-eyed gray wolf king, Shen Zui nodded. These more than 100 red-tier spirit beasts were simply a windfall. How could he not be tempted? All right, from today onward, you will follow me, and I will not treat you poorly. After Shen Zui finished speaking, a system notification suddenly came to his mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of the red-eyed gray wolf clan. Congratulations, host. Beast Master Points increased by 120,000. 120,000 Beast Master Points? At this moment, Shen Zui doubted his ears. Calculating this way, each red-eyed gray wolf had contributed almost 1,000 points of Beast Master Points to him. Shen Zui's heart was filled with joy. With this 100,000 Beast Master Points, all his skill upgrades would be a breeze. Would you like to upgrade all skill levels? With 120,000 skill points in hand, Shen Zui suddenly felt like a tycoon. Upgrade. Upgrade. After a series of operations, soon Shen Zui upgraded Charm Light, Mental Connection, Talent Scout, and Attribute Reshaping to level 9. Charm Light, level 9 reduces the repulsion of exotic beasts, increasing the success rate of capturing beasts by 100. Mental Connection, level 9 allows communication with all spirit beasts within a 1 kilometer radius through mental power. Talent Scout, level 9 can see through the qualifications and attributes of beasts, as well as understand the conditions for their advancement. Attribute Reshaping, level 9 can consume Beast Master Points to wash attributes of beasts with a success probability of 80. Can specify a particular attribute for reshaping. Looking at the comprehensive upgrades of his various skills, Shen Zui felt a sense of relief. Especially with the significant enhancement of attribute reshaping, he no longer needed to worry about the risks of attribute washing for those beasts with outstanding single attributes. Let's start by practicing on you. Shen Zui looked at the red-eyed gray wolf king. Red-eyed gray wolf king. Race, Wolf Clan. Rank, Purple Tier, First Level. Attack, 14. 388. 1, 225, 016, 540. Defense, 11, 876, 858, 612, 350. Agility, 6, 780, 489, 378, 30. Bloodline inheritance, none. The red-eyed gray wolf king's attributes were nearly maxed out except for defense, and there was still considerable room for improvement in attack and agility. Red-eyed wolf, since you have already submitted, I will help you reshape your attributes. Saying this, Shen Zui placed his hand on the red-eyed gray wolf king's head. At this moment, there was no longer a trace of the wolf king's pride. To Qiao, the red-eyed gray wolf king now clearly appeared to be a true sycophant. Attribute reshaping. Shen Zui did not hesitate in the slightest. Specified attack attribute. Soon, after a faint glow, the attack value of the red-eyed gray wolf king increased from the original 14. 388 to 15, 290. Again, after 3 rounds of faint light, the red-eyed wolf king's attribute was directly increased by Shen Zui to 16, 540. A value that was already the highest for a purple tier, first-level red-eyed gray wolf king. Shen Zui smiled knowingly. This skill was indeed outrageous. Looking at the astonished expression of the red-eyed gray wolf king, Shen Zui felt a sense of accomplishment. He did not stop there, and this time, he specified the agility attribute of the red-eyed gray wolf king. Attribute reshaping. In the blink of an eye, the agility value of the red-eyed gray wolf king increased from 6, 780 to 7, 735, compared to the maximum value of 7, 830. This number was almost at full capacity. All right. Shen Zui patted the red-eyed gray wolf king. Thank you for the master's grace. After personally experiencing the attribute reshaping, the red-eyed gray wolf king finally understood Shen Zui's strength. Now, in his eyes, Shen Zui was not just a benefactor who avenged him. He was simply the legendary divine being. From now on, I shall call you Gray Wolf. Shen Zui looked at the red-eyed gray wolf king, and the title did not seem to bother him at all. He lay at Shen Zui's feet and nodded, clearly satisfied with the title. Oh well. With Shen Zui's acknowledgement, the red-eyed gray wolf king let out a long howl, and immediately, all the red-eyed gray wolves sprang into action. Wolf Clan, move out. At the command of the red-eyed gray wolf king, all the red-eyed gray wolves were mobilized. Shen Zui watched the scattering red-eyed gray wolves, knowing that from this moment on, nothing happening outside the howling forest would escape his notice. Master, I might be going into labor soon. At that moment, Rose suddenly spoke to Shen Zui. Really? Shen Zui looked at Rose with surprise. According to Rose, the tiger cub in her belly had the same bloodline as Qiao, and once born, it would mean Shen Zui would have another beast of the bloodline. It's going to happen in the next couple of days. I have a strong feeling that he's eager to come into this world. Shen Zui rubbed Rose's belly. This world was so beautiful. How could he not be anxious? Rose shook her head, looking at Shen Zui with a hint of apology in her eyes. Master, I'm afraid I can't fight in the next few days. I need to focus on preparing for his birth. There have been people chasing me. Before Rose could finish, Shen Zui interrupted her. Rose, you don't need to worry. We have the Wolf Clan, right? Saying this, Shen Zui brought Qiao over. And this little guy? After all, those people are actually targeting this little cub. Hearing this, Qiao immediately stood up. With one hand on his waist and the other patting his chest, he confidently said, Sister Rose, what Master said is right. I'm here too. As long as I'm around, they won't be able to hurt you or my little nephew. With that, Qiao let out a fierce roar. However, in Rose's eyes, Qiao's declaration was more amusing than anything else. After all, Qiao was only at the blue grade 1. If he really encountered a powerful opponent, his strength would still be somewhat lacking. Shen Zui could clearly sense Rose's worries. When the beast of the bloodline gives birth, I fear that we'll have to face more than just those from the Beastmaster Guild. Shen Zui pointed towards the depths of the howling forest. Perhaps even more ferocious spirit beasts will be stirring. Rose nodded. This was her greatest concern. However, at this moment, Shen Zui's gaze fell on his remaining 80,000 Beastmaster points. If it were before, he might have really worried about where to find so many spirit fruits to increase evolution points. But now, with so many Beastmaster points, it was time for Qiao to level up. Chapter 35, Qiao, Advancement to Red Grade. Little cub, it's up to you now, Shen Zui said while patting Qiao on the shoulder. Master, can I really? Qiao asked as he extended his head towards Shen Zui's hand, seemingly signaling something. Shen Zui was taken aback. Little cub, what are you doing? Qiao looked puzzled and glanced at Shen Zui. Master, didn't you just pat little Gray's head and he became stronger? Then you should pat me too, and I'll become strong. After hearing this, Shen Zui nearly burst out laughing. This little guy was quite sharp. That was just to enhance the attributes of the gray wolf. What are you thinking all day? Shen Zui said, giving Qiao a tap on the forehead. Ever since he acquired the skill of attribute reshaping, Shen Zui had considered washing Qiao's attributes. However, Qiuqiu's attributes, whether for attack, defense, or speed, were nearly maxed out and didn't require Shen Zui's intervention. Upon hearing Shen Zui's words, Qiuqiu sat down in disappointment. Then when can I level up? Master, how about giving me the core of the Rift Bear now? That way, I'll definitely be able to level up. Thinking of this, Qiuqiu became excited. However, Shen Zui directly rejected this proposal. As a fellow beast of the Bloodline, recklessly devouring a high-grade core could lead to unknown consequences. Qiuqiu, I have my own ways to level you up, Shen Zui said as he began searching through the system panel. With 80,000 Beastmaster points, there were many items he could exchange for on the system exchange panel. After a brief search, Shen Zui's gaze landed on the Beastmaster Pill. Beastmaster Pill, Level 1. Exchange cost, 5,000 Beastmaster points. Description: a Level 1 pill refined from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Consuming it increases beast evolution points by 10,000. It has no side effects for beasts of blue grade or above. Do you want to consume 5,000 Beastmaster points to exchange for a Beastmaster Pill, Level 1? Confirm. Without hesitation, Shen Zui exchanged for a Level 1 Beastmaster Pill. On the Beastmaster panel, Qiuqiu now needed 2,000 experience points to level up from blue grade 1 to 2. Qiuqiu, here is a candy for you. Shen Zui placed the nail-sized Beastmaster Pill in Qiuqiu's palm. Is this it? So stingy with the candy. Qiuqiu rolled his eyes at Shen Zui and directly tossed the Beastmaster Pill into his mouth. Crunch. With one bite, a rich spiritual energy emanated from Qiuqiu's mouth. At that moment, not only Qiuqiu, but even Rose, who was nearby, felt the abundance of spiritual energy from Qiuqiu's mouth. With a sudden burst, Qiuqiu, who had been sitting on the ground, stood up. He spread his arms wide, looking at Shen Zui and Rose in astonishment. Wow, I suddenly feel full of power. Before his words fell, a blue halo began to radiate from Qiuqiu's body. At the same time, the system's notification sound rang out again. Qiuqiu consumed one Level 1 Beastmaster Pill. Evolution points increased by 10,000. Congratulations to the host, Beastmaster Panda. Qiuqiu has advanced to Blue Grade 2. Congratulations to the host, Beastmaster Panda. Qiuqiu has advanced to Blue Grade 3. Congratulations to the host, Beastmaster Panda. Qiuqiu has advanced to Blue Grade 4. After several notification sounds, Qiuqiu's grade directly increased by 3 levels. His evolution points finally settled at 1,205,000. This little panda is really expensive to raise. Looking at the increasing evolution points needed for each level, Shen Zui shook his head helplessly. As a fellow beast of the Bloodline, when Rose advanced from Red Grade 8 to Red Grade 9, she only needed 8,000 evolution points. While having a noble bloodline is good, this little panda is simply a money-eating beast. Shen Zui estimated that if all these evolution points were to be raised by consuming spirit fruits, the cost in gold coins would likely be astronomical. Feeling the benefits of the candy, Qiuqiu immediately hugged Shen Zui's leg. Master, are there any more of those candies? I want to eat more. At this point, Shen Zui had no choice but to spend another 20,000 Beastmaster points to exchange for 4 Level 1 Beastmaster pills. Soon, Qiuqiu shot up like a rocket. In less than half an hour, he had already advanced to Blue Grade 9. Beastmaster Qiuqiu. Grade, Blue Grade 9. Evolution points, 11,200,10000. Do you want to advance the Beast, Qiuqiu grade? Advancement requires 1 purple grade Beast core. When Shen Zui saw the system notification, he almost fainted. This fellow Qiuqiu was indeed a true money-eating beast. Advancing from Blue Grade to Red Grade actually required 1 purple grade Beast core. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Shen Zui's mind. If advancing to Red Grade requires a purple core, then what about advancing to Purple Grade? Could it be that I need an orange core? If in the future, advancing to Orange Grade requires a Gold Grade Beast core, I might as well just die. Thinking of this, Shen Zui felt a sense of despair. He no longer dared to think further. Without the system, he definitely couldn't afford to raise this bear cub. It's time for Qiuqiu to absorb the crystal core of the Void Bear. Saying this, Shen Zui handed the crystal core, emitting a faint purple glow from his space ring, to Qiuqiu. At that moment, Qiuqiu's eyes widened. He threw the Void Bear's crystal core into his mouth in one go. Crunch. In an instant, Qiuqiu's body was enveloped in a red halo. Qiuqiu consumed 1 purple grade Beast crystal core. Congratulations to the host. The Beast, Qiuqiu, has successfully advanced to Red Grade First Tier. However, even after the system's notification sound rang out, the red halo surrounding Qiuqiu still did not fade. It took a full half hour for Qiuqiu to return to his original appearance. Just then, Shen Zui noticed that Qiuqiu had gained an additional skill. Congratulations to the host. The Beast, Qiuqiu, has acquired an additional skill, Unmovable as a Mountain. Skill, Unmovable as a Mountain. Description: Qiuqiu erupts with powerful combat intent for a short time. increasing body size by 300, attack power increases by 100, defense increases by 100, speed decreases by 50, agility decreases by 50, duration is 15 minutes. Duration extends with tier advancement. After the skill ends, enters a fatigue period lasting 3 days. Looking at the description of unmovable as a mountain, Shen Zui immediately thought of the scene when the Void Bear was enraged. Although there is a 3-day fatigue period, it must be said that this skill is incredibly domineering. It's not an exaggeration to say that from now on, this skill is Qiuqiu's life-saving skill. If we also consider the bloodline suppression and the enhancement from Roar of the Bear, Qiuqiu's strength will become even more monstrous. However, Shen Zui's attention was completely drawn to Qiuqiu's newly acquired skill, and he didn't notice that since advancing to red grade, Qiuqiu's attributes had also undergone a qualitative improvement. Chapter 36, Encirclement Plan. Just as Shen Zui was astonished, Rose's gaze towards Qiuqiu had already changed. As a beast master, she could naturally sense the changes in Qiuqiu's attributes, which were rooted in a strong sense of crisis from his bloodline. Finally, when Shen Zui's gaze fell on Qiuqiu's attributes, he was shocked again. Beast, Qiuqiu. Species, Bear. Tier, red grade first tier. Evolution value, 1120,000. Attack, 24679, 230, 802, 6218. Defense, 170811653021520. Agility, 8352, 73308921. Bloodline inheritance, Chaos Devouring Bear, Awakening 20. Advancement conditions, to advance. Evolution value must reach 20,000. 1 purple grade Beast Crystal Core. To advance to purple grade requires 1 orange grade Beast Crystal Core, 1 midday grass, and 10 pounds of Kunying Jade. Skills, Roar of the Bear, Mountain Crushing, Unmovable as a Mountain, Talent Skill, Bloodline Suppression. Are these even the attributes a red grade beast should have? Looking at the monstrous data, Shen Zui's gaze involuntarily fell on Rose beside him. In terms of attack, defense, and agility, Qiuqiu was now almost on par with Rose, who was at the purple grade first tier. Moreover, except for agility, Qiuqiu's attack and defense limits were even higher than those of the Gale Tiger Rose. If Qiuqiu underwent attribute reshaping, his strength would definitely far exceed that of Rose at the purple grade first tier. If Qiuqiu advances to purple grade, then Shen Zui couldn't even imagine. He finally understood the power of Qiuqiu's bloodline. Master, how do you feel? Are you feeling particularly lucky now? After 2 days of training, Qiuqiu had slowly started to get used to standing. He placed his hands on his waist and grinned at Shen Zui. But next, Shen Zui gave his bare head a smack. Lucky? What kind of luck is that? Although Shen Zui felt a little pleased in his heart, looking at the evolution value that was even higher than Rose's advancement to purple grade, he couldn't smile anymore. The most troublesome part is that according to the system's prompt, every time Qiuqiu advances, he needs to consume 1 purple grade Beast Crystal Core, and to break through to purple grade, he needs 1 orange grade Beast Crystal Core, 1 midday grass, and 10 pounds of Kunying Jade. This is simply going to take Shen Zui's life. An orange grade Beast Crystal Core? Shen Zui didn't even dare to think about it. As for the midday grass and Kunying Jade, he hadn't even heard of them. What a waste, what a waste. Shen Zui glanced at Rose. According to Rose, the little tiger cub in her belly has a bloodline no weaker than Qiuqiu's. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that once the little tiger cub is born, Shen Zui will have to worry about the massive evolution values of 2 little cubs every day? Since we've advanced to red grade, from today on, the training volume needs to be increased. You lazy bear cub, if you dare to slack off, see if I don't deal with you. In an instant, Qiuqiu's entire bear body went cold, and a heart-wrenching bear cry echoed through the stone cave. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. In the central part of the Howling Forest, Wang Yuanlong, leading the Beastmaster Guild members, also stopped. Elder Wang, a day has passed, but we haven't discovered anything. If we go further, we will reach the depths of the Howling Forest, where the situation is dangerous, and there are even purple-grade beasts. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yuanlong threw down the firewood in his hand. Humph, Shen Zui isn't afraid of just a blue-grade panda, so why should we be afraid with so many of us? The spirit beast tiers here are only below purple grade. If we really make a move, we can conveniently capture them as beasts. Wang Yuanlong had been to the central part of the Howling Forest more than once, and he knew all too well the dangers involved. Unfortunately, Wang Yuanlong did not notice that while they were chatting, pairs of red eyes had already locked onto them from the depths of the forest not far away. King, this group of people is very strong. That vulture should have reached purple grade. The other beast strengths are also above red grade, tier 7. The red-eyed gray wolf king frowned and turned to look at the other red-eyed gray wolves beside him. Have you scouted the surrounding situation clearly? Yes, we have scouted clearly. There are 3 groups in total, each with 10 people, and all their beasts are above red grade tier 5. The Wolf King glanced at the campfire and coldly issued orders to the other red-eyed gray wolves. Keep a close watch on them. I'm going to inform the master right now. After the Wolf King finished speaking, he turned and headed in the direction where Shen Zui was. Soon, when Shen Zui received the Wolf King's report, he immediately took out a map and marked the positions of Wang Yuanlong and the others. Unexpectedly, He Ziqi has really invested heavily this time. 30 beast masters, all with beasts above red grade tier 5. Such a formation could even dominate in Yun City. Shen Zui was calculating in his heart, but with Rose about to give birth in the upcoming battle, he could only rely on Qiuqiu as one beast. Two fists can't fight four hands. A hero can't withstand a multitude. It was unrealistic to rely solely on Qiuqiu to face at least 30 red grade tier 5 beasts. Shen Zui looked at the Wolf King and the Grey Wolves. In the upcoming battle, you red-eyed Grey Wolves need to help me share the burden. The Grey Wolf King looked at Shen Zui. Since they had already submitted, in his heart, Shen Zui's words were orders. And being able to help Shen Zui was also an honor for the red-eyed Grey Wolves. Master, rest assured, the red-eyed Grey Wolves are at your disposal. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui immediately pointed on the map. You wolves now number over 100. I think taking on 2 groups shouldn't be a problem. The Wolf King thought for a moment and said, Master, as long as you give the order, our wolf clan is completely capable of blocking these people outside. 100 red-eyed Grey Wolves against 30 beast masters of the guild sounds like they have the numerical advantage. But Shen Zui knew very well the disparity in strength among them. After all, the strength of the wolf clan varied greatly. And most of the red-eyed Grey Wolves were below red grade tier 5. Even if the wolf clan can hold off Wang Yuanlong, they will undoubtedly pay a huge price. They are now only more than 30 kilometers away, which means they will definitely find this place before noon tomorrow. It's better to lose a finger than to injure all 10. Looking at the red dot marked on the map, a cold glint flashed in Shen Zui's eyes. Grey Wolf, you personally lead the wolf clan to deal with these 2 groups. Their strongest is only at the red grade 9th level. It should be no problem, right? The Wolf King nodded. Master, we guarantee to eliminate these people in no more than 10 minutes. Shen Zui nodded. At this point, Shen Zui turned to look at Qiuqiu. One-eyed vulture of the purple grade, can you handle it? Hearing Shen's doubtful tone, Qiuqiu immediately stood up. Master, who do you look down on? Isn't it just a purple grade vulture? If it dares to come, just watch me pluck it down and make soup. Chapter 37. The Wolf Pack moves out. Early the next morning, Wang Yuanlong set out with the Beastmaster Guild members. Elder Wang, look. Not long after they set off, a Beastmaster discovered something unusual. Wang Yuanlong looked down. More than a dozen poison fire lizards' corpses had been gnawed down to bones by the surrounding spirit beasts. Poison fire lizards. After a careful examination, Wang Yuanlong quickly recognized the remains before him. There are some here too. We have some here too. Soon, other Beastmasters also discovered the remains of the poison fire lizards. Wang Yuanlong frowned immediately. According to his understanding, poison fire lizards usually rank above red grade. Many spirit beasts in the Howling Forest can take down poison fire lizards, but this time, with so many poison fire lizard remains found in such close proximity, Wang Yuanlong immediately sensed that something was off. Elder Wang, there must have been a battle here. Otherwise, so many poison fire lizards wouldn't have been eliminated at the same time. Wang Yuanlong nodded. Just then, his gaze suddenly fell on the footprints near the poison fire lizards. Although the footprints looked chaotic, Wang Yuanlong still found valuable clues. These are bear tracks. A smile involuntarily appeared on Wang Yuanlong's lips. It seems our target is nearby. A Beastmaster looked at Qiuqiu's footprints, puzzled. Elder, how can you be sure these are from that panda? What if they belong to other bear clans in the forest? Before the Beastmaster could finish speaking, Wang Yuanlong interrupted him. He pointed to the footprints on the ground and said with a smile, Don't you see? These bear tracks were originally less than palm-sized. But later, they grew to the size of 2 palms. Saying that, he pulled up the video of Qiuqiu fighting with the Gale Grey Wolf. During the fight, Qiuqiu's size surged, and the size of the footprints almost perfectly matched. Where else could there be so many coincidences in this world? Shen Zui must have fought here. So many poison fire lizards have died, yet not a single crystal core remains. Don't you find that strange? After Wang Yuanlong's explanation, all the Beastmasters suddenly understood. They all seemed to be invigorated, rubbing their fists as if Shen Zui and Qiuqiu were already lambs ready for slaughter. Wang Yuanlong whistled to the sky, and soon, the one-eyed vulture landed in front of him. One-eyed vulture, search carefully within a 30-kilometer radius. Everyone, move forward quickly. Shen Zui can't have gone far. Soon, with Wang Yuanlong's command, the search speed of the Beastmaster Guild significantly increased. Before long, Shen Zui spotted the one-eyed vulture in the sky. Caw! Upon seeing Shen Zui, the one-eyed vulture let out a sharp cry. Qiuqiu, did you see that? It's this guy? Shen Zui smiled slightly. And after confirming the hunting plan with the Wolf King, he no longer hid. He left the stone cave where Rose was located with Chiao, allowing the one-eyed vulture to discover his whereabouts. Master, it's just a flying wild chicken, right? Just wait and see my performance. Chiao sat on the ground, looking up at the circling vulture overhead, showing no regard for the one-eyed vulture. However, when the one-eyed vulture sounded the alarm, Wang Yuanlong and the others immediately became alert. This must be Shen Zui and that panda. Wang Yuanlong was overjoyed, as they had now reached the center of the howling forest, a place even he wouldn't dare to approach alone. Since that's the case, there can only be one outcome. Shen Zui and Chiao immediately send messages to groups 2 and 3 to gather quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a Beastmaster shot a signal into the sky. In everyone's eyes, 30 Beastmasters dealing with a mere blue-grade first-stage tamer was no problem at all. However, they soon received reports from the other two groups. Elder Wang, groups 2 and 3 are in trouble. It seems they are being targeted by a wolf pack. At this moment, Wang Yuanlong's heart sank. Shen Zui and Chiao were right in front of them. If they went to rescue the other two groups, what if Shen Zui and Chiao escaped? They would have wasted their efforts. To rescue or not to rescue? Two options lay before Wang Yuanlong. Tell groups 2 and 3 to hold on. We'll take down Shen Zui and then immediately go to support them. 10 of us should have no problem dealing with a bear. After Wang Yuanlong finished speaking, he pointed towards Shen Zui's direction and immediately led the Beastmasters forward in pursuit. Right now, Wang Yuanlong's mind was only on Shen Zui and Chiao. He had no idea how foolish his decision was. 10 kilometers away, when the red-eyed gray wolf king received news that Wang Yuanlong and the others were pursuing Shen Zui, a faint purple light suddenly radiated from his eyes. A woo! The red-eyed gray wolf king threw his head back and let out a high-pitched howl. The next moment, the red-eyed gray wolves, which had already surrounded the Beastmaster Guild, slowly emerged from the dense forest. Group 2's leader, Fuznian, stared in shock at the increasingly numerous red-eyed gray wolves before him. Just a moment ago, they had only discovered 11 or 12 red-eyed gray wolves, but now, there were 30 or 40 pairs of red eyes surrounding them. Prepare for battle. A strong sense of crisis surged in Fuznian's heart. Brothers, stay alert. We must hold on until Elder Wang arrives. Otherwise, we'll all be done for today. Saying this, Fuznian led the charge, summoning his wind-chasing dog to stand in front. But just then, the red-eyed wolves in front of the wind-chasing dog suddenly parted, and a red-eyed gray wolf with purple light in its eyes appeared before Fuznian. Purple-grade spirit beast. The moment Fuznian saw the red-eyed gray wolf king, his heart sank. His wind-chasing dog was only at the red-grade 9th level. Facing the red-eyed gray wolf king, it had little chance of victory, and now, there were still 30 or 40 red-eyed gray wolves surrounding them. Fuznian was horrified. Under the leadership of the Wolf King, the wolf pack slowly closed in on them, and now there was less than 100 meters left between the two sides. At this distance, for a Beastmaster, it would be just a blink of an eye. Wind-chasing dog bark. A dog, facing a wolf pack, actually dared to roar first? Fuznian didn't he know who gave him the courage to issue such a command. But before the wind-chasing dog could make a sound, the red-eyed gray wolves collectively let out a low growl. The wind-chasing dog completely ignored Fuznian's commands, its four legs involuntarily retreating, and upon closer inspection, its legs were even trembling slightly. A woo! Just then, the red-eyed gray wolf king finally made its move. With a wolf howl, its original body expanded to over 2 meters, and all the fur on the red-eyed gray wolves stood on end. In the next moment, dozens of crimson-eyed gray wolves charged towards Fuznian and the others. Chapter 38. Fight. Roar. With 30 or 40 crimson-eyed gray wolves launching their charge, Fuznian had never witnessed such a scene. The instant the wolf pack charged, Fuznian retreated repeatedly, his arm trembling as he pointed at the wolves. Chasing wind dog, attack. One dog rushed towards the wolf pack. It definitely had to be out of its mind. Before the chasing wind dog could launch its attack, the next moment, the crimson-eyed wolf king demonstrated to Fuznian what it meant to attack. Crack. The wolf king had only one target in its eyes, the chasing wind dog. As a purple-grade first-tier beast, it almost teleported, suddenly appearing in front of the chasing wind dog. The chasing wind dog had no time to react before it was bitten on the back by the wolf king. Woof. The chasing wind dog felt a sharp pain in its back and began to bark frantically, but the next moment, the wolf king tore a piece of flesh from its back. Fuznian watched the scene before him, stumbling and falling to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet, with no strength left to fight back. Almost simultaneously, other crimson-eyed gray wolves charged into their formation. Slap. A red-grade 6th-tier tabby cat had just dodged an attack from one wolf when, in the next moment, another red-grade 7th-tier crimson-eyed gray wolf slammed its paw down on its body from behind. Feline spirit beasts were known for their agility, But no matter how agile the cat tribe was, it was futile against several times their number of canine spirit beasts. Now, the wolf pack had nearly sealed off any space for evasion. Phoenix Chicken. Flame Sky spreads its wings. At that moment, a beast master suddenly shouted. His beast was a colorful mountain chicken, a red grade 7th tier, responsible for aerial reconnaissance for the entire second group. Because this colorful mountain chicken could unleash flames, the beast master had given it a domineering name, Phoenix Chicken. Those who didn't know the reasons behind it might even mistake this colorful mountain chicken for having phoenix blood. However, in the eyes of the crimson-eyed gray wolves, such flashy methods had no effect on them. Whether it was a phoenix or a chicken, a battle would reveal all. Just as the colorful mountain chicken was about to flap its wings and launch an attack, a red grade 8th tier crimson-eyed gray wolf suddenly charged from a high ground, pouncing towards the colorful mountain chicken in midair. Crack! The moment the colorful mountain chicken was about to flap its wings, the crimson-eyed gray wolf bit down, catching a mouthful of feathers. Immediately after, the colorful mountain chicken fell to the ground. In the next moment, 3 other crimson-eyed gray wolves pounced without a word. Cluck! Cluck! The colorful mountain chicken struggled desperately, but under the claws of 3 wolves, in the blink of an eye, all its feathers were stripped clean. The situation on the battlefield was almost one-sided. Under the leadership of the Wolf King, in less than 5 minutes, only the Chasing Wind Dog remained among the Beast Master Association's team. All the Beast Masters trembled together, and the Chasing Wind Dog was now covered in blood. Hurry! Call Elder Wong. Vusnian's hands shook so much he could barely hold his phone. At this moment, the wolf pack had completely surrounded them, and they could even hear the panting of the crimson-eyed gray wolves. Quick battle, quick resolution. The Wolf King bared its teeth at the Chasing Wind Dog, blood and flesh still hanging from its fangs. Crack! With a crisp sound of bones breaking, the Chasing Wind Dog collapsed before Vusnian and the others. Thud! Vusnian trembled all over, and his phone fell directly to the ground. Without the protection of their beasts, all the Beast Masters knew that they were likely to meet their end here today. Just then, Wang Yuanlong had already led a group of Beast Masters through the dense forest. When he saw the distant figure of a person and a panda, Wang Yuanlong laughed heartily. Shen Zui, you little rascal, I've been searching for you so hard. Wang Yuanlong pointed at Shen Zui, saying, everyone, this is Shen Zui. In Wang Yuanlong's eyes, Shen Zui was now like meat on a chopping board. Even if Chiu was powerful, it wouldn't be a match for their 10 men. At that moment, Wang Yuanlong could even imagine Shen Zui's panicked expression upon seeing him. Shen Zui showed no sign of surprise. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, even carrying a hint of a smile. Shen Zui, you're in deep trouble. I advise you to hand over this panda obediently. Perhaps I might show mercy and let you go. Otherwise, next year on this day will be your death anniversary. As he spoke, Wang Yuanlong exchanged glances with the other beast masters around. In the sky, a one-eyed vulture circled above Shen Zui and Chiu, while on the ground, the other 9 beasts closed in on Shen Zui and Chiu. Shen Zui glanced around. Among these beasts, besides the strongest purple grade 2nd tier one-eyed vulture, there was a red grade 9th tier frenzied blood warthog and an iron plate rhinoceros. As for the others, they were mostly red grade 7th and 8th tier beasts. Elder Wong, your Beast Master Association has really gone to great lengths. Before Shen Zui could finish, a thin beast master standing next to Wang Yuanlong stepped forward. Shen Zui, you are already surrounded. I advise you to stop struggling here. Surrounded? Just these red grade beasts? A hint of disdain flashed across Shen Zui's face. Is this what you call surrounding? From my perspective, you should be the one surrounded. As soon as Shen Zui spoke, Wang Yuanlong and the others burst into laughter. Elder, this little brat seems to be scared silly. Just because of that panda? He dares to say he is surrounding so many of us beasts. I'll show you what real power is. Saying this, the thin beast master issued a battle command to his frenzied blood warthog. Frenzied blood warthog, unleash frenzied blood power. At that moment, Shen Zui clearly noticed the change in the warthog. Its body, originally over a meter tall, now reached nearly 2 meters. Not only that, its eyes turned blood red, and the bristles on its back stood up. Who? The frenzied blood warthog continued to dig into the ground with its front hooves, its breath becoming heavy. Immediately, the other surrounding beasts also entered battle mode. The iron plate rhinoceros, less than 100 meters away from Shen Zui, was also completely petrified, its rhino horn looking as if it were made of iron, emanating a chilling aura. Looking at that massive body, nearly 5 meters long and 3 meters high, the intense visual impact made Shen Zui feel a sense of caution. The iron plate rhinoceros is famously high in attack and defense. Chiu, get ready for battle. At that moment, Shen Zui finally issued an order to Chiu. Chiu glanced at the surrounding behemoths, his eyes filled with disdain. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, Qiu instantly grew to over 3 meters. At that moment, a strong pressure from its bloodline surged out like a tidal wave. Qiu looked at the surrounding beasts, and with a heavy slap of its giant paw on the ground, it declared, "You are now surrounded. If you want to die, come at me." Chapter 39, Frenzied Blood Warthog. The power of Qiu's bloodline immediately shook all the beasts. Except for the Frenzied Blood Warthog, the other beasts almost simultaneously halted their movements. Looking at the situation before them, all the beast masters couldn't help but change their expression slightly. Haha, it really is a bloodline beast. While Wang Yuanlong was shocked, he was also overjoyed. He had only seen videos of Qiu fighting before, but experiencing it in person was an entirely different feeling. Moreover, at that moment, he also realized that Qiu's strength had far surpassed the blue-grade first tier shown in the previous videos. Such a pure bloodline power was truly rare. This panda's bloodline power inheritance was at least above 10%. A hint of madness flashed in Wang Yuanlong's eyes. Qiu's potential was much better than he had anticipated. Watching the performance of the beasts around him, Wang Yuanlong suddenly shouted, "Everyone, hold on. Even if he is a bloodline beast master, he can't possibly defeat so many of our beasts at the same time. As long as we can take him down, our Cloud City Beast Master Association will rise again soon." Saying this, Wang Yuanlong was the first to urge his beast, the one-eyed vulture, to attack Qiu. The one-eyed vulture. Wild winds swirling. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Zui felt a piercing gale blowing down from the sky towards Qiu and his position. This time, Wang Yuanlong didn't hold back at all. The one-eyed vulture sensed Qiu's bloodline power, and its swirling winds were fiercer than when they were at the Beast Master Academy. Crack! With a crisp sound, a tree about the size of a bowl was snapped by the gale just a few meters from Shen Zui. This wind was at least level 8 or above. Shen Zui could barely open his eyes now. Qiu, take that wild chicken down." The one-eyed vulture was the strongest among all the beasts, and to defeat Wang Yuanlong, they had to take down the one-eyed vulture first. Roar of the bear. With Shen Zui's loud shout, Qiu suddenly roared at the one-eyed vulture in the sky. For a moment, the gale around Shen Zui weakened considerably. He looked up at the battlefield. Under Qiu's roar, the one-eyed vulture's figure became somewhat unsteady, but just as Qiu raised his hand to launch an attack, the one-eyed vulture let out a sharp cry and flew up to a height of 100 meters. Roar. Now, Qiu's attack couldn't reach it at all. Wang Yuanlong couldn't help but feel delighted at this sight. Look, this panda can't deal with the one-eyed vulture in the air at all. Everyone, prepare to attack. Flying beasts inherently have an advantage over land beasts in battle. After all, land beasts usually have no way to deal with them. Shen Zui frowned. If this continued, Wang Yuanlong would be invincible. Qiu, seeing the situation before him, was clearly a bit angry as well. He kept roaring at the one-eyed vulture, but despite the bloodline suppression, he had no way to deal with the one-eyed vulture. Mad Blood Yao Pig, fearless charge. Just then, the Mad Blood Yao Pig suddenly accelerated and charged towards Qiu's waist. Unlike other beasts, the Mad Blood Yao Pig, though only a red grade 9 level beast, seemed completely unaffected by Qiu's bloodline suppression and attacked without holding back. Eye of the Horse. As the Mad Blood Yao Pig reached Qiu's side, Shen Zui saw the information about the Mad Blood Yao Pig clearly. Mad Blood Yao Pig. Race, Pig. Grade, Red grade 9. Attack, 138-3212-21014521. Defense, 10376-9876-12421. Agility, 5789-5340-5910. Skills, Mad Blood Power, Fearless Charge, Life or Death Strike. Description, a pig with tusks. Its mad blood is uncontrollable, and once it enters battle, it fights to the death. Seeing the description of the Mad Blood Yao Pig, Shen Zui immediately understood the situation before him. The Mad Blood Yao Pig seemed born for battle. Although Qiu had bloodline suppression, once the mad blood inside it ignited, it had lost its reason. Just as Shen Zui saw the attributes of the Mad Blood Yao Pig, it had already charged to Qiu's side. Thud. The Mad Blood Yao Pig originally wanted to use its charge to stab Qiu with its tusks, but when its tusks hit Qiu, the whole pig felt like it had crashed into a rock. After all, Qiu was a bloodline beast and a high attack, high defense bloodline beast. Taking the attack of the Mad Blood Yao Pig head on, Qiu couldn't help but grimace in pain. The charge left several deep scratches on his body. Roar. At this moment, Qiu finally got angry. He raised his arm and slapped the Mad Blood Yao Pig back. Slap. The Mad Blood Yao Pig was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing 50 to 60 meters away. Oof. The Mad Blood Yao Pig was disoriented, growling softly, and then rolled over and stood up from the ground. Hoo. The Mad Blood Yao Pig's breathing became heavier after being hit by Qiu. The blood-red color in its eyes only intensified. Its whole body seemed to swell up once more at that moment. So difficult to deal with? Shen Zui looked at the mad blood Yao pig and couldn't help but marvel at how it truly fought without caring for its life. Qiuqiu, be careful. Hearing Shen Zui's words, Qiuqiu nodded. He now realized how troublesome the mad blood Yao pig was. However, unlike Shen Zui, when Wang Yuanlong saw the situation on the battlefield, his confidence surged. Let's all attack together. This time, we must take down this panda. After Wang Yuanlong spoke, the other beast masters immediately commanded their beasts. In an instant, all the beasts moved. In addition to the one-eyed vulture, the mad blood Yao pig, and the iron plate rhinoceros, the Beastmaster Association had 7 other beasts: mountain-digging beast, burrowing mouse, green-eyed lynx, dead grass snake, big-eared fox, split-tooth ant, and ice dog. Watching these beasts approach Qiuqiu simultaneously, a sense of crisis rose in Shen Zui's heart. At this moment, Qiuqiu's eyes also became cautious. As the one-eyed vulture flapped its wings again, the howling winds in the forest surged violently once more. At this time, Shen Zui noticed that the mountain-digging beast and burrowing mouse had suddenly disappeared. The ground was rapidly shifting, and it was burrowing towards Qiuqiu. Meanwhile, the ice dog and mad blood Yao pig also charged toward Qiuqiu. Shen Zui was astonished to find that wherever the ice dog passed, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. As for the dead grass snake, green-eyed lynx, and big-eared fox, they pounced on Qiuqiu from 3 different directions. Shen Zui suddenly realized that the split-tooth ant, which had previously been detectable, had vanished like air evaporating. Chapter 40. Qiuqiu Goes Wild. Roar. Facing 10 beasts attacking simultaneously, Qiuqiu finally struck back. After a roar, Qiuqiu's bare paw slammed down onto the shifting ground. Thud. The massive tremor nearly knocked Shen Zui to the ground. And in an instant, a 3-meter-deep pit was smashed into the ground. The mountain-digging beast, which was rapidly advancing, was directly dug out of the ground by Qiuqiu's strike. Flying over 10 meters high, following that, the mountain-digging beast crashed heavily to the ground, and many of its armor plates were shattered by Qiuqiu's blow. Red Grade 8 mountain-digging beast, severely injured. Just then, the mad blood Yao pig and ice dog had also charged to Qiuqiu's side. Ice dog freeze. Shen Zui saw a patch of ice crystals appear on Qiuqiu's leg. Meanwhile, the mad blood Yao pig's attack managed to graze Qiuqiu's skin. Qiuqiu, the weight of Mount Tai? Shen Zui knew in his heart that if Qiuqiu didn't show his strength soon, he would likely be seriously injured this time. Roar. At this moment, Qiuqiu's body swelled again, and his panda figure surged from over 3 meters to 5 meters. Just then, Qiuqiu suddenly stood up from the ground. With a huge bare paw creating a sound that broke the wind, he swung at the dead grass snake, green-eyed lynx, and big-eared fox that were charging at him. When Wang Yuanlong saw Qiuqiu use the weight of Mount Tai, his expression finally changed. He immediately thought of the situation when Qiuqiu dealt with the gale wolf before. The beast masters of the dead grass snake, green-eyed lynx, and big-eared fox saw the situation was not good and wanted to stop their attacks immediately, but now, it was too late. Slap. At the moment the big-eared fox touched the bare paw, its originally straight back suddenly sank deeply, and with a crack, the big-eared fox crashed into a tree over 50 meters away. In the next moment, the tree, as thick as a hug, unexpectedly fell to the ground. Uffed. The big-eared fox sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood, and its ear, which was originally like a fan, drooped directly to the ground. One strike, and it was dead. The red grade 8th tier big-eared fox was dead. Qiuqiu's attack was just that domineering. Wang Yuanlong couldn't help but shiver. Such immense power was rarely seen in his life. One strength can defeat 10. The power that Qiuqiu was unleashing now perfectly explained this saying. Bang! Following the big-eared fox, the situation of the blue-eyed lynx wasn't much better. Although it narrowly dodged Qiuqiu's bare paw, its hind leg was still scraped. This single blow resulted in a catastrophic fracture of the blue-eyed lynx's hind leg. After rolling to the ground, the blue-eyed lynx was filled with fear, and the bluish-green color in its eyes dimmed significantly. The red grade 8th tier blue-eyed lynx was severely injured. As for the fate of the airborne dry grass snake, it was even worse. After Qiuqiu knocked down the blue-eyed lynx, he effortlessly grabbed the dry grass snake that was biting towards him. Roar! The nearly 3-meter-long body of the dry grass snake was about to climb up Qiuqiu's arm. But at that moment, Qiuqiu's other bare paw had already grabbed the other end of the dry grass snake. When the beast master of the dry grass snake saw Qiuqiu pulling it into a straight line, his heart nearly shattered. Bang! A spray of blood splattered on the ground, causing all the grass and trees to wither instantly. The red grade 7th tier dry grass snake was dead. Everything happened so suddenly, in almost a single breath. Qiuqiu had directly incapacitated 3 beasts. However, just then, a burrowing mouse suddenly emerged from Qiuqiu's side. At the moment it appeared above ground. Its enormous teeth bit towards Qiuqiu's leg. But at that moment, influenced by Qiuqiu's bear roar, its speed and agility dropped by 30. Before it could bite Qiuqiu, Qiuqiu swung the half-dry grass snake in his hand at it. Smack! The burrowing mouse was like it had been whipped, directly knocked down from midair. Thud! Qiuqiu's strike was heavy, and the burrowing mouse crashed into the ground, creating a half-meter deep pit. Squeak! The burrowing mouse wobbled as it tried to get up. But at that moment, a black gas began to rise from its body. The venom from the dry grass snake had actually entered its body through the wound from the earlier attack. There was no need for Qiuqiu to act again. The burrowing mouse quickly turned into a puddle of pus and blood. The red-grade 7th tier burrowing mouse was dead. At this moment, only the ice hound, the frenzied blood boar, the one-eyed vulture, the iron-plated rhino, and the now missing remained on the battlefield. Frenzied blood boar attacked the ice crystal area. At that moment, the skinny beastmaster shouted loudly. Shen Zui immediately understood what he was trying to do. Now, it was unrealistic for all the beasts on the field to break through Qiuqiu's defense. But with the support of the ice hound, the frenzied blood boar's combat power could definitely deal heavy damage to Qiuqiu's hind legs, which were affected by the freezing. Qiuqiu, take down the frenzied blood boar. Sensing Shen Zui's intention, this time Qiuqiu no longer held back. Now, Qiuqiu's rage level had already reached 900-100 due to the attacks of the 10 beasts. The weight of Mount Tai, with Shen Zui's furious roar. Qiuqiu swung his paw down at the frenzied blood boar. Thud! This strike shook the heavens and earth. The surrounding branches were snapped by Qiuqiu's attack. The frenzied blood boar was focused on attacking, and didn't he notice the bare paw above its head until it was about to charge at Qiuqiu's hind leg affected by the freezing. Qiuqiu's bare paw directly slammed onto its head. Smack! The skull is the hardest part of all beasts, but this time, Qiuqiu clearly remembered the frenzied blood boar's reckless attack just now. This paw almost used up all of his strength. With one strike, the frenzied blood boar no longer moved. The hard skull shattered into powder at that moment. The place where the frenzied blood boar's head was located was even directly struck into a 1-meter deep pit. The pungent smell of blood enveloped the area within 100 meters. The red-grade 9th tier frenzied blood boar was dead. Finally, Wang Yuanlong's expression changed. A paw smashing the frenzied blood boar's skull was too exaggerated, even for a bloodline beast. Looking at the scene around Qiuqiu filled with dead and wounded, his calves trembled at that moment. Everything happening before his eyes had completely exceeded his expectations. Is this the power of bloodline beasts? Wang Yuanlong's face turned pale as he couldn't help but look to the west. Although the one-eyed vulture could restrain Qiuqiu, it was impossible to win. If Vusnian and the others were here, that would be great. A trace of regret flashed through Wang Yuanlong's heart. If he had rescued Vusnian first, perhaps the current situation would be different. Even if they encountered the wolf tribe, Vusnian and the others should be able to handle it, right? Just as Wang Yuanlong was thinking this, he suddenly heard a low wolf howl coming from around. A wolf. Soon after, dozens of red-eyed gray wolves slowly appeared around the battlefield. Chapter 41 Cooperation? Overthinking. When Wang Yuanlong saw the appearance of the red-eyed gray wolf pack, he immediately realized that Vusnian and the others were probably in great danger. Not only that, but he also noticed that the wolf pack was gradually gathering. If this continued, there might be hundreds of these wolves. How could there be so many wolves here? In an instant, Wang Yuanlong no longer cared about Shen Zui and Qiuqiu. If he could take down 2 or 3 groups, it meant that the strength of this pack of wolves was definitely above red grade, and there was even a high possibility of a purple grade wolf king. Thinking of this, Wang Yuanlong's gaze fell back on Shen Zui and Qiuqiu. He never expected that things would come to this. Wang Yuanlong glanced at the wolf pack, and now the red-eyed gray wolf's eyes were emitting a faint red light. This was a signal to launch an attack. Shen Zui, I think we should temporarily stop our battle. Saying this, Wang Yuanlong pointed at the red-eyed gray wolves. If we don't eliminate these wolf pups, then even if you have this panda, you won't be able to leave this howling forest alive. Hearing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but laugh. He never expected that Wang Yuanlong would want to negotiate with him at this time. Looking at the ice hound and the iron-plated rhino, then at the one-eyed vulture in the sky, Shen Zui finally nodded. In fact, what Shen Zui was most worried about was the suddenly missing 10th beast. Capturing an ant as a beast was already quite rare. No one knew how strong the really was. Although Qiuqiu was powerful, Shen Zui was not, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. If he couldn't defeat Qiuqiu, Wang Yuanlong would definitely turn on him in the end. After all, once Shen Zui was dead, the contract between Qiuqiu and Shen Zui would automatically dissolve, and the target of the would likely be him. Elder Wang, are you afraid? Saying this, Shen Zui pointed at the distant ice hound. If you want to talk, then put away your beasts first. I, Shen Zui, am alone. If I really want to leave, Qiuqiu can definitely take me out now, but you are different. Saying this, Shen Zui pointed at the beastmasters beside Wang Yuanlong. Now, without their beasts, These people would be targets for the red-eyed gray wolves. Hearing this, Wang Yuanlong's expression was unpredictable, but seeing the number of red-eyed gray wolves increasing, he ultimately agreed. Now, with the death of the straw snake, the burrowing mouse, the big-eared fox, and the mad blood-warty pig, and the serious injury of the blue-eyed lynx, the Beastmaster Guild still has combat power left. Besides the one-eyed vulture circling in the sky, there are the iron-clad rhinoceros, the ice hound, the mountain beast, and the fisher-toothed ant. Shen Zui, the wolf pack in the east, is up to you. We will handle the ones in the west. But at this moment, Shen Zui shook his head. Elder Wang, what about the fisher-toothed ants? Are you planning for me to defeat these red-eyed gray wolves, and then have the fisher-toothed ants launch a surprise attack from behind? If you have such thoughts, I suggest you pack it up early. At this moment, Wang Yuanlong's face turned ashen. Soon, Shen Zui noticed that a soft mass of soil and stones suddenly erupted from the ground behind him. A large group of black ants emerged from underground. Shen Zui, is this good enough? Looking at the densely packed ants the size of fists, Shen Zui couldn't help but feel a chill. If he hadn't been cautious, once Qiuqiu finished the battle, the ant swarm would have launched an attack. If their sizes were the same, even Qiuqiu, who possessed the bloodline beast mastery, would fear the power of the ants. Let's go? Wang Yuanlong glanced at Shen Zui, and soon, the iron-clad rhinoceros stood in front of the beast master. However, at this moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Shen Zui's mouth. Wang Yuanlong was still in the dark, thinking that after he did all this, Shen Zui would join him in dealing with the wolf pack. But looking at Shen Zui's current demeanor, it was clear he had no intention of teaming up with him against the wolves. Elder Wang, what I just said was negotiable. You don't really think I would join you in dealing with the wolf pack, do you? Shen Zui, are you planning to go back on your word? Are you really not afraid of us both being destroyed? Wang Yuanlong was furious. He felt that Shen Zui was toying with him, with so many red-eyed gray wolves. I don't believe you, Shen Zui, can rush out. As he spoke, Wang Yuanlong assumed a stance ready to fight Shen Zui to the death. But just then, a wolf with faint purple light in its eyes slowly walked out from the wolf pack. Purple-grayed, red-eyed gray wolf. Wang Yuanlong's heart sank. But the next moment, something that left him dumbfounded happened. The red-eyed gray wolf king didn't even glance at him and walked straight to Shen Zui, then slowly lay down on the ground. This. Shen Zui, you. Seeing Wang Yuanlong's astonished expression, Shen Zui laughed heartily. Elder Wang, I'm sorry, but this wolf pack is my subordinates. As for the so-called negotiation, you might have overthought that. Saying this, Shen Zui immediately gave Qiuqiu the command to attack. Roar. Qiuqiu let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Wang Yuanlong. At that moment, the red-eyed gray wolf king also stood up. Oh whoa. In an instant, all the red-eyed gray wolves launched their attack. The frenzied wolf assault. At this moment, Shen Zui also discovered the secret of the wolf clan. Although the combat power of individual red-eyed gray wolves was not outstanding, once hundreds of them launched a unified attack, it was a different story. Hiss. The mountain beast was the first to bear the brunt. Before it could burrow underground, 5 or 6 red-eyed gray wolves had already pounced on it. With one bite, the mountain beast's scales were torn off. Ironclad charge. Just as the mountain beast was about to curl up to launch a counterattack, the red-eyed gray wolves would not give it a chance. Before it could curl up, several red-eyed gray wolves had already torn the mountain beast to shreds. Meanwhile, the ice hound was also struggling in battle. Although it had the power of ice to slow the red-eyed gray wolves' attack speed, in the face of absolute numbers, the ice hound's skills seemed insignificant. Soon, the ice hound was entangled with the red-eyed gray wolves. At this moment, there were no techniques involved, just the most primitive attacks. Woof. After the ice hound repelled the attacks of 2 red-eyed gray wolves, its hind leg was bitten by other surrounding red-eyed gray wolves. Chapter 42. The Collision of Defense and Offense. Shen Zui. Seeing everything before him, Wang Yuanlong's eyes were about to pop out. Now, the entire battlefield situation was almost completely one-sided. No matter how good a dog was, it could not withstand the wolf pack's tearing. After the ice hound's hind leg was bitten, the red-eyed gray wolves immediately surrounded it. Aside from the occasional wolf launching surprise attacks from behind, all the red-eyed gray wolves remained cautious. Seeing this, Shen Zui increasingly admired the red-eyed gray wolves. The cooperation exhibited by the entire wolf pack in battle far exceeded that of any beast master. Woof. The ice hound bared its teeth and roared at the surrounding red-eyed gray wolves. Though the main force of the red-eyed gray wolves was at the red grade 7th level, facing a number several times its own, the ice hound found itself at a loss. Ant swarm attack. At this moment, the members of the Beastmaster Guild had no other options. The Beastmaster of the fisher-toothed ants constantly urged the ants to surge towards Shen Zui. As in his eyes, Shen Zui was the key to this battle. Eliminate Shen Zui, and there would still be hope. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanlong continued to urge the one-eyed vulture to peck at the surrounding red-eyed gray wolves preparing for a surprise attack. Oh well. When the one-eyed vulture's beak came down on a red-eyed gray wolf, the wolf king finally moved. After a low growl, it lunged at the one-eyed vulture. Although flying spirit beasts maximized their agility, their damage was limited in comparison. Facing the red-eyed gray wolf king that had entered battle mode, the one-eyed vulture could ensure its own safety, but its damage to the wolf pack was negligible. Oh well. With a long howl from the wolf king, Shen Zui was surprised to find that over a dozen red-eyed gray wolves were actually lying on the ground, their hind legs slightly bent. They looked ready to pounce at any moment. At this point, Wang Yuanlong was stunned. Although the one-eyed vulture was already at the purple grade 2nd level, the sky was the main battlefield for birds. If the red-eyed gray wolves were to pounce on the ground, then the one-eyed vulture would have no room to unleash any of its skills. By that time, the one-eyed vulture would truly be cutting off its own path to survival. Fisher-toothed ants, nothing will grow. Now, the members of the Beastmaster Guild could only place all their hopes on the ant swarm attack initiated by the fisher-toothed ants. With the Beastmaster's command, soon, hundreds and thousands of small fisher-toothed ants surged towards Shen Zui like a tide. Crack! Wherever the fist-sized fisher-toothed ants went, grass and trees were reduced to fragments. Shen Zui looked at these black creatures and felt a wave of disgust. Fisher-toothed ants. Species, ant clan. Grade, red grade, 1st level. Attack, 5830, 48896 Defense, 4521, 3776, 5421. Agility, 3850, 33414 Skills, ant power differentiation, ant swarm attack, nothing will grow. Description, a troublesome ant clan that, upon entering battle mode, can differentiate its strength into hundreds or thousands of weaker ants to launch an ant swarm attack, leaving nothing in its wake. Upon seeing this, Shen Zui immediately understood the reason for the earlier disappearance of the fisher-toothed ants. If this fisher-toothed ant's strength reached the purple grade, then the power of the ant swarm attack would be terrifying. Thinking of this, Shen Zui couldn't help but feel a chill. These little guys were indeed troublesome. Gray wolves. Rally the wolf clan. Eliminate these ants for me. Shen Zui immediately issued a command to the wolf king. If they didn't eliminate them soon, his fear of dense crowds would act up. Oh well. The red-eyed gray wolf king let out a low growl, and soon, the wolf pack charged towards the ant swarm. After the fisher-toothed ants differentiated their strength, their biggest weakness was that a single fisher-toothed ant strength was not strong. A red grade 4th level red-eyed gray wolf stomped down and crushed a fisher-toothed ant. At this moment, Qiuqiu was also unyielding. Every time his bare paw came down, it would crush a whole group. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Even with the help of the wolf pack, there are just too many crack-toothed ants. At this moment, Shen Zui lit a torch and threw it directly into the tide of ants. Whoosh! Accompanied by the howling wind of the forest, the flames quickly surged up. Hiss! Hiss! Shen Zui was stunned. He didn't expect that his subconscious action would hit the crack-toothed ant's weakness. All the crack-toothed ants retreated to the sides upon encountering fire, and some, caught off guard, were directly engulfed in flames. Humph! I didn't expect you to be scared too. Shen Zui finally breathed a sigh of relief. In no time, he had created a fire circle around himself. All the crack-toothed ants could only move continuously around the perimeter of the fire circle. Phew! With the threat gone, the red-eyed gray wolves began their sweeping attack on the ant tribe. Bam! A red-eyed gray wolf slapped down, and a crack-toothed ant was instantly crushed. Shen Zui then realized that the vast majority of the crack-toothed ants were only at the blue grade, 8th level. It seemed that the earlier crack-toothed ant strength definitely wouldn't exceed the red grade. Wang Yuanlong, your doom is coming. Shen Zui pointed at Wang Yuanlong now. The members of the Beastmaster Guild could only rely on the iron-plated rhino to withstand the attacks of the red-eyed gray wolves. Meanwhile, the red grade, 9th level, Cold Mastiff was already badly injured from the bites of the red-eyed gray wolves. The iron-plated rhino was the strongest defensive beast of the entire Beastmaster Guild. Shen Zui observed clearly that after half a day, more than a dozen red-eyed gray wolves had not dealt even a slight injury to the iron-plated rhino. If it weren't for such defense, the members of the Beastmaster Guild would have suffered heavy casualties by now. Shen Zui, don't be so arrogant. Wang Yuanlong's face turned pale. He hid behind the iron-plated rhino, gritting his teeth and cursing at Shen Zui. If you kill me, your good days will also come to an end. Saying this, he waved his phone at Shen Zui. Don't be too complacent. I've already sent a message to the president. It won't be long before he arrives, and then it will be your end, Shen Zui. After Wang Yuanlong finished speaking, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Don't think that your panda is a bloodline beast. When the president arrives, you'll know what a true bloodline beast is. Hearing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but recall the situation when He Ziqi came looking for trouble. Even when facing Zhao Ming's Sky Falcon, his black-feathered crow could still hold its ground, if it weren't for the later arrival of Xiao Yun and Yun Tiance. He Ziqi might not have left so easily. Want to call for reinforcements? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Shen Zui's mouth, and his tone turned icy. That also depends on whether you have the fate to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Saying this, Shen Zui glanced at Qiao. Qiao, make your move. Break this rhino for me. At that moment, Qiao stood up. His 5-meter-tall body took 2 steps to reach the iron-plated rhino. The iron-plated rhino was good at defense, while Qiao excelled at offense. With Shen Zui's command, the strongest offensive and defensive beasts in the whole battle finally collided. Chapter 43. First Encounter with Tang 1. Iron-plated rhino, absolute defense. As Qiao's attack approached, the beast master of the iron-plated rhino quickly made a response. Moo. In an instant, the muscles of the iron-plated rhino swelled dramatically. Its original 5-meter-long, 3-meter-high body suddenly expanded further. Its body, which seemed to be made of piled stones, now glimmered with a granite sheen. A faint gray aura surrounded it, enveloping Wang Yuanlong and the others within. Absolute defense. At this moment, Shen Zui decisively activated the Eye of Bo Lo. Iron-plated rhino. Race, Rhino Tribe. Grade, Red Grade, 9th level. Attack, 168-3215-21018-521. Defense, 176-53134-5718421. Agility, 3789-3240-4110. Skills, Petrification, Absolute Defense, Last Stand Counterattack. Description, a docile rhino with extremely high defense and poor eyesight when faced with danger. It will unleash tremendous attack power, significantly enhancing both its defense and attack. After reading the iron-plated rhino's description, Shen Zui finally understood why the iron-plated rhino had not participated in any battles from the beginning. The iron-plated rhino's speed and agility were simply too poor. Conversely, its attack and defense far exceeded that of ordinary beasts. Roar. Just as the iron-plated rhino had just executed its absolute defense, Qiao's attack arrived. With a huge roar, Qiao's bare paw slammed down onto the iron-plated rhino's spine. Thud. There was a violent collision, and Qiao staggered slightly. In contrast, the iron-plated rhino only displayed a few cracks on its back. This is ridiculous. Without the enhancement of bloodlines, the iron-plated rhino actually took Qiao's paw head-on. Shen Zui could hardly believe his eyes. Phew. Seeing that the iron-plated rhino was unharmed, Wang Yuanlong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If it really broke its defense, then the members of the Beastmaster Guild would suffer. At this moment, Qiao seemed a bit surprised. He looked at his own bare paw, then at the iron-plated rhino's back, momentarily dazed. Master, what exactly is this guy? Shen Zui couldn't help but smile wryly. Qiao, this guy's defense is too perverse. Moreover, if he gets pushed to the edge, his fighting power might not be inferior to a bloodline beast. Shen Zui rubbed his chin. Having long said that you should practice more, if only you had an iron rod in your hand right now, I believe your attack power would definitely increase. Hearing this, Qiao couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy. I refuse to believe that I can't smash this cow today. After saying that, Qiao swung his arm again. At that moment, the iron-plated rhino finally made a move. Moo. Although Qiao hadn't shattered the iron-plated rhino's spine, he still made it feel excruciating pain. Seeing Qiao about to continue attacking, the iron-plated rhino's front hooves scraped the ground. Qiao, be careful. Seeing this, Shen Zui immediately warned Qiao. But by then, it was too late. Last stand counterattack. The iron-plated rhino roared and charged at Qiao. At this moment, Qiao finally sensed the threat. Thud. Qiao's bare paw came down first. He swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the iron-plated rhino's attack. Just then, the iron-plated rhino couldn't slow down in time and crashed into a 3-meter diameter tree 100 meters away. Crack. Shen Zui was stunned. With one hit, the iron-plated rhino actually knocked the towering tree down to the ground. Moo. The iron-plated rhino's horn glimmered with a faint cold light. A single charge seemed to sharpen its horn. Shen Zui was momentarily dazed, but just then, the iron-plated rhino charged at Qiao again. However, its speed was simply too slow compared to Qiao. For the second attack, it still missed. Now, Qiao was finally a bit annoyed. He didn't expect to be chased around with no power to fight back by a rhino. Roar. Qiao suddenly let out a roar, then jumped high into the air, crashing down towards the iron-plated rhino. However, this time Qiao was using his whole body instead of his bare paw. Be careful of the rhino's horn. Shen Zui felt a surge of tension. If Qiao sat directly on the rhino's horn, that scene would be too beautiful. Without needing Shen Zui's reminder, Qiao had already thought of this. He sat down right on the back of the armored rhinoceros. Crack. The armored rhinoceros had extremely poor eyesight and could never have imagined that Chiyo would have such a bizarre way of attacking. With a crisp sound of bones breaking, the armored rhinoceros finally couldn't bear it any longer. Thud. The next moment, the armored rhinoceros sat directly on the ground, visibly struggling to breathe. The red grade level 9 armored rhinoceros was dead. As the two massive creatures battled, the Beastmaster Guild members were also affected, except for Wang Yuanlong, who narrowly avoided danger thanks to his one-eyed vulture. The other Beastmasters either died or were injured. Shen Zui. Wang Yuanlong's face turned pale. If it weren't for the one-eyed vulture whipping up a strong wind, he would have likely been devoured by the incoming red-eyed gray wolf. Don't get too complacent. Our guild leader is almost here. When that happens, it will be your and this bear's death day. Your panda is ultimately a terrestrial beast. If you want to kill me, wait until your next life. Standing on the back of the one-eyed vulture, Wang Yuanlong finally caught his breath and mocked Shen Zui. Wang Yuanlong, what are you so arrogant about? With so many Beastmasters injured or dead, you're just a stray dog now. Shen Zui pointed at Wang Yuanlong, who was hiding in the sky. Just then, Chiyo's voice appeared in Shen Zui's mind. Master, watch me. Shen Zui and Wang Yuanlong were so busy talking that they didn't notice that Chiyo had already reached the towering tree that the armored rhinoceros had knocked down. Get down from there. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed, nearly shattering everyone's eardrums. Chiyo's sharp claws pierced directly into the tree trunk, and the next moment, the 100-meter-long trunk swung towards the one-eyed vulture in the sky. Bang! Before Wang Yuanlong could even see what was happening, the trunk struck the one-eyed vulture, sending it crashing into the whistling forest. Watching this scene, Shen Zui was completely stunned. Chiyo, well done. Shen Zui couldn't help but give Chiyo a thumbs up. After saying that, he rushed towards the direction where Wang Yuanlong had fallen, accompanied by Chiyo and the red-eyed gray wolf. A few minutes later, when Shen Zui saw Wang Yuanlong, who was already battered and bruised, a bespectacled boy also walked out. Huh, who are you? Are you also Wang Yuanlong's accomplice? Tangwen glanced at Shen Zui and quickly shook his head. Hello, my name is Tangwen, and I'm here for a walk. Chapter 44, White Zay Bloodline. Tangwen, out for a walk. At this moment, Shen Zui couldn't help but frown. Walking to the whistling forest? Who do you think you're fooling? Tangwen clearly saw Shen Zui's doubts. He pointed at Wang Yuanlong. He can testify for me. As he spoke, Tangwen pulled out 3 gold coins. I told you, this divination is too dangerous, but you didn't believe me. After saying that, Tangwen glanced at Wang Yuanlong and shook his head to himself. Sigh. You chose this path yourself. It's fine to act freely, but you can't force it. Wang Yuanlong was now completely frustrated. Chiyo's sudden attack was truly unexpected. And now, the one-eyed vulture had been injured by Chiyo, its wings broken, making it impossible to fly. Moreover, Tangwen's appearance was like pouring salt on his wounds. You little chick, not so cocky now, huh? Chiyo said, walking straight to the one-eyed vulture. Caw. The one-eyed vulture tried to flap its wings to take off. But before it could open its wings, Chiyo slapped it. Pow! With one slap, the one-eyed vulture's neck was opened up and blood gushed out. Shen Zui looked at Wang Yuanlong, who was now completely stunned. Seeing Chiyo's massive bare paw, he knew that if that slap landed, he would surely be turned into meat paste. Shen Zui, if you let me go, I can plead for you in front of the guild leader. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but smile slightly. You think He Ziqi would care about you in your current situation? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Shen Zui's eyes. Besides, when have I ever needed to look at He Ziqi's face to do things? Without saying a word, Shen Zui immediately signaled to the red-eyed gray wolf king. In the next moment, several red-eyed gray wolves tightly surrounded Wang Yuanlong. Sigh, why bother? Watching the bloody scene unfold, Tangwen turned to glance at the white sheep beside him. The white sheep seemed to understand Tangwen's words and turned away, no longer looking at the bloody scene. Shen Zui looked at Wang Yuanlong, and just moments ago, a flicker of pity had crossed his heart. But reality was cruel. In this world of the Blue Star, it was either Wang Yuanlong dying today, or Shen Zui himself. What exactly are you? Shen Zui turned to look at Tangwen, not believing his explanation. Tangwen waved his hand, pulling out 3 gold coins. I really came for a walk. I even did a divination for him when I met him earlier, but unfortunately, he didn't listen to my advice. Sensing that Tangwen meant no harm, Shen Zui relaxed. He examined the strange boy in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that every world has its fortune tellers? How about I do a divination for you? Tangwen suddenly smiled mysteriously at Shen Zui. At the moment he met Shen Zui, he was sure that Shen Zui was the nobleman mentioned in his divination. Shen Zui chuckled and casually grabbed the gold coins. Go ahead. Tangwen slowly arranged the 3 gold coins. Strange. You've had 2 major calamities in the past few days. However, There's also a major opportunity waiting for you. As he spoke, Tang Wen's gaze fell on Qiu. What a powerful bloodline beast, and it's naturally full of bloodline power. Tang Wen's mysterious demeanor instantly piqued Shen Zui's curiosity. What does full bloodline power mean? Who exactly are you? Tang Wen smiled. I am Tang Wen, the fifth-generation heir of the Tang family. At that moment, Shen Zui immediately understood Tang Wen's background. In the entire Blue Star, the family most knowledgeable about beast taming was undoubtedly the Tang family. 200 years ago, Tang He's theories emerged, almost laying the theoretical foundation for the beast taming community. As a result, the Tang family made significant progress and rose to become one of the 4 strongest families in the Great Xia Kingdom. You are from the Tang family? After learning about Tang Wen's identity, Shen Zui was completely taken aback. The Tang family held a prominent position, and it was said that every member of the Tang family had at least one beast with a red-grade bloodline. If they were direct descendants, they would start with a purple-grade bloodline beast. Tang Wen smiled. I'm just a collateral branch, nothing to boast about. As he spoke, Tang Wen glanced at his white sheep. I've never had much interest in beast taming since I was young. I'm more interested in the divination techniques and bloodline theories left by my ancestors. The atmosphere in my family is too heavy, and only this white sheep suits my taste. But because of that, I ended up being expelled. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui's gaze fell on the white sheep beside Tang Wen. The little white sheep was gentle and had little combat power, nowhere near comparable to your panda. But just then, Shen Zui's gaze toward the white sheep grew increasingly strange. White sheep. Species. Sheep. Grade. Blue grade level 8. Attack. 999. Defense. 999. Agility. 999. Bloodline inheritance. White Zay bloodline. Inheritance degree. 20. Skills. Heavenly blessing. Seeking benefit and avoiding harm. Turning disaster into blessing. Description. A gentle white sheep, averse to conflict. Deeply favored by luck, turning disaster into fortune. It actually has the white Zay bloodline. Although the white sheep's attributes were surprisingly low, upon seeing its bloodline, Shen Zui was completely stunned. Qiu's bloodline was not well understood by Shen Zui, but Bai Zai had long heard of it. In legend, Bai Zai was a beast of auspiciousness, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, familiar with the names and temperaments of all the magical beings and demons in the world, and worshipped by thousands. Shen Zui couldn't help but be amazed. He never expected to see a beast with Bai Zai's bloodline here. This Tang Wen was not simple. How did you know? Tang Wen smiled. The so-called full bloodline power means that the beast's bloodline inheritance has reached 100%, and the bloodline power within it will manifest with the enhancement of its rank. In a sense, you could understand it as the descendants left behind by divine beasts. At this point, Tang Wen frowned. I can sense that your panda bloodline is definitely very noble. Unexpectedly, there are such beasts in this world. It seems you are the noble person I have been looking for. While Shen Zui and Tang Wen were talking, Qiu had already transformed back to its original form, curiously circling around Tang Wen's white sheep before quickly lying down beside it and falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 45. The wind rises and clouds surge. This is... Shen Zui was momentarily at a loss for words. He looked at the young man in front of him wearing glasses. Is your beast a bloodline beast? Tang Wen waved his hand. Xiao Bai's bloodline is really nothing to mention. It doesn't possess strong combat power. It is just an auxiliary-type beast. Shen Zui frowned. It seemed that everyone underestimated this white sheep. If it weren't for the help of the system, even Shen Zui would never think the bloodline of the white sheep was so noble. Shen Zui, I am really curious about your panda. If you don't mind, I would like to learn more about it. Perhaps this will be a milestone discovery in the theoretical field of beast tamers. Hearing this, Shen Zui patted Qiu's fluffy head. This little guy, I am worried about him being lazy every day. With you around, it might help me come up with some ways to manage him. I really don't want him to end up useless. Tang Wen adjusted his glasses. Don't worry. I can tell you already have the talent of a genius beast tamer. In Shen Zui's heart, Tang Wen's appearance was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. The Tang family had profound research in beast taming theory, which would allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the entire beast taming world. Tang Wen wanted to stay, and Shen Zui couldn't have asked for more. Soon, the two hit it off. Tang Wen stayed by Shen Zui's side to learn about bloodline beasts, while Shen Zui better understood what bloodline beasts were all about. However, just as they were talking, Shen Zui's phone suddenly rang. Shen Zui, are you playing hide and seek again? As soon as he answered the phone, Shen Zui heard Xiao Yun's voice on the other end. What's wrong? On the other end, Xiao Yun's face was obviously anxious. Do you want to see Qiu? Shen Zui had already developed immunity to the 3 girls, as they were most worried about Qiu. However, this time, Xiao Yun unexpectedly didn't say she wanted to see Qiu. She said anxiously, Shen Zui, I just received news that He Ziqi suddenly gathered all members of the Beast Tamer Association and headed towards the Howling Forest. What on earth happened there? As Xiao Yun spoke, Yin Duer also chimed in. Shen Zui, Dad is asking you. What is the current situation with Wang Yuanlong and the others? Have you encountered him? Mentioning Wang Yuanlong, Shen Zui couldn't help but glance at the distant red-eyed gray wolf. That's right. Wang Yuanlong brought people to hunt us down, and in the end, we took them all down. Took them down? Yin Duer didn't think much about it. In her mind, taking down simply meant defeating them. But at that moment, Yun Tiansu, who was standing aside, was shaken by those 3 words. He understood the weight of Shen Zui's words. No wonder. Yun Tiansu's brows immediately furrowed. He quickly realized everything. With Wang Yuanlong dead, the Beast Tamer Association was really going to go all out against Shen Zui this time. Just thinking of this, he strode out of the living room. Zhao Ming, Yun Gang, everything has been clarified. It looks like Shen Zui has made a deadly enemy with the Beast Tamer Association this time. Hearing this, Zhao Ming fell silent. And even the usually carefree Xiao Yun Gang didn't speak. Brother Yin, what do you think we should do? Xiao Yun Gang asked seriously. Something like this happening with the Beast Tamer Association would be a huge issue for Yun City. Zhao Ming also looked at Yun Tiansu. The conflict between their 3 families and the He family was not something that had started in a day or two. Objectively speaking, now that Shen Zui had taken down Wang Yuanlong, it was the best opportunity for them to strike at the He family. However, making this decision would also be extremely difficult, as the He family had the massive backing of the Beast Tamer Association. A slight misstep could lead to their complete destruction. We need to be cautious about this matter. After Yin Tiansu finished speaking, he immediately thought of someone. He Ziqi. Although He Ziqi had made a promise to Shen Zui back then, how much of it could actually be fulfilled was the key to the matter. If the Yi family really intended to protect Shen Zui at all costs, then their 3 families would have no worries in taking action. I will go to the Yi family right now. After saying that, Yin Tiansu didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately took people towards the Yi family. At that moment, He Ziqi also received news of the Beast Tamer Association's mobilization. Head, did something happen in the Howling Forest? Uncle Yi looked at He Ziqi. He hadn't seen him frown like that in a long time. That's right. Just now, Yining contacted Shen Zui. And Shen Zui said he had taken down Wang Yuanlong and the others. Hearing this, Uncle Yi was instantly dumbfounded. As the butler of the Yi family, he knew what this news meant. Head, He Yuqin has almost mobilized everyone. If we don't take action, then Shen Zui will. He Ziqi nodded. I am waiting for someone. It seems something big is about to happen in Yun City. As soon as he finished speaking, news of Yun Tiansu's visit came from outside. Finally here, He Ziqi whispered a few words to Uncle Yi and then turned to the living room. He Ziqi, you must have heard about Shen Zui's situation, right? He Ziqi smiled slightly, nodding slowly. To be honest, I have been waiting for Lord Yun of Yun City for a long time. Both Yun Tiansu and He Ziqi were well versed in worldly affairs. And in their simple conversation, they had already understood each other's backgrounds. Looking at He Ziqi's calm demeanor, Yun Tiansu smiled. I wonder what kind of price the Yi family is prepared to pay this time. Yun Tiansu asked with a smile. Shen Zui is already an elder of my Yi family. I, Yi, am not someone who goes back on my word. Just now, our people have already taken action. The strongest beast is a purple-grade 2nd-tier bloodline beast, the flat-headed Marten. Lord Yun, you won't remain indifferent, right? Hearing this, Yun Tiansu finally felt reassured. Since Brother Yi is so generous, we naturally cannot be too shabby. Our City Lord's mansion, the Beast Tamer Academy, and the Shao family are also ready. Since Brother Yi wants to put on a show, we will naturally support it. Having said that, the two couldn't help but exchange knowing smiles. Lord Yun, I promised before that as long as I help Shen Zui, my Yi family is willing to pay the price. This time, I will also need to borrow your Kuan Yun Yen for use. He Ziqi smiled slightly, although the purple-grade flat-headed Marten was not weak. Without any flying beast participating in the battle against He Yuqin's black-feathered crow, it was unrealistic to think of solving He Yuqin once and for all. Hearing this, Yun Tiansu nodded. Good. I will lead people to the Howling Forest right now. Chapter 46, The Celestial Phenomenon. At this moment, after receiving calls from Xiao Yun and Yi Ning, Shen Zui's heart suddenly tightened with anxiety. According to the 2 women's reports, He Yuqin had nearly emptied the elite forces of the Beast Master Association, with at least 5 purple-tier beast companions among them. Such a grand display heading towards the Howling Forest clearly showed that the Beast Master Association no longer cared about their reputation. Brother Tangwen, I didn't expect you to be right. I really am a harbinger of disaster. Shen Zui forced a bitter smile and immediately informed Tang Wen about the current situation. Although he believed Tang Wen was a talented person, he still didn't want to involve him in his own troubles. After all, the conflict between Shen Zui and the He family was a matter of life and death, with no room for retreat. The Beast Master Association? I see they are quite arrogant in Yun City. Who wouldn't be tempted by a bloodline beast like Chiao? Just go with the flow. I feel this little guy has an abundance of energy. Tang Wen didn't take Shen Zui's words to heart at all. He was busy examining Qiu and recording various data. However, Shen Zui didn't have the luxury of time at that moment. He glanced at the crimson-eyed Grey Wolf King. Grey Wolf, you must immediately mobilize all wolves. Report to me at once if you discover any traces of the large group of beast masters. Shen Zui still clearly remembered how He Ziqi had provoked the academy before. Previously, Wang Yuanlong's one-eyed vulture was just an ordinary purple-tier beast without any bloodline power, while He Ziqi's black-feathered raven was different. If they encountered a flying bloodline beast, Qiu might find itself in a position where its strength couldn't be utilized. Just thinking about this made Shen Zui frown. Just then, Yining's call came through. Shen Zui, our Yi family has already mobilized. My father said that the Lord of Yin City, the Shao family, and the Beastmaster Academy have also taken action. What you need to do now is to conserve your strength and not confront He Ziqi head-on. Wait for our support. When Yining said this, a warm current surged in Shen Zui's heart. He had never dared to hope for the Yi family to step in for him. But now, not only was the Yi family involved, but all the major forces in Yin City had also mobilized. This way, he might have a glimmer of hope amid the chaos. Brother Tang Wen, this isn't a place for conversation. Follow me. After saying this, Shen Zui led Tang Wen to the cave where the Rift Sky Bear had originally lived. The Rift Sky Bear had just died, and the surrounding spirit beasts could still smell its dung, making this place the safest aside from the cave where Rose was. However, just as Shen Zui and the others were heading to the Rift Sky Bear's cave, He Ziqi, along with a group of elite beast masters from the association, was rapidly making their way to the site of Wang Yuanlong's death. Still unable to contact Elder Wang, He Ziqi furrowed his brow atop the black-feathered raven. Half an hour ago, he had received a distress signal from Wang Yuanlong. According to his estimation, dealing with a blue-tier beast, the 50 elites led by Wang Yuanlong should have been enough to complete the task, but now, the situation was completely beyond his expectations. Could it be that this Shen Zui really intends to oppose our Beastmaster Association? Report to the President. Except for the personnel on guard at the outskirts of the Howling Forest, all others are uncontactable. However, according to the address sent earlier by Elder Wang, they should be just 20 kilometers ahead of us. Upon hearing the report, He Ziqi immediately issued orders. Advance at full speed. We must locate Elder Wang in the shortest time possible. Behind He Ziqi were a group of flying-type beast companions, including his black-feathered raven and a number of other avian beasts like the white-feathered firebird. It is not an exaggeration to say that these beast masters were the most agile mobile force in the entire Beastmaster Association. 20 minutes later, He Ziqi arrived at the battlefield where Shen Zui and Wang Yuanlong had fought. Looking at the devastated battlefield, He Ziqi's heart involuntarily clenched. Report to the President. The battle seems to have just ended. As he spoke, one beast master pointed to the still smoldering embers. What is the situation? Is there anyone alive? At that moment, the beast masters beside He Ziqi fell silent. Report to the President. Not a single survivor. It looks like they were eaten by wolves. All the beasts even left no crystal cores behind. Upon hearing this, He Ziqi's veins bulged in anger. Good job, Shen Zui. You really are ruthless. Order everyone. Within a 50-kilometer radius, spare not a single blade of grass. Even if Shen Zui hides underground, we will dig him out. After He Ziqi finished speaking, he whistled, and the black-feathered raven perched on the treetop flew into the sky. However, He Ziqi was unaware that Shen Zui had already made preparations to hunker down. As long as the reinforcements from other forces had not arrived, even if he were to be killed, he would not leave the Rift Sky Bear's cave. Shen Zui, this should be the cave of the Bear Clan, right? I didn't expect you to find such a good location. Tang Wen smiled at Shen Zui, quickly making a judgment by looking at the fur of the Rift Sky Bear on the ground. Brother really has good eyesight. However, this Rift Sky Bear was unfortunate to encounter Qiu. It deserved its bad luck. Shen Zui laughed as he took out a piece of bear paw meat from his spatial ring. Authentic roasted bear paw, worth its weight in gold. Tang Wen took a bite and couldn't help but exclaim, "This flavor is truly remarkable." Shen Zui waved his hand, "As long as my brother likes it. I have plenty here." As he spoke, Shen Zui took out a piece of spirit honey. At this moment, even the white goat beside them was drawn over. "It seems your white goat is also tempted," Shen Zui said as he placed a piece of spirit honey in front of the white goat. Just as the white goat was about to lick the spirit honey, suddenly, Shen Zui felt a change occurring outside. In less than a minute, the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the fierce winds of the howling forest suddenly surged violently. As Shen Zui and Tang Wen tried to step out of the cave to see what was happening, they were nearly blown off their feet. This situation was something Shen Zui had never encountered in the howling forest over the past few days. The previously clear sky was now filled with rolling black clouds, with thunder and lightning. Is it going to rain? Just as this thought flashed through Shen Zui's mind, Tang Wen directly refuted him. No, it's not going to rain. Listen. Saying this, Tang Wen tilted his ear to carefully listen to the howling wind. At that moment, Qiao and the white goat also came out. Qiao looked at the changes in the sky, a hint of joy suddenly flashing across its face. Master, do you hear it? Is there a faint tiger roar in the wind? Just then, the black clouds in the sky suddenly began to move. In an instant, the entire cloud layer gathered together like a funnel, the surging black clouds suddenly converging towards a point in the distance. Chapter 47, Rose Gives Birth. That place isn't. At that moment, the figure of Rose suddenly appeared in Shen Zui's mind. He still clearly remembered that Rose had once said that her offspring had a noble bloodline, and when giving birth, it would trigger a celestial phenomenon. Could it be? Just as this thought flashed through Shen Zui's mind, Tang Wen spoke up. This is a celestial phenomenon. I can't believe I'm witnessing such a spectacular scene. Tang Wen suddenly laughed heartily. He grabbed Shen Zui's arm. Shen Zui, something big is going to happen in the Howling Forest. As he spoke, Tang Wen took out an ancient-looking book from his spatial ring. It's right here. Seeing the records in the book, Tang Wen nearly jumped up with excitement. The only things that could cause a celestial phenomenon, aside from powerful bloodline beasts fighting, is the birth of bloodline beasts. The more powerful the bloodline beast, the stronger the celestial phenomenon it triggers. Tang Wen was explaining to Shen Zui while quickly recording the situation in front of him. However, before he could finish speaking, Shen Zui ran directly towards the cave where Rose was. No, Rose absolutely cannot have any problems. Shen Zui clearly remembered that Rose had said before that when she was giving birth, it was her most vulnerable time, and any disturbance could lead to difficult births or stillbirths. And now, He Ziqi and others had arrived. If they discovered Rose's location, it would undoubtedly be fatal for her. Qiao, speed up. Don't you remember the promise you made to Rose back then? Qiao followed closely behind Shen Zui, saying, Master, don't worry. If anyone dares to target Sister Rose, I'll fight them. Tang Wen saw Shen Zui and Qiao leave and didn't he think much about it. He quickly put away his notebook and followed Shen Zui and Qiao towards the cave where Rose was. Just then, He Ziqi, who was scouting Shen Zui's whereabouts, also sensed something was wrong. Looking at the dark clouds pouring down like a funnel, He Ziqi frowned. You guys follow me, braving the howling wind. He Ziqi led 7 or 8 subordinates at a rapid pace. Finally, when they stood at the entrance of Rose's cave, a hint of ecstasy finally appeared on He Ziqi's face. Heaven is helping me. He Ziqi suddenly laughed out loud. Bloodline, this must be the power of the bloodline. Saying this, He Ziqi pointed at the cave entrance. Such a powerful bloodline force, the spirit beast inside this cave must be extraordinary. You guys, find out immediately what kind of spirit beast is inside. Several beast tamers cautiously approached the cave entrance, but before they could get close, a furious tiger roar echoed from within the cave. Tiger-type spirit beast? He Ziqi immediately formed his own judgment. President, tiger-type spirit beasts are the kings of the food chain in the beast taming world. If it really is a tiger-type spirit beast with bloodline inheritance, we would strike it rich if we capture it. He Ziqi showed no signs of hiding his joy. Don't rush. A phenomenon this powerful in nature likely means this tiger-type spirit beast is giving birth. The words bloodline beast taming, tiger-type spirit beast, and giving birth. Any one of these would drive beast tamers crazy, and now that all 3 were present, He Ziqi had even thrown Qiao's situation out of his mind. At that moment, inside the cave, Rose also sensed the presence of humans. She lay weakly on the ground as the dark clouds in the sky transformed into pure spiritual energy that continuously entered the tiger cubs inside her belly with each breath she took. How could this happen? Rose was constantly paying attention to the movements outside, repeatedly murmuring Shen Zui and Qiao's names in her heart. The days after giving birth would be Rose's weakest time. If danger struck now, Rose would have no strength to protect her children. Master, Qiao, where are you? Pain surged through Rose's belly, and it seemed she would give birth within half an hour. Could it be that my children will perish like this? Rose suddenly roared towards the outside. This was the maximum effort she could muster at that moment. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Every second was immense torture for Rose. The abdominal pain became more pronounced, and she could even feel the little ones moving inside her. Finally, just when Rose was almost in despair, 2 familiar scents appeared. Rose. Shen Zui had already established a mental connection with Rose when he was a kilometer away from the cave. Master, you finally came. There are strange humans here. Rose quickly informed Shen Zui about the situation outside the cave. Saying this, Shen Zui glanced at Qiao. Qiao, the enemies have targeted Rose. Prepare for battle. After continuous fighting and a hurried journey, Qiao was exhausted, but upon hearing Shen Zui's words, he was instantly filled with powerful fighting spirit. Daring to target my sister Rose means going against me. Roar. At the moment Chiao entered battle mode, he suddenly bared his teeth and let out an angry roar towards the sky. In an instant, powerful bloodline pressure enveloped the area within a kilometer. In all their battles, Shen Zui had never seen Chiao so full of fighting spirit. Just then, they were less than 300 meters away from the cave where Rose was. At this moment, Shen Zui also noticed He Ziqi and others waiting at the cave entrance. President, look, it's Shen Zui and his panda. Just as Chiao let out a roar, He Ziqi noticed something was wrong. His black-feathered raven suddenly soared into the air, circling overhead. He Ziqi looked at the dark clouds above, which resembled a funnel. If they had arrived half an hour later, everything would have been over. Prepare for battle. He Ziqi looked at Shen Zui, wishing he could swallow Shen Zui and Chiao whole. With his command, all the beast tamers around summoned their beasts to fly into the air. Shen Zui, what are you doing here? Looking for death? As Shen Zui drew closer, He Ziqi suddenly spoke. Shen Zui's sudden appearance undoubtedly added uncertainty to his plans to capture the spirit beast in the cave. He Ziqi absolutely could not allow this to happen, but since Shen Zui had arrived, he had to quickly come up with a solution. Hearing He Ziqi's seemingly tough words, Shen Zui sneered coldly. He pointed at He Ziqi and the swarms of flying beasts. President He, your words are strange. Aren't you people looking for me? I didn't expect that my appearance could mobilize so many beast tamers. You really flatter me. Shen Zui's lips curled slightly as he pointed in the direction of He Ziqi and the others. I'm right here now. If you have the guts, come at me. Chapter 48, Chiao's Protection. Seeing Shen Zui's arrogant demeanor, He Ziqi's face darkened. If it had been before, he would have acted without hesitation. However, now that he had discovered the spirit beast in the cave, He Ziqi naturally had to consider much more. Shen Zui, there was originally no enmity between us. Today, my Beast Tamer Guild is on a mission. I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, you will be at odds with my entire Beast Tamer Guild. Hearing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but laugh. No enmity. Shen Zui snorted coldly. President He, you really have a short memory. Who was it that issued a kill order against me in front of everyone outside the Beast Tamer Academy? Who sent Wang Yuanlong and others to infiltrate the Howling Forest to kill me? As he spoke, Shen Zui pointed to the place where Wang Yuanlong and others had perished. President He, to be honest, Wang Yuanlong once said similar things to me. Didn't you see the bones in the Howling Forest? To be honest, I killed them all. Don't you want to know how they died? If you're interested, I can tell you right now. While speaking, Shen Zui stepped closer to the cave entrance with Chiao. In his view, as long as they could block the entrance, they could ensure Rose's safety. At that moment, He Ziqi's face was so dark it seemed ink could drip from it. Shen Zui was being too arrogant. In front of so many beast tamers, he was clearly provoking He Ziqi's authority. If He Ziqi didn't act now, once they left the Howling Forest, his reputation in the Beast Tamer Guild would plummet. Prepare for battle. Finally, He Ziqi could no longer hold back. He turned and issued commands to all the beast tamers around him. In an instant, dozens of avian beast tamers flew above Chiao and Shen Zui. Caw, caw. Dozens of avian beasts were circling overhead, creating a truly spectacular scene. However, Chiao only found the cawing of the black-feathered crows above to be annoying. Before Shen Zui could speak, he reached out with his bare paw and swatted at the sky. Caw, caw. Unfortunately, Chiao couldn't reach these flying beasts at all. After swiping at the air, he couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. Shen Zui, you saw it. Your panda is no match for our beast. If you're smart, you should leave now. As for the previous matters, I will consider going easy on you. If you can join us, I might even let it go. But if you are foolish, don't blame me for being rude. He Ziqi had already planned that as long as he subdued the tiger beast in the cave, he would be free to find trouble with Shen Zui. Unfortunately, such a simple truth was something Shen Zui was well aware of. He Ziqi, use your brain. Shen Zui looked at the flying beasts overhead. Do you really think this rabble can harm Chiao? Bah. Chiao, speed up. Ignore those crows above. Don't let any of these people in front of you get away. This time, Shen Zui directly set his attack target on He Ziqi and the others. He Ziqi's current situation was different from Wang Yuanlong's. Without land beasts, their self-defense capabilities were concerning. Roar. Chiao understood Shen Zui's meaning and suddenly accelerated towards He Ziqi and the others. Bear's roar. The earth-shattering roar nearly burst He Ziqi's eardrums. Faced with Chiao's 5-meter-high body, He Ziqi dared not hesitate. Black-feathered crow, noisy power. White-feathered firebird, engulf in flames. In an instant, all the beasts in the sky launched an attack on Chiao. Chiao, hold on. Rush over. Just block the cave entrance, and Rose will be safe. Shen Zui continuously encouraged Chiao in his heart. At that moment, a burst of flames suddenly shot from the mouth of the white-feathered firebird, directly landing on Chiao's back. Almost simultaneously, the intense noise caused Shen Zui to feel a splitting headache. Qiuqiu's situation became even more dangerous. The white-feathered firebird and black-feathered crows in the sky were all above purple-quality beasts, with the black-feathered crow possessing bloodline power. Its noise attack far exceeded the damage from other beasts to Qiuqiu. Just as Qiuqiu was affected by the black-feathered crow, a splendid parrot suddenly dove down from the sky, attempting to launch a sneak attack on Qiuqiu. But just then, a furious roar was heard, and Qiuqiu raised his paw and swatted. Smack! This powerful blow sent the splendid parrot crashing against a rock 100 meters away before it could even touch Qiuqiu's fur. With a loud bang, the splendid parrot smashed the rock to pieces, and even its hardest beak was shattered. The power of a single slap was terrifying. The red grade 8 stage splendid parrot was dead. Qiuqiu's attack left all the beast tamers dumbfounded. Although the flames from the white-feathered firebird were effective, they did not cause much damage on Qiuqiu's back. Shen Zui was well aware of Qiuqiu's attributes. That terrifying defensive power was unmatched even by Rose, who also belonged to the bloodline beasts, let alone the white-feathered firebird, which had no bloodline power. What on earth is this bear? At that moment, it was the first time He Ziqi faced Qiuqiu. In his impression, Qiuqiu was still just a blue-grade first stage. But now, even a fool could see that Qiuqiu had long since broken through to red-grade. Qiuqiu. The Mount Tai is pressing down. After killing the splendid parrot, Shen Zui did not pause for a moment. He was now less than 100 meters away from Rose's cave. Damn it! He Ziqi watched Qiuqiu raise his bare paw and dared not hesitate any longer. With a command, the black-feathered crow swooped down to pull him aside. Finally, Shen Zui and Qiuqiu managed to block the entrance of Rose's cave. Inside the cave, upon sensing Qiuqiu's aura up close, Rose's previously anxious heart finally settled. Master. Rose lay on the ground, weakly lifting her head to glance at Shen Zui. Don't move. Without saying a word, Shen Zui immediately checked Rose's condition. As the National Treasure's caretaker, Shen Zui had also learned about deliveries. Don't worry, everything is normal. Saying this, Shen Zui took out clean water and spiritual honey from his spatial ring. Leave the outside matters to us. You focus on delivering the cubs. These will replenish your strength. At that moment, Rose suddenly felt fortunate that she had unintentionally recognized Shen Zui as her master, as now it seemed unimaginable without him. Sister Rose, once this little cub is born, he will be my little nephew. Don't worry, if anything happens in the future, I will protect him. Qiuqiu, with his 5-meter-high body sitting at the cave entrance, looked at the flying avian beasts in the sky, not caring at all. Although avian beasts were agile, their attacks were still somewhat lacking in front of Qiuqiu's defenses. However, just over 5 minutes later, Qiuqiu suddenly noticed a dense group of beasts approaching from a distance. Master, these guys have reinforcements. At this moment, Qiuqiu's tone became serious. Shen Zui hurriedly walked outside the cave, and upon seeing the throng of beasts in the distance, a sense of foreboding flashed through his heart. It seemed an intense battle was unavoidable. Chapter 49, Pig Teammate. Haha. Shen Zui, did you see that? Your doom is upon you. At that moment, He Ziqi, standing on the black-feathered crow, also saw the situation in the distance. He sneered at Shen Zui with disdain. This time, the Beast Tamer Guild had directly dispatched nearly 100 Beast Tamers, all with beasts above red grade, most of whom were even above red grade 5th stage. Shen Zui's palms were sweating, and he became increasingly cautious. If he could barely contend with Wang Yuan long before, now, he had lost all confidence against He Ziqi. Qiuqiu, are you ready? While speaking, Shen Zui pulled out 2 first-grade Beast Tamer pills and a purple-grade crystal core from his spatial ring. This purple-grade crystal core was the one from the one-eyed vulture that Qiuqiu had previously defeated. As the battle drew near, Shen Zui dared not be careless. He would not spare anything that could enhance Qiuqiu's combat power. Crunch. Without hesitation, Qiuqiu swallowed the 2 Beast Tamer pills and the purple-grade crystal core in one gulp. Almost immediately, a red light flashed around him, and Qiuqiu's strength finally broke through to red grade 2nd stage. Beast, Qiuqiu. Race, Bear Clan. Grade, red grade 2nd stage. Evolution value, 1130,000. Attack, 27329, 250, 802, 8218. Defense, 206-51185-302-3520. Agility, 9052, 84309521. Bloodline Inheritance, Chaos Devouring Bear, Awakened 21. Attribute Restructuring. Having just leveled up, Shen Zui immediately performed attribute restructuring on Qiuqiu without hesitation. Attribute restructuring completed, 200 Beast Tamer value consumed. Attribute restructuring completed, 200 Beast Tamer value consumed. A series of dense notification sounds rang out. In less than a minute, Shen Zui had consumed over 10,000 Beast Tamer points. Originally 60,000 Beast Tamer points were now reduced to just over 40,000. However, at this moment, every cost was worth it. When Shen Zui's gaze fell back on Xiao Qiu's attributes were almost maxed out. Roar. Feeling the enhancement of his attributes, Xiao Qiu suddenly roared to the sky. Just then, He Ziqi also noticed the change in Xiao Qiu. At this critical moment, this panda had actually leveled up again. As soon as he thought of this, He Ziqi's expression became increasingly serious, and his gaze towards Shen Zui grew colder. If Shen Zui continued to develop like this, it would inevitably bring disaster to the Beastmaster Guild sooner or later. Shen Zui, are you really just now trying to grasp at straws? Don't you think it's too late? Even if your panda is a bloodline beast, this is still futile. He Ziqi glanced into the distance. Now, the members of the Beastmaster Guild were less than a kilometer away from Shen Zui. At that moment, a broken voice suddenly came from opposite Shen Zui. Shen Zui, you really run too fast. Tang Wan, bent over with his hands on his knees, stood in place panting heavily, while his white sheep quietly stood beside him. Huh? Who is this? Faced with the sudden appearance of Tang Wan, He Ziqi furrowed his brows. Next to the black-feathered crow, the Beastmaster Cui Jiwen frowned. President, he looks like nothing more than a weak scholar. That beast of his shouldn't exceed the red grade. He Ziqi nodded. The appearance of Tang Wan and the white sheep did not provoke any reaction from his black-feathered crow. They seemed to be just ordinary beasts. Just then, Shen Zui felt a bit anxious. In his eyes, Tang Wan was just an incapable person. His presence at this moment was simply a distraction. What are you doing here? Shen Zui shouted anxiously. Tang Wan took a breath, adjusted his glasses casually, and waved at Shen Zui with a smile. Shen Zui, I think I figured out what this celestial phenomenon is all about. Saying this, Tang Wan pointed to the black clouds at the cave ceiling. It should be a tiger tribe beast, and it's a top-tier bloodline beast giving birth. I told you, you're quite clever. Tang Wan continued, walking towards Shen Zui. Hearing Tang Wan's words, Shen Zui wished he could slap him twice right then and there. In front of so many people, Tang Wan's words were not flattery. They were clearly pouring oil on the flames. The members of the Beastmaster Guild who had just arrived had no idea what was happening, but upon hearing this, they all perked up. What a useless teammate. Shen Zui shook his head helplessly, looking at Tang Wan, and suddenly had a thought. How did someone with such a lacking brain make it this far in life? At that moment, Shen Zui even regretted letting Tang Wan follow him. Shen Zui, could it be that this cave is? Tang Wan looked at the gathering black clouds in the sky. This time, I can really obtain first-hand information. Before he finished speaking, Shen Zui pulled him into the cave. He pointed at the rose and said, her name is Rose. She is my beast and is about to give birth. Before Shen Zui could finish, Tang Wan had already reached Rose's side. Roar. Rose growled softly, her emotions quite unstable as she was about to give birth. Rose, don't be afraid. He's not a bad person. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan quickly nodded. Shen Zui, I can help with this. Saying this, he took out various care tools from his spatial ring. Shen Zui was dumbfounded. He never expected that the famous disciple of the Tang family could even handle childbirth. It's just a basic skill. If you can't even do this, how can you study beast theory? Tang Wan sensed Shen Zui's astonishment and casually explained. Bah. Just then, with a sound from the sheep, the white sheep beside Tang Wan slowly walked over to Rose. Looking at the white sheep in front of her, Rose's anger seemed to melt away like snow and ice, and a gentle light completely enveloped her. Shen Zui was momentarily stunned. He clearly saw that with the light surrounding her, Rose's emotions quickly calmed down, and her hostility towards Tang Wan diminished significantly. Master, I seem to feel much less pain. Rose's voice sounded again. Shen Zui looked at the white sheep and suddenly remembered the three seemingly useless skills of the white sheep. Could this be the skill of the white sheep? The Baizhe bloodline truly has some magic. Chapter 50, Crisis. Roar. Just as Shen Zui thought of this, he heard a sudden roar from the ball blocking the cave entrance. Master, they are about to attack. Shen Zui glanced at Tang Wan. Brother, from now on, I'm leaving things here to you. After saying this, he immediately moved to Ball's side. In front of him, over 100 red-grade beasts were already approaching Ball in a half-moon shape. Gray wolves. At that moment, Shen Zui immediately called out to the crimson-eyed Gray Wolf King. Faced with He Ziqi, Shen Zui no longer dared to hold back. If he couldn't withstand this time, everything he had would be taken away by He Ziqi, including his life. Oh well. Just then, after receiving Shen Zui's command, a high-pitched wolf howl suddenly came from the perimeter of the Beastmaster Guild. This time, almost the entire crimson-eyed Gray Wolf tribe was mobilized. Each of them had red light flashing in their eyes, fixating on He Ziqi's subordinates. The moment the crimson-eyed Gray Wolf tribe appeared, a hint of surprise flashed across He Ziqi's face. So that's how it is. Shen Zui, you used the wolf tribe to kill Wang Yuanlong, didn't you? A trace of disdain flickered in He Ziqi's words. He had already sensed through the black-feathered crow that among the entire wolf pack, only the crimson-eyed Gray Wolf King was a purple-grayed beast. Jiwen, this wolf pack is up to you." After He Ziqi finished speaking, the corners of Cui Jiwen's mouth curled up slightly. He stood on the white-feathered firebird and dove down to face the crimson-eyed Grey Wolf King. The beasts originally surrounding Shen Zui were also drawn back half to guard against the wolf pack. There was also a purple-grayed blood-scaled giant lizard beside Cui Jiwen. This blood-scaled giant lizard was about 3 meters long and looked extremely ugly. Its sturdy limbs kicked up dust with every step, and its forked tongue dripped with sticky saliva. Once bitten, the venom on its tongue would quickly spread throughout the body through the wound. The crimson-eyed Grey Wolf King looked at the ugly blood-scaled giant lizard in front of it and instinctively took a step back, as if sensing a threat. "Grey wolves, don't attack. Hold them off. Our reinforcements will arrive soon." Shen Zui was very clear about the situation before him. Even if the entire crimson-eyed Grey Wolf tribe mobilized, they were no match for the Beastmaster Guild. Although Ball's defense was high, facing so many beasts, it probably wouldn't hold up. He glanced at his phone. Just moments ago, he received a message from Yun Tianzi and Yi Zilong. It would take half an hour for the Yi family and Yun family reinforcements to arrive. Whether he could hold out for half an hour would determine if Shen Zui could survive. Roar. Ball let out a sudden roar at the beasts advancing before him. Now, his strength had reached the second tier of red grade, and the bloodline power within him was becoming increasingly stronger. Under the pressure of the bloodline, all the beasts felt a jolt in their hearts. The 3 purple-grayed beasts at the front, Fiery Mountain Bull, Howling Sundog, and Fierce Gorilla, exchanged glances, their speed slowing as they entered a battle stance. The Fiery Mountain Bull's eyes turned red, hot air puffing from its nostrils, and its originally dark fur shimmered with purple light. The Howling Sundog also grew larger, directly reaching over 3 meters, baring its teeth at Ball as if ready to pounce at any moment. As for the Fierce Gorilla beside them, once in battle stance, its nearly 5-meter body stood up suddenly, pounding its fists against its chest as if to challenge Ball. Moreover, behind these 3 purple-grayed beasts, dozens of red-grayed beasts were also fixated on Ball. As soon as the 3 purple-grayed beasts made a move, they would attack without hesitation. Ball, hold on for 30 minutes. Before Shen Zui could finish speaking, the battle first broke out in the periphery between the crimson-eyed Grey Wolves and the Beastmasters led by Cui Jiwen. The blood-scaled giant lizard and the white-feathered firebird were the first to attack the crimson-eyed Grey Wolf King. With a loud bang, the blood-scaled giant lizard slapped a giant rock, about 1.5 meters high, into 2 pieces. The crimson-eyed Grey Wolf King looked at the cracked stone and couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. If he had been a second late, it would have been his body that shattered. But at that moment, the white-feathered firebird's attack also arrived. After dodging the blood-scaled giant lizard's attack, the white-feathered firebird pecked a wound on the crimson-eyed Grey Wolf King's body. The encirclement of the crimson-eyed Grey Wolves was torn open with just one attack. A silver-glint weasel, moving at high speed, knocked a red-grade, 4th-tier crimson-eyed Grey Wolf flying. The crimson-eyed Grey Wolf flew 2 to 3 dozen meters before crashing heavily in front of the blood-scaled giant lizard. Hiss! Just then, before the crimson-eyed Grey Wolf could get back on its feet, the blood-scaled giant lizard's slimy tongue shot over. At the moment the tongue made contact with the wound, a black aura slowly spread from the crimson-eyed Grey Wolf's body. Following that, a pool of pungent blood oozed from the wound. Thud! The red-grade, 4th-tier crimson-eyed Grey Wolf fell heavily to the ground, its eyes losing all glimmer. The 1st-tier, purple-grayed blood-scaled giant lizard was terrifyingly powerful. Oh whoa! The crimson-eyed Grey Wolf King howled. And immediately, the wolves that had been engaged in battle with the Beastmasters retreated. Unable to withstand the Beastmasters' assault, the crimson-eyed Grey Wolf King quickly changed tactics. He fixed his gaze on the Beastmasters before him. Whenever they advanced, the wolf pack would retreat, and as soon as they withdrew, the wolves would surge forward. Those cunning little wolf pups. Cui Jiwen stood to the side, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Now, the crimson-eyed Grey Wolves were basically over 100 meters away from them. Relying on the wolves' agility, his plan for a quick victory had completely fallen through at this moment. Cui Jiwen turned his head to glance at Shen Zui. Shen Zui's situation wasn't much better than that of the crimson-eyed Grey Wolves. In no more than 10 minutes, everything would be over. Cui Jiwen smiled. In his line of sight, the Lixian Bull, the sun-barking dog, and the Berserk Gorilla had already launched an attack on Qiu with their Beastmasters. Fearless Charge, Lightning Strike, Explosive Punch. Faced with the assault of 3 purple-grayed Beastmasters, Qiu had no way to retreat. Mount Tai presses down. With a thunderous roar, Qiu's massive bear paw swung toward the side of the Lixian Bull. Then, the impact of the Lixian Bull was deflected by Qiu's paw. With a crack, a large tree over 3 meters wide near the Rosestone Cave was directly smashed in half. However, since Qiu chose to block the Lixian Bull, it meant he had to endure the attacks from the sun-barking dog and the berserk gorilla. Just as he thought, the sun-barking dog bit down hard on Qiuqiu's arm. Meanwhile, the berserk gorilla leaped high. Its fist, larger than a basketball, came crashing down onto Qiuqiu's shoulder. Chapter 51, Go Berserk, Giant Panda. Roar. Shen Zui felt his whole body tremble, and Qiuqiu's massive body nearly toppled to the ground. On Qiuqiu's arm, a row of blood-red bite marks looked terrifying, and his right arm fell heavily to the ground, appearing to be dislocated. Qiuqiu, are you okay? Standing behind Qiuqiu, Shen Zui couldn't see that Qiuqiu's eyes were already red. The previous battle was undoubtedly the most brutal one Qiuqiu had ever faced. Crack. With a crisp sound, Qiuqiu's dislocated right arm was set back in place, and Shen Zui could feel Qiuqiu's body tremble at that moment. Master, I'm fine. Qiuqiu slowly got back up from the ground, baring his teeth at the dozens of beast masters around him, and a faint gray light enveloped his entire body. Just then, the attack from the red-grade beast masters standing behind the Lixian bull, berserk gorilla, and sun-barking dog arrived. However, this time, they were facing a completely berserk Qiuqiu. You little brat are jumping around. Qiuqiu swung his left arm, slapping a red-grade, 8th-tier storm-jumping antelope flying away. Bang, bang, bang. The massive body of the storm-jumping antelope knocked down 3 red-grade beastmasters in succession, crashing heavily onto the ground over 100 meters away. Immediately after, a red-grade 7th-tier iron hedgehog's attack also arrived. The curled-up body of the iron hedgehog was at least over a meter long, and its skill, Iron Roll, made it look like a cannonball. But at that moment, Qiuqiu swung his right arm as well. Roar. With the enhancements of Bear Roar and Mount Tai presses down, the iron hedgehog now resembled a basketball, directly sent flying by Qiuqiu's right arm. Bang. Every attack from Qiuqiu was overwhelmingly powerful now. The iron hedgehog's body flew uncontrollably toward a black-feathered raven soaring in the sky. Ga. The black-feathered raven narrowly dodged the iron hedgehog, but behind it, the other flying beastmasters were not so lucky. 2 black-feathered ravens and a white-headed sparrow were caught off guard and turned into sieves by the iron hedgehog. With several screams, the black-feathered ravens and white-headed sparrows fell hundreds of meters away. Damn it! He Ziqi was furious upon witnessing this. He never expected Qiuqiu could unleash such tremendous power. Black-feathered raven, frenzied featherblade. Following that, Shen Zui saw a sky full of black feathers flying toward Qiuqiu like daggers. Ding, ding, ding. Each featherblade from the black-feathered raven had an attack power equivalent to a red-grade, 7th-tier beastmaster's assault. Qiuqiu still held on, but after all, the black-feathered raven was a purple-grade bloodline beastmaster, and now, Qiuqiu's body had been cut open by 17 or 18 wounds. Shen Zui could clearly feel that Qiuqiu's stamina was running low. From Wang Yuanlong to He Ziqi, the continuous battles had pushed his stamina to the limit. 3 more minutes. Shen Zui glanced at his watch. There were still 18 minutes until He Ziqi and Yun Tiance arrived. Even if Qiuqiu used his ultimate move, unmovable as a mountain, he could only hold on for a maximum of 15 minutes, and the remaining 3 minutes were more than enough for He Ziqi. Qiuqiu, hold on. Shen Zui felt reluctant, but now, there was no better way. Just then, the white sheep that had been standing beside the rose seemed to sense Qiuqiu's crisis. He slowly approached Qiuqiu. Little by heavenly blessing. Tang Wen glanced at Shen Zui, and then a faint golden light spread from the white sheep, enveloping the entire cave. In an instant, Shen Zui immediately noticed the change in Qiuqiu. The wounds inflicted by the black-feathered raven on his body visibly began to heal. The muscles that had previously swelled seemed to strengthen a bit more. Roar. Looking at the white sheep beside him, Shen Zui turned to glance at the white sheep next to the rose. Shen Zui was extremely astonished. This white sheep was indeed magical. Although it looked harmless, its strong healing ability was simply the perfect healer. Qiuqiu, how do you feel? This time, the previously enraged Qiuqiu finally spoke. Master, I feel much better now. I can still hold on. As soon as Qiuqiu finished speaking, the white sheep seemed to understand him. It lay down on the ground, and the faint golden light slowly dissipated, its eyes filled with exhaustion. At that moment, outside the cave, He Ziqi looked at the wounds that had healed completely, utterly puzzled. What on earth is this panda, to have such strong recovery abilities? The hard-won advantage, could it really just disappear like this? At that moment, the speed of the rain pouring down from the dark clouds in the sky was increasing, and the wind in the howling forest was growing stronger. Crack! A purple-red lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky, startling all the beast tamers of the Beast Tamer Guild, who stepped back in unison. It seemed that the tiger tribe beasts in the cave were about to give birth. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in He Ziqi's eyes. He had little time left. Everyone, attack immediately. With a loud shout, He Ziqi waved his hand, issuing the order to attack. Black-winged crows, lethal strike. on the ground. All the beast tamers heard the command and urged their beasts to move. Fierce mountain bull, earth-shattering strike. Howling sundog, thousands of dog shadows. Violent gorilla, gorilla Tarzan. Each beast unleashed their most powerful skills and charged towards Qiao. A look of determination flashed in Shen Zui's eyes. 3 minutes had passed, and now only 15 minutes remained until He Ziqi and Yun Tiance arrived. 15 minutes. That's enough. Qiao, immovable as a mountain. With a low roar from Shen Zui, Qiao finally erupted. Roar. With a furious roar, Qiao's originally 5-meter body swelled in the wind. 6 meters. 10 meters. 15 meters. Shen Zui could clearly see that on Qiao's attribute panel, all attributes had turned a striking red. Just a second ago, Qiao's attributes were like this. Beast, Qiao. Attack, 28099, 250, 802, 8218. Defense, 23151185302, 3520. Agility, 9502, 84309521. But after Qiao used immovable as a mountain, with his size increasing threefold, his attributes had changed to this. Beast, Qiao. Attack, 56198, 250, 802, 8218. Defense, 463201853023 3520. Agility, 4715, 84309521. According to Shen Zui's estimates, the powerful attack and defense bonuses from immovable as a mountain had raised Qiao's strength to at least the peak of red grade 9th tier. Although there were only 15 minutes, that was enough time. Chapter 52, A Bear Fighting 100 Beasts. Just as Qiao unleashed the immovable as a mountain skill, the fierce mountain bull had already charged over. This time, the fierce mountain bull's attack was clearly much stronger than before. Each time its hooves hit the ground, the entire earth trembled. The bull's horns glowed with a purple light, and even purple-grade beasts would be terrified at the sight. Unfortunately, this time, the fierce mountain bull had run into a brick wall. Roar. With a roar, Qiao stood 15 meters tall, making the fierce mountain bull, which was less than 5 meters, look like a newborn calf. Bang. Without waiting for the fierce mountain bull to charge, Qiao grabbed both of its horns with his hands. The bull's fearless charge was forcefully stopped by Qiao. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as those two horns, as strong as steel, were actually twisted off by Qiao. A purple-grade beast, in the presence of Qiao's bloodline pressure and absolute strength, was as fragile as paper. Moo. The fierce mountain bull let out a mournful cry, its head already bloodied. But this was just the beginning. Just as Qiao prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the fierce mountain bull, the Howling Sun Dog's attack arrived. Thousands of dog shadows. The strongest skill of the Howling Sun Dog transformed it into hundreds of phantoms that pounced towards Qiao. At this moment, Qiao had no space to dodge at all. But this time, Qiao had no intention of dodging. With over 46,000 in defense, coupled with the suppression of his bloodline, the Howling Sun Dog's attack couldn't even break through Qiao's defenses. Bang, bang, bang. Each attack from the Howling Sun Dog felt like it was crashing against a solid wall. After the hundreds of phantoms passed, Qiao was left with not a single scratch. Instead, the Howling Sun Dog looked somewhat fatigued at that moment. If one observed closely, they could even see that 2 of its teeth had been broken by Qiao. This, He Ziqi was completely dumbfounded. In his eyes, Qiao now looked like a mountain. Not to mention him, all the guild's beasts appeared insignificant. Crack, led by the purple-grade black-winged crows. A dozen of them dove towards Qiao for a surprise attack. They resembled bolts of black lightning, their sharp beaks even slicing through the air. Ding, ding, ding. When the black-winged crow's dive attacks struck Qiao, they produced a series of metallic sounds, completely different from before. There was not a trace of fear in Qiao's eyes now. Whoosh. In the next moment, Qiao's arms, resembling pillars, swung fiercely, knocking down 7 or 8 red-grade black-winged crows to the ground. Only He Ziqi's 2 purple-grade black-winged crows managed to fly high into the sky before the attack. Bang. There were simply too many beasts in front of Qiao. After blocking the fierce mountain bull, the Howling Sun Dog, and the black-winged crows, the violent gorilla's fist also crashed onto Qiao. Unfortunately, this punch had no effect. Qiao remained unmoved, while the violent gorilla was sent flying 10 meters away. Qiao glared at the violent gorilla with his enormous head. It was this guy who had dislocated Qiao's right arm with a single punch earlier. How could Qiao forget that excruciating pain? Roar. Without waiting for the violent gorilla to hit the ground, Qiao swung his arm and grabbed the 3-meter-tall violent gorilla in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The entire earth shook with each attack. Qiao's assault on the violent gorilla was simple and brutal. The violent gorilla was like a toy, tossed around by Qiao. Bang. The violent gorilla's head was smashed against a massive boulder. In an instant, the boulder cracked with several fissures. The violent gorilla, at this moment, had lost all its violent spirit. Chiyo had battered it into a daze, and as a purple-grade beast, it was now left with no strength to fight back. With a furious roar, Chiyo stood up. The violent gorilla was completely lifted into the air, and in the next moment, the faces of all the beast tamers changed. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the violent gorilla was smashed into the ground like a meteor. Dust flew everywhere, and the originally flat ground was directly smashed into a nearly 10-meter deep pit. The violent gorilla struggled to get up, but as it spat out a mouthful of blood, it collapsed weakly in the deep pit. Purple-grade second-tier violent gorilla dead. Watching the tragic state of the violent gorilla, Chiyo let out a long howl towards the sky. All the humiliation from earlier was finally released in this moment. At that moment, seeing the 3 purple-grade beasts suffering heavy casualties, the other red-grade beasts no longer had the desire to attack. They all showed signs of fear, instinctively retreating. Trying to leave? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Chiyo's eyes. His enormous body suddenly leaped forward. With a thud, his 15-meter frame landed directly among the red-grade beast group. With each attack, the entire earth trembled. Slap! A red-grade 9th-tier snow leopard had no time to dodge, and its mere 2-meter body was flattened by Chiyo. Chiyo was now blinded by rage, and wherever his paws went, no matter the grade, all beasts had no power to fight back. A red-grade 7th-tier fire-armored beetle was directly smashed by Chiyo. Chiyo now seemed to have entered an invincible state. Touching meant death, colliding meant injury. Red-grade 8th-tier iron-armored centipede, dead. Red-grade 9th-tier fearless hyena, dead. Red-grade 7th-tier withered bone goat, dead. Red-grade 9th-tier chain-tailed snake, dead. After slapping a red-ranked 9th-tier black-skinned badger to death with one hand, Chiyo swung his arm and tossed the badger to the distant territory of the red-eyed gray wolves. Thud! The azure blood giant lizard was just about to launch an attack on the red-eyed gray wolf king when a large pit was created beside him by the falling black-skinned badger. Immediately after, 3 or 4 more red-ranked beasts were thrown over by Chiyo. He Ziqi's face turned pale. The scene was already chaotic, and he was unable to give effective commands at all. But at that moment, his gaze fell on Shen Zui at the entrance of the stone cave. Black-feathered crow. Attack Shen Zui. He Ziqi seized this opportunity and immediately urged the black-feathered crow to attack. Meanwhile, the defeated howling sun dog and fierce mountain bull finally regained their composure. Capture the thief first, capture the king. Now, Chiyo was still more than 200 meters away from Shen Zui. As long as they could hold Chiyo for a few seconds, the black-feathered crow could complete its attack on Shen Zui. Chiyo. Shen Zui immediately sensed He Ziqi's scheme. Just as the black-feathered crow was about to attack, Chiyo suddenly smashed down at the already severely injured fierce mountain bull. Thud! How could the fierce mountain bull withstand Chiyo's attack now? With a single slap from Chiyo, there was a cracking sound as the bull's ribs broke simultaneously. Following that, Chiyo lifted him up. In the next moment, the massive body of the fierce mountain bull flew like a cannonball towards the black-feathered crow in the sky. Chapter 53. The Arrival of the Yun and Yi Families. The black-feathered crow was so focused on rushing towards Shen Zui that it completely failed to notice that it had already been targeted by Chiyo. Thud! At the moment the fierce mountain bull collided with it, even as a bloodline beast, the black-feathered crow's wings snapped with a crack. In an instant, the black-feathered crow fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Black-feathered crow. He Ziqi shouted suddenly. But before he could finish, the howling sundog's body had already flown towards another black-feathered crow. Crack! This time, the last black-feathered crow narrowly dodged at the last moment. But when it was ready again, Chiyo's figure had reappeared at the entrance of the rose cave. Roar! Chiyo's roar was filled with dominance. The previously fierce beasts no longer dared to attack. He Ziqi looked at the tragic scene before him, his heart bleeding. These beasts were almost all the assets of the Yun City Beastmaster Association, but unexpectedly, this battle had nearly wiped them out. In the distance, the fierce mountain bull and howling sundog had long since lost their breath. To be precise, the fierce mountain bull had been smashed into a pile of flesh by Chiyo, and the condition of He Ziqi's beast, the black-feathered crow, was not much better. Originally a bird flying in the sky, it could now only walk on 2 feet towards He Ziqi. Shen Zui. He Ziqi clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could torture Shen Zui to death. President. He was now completely stunned. He had originally thought the battle could be resolved in 10 minutes, but it had now lasted 25 minutes. Moreover, with their numerical advantage in beasts, they were utterly powerless against Chiyo's onslaught. This panda's current state surely wouldn't last long. President, we just need to hold on. Chui Jiwen glanced at the red-eyed gray wolf and said immediately. He Ziqi nodded. Given the current situation, they had no choice but to retreat. Soon, He Ziqi directly cleared a nearly 200-meter space between Qiao and the beast group. Shen Zui, I don't believe your beasts can hold on much longer. Once this panda runs out of energy, it will be your time of demise. Shen Zui. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Shen Zui's face. He Ziqi, don't be delusional. This time next year will be your death anniversary. He Ziqi. In terms of momentum, Shen Zui was unrelenting. Although He Ziqi's guess was correct, as long as He Ziqi and Yun Tiance arrived, Shen Zui would still have the capital to turn the situation around. According to the time, Shen still needed to wait 5 more minutes. But at that moment, a tiger roar echoed from the cave, and Shen Zui felt a faint aura appear within. It's here. It's here. Tang Wen looked at the little creature about 20 to 30 centimeters long in front of him, unable to contain his joy. Rose pulled the tiger cub close, gently licking the slime off its body with her tongue. Without a word, Shen Zui immediately ran to Rose's side. Rose, looking at the tiger cub beside Rose, Shen Zui was filled with joy. The eye of the horse trainer. Shen Zui unhesitatingly activated the skill, and soon, the attributes of the tiger cub appeared before him. White tiger cub. Species, tiger clan. Rank, blue rank, first tier. Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Agility, 1. Bloodline inheritance. White tiger bloodline, inheritance 30. Advancement conditions, must be an adult to advance. Skills, tiger roar mountain forest. Fierce tiger descending the mountain, wind control power. Description, a ruler of the tiger clan who has gained the power of the white tiger inheritance. Vulnerable in its youth, but can gain wind control power upon adulthood. A rare and powerful beast. Looking at this little creature before him, Shen Zui felt his heart melting. The tiger cub now looked nothing like the king of beasts. In Shen Zui's eyes, it was clearly just a little kitten. Tang Wen adjusted his glasses and smiled at Shen Zui. This is just the first one. Shen Zui, you must not let anyone outside disturb Rose. Hearing this, Shen Zui was slightly taken aback. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Tang Wen, are you saying there's a second one? Tang Wen nodded, pointing at Rose. Typically, tiger clans give birth to 2 cubs, and Rose's case is no exception. Shen Zui then noticed that the boundless spiritual energy from heaven and earth was still continuously flowing into Rose's body. 2 little brain axes, if that's the case. Shen Zui would have 4 bloodline beasts. Rose, don't worry, there won't be any problems outside. Shen Zui gently stroked Rose's fur, a trace of relief flashing in his eyes. Master, thank you. At that moment, Qiao also heard the good news. Sister Rose, does that mean I have 2 little nephews now? Qiao's words could hardly conceal his joy. If it weren't for the threat from He Ziqi, he would have rushed to Rose's side right away. Qiao, how is the situation outside? Don't worry, master. With me here, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Just as Qiao's words fell, a loud honking of geese pierced the sky from the distant horizon. Shen Zui immediately walked out. In his line of sight, the giant figure of the Kuan-Yun goose was approaching from afar, and behind it were a dozen flying beastmasters. Yun Tiance has arrived. At this moment, Shen Zui finally let out a long breath. With the Yun family's arrival, Rose's safety was now more secure. At the same time, he received news from He Ziqi. In 3 minutes, the main force of the Yi family would also arrive. Shen Zui turned to Rose with a smile. Rose, Kuan-Yun goose, and the others are here. You can give birth in peace. Yun Tiance? The moment the Kuan-Yun goose appeared, He Ziqi could no longer maintain his composure. He raised his finger at Yun Tiance, who had just stepped down from the Kuan-Yun goose, and coldly asked, are you from the Yun family also going to interfere in this matter? Yun Tiance smiled. He Ziqi, if your Beastmaster Association can come, why can't our Yun family come? While speaking to He Ziqi, Yun Tiance's gaze fell on the nearly 200 meters of empty space in front of him. The scattered corpses of beasts lying everywhere shocked him. Just a moment ago, he thought Shen Zui wouldn't hold on. But now, everything was just a false alarm. Especially the massive figure of Qiao had completely exceeded Yun Tiance's understanding, leaving even the Kuan-Yun goose in shock. He Ziqi looked at Kuan-Yun. If the black feather crow hadn't been injured, he might not have been so apprehensive. But now, with the appearance of Yun Tiance, the balance of the battlefield has been completely shattered. Yun Tiance, have you thought about the cost of opposing our Beastmaster Association? He Ziqi suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, President He, since I, Yun Tiance, have made a move, I naturally have everything planned. Yun Tiance said with a slight smirk. The Beastmaster Association? It's not just me, Yun Tiance, who finds you displeasing. Look over there. As soon as Yun Tiance finished speaking, He Ziqi, accompanied by the Yi family, arrived not far from the Whispering Forest. Chapter 54, He's here. With the appearance of the Yi family, there was no longer a trace of pride on He Ziqi's face. Although the beasts behind He Ziqi were not many. A palm-sized flat-headed marten was lying on his shoulder. Although this flat-headed Martin looked small, as the president of the Beast Master Association, He Ziqi knew the immense energy contained within this little creature. The Yi family's ability to establish themselves in Yun City was largely due to this flat-headed Martin. This little guy was extremely agile, and any beast it encountered would find it troublesome. Most importantly, this flat-headed Martin was almost immune to all toxins. He Ziqi, our grievances between the Beast Master Association and you have long been settled. Now that you appear here, what do you really want? Looking at He Ziqi, He Ziqi smiled slightly. He pointed at Shen Zui. He Ziqi, you really have a good memory. Our grievances cannot just be settled with a few words. When He Ziqi first arrived in Yun City, the association's elder Ding Hongwen relied on his third-tier purple-gray beast, the Crimson Serpent King, to act tyrannically, repeatedly destroying 2 of the Yi family's auction houses, killing 1 person and injuring several others. Just when He Ziqi thought the Yi family would be crushed under his heel, He Ziqi appeared, and his flat-headed Martin became famous in that battle. The Crimson Serpent King of third-tier purple grade was completely ineffective against the second-tier purple grade flat-headed Martin. In the end, under the torment of the flat-headed Martin, the Crimson Serpent King died in humiliation, and Ding Hongwen soon left this world due to his rage. A life from my Yi family is worth much more than yours in the association. At this point, He Ziqi pointed at Shen Zui. A few days ago, our Yi family already announced to hire Shen Zui as our elder. Now that you attack Shen Zui, are you really bullying us, the Yi family? He Ziqi's words were firm. For a moment, the other members of the Beast Master Association exchanged glances. Now, the only remaining purple-grade beast on land for the Beast Master Association was the blood-scaled giant lizard. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, they no longer wished to fight. But He Ziqi understood that even if he wanted to stop now, the Yi family and the Yun family would not give him that opportunity. Everyone, prepare for battle. This time, regarding the honor and disgrace of our Beast Master Association, those who achieve merit today will be promoted and rewarded in the future. Sensing that morale was wavering, He Ziqi immediately spoke up. But at that moment, Yun Tiansu and He Ziqi undermined his authority. All Beast Masters, those who leave the battlefield now will be pardoned. Those who stubbornly cling to He Ziqi's side will be punished even more severely. As the Lord of Yun City, Yun Tiansu's words naturally carried more weight. All accomplices, starting today, are forbidden from entering any of the Yi family's auction houses and shops. Anyone who abandons the dark and turns to the light, I, He Ziqi, will keep my word, rewarding each person with 50,000. At this point, He Ziqi finally understood the power of authority and money. The Beast Masters who were standing beside him surrendered without hesitation, with 2/3 of them defecting. The remaining people had nearly all their beasts killed or injured in the previous battle. You traitors! He Ziqi cursed furiously. But now, apart from venting his anger, he had no other beasts to use. Shen Zui looked at the dramatic scene before him, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Is there really such a game? Qiao seemed to guess Shen Zui's thoughts. Master, if you had done this earlier, I wouldn't have had to work so hard. Why is my life so bitter? Shen Zui completely ignored Qiao, his gaze fixed on He Ziqi and the others in the distance. As long as He Ziqi did not leave, the crisis regarding Rose would not be completely resolved. Yin Tiansu, He Ziqi, you won today? He Ziqi gritted his teeth and said, immediately pointing at Shen Zui. Don't pretend to be good here. Let me tell you the truth. In the cave behind Shen Zui, there is a tiger beast giving birth. Moreover, it is a powerful bloodline beast. After He Ziqi finished speaking, the black feather crow in the sky landed beside him. I, He Ziqi, have lost this time, but you should know what a tiger bloodline beast means. Even the panda before you pales in comparison. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui immediately understood He Ziqi's intention. He was clearly trying to sow discord, using Rose as bait to provoke He Ziqi and Yun Tiansu's selfishness. What a vicious scheme. At that moment, Shen Zui finally noticed that He Ziqi and Yun Tiansu's gazes also fell upon him. No wonder such a phenomenon had occurred. Yun Tiansu glanced at Shen Zui, suddenly recalling that the purple-grade beast Shen Zui had at the Beast Master Academy had never appeared. Could it be? At this moment, Yun Tiansu glanced at the Kuan Yun in the sky. Lord of Yun City, Shen Zui is an elder of my Yi family. I, He Ziqi, never coveted his bloodline beast panda before, and now, even if it is a tiger beast, I still say the same. Anyone who goes against Shen Zui is going against my Yi family. Seemingly noticing the change in Yun Tiansu's expression, He Ziqi finally spoke up. Hearing this, Yun Tiansu couldn't help but smile slightly. The Yi family head is overthinking. He Ziqi's words truly surprised me, but I will naturally keep my promise to you. Since it is Shen Zui's beast, my Yun family will not think too much about it. Upon hearing He Ziqi and Yun Tiansu's words, Shen Zui finally felt a weight lift from his heart. But at that moment, He Ziqi's expression became increasingly grim. He never expected that this kid Shen Zui would receive such strong support from the Yi family. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, He Ziqi planned to mount the black feather crow and prepare to leave. But at that moment, a thunderous tiger roar suddenly echoed from deep within the whispering forest. Immediately afterward, the dark clouds in the sky began to churn violently. Purple lightning approached rapidly, and even trees several meters thick started to shake violently. Roar. Following that, another sharper roar followed closely. The dark clouds in the heavens and earth split apart at that moment. What is going on? The faces of He Ziqi, He Ziqi, and Su changed dramatically. Such a phenomenon of overlapping heavenly and earthly anomalies was something ordinary people would never witness in their lifetimes. But this time, everyone was witnessing it. Roar. At that moment, Rose, who had just given birth to her second tiger cub in the cave, suddenly stood up. Rose, Shen Zui and Tang were momentarily stunned upon seeing the situation. Rose's emotions suddenly became volatile, tightly guarding the two tiger cubs behind her. Master, he is here. Chapter 55, The White Tiger Appears. He is here? Who? Shen Zui and Tang were momentarily confused about what was happening. But at that moment, Qiu, blocking the cave entrance, spoke up. Master, it's a powerful spirit beast. A powerful spirit beast that Qiu acknowledged sent a shock through Shen Zui's heart. Could it be that these spirit beasts have a lineage even more noble than Qiu's? Master, they are the parents of the two little ones. Upon hearing Rose's explanation, Shen Zui immediately understood. From the very beginning, Shen Zui had been puzzled about why Rose firmly claimed that her tiger cub's lineage was not inferior to Qiu's. Now everything made sense. The power of these two little ones' bloodlines primarily came from their father. Tang also sensed the changes outside and quickly walked to the cave entrance. When he saw the phenomenon in the sky, he was instantly dumbfounded. This is, Tang pointed towards the distant anomaly in the whispering forest, stammering, spirit beasts. Powerful bloodline spirit beasts. Shen Zui, look, it's not just one. At least two orange-grade bloodline spirit beasts are fighting. As soon as Tang's words came out, Shen Zui was stunned. Two bloodline spirit beasts, and they are above orange grade? Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Zui saw purple lightning flashing in the sky, getting closer and closer. Following that, a giant shadow over 100 meters long appeared before everyone. One was a white tiger with alternating black and white stripes, and the black stripe on its forehead looked like a giant king character. However, what surprised everyone was that it had two snow-white wings growing from its back. The area around the white tiger's eyes emitted a greenish glow, looking majestic. Whoosh! The wind and clouds moved, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the black clouds in the sky were trampled beneath its feet. But at that moment, another huge shadow appeared before everyone. In stark contrast to the white tiger, this spirit beast was almost entirely black, with only a few white stripes on its back. Its forehead had a huge king character that was white. The wings on its back were as black as ink, and the area around its eyes emitted a golden glow. What spirit beast is this? Shen Zui instinctively asked Tang beside him. This. Tang immediately pulled out an ancient-looking book from his spatial ring and flipped through it. When he turned to the page with the white tiger, Tang immediately understood the origins of the spirit beast before him. The golden-eyed leopard. Tang said excitedly. Tigers give birth to 3 cubs, and there must be 1 leopard. Leopards are an anomaly within the tiger clan, but every surviving leopard is a powerful spirit beast. They are kindred to tigers, yet they are also natural enemies. Before Tang could finish, the 2 giant shadows were already fighting in the sky. Roar! The golden-eyed leopard let out a tiger's roar and pounced at the white tiger. Its 10-meter-wide claws stirred the surrounding black clouds. The white tiger did not show any weakness either. After a roar, it swung its paw. Bang! The moment the 2 tiger paws met, a massive collision sound resonated through the heavens and earth. The trees near the cave were snapped in unison by the raging winds. Even the strongest Kuan Yunyan could only barely protect Su and the others now. Is this the power of orange-grade spirit beasts? Su was greatly alarmed, feeling a strong sense of crisis from everything happening in the whispering forest. Bang! Every collision between the white tiger and the golden-eyed leopard was accompanied by powerful bloodline suppression. Except for Qiu, all the beast tamers trembled uncontrollably. Roar! The massive shadow in the sky almost instantly arrived at the cave where Rose was. Boom! With a loud crash, a corner of the cave where Rose was located was instantly smashed. At that moment, the white tiger's attack also arrived. Bang! As if sensing danger to its cubs, the white tiger struck the golden-eyed leopard with a paw. For a moment, the giant shadow of the golden-eyed leopard swayed slightly, and its black aura dimmed a bit. Golden-eyed leopard, you dare to touch my son. At that moment, Shen Zui heard the conversation between the 2 king spirit beasts through mental induction. White Tiger King, Do you want to kill me? Don't waste your effort. The golden-eyed leopard completely ignored the white tiger's attack and swept the debris of the cave aside with a paw. What appeared before its eyes were Rose and the two tiger cubs. Their bloodline power is all mine, the golden-eyed leopard said as its massive paw pressed down toward Rose. However, at that moment, Shen Zui spoke up. Qiu, protect Rose and the tiger cubs. Shen Zui did not hesitate at all. Just as the golden-eyed leopard's paw was about to fall, Qiu suddenly stood up, its huge bare back blocking in front of Rose and the tiger cubs. Bang! And beside it, Rose and the tiger cubs were just fine. Huh. The golden-eyed leopard was taken aback. It never expected that the panda before it could withstand this attack. The next moment, the white tiger also jumped over, its massive figure shielding everyone. In the sky, the white tiger and the golden-eyed leopard faced off once more. But at that moment, a light blue crystal core floated in the palm of the golden-eyed leopard. White Tiger King, in the end, you have lost. I will take this bloodline. Looking at the crystal core in the golden-eyed leopard's paw, the white tiger let out a furious roar. Immediately, its shadow split into three, and three tiger paws struck towards the golden-eyed leopard. Return my son's crystal core. With a loud bang, the golden-eyed leopard was directly knocked to the ground. The three shadows of the white tiger quickly disappeared. Roar. The golden-eyed leopard let out a tiger's roar, no longer caring about the white tiger and Shen Zui. The black clouds around it surged as it turned and left everyone's sight. Watching the golden-eyed leopard leave, the white tiger did not pursue it. Soon after, a 2-meter-tall white tiger appeared in front of Shen Zui. The white tiger completely ignored Shen Zui and the others, walking straight to Qiu and picking up the tiger cub in its mouth. Roar. At this moment, Rose also recovered from the earlier attack. Looking at the towering white tiger, she did not back down at all. Return my child. Rose charged at the white tiger and directly snatched the tiger cub from its mouth. Shen Zui was dumbfounded. Looking at the white tiger lying before Rose, he was slightly stunned. Is this the same white tiger king that shook the heavens and earth just now? Chapter 56. The background is indeed powerful. Qiu, how are you? Shen Zui held Qiu in his arms, feeling that the golden-eyed leopard's attack was too ferocious. If it weren't for the immovable mountain effect, Qiu would have likely been turned into meat paste by now. Qiu looked exhausted, weakly glancing at Shen Zui. Master, I'm so hungry and tired. Without saying a word, Shen Zui took out the spirit honey and bear meat from his spatial ring and piled them in front of Qiu. Watching Qiu devour the food, Shen Zui let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. If it weren't for Qiu fighting to protect them, Rose and the tiger cubs would probably have faced disaster. Soon, Shen Zui's gaze fell on the white tiger king beside him again, standing next to Rose. As soon as Shen Zui opened his mouth, the white tiger king stood up. Human, you dare to make our tiger clan your spirit beasts? You really have some guts. In an instant, the white tiger king's bloodline pressure surged towards Shen Zui. Shen Zui felt the air grow heavy, and his breathing became somewhat difficult. But at that moment, Rose stepped forward again. She let out a roar at the white tiger king. If it weren't for my master, I and this child would have long been dead. If you dare to touch him, you'll have to kill me first. At this point, the white tiger's bloodline pressure finally dissipated. The white tiger king looked at Rose, seeming to accept Shen Zui's relationship with Rose. Our tiger clan is the king of beasts. Our bloodline is noble. How can we submit to a human? I absolutely will not allow my children to become a human's pet. Saying this, the white tiger king approached Shen Zui. He slightly flapped his white wings, and a golden spirit herb appeared before Shen Zui. Human, since you can understand my words, immediately release the contract. Considering you saved my child, this Xiangrade spirit mushroom will be my compensation to you. Xiangrade Yulingzi? Upon hearing this name, Shen Zui was stunned. All divine fruits are classified from high to low as Tian, Di, Xian, and Huanggrades. Huanggrade Yulingzi can open spiritual orifices, so Iasin T Xiangrade Yulingzi even more effective? But looking at Rose, Shen Zui ultimately shook his head. White Tiger King, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your request. Rose is not only my beast, but also my partner. If she does not agree, I will not either. At this moment, the White Tiger King suddenly became a bit angry. He glared at Shen Zui and suddenly let out a low roar. The dignity of the Tiger clan? At this time, Rose walked over to Shen Zui. The golden-eyed leopard killed your child, and you still talk to me about the dignity of the Tiger clan? Following you, he will only face endless danger. As she spoke, Rose glanced at the tiger cub beside her. Is it really true that following this human would not be dangerous? The White Tiger King let out a furious roar, and Shen Zui felt unsettled. But the more this happened, the more agitated Rose became. I will not let my child leave me. Do you really think your bloodline is that noble? If it weren't for Qiu risking his life to save us, both my child and I would have died under the attack of the golden-eyed leopard. My master is not an ordinary person, and you, White Tiger King, are nothing special. Rose's gaze fell on Qiu in front of Shen Zui. after spending these days together. Especially after Shen Zui ordered Qiu to protect Rose and the tiger cub at all costs, Rose had already recognized Shen Zui in her heart. For a moment, the entire scene fell silent. At this moment, the White Tiger King finally scrutinized Qiu carefully. Upon sensing Qiu's bloodline, the White Tiger King couldn't help but frown. He could clearly feel that his bloodline had no nobility in front of Qiu. Not only that, but the white sheep beside Tang Wen also made him feel a sense of familiarity. Now, the White Tiger King had a new understanding of Shen Zui. He looked at Shen Zui and Qiu, then glanced at Rose and the tiger cub. After a moment, he finally spoke up. Human, you are indeed extraordinary. However, if you dare to let Rose and my child suffer even a little grievance in the future, I will not spare you. As he spoke, the White Tiger King circled around Shen Zui and then approached the little tiger cub, gently licking it. My child will be the future Tiger King. Saying this, the white tiger suddenly let out a long howl. In the next moment, the whispering forest changed color, dark clouds rolled in, and the wind howled. A powerful fighting spirit spread from the White Tiger King, and Yun Tiansu and He Ziqi, standing 100 meters away, were stunned. All the beast masters around them also felt the pressure and instinctively stepped back. But at this moment, the white tiger suddenly spat out a fist-sized light ball, which slowly floated above the tiger cub's head. A gentle light emanated from the light ball, completely enveloping the little tiger cub. Human, this is my clan's treasure. When my son breaks through to the purple grade, you must feed it to him. As he said this, the light ball slowly landed in Shen Zui's hand, transforming into a luminous pearl. Upon seeing this scene, Rose was momentarily stunned. She knew what this light ball meant to the White Tiger King. Are these people coveting my son? The White Tiger King's body suddenly grew to over 5 meters tall, and his gaze fixed on Yun Tiansu and the others in the distance. Those who dare to target my son must die. Hearing this, Shen Zui quickly explained to the White Tiger King. They are all my friends, here to help us. The people from the Beast Master Association have already been defeated by us. The White Tiger King turned to look at Shen Zui. Beast Master Association? Good. I'll remember that. The White Tiger King did not listen to Shen Zui's further explanations. He glanced at Rose and then at the tiger cub. Rose, the golden-eyed leopard killed my child, and I will definitely not spare him. We will leave our child in your care. As soon as he finished speaking, the White Tiger King flapped his wings and suddenly took to the sky. In an instant, his 5-meter body transformed into 100 meters. After soaring up, his enormous tiger shadow was pressed against Shen Zui's face. Human, if anything happens to my son, my tiger clan will definitely not spare you. After saying this, the White Tiger King's roar echoed, and his massive figure headed deep into the whispering forest. At the moment the White Tiger King left, Shen Zui sat down on the ground. The scene just now had been too terrifying, and his back was already soaked. White Tiger King, truly the king of beasts. Master, this is my child. Seeing Shen Zui still in shock, Rose came to his side with the little tiger cub in her mouth. The little tiger cub nuzzled against Shen Zui's arms and peacefully fell asleep. Looking at the fluffy little tiger cub in his embrace, Shen Zui felt a surge of emotions. This little guy certainly has a powerful background. Chapter 57. I didn't expect you to be such a master. Yun Tiansu came to Shen Zui's side, and when he saw the little tiger cub in Rose's arms, he felt mixed emotions. Everything that just happened was undoubtedly caused by this little guy. Xiaoming. Oh Xiaoming, what can I say about you? Yun Tiansu felt frustrated. If he had known earlier that Rose was a bloodline beast, he would have captured Rose earlier. But now, everything had become a fait accompli. Shen Zui had clearly gained the recognition of the White Tiger King. And who would dare to target the little tiger cub now? That would be seeking death. Despite his regrets, Yun Tiansu's attitude towards Shen Zui had quietly changed. Previously, he had more affection for Shen Zui, but now his gaze was filled with respect. He turned to look at He Ziqi, you family head. I must say, your vision is indeed sharp. Shen Zui's ability to gain the recognition of 2 bloodline beasts means he will undoubtedly be the most promising beast master in our Yun city. Hearing this, He Ziqi laughed heartily. He had been pondering how to handle the conflict with the Beastmaster Association after what happened today. After all, when something happened to the Beastmaster Association in Yun City, the headquarters would definitely come looking for trouble. But now, everything was irrelevant. Shen Zui, I truly did not misjudge you. Shen Zui is the most valuable investment of my life. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui smiled at He Ziqi and Yun Tiansu. City Lord Yun, Uncle Yi, your support this time is something I will never forget. I, Shen Zui, am not someone who doesn't know how to repay kindness. In the future, wherever I am needed, I will not hesitate. He Ziqi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. One of the main reasons he valued Shen Zui was because he was a person who valued emotions and loyalty. Unfortunately, Yun Tiansu, who was listening from the side, could not feel happy at all. Shen Zui's address to him and He Ziqi already explained everything. It seemed it was time to find a way to improve our relationship with Shen Zui. Thinking of this, Yun Tiansu immediately threw an olive branch to Shen Zui. Shen Zui, what do you plan to do now? Just now, while the white tiger and the golden-eyed leopard were fighting, He Ziqi had already slipped away. If you stay here any longer, it might not be safe. Also, your courses at the Beastmaster Academy are not yet finished. If you want to become an excellent Beastmaster, you still have a long way to go. Shen Zui looked at Rose, then at the little tiger cub in his arms. At that moment, Shen Zui's gaze fell on the Kuan Yun Yin in the sky. He suddenly remembered the warning that Kuan Yun Yin had given him back then. According to Kuan Yun Yin's intuition, the next beast tide is likely to start in the Howling Forest. City Lord Yun. The recent appearance of the golden-eyed leopard has given me a strong feeling that the next beast tide might very well begin in this Howling Forest. It is too close to Yun City, and once the beast tide strikes, Yun City will be the first to suffer. Shen Zui's words immediately rang alarm bells for Yun Tiansu. Every beast tide in the Blue Star almost meant the destruction of a city. As the city lord of Yun City, protecting its safety is the responsibility on Yun Tiansu's shoulders. I will pay attention to it. Yun Tiansu nodded seriously. The battle between the golden-eyed leopard and the white tiger king had already given him a huge shock. Even if Shen Zui hadn't said anything, he would have taken action. As Yun Tiansu was about to turn and leave, Shen Zui suddenly noticed that Xiao had disappeared again. Xiao, Shen Zui called out as he looked around. At that moment, he saw a chubby figure searching for something on a beast's corpse 100 meters away. Rose, that little brat Xiao must be looking for treasures. Hearing Shen Zui's words, Rose smiled slightly. The previous battle had caused heavy casualties to He Ziqi's men, with 3 purple-grade beasts killed and over a dozen red-grade beasts dead. The cores of these beasts, no matter where they were placed, represented a huge fortune. How many have you dug up? Shen Zui quietly approached Xiao from behind with Rose. Watching Xiao's little paws rummaging through, Shen Zui couldn't help but laugh. Not many, just 12. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao suddenly realized that something was off. His paws instinctively covered his mouth as he turned to look at Shen Zui. But at that moment, all the cores in his arms fell to the ground with a clatter. Master, Xiao was now completely distraught. He desperately tried to scrape the cores back towards him. But before he could pick them up, Shen Zui had already grabbed him. You greedy little brat. With so many cores, were you planning to keep them all for yourself? Watching Shen Zui pick up the cores one by one and store them in his spatial ring, Xiao's bare face fell, showing a look of despair. His 2 black eye sockets filled with tears, and when Shen Zui finally stored the last core, a helpless wail erupted. Master, these were all earned through my hard work. You can't be so unreasonable. Just give me one. Just one would be fine. Shen Zui completely ignored Xiao, smiling slightly at him. Starting tomorrow, our panda hero training plan continues. If you perform well, I won't treat you poorly. Otherwise, saying this, Shen Zui made a gesture towards Xiao. A little operation, and you'll be perfect. At this, Xiao fell silent. He looked aggrieved as he went to Rose's side. Sister Rose, the master has changed. He threatened me. Saying this, Xiao's gaze fell on the little tiger cub in Shen Zui's arms. The next moment, he suddenly distanced himself from Rose. The relentless rain falls endlessly, soaking my body and breaking my heart. Xiao sat on the ground, crying and sniffling, thinking that with a new love, he had forgotten his old love. He never expected that his master would be like this. Shen Zui looked at Xiao's aggrieved expression and shook his head helplessly. You little brat, if you keep being pretentious, don't think you'll get even a single core. Chapter 58. Are good days about to begin? Under Shen Zui's benevolent yet stern demeanor, Xiao finally compromised. As soon as they entered the city, Yun Tiansu received news from Xiao Yun Gang. Brother Yun, how is the situation? Yun Tiansu didn't elaborate, saying, you should come to the Beastmaster Academy immediately. Also, inform Zhao Ming that I have important matters to discuss. After finishing, Yun Tiansu hung up the phone. In the Yulong Garden, less than 300 meters from the Beastmaster Academy, he chose a villa for Shen Zui. Uncle Yi, I really feel too embarrassed. Standing in front of the luxurious villa over 600 square meters, Shen Zui felt a surge of emotions. In 2 lifetimes, he never thought he would live in such a luxurious house. He Ziqi smiled slightly. Shen Zui, you are now an elder of our Yi family. How can we let you live in a dormitory without even a place to stay? That would be a disgrace to our Yi family. Saying this, He Ziqi led Shen Zui into the villa. Actually, I started preparing for this as soon as you agreed to be an elder of our Yi family. Look, these spirit bamboos were all dug up by bounty hunters from Yun Mountain. Although the spiritual energy in the city is thin, these spirit bamboos serve as a nice landscape. After speaking, He Ziqi took Shen Zui into the house. This place has been decorated in a style that young people like, simple yet elegant. I wonder how you feel about it. Shen Zui looked at the surrounding decor and nodded repeatedly. Everything he could think of, He Ziqi had already arranged perfectly. Even the cat litter for the little tiger cub was prepared. Just as the two were talking, a silvery laugh suddenly rang out from outside the door. Yining rushed towards Shen Zui excitedly. Shen Zui was taken aback. Could it be that good fortune had suddenly arrived? Qiao. Yining perfectly dodged Shen Zui and hugged Qiao, who was beside him. Whimper. Qiao squirmed in Yining's arms, turning to glare at Shen Zui. Humph. I'm going to report. Report. Hearing Qiao's dissatisfied voice, Shen Zui wished he could make Qiao stand in a corner for an hour right then and there. However, in front of He Ziqi, he really couldn't bring himself to be jealous of a panda. Whimper. Seeing Shen Zui's helpless expression, Qiao became even more unrestrained, constantly trying to act cute and ingratiate himself with Yining. Rubbing Qiao's fluffy ears, Yining frowned. Shen Zui, look, Qiao has been starved skinny by you. Did you bully him? Yining glared at Shen Zui angrily. At this moment, Qiao hurriedly cooperated. Every time Yining said something, he nodded vigorously. Qiao glared angrily at Shen Zui and then turned to Yining to complain. That's right, he bullied me. He didn't give me a single core. Although Yining couldn't understand Qiao's words, she could still sense what he meant. You little brat. Shen Zui gritted his teeth as he looked at Qiao, feeling an impulse to hang him up and give him a good beating. But just then, a sound similar to a meow came from Shen Zui's arms. Following that, the little tiger cub's head timidly peeked out from Shen Zui's embrace. At this moment, all of Yining's attention shifted to the little tiger cub. Wow, what a cute little kitty, Yining said, placing Qiao on the ground and then picking up the little tiger cub from Shen Zui's arms. Meow. Yining gently stroked the little tiger cub, and in no time, it finally quieted down. All young girls have no immunity against such newly born kittens, and Yining was no exception. She gently groomed the little tiger cub's fur and quietly asked Shen Zui, Shen Zui, is this also your beast? At this point, Shen Zui glanced at Rose. This is the tiger cub that Rose just gave birth to. As Shen Zui's beast, Rose's tiger cub had formed a bond with Shen Zui the moment it was born, so Yining was indeed correct in saying this. Upon hearing Shen Zui's words, Yining's face lit up with joy. Wow, I didn't expect the little brain axe to be so cute too, Yining said, rubbing the tiger cub against her face. You see, this little guy is looking at me. Shen Zui suddenly realized that the more ferocious the beast's cub, the more likable it seems. Yining placed the little tiger cub on the table, and as she watched it just climb up and then flop down on the ground, her heart melted. This little guy is much more fun than Xiaoyun's crimson flame tiger. It's so adorable. Yining kissed the little tiger cub hard on its forehead. At that moment, she completely forgot about Qiao's existence. No love anymore. Qiao, who was standing next to Yining, suddenly sat down on the ground. He kept tugging at his ears, looking frustrated as he said, Goddess Yining has abandoned me. Boo. At this moment, Shen Zui walked over to Qiao with a smile. He patted Qiao on the shoulder. Who just complained to Yining? When I couldn't see it. Do you really think that just because someone is backing you up, you can do whatever you want? Shen Zui pulled Qiao's arm away. Looking at the despairing bare face in front of him, seeing Shen Zui's smiling face, Qiao trembled all over. Master, I didn't say anything. I was forced just now. It was Yining who wanted to hug me. You have to believe me. I am your panda in life and your panda ghost in death. Saying this, Qiao hugged Shen Zui's arm tightly. Shen Zui had long been immune to Qiao's tricks, and he forcefully pulled his arm away. Starting tomorrow, standing 3 times a day, 1 hour each time. I will supervise personally. At this moment, Qiao fell back on the ground, looking up. My bear life is over. Just then, Yining also saw Qiao sprawled out on the ground, and she couldn't help but giggle, looking at Qiao on the ground. Then at the little tiger cub in her arms, Yining suddenly turned to He Ziqi and asked, Father, can I move over and live with Shen Zui? These 2 little guys are just too cute. He Ziqi was taken aback by Yining's words. He never expected her to say something like that. At that moment, Shen Zui and Qiao both stood up in surprise. Shen Zui looked at Yining in disbelief. Is this? Could it be that the script for My Happy Life with the Beauty is about to start? Chapter 59, New Love. When Yining saw the expressions on He Ziqi and Shen Zui's faces, she realized she had said something wrong. Father, it's not what you think. Yining hurriedly explained. I want to move over purely because I like Qiao and the little tiger cub. Saying this, Yining pointed at Shen Zui. You better put away those dirty thoughts. Don't think just because you are the elder of our family now, you can think wildly. Yining's explanation sounded reasonable. But in reality, how could such a thing be explained clearly? He Ziqi was also a person who had been through this, and now that Yining was 18, he originally shouldn't interfere with matters of love between men and women as a father. Moreover, with the potential Shen Zui was showing now, there would be no problem for him to become a son-in-law of the Yi family. But if they were to live together so soon, he still couldn't accept it as a father. Ning, I think some things are better taken slowly. You can just be friends for now, I won't oppose that. Hearing He Zilong's words, Ning's face turned red with anxiety. Father, you misunderstood. I just like Chio and the little tiger. Ning was getting more and more frustrated, stamping her feet. Oh, I'm not talking about it anymore. Ning looked around and suddenly pointed to the villa next door. Father, why don't you buy that villa too? This way you won't misunderstand. Misunderstand? Even if they moved next to Shen Zui, He Zilong would still have to misunderstand. Just when Ning didn't know how to explain, Xiao Yun and Yun Duo sent a video. Ning, is that the villa you took us to before? Looking at Xiao Yun and Yun Duo on the video, Ning suddenly smiled. That's right, hurry up and come. In no time, Xiao Yun and Yun Duo walked in. Seeing the two of them, Ning felt like she had been granted amnesty, and she grabbed Xiao Yun. Sister Yun, what do you think about us buying that villa over there? Then we can play with Chio anytime. Saying this, Ning pointed at the little tiger cub in Shen Zui's hands. Look, Shen Zui has gotten another beast from the tiger clan. So small, so cute. Hearing this, Xiao Yun immediately became excited. After all the direct descendants of the Xiao family have tiger-type beasts. She had no immunity to the little tiger. Oh my, it's so cute. Xiao Yun smiled, and after getting Rose's approval, she held the little tiger in her arms. But the little brain axe is cuter. Look at my crimson flame tiger. It grew up and lost all cuteness. Just then, Yun Duo, who was playing with Chio, also came over. The three women looked at the little tiger sleeping quietly, overflowing with maternal love. Sister Ning, if you buy the villa next door, I want to live there too. I'm so tired of staying at home. My dad is busy all day, it's better to live with you guys. As soon as Yun Duo finished speaking, Xiao Yun also expressed her opinion. Ning, what you said is a good idea, let's live next to Shen Zui. That way we can come and go as we please. The support from Xiao Yun and Yun Duo immediately gave Ning confidence. She turned to look at He Zilong. Father, you see, we just want to play with Chio and the little tiger. He Zilong was a powerhouse in the business world, but when it came to Ning, even someone as formidable as him had no way to handle it. Now that there were two bloodline beasts, Chio and Rose. By Shen Zui's side, Ning's safety was completely assured. Thinking of this, He Zilong waved to Uncle Yi behind him. Since that's the case, let's do as Ning wishes. Uncle Yi nodded, and soon, with just a phone call, the villa next to Shen Zui was bought by He Zilong. Looking at the situation before him, Shen Zui felt a chill in his heart. The script of living with the beauty was already ending before it even started. Sigh, sharing the same plight. At that moment, Chio, who was sitting on the ground with his chin resting on his hands, helplessly said to Shen Zui, Master, they're just like you. They forget their old love when they have a new one. Sister Rose, I'm a bit jealous of my little nephew. Chio turned his head to look at Rose, who was lying beside him. They originally liked me more. Hearing Chio's lament, Yun Duo's wind goose lay down beside him, and Xiao Yun's wind tiger also lay on the ground helplessly. Even Ning's lightning weasel was not as lively as usual, glancing at Ning, who was stroking the little tiger, with its tail drooping. The three beasts lined up and turned to look at Chio. They originally liked us more. At that moment, a voice echoed in Shen Zui's mind, one that was unanimous among the three beasts. Looking at his child being so popular, Rose couldn't help but smile. She originally thought that being a human beast wasn't a good thing, but now, looking at Shen Zui, the three girls, and Chio, she suddenly felt like she was in a united and loving big family. By the way, does this little brain axe have a name? Ning and Yun Duo suddenly asked Shen Zui. I still have to finish all the courses at the Beastmaster Academy, so I definitely won't leave before that. As for the little tiger cub, I haven't thought of a name yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yun immediately said, Shen Zui, let's call this little cutie Xiao Bai from now on. Look at his all-white fur, calling him Xiao Bai is just perfect. Xiao Yun's suggestion quickly gained support from Ning and Yun Duo. Xiao Bai. Three women kept touching, and they didn't seem to be asking for Shen Zui's opinion, but rather notifying him. Shen Zui shook his head and looked down at the rose. How about this name? The rose nodded. She had no objection to the name Xiao Bai. Shen Zui had no choice but to quickly change the nickname of the little tiger in the system to Xiao Bai. Shen Zui, if you need anything, just give me a call, and I will send someone to help you. Looking at the kids happily playing with Xiao Bai, He Zilong smiled knowingly. Shen Zui nodded. Uncle Yi, you've already helped me too much. I can handle the rest on my own. Before He Zilong left, another set of villa keys was brought over. Ning took the keys, and she was extremely excited. She shook the Xiao Bai in her hand and glanced at Xiao Yun and Yunduer. When are you two moving in? Yunduer immediately said, I'll call Dad right now. I'm leaving right now. It won't take more than an hour. After Xiao Yun finished speaking, she kissed Xiao Bai and turned to drive away in her supercar. Xiao Bai, you finally have a home. Chapter 60 Shen Zui, you rogue. Shen Zui, can I take Xiao Bai away? After getting the rose's consent, Yining hugged Xiaobai and left the villa with the rose. In an instant, Shen Zui was left alone in the entire villa. Being alone is good. This way, there will be fewer worries. 3 women in a play. If these 3 women really lived together with him, who knows what kind of chaos would ensue? Shen Zui shook his head. He could only comfort himself like this now. Master, don't be discouraged. I will always be with you, Qiao said dejectedly while sitting in front of the mirror. Am I not cute? Shen Zui gave Qiao a glance and lifted her up. Come on, you're already a big guy. How could you win a girl as favor just by acting cute? Do you know what aesthetic fatigue is? Shen Zui earnestly explained to Qiao. Qiao listened half understandingly. But it seemed to make some sense. We should make a change. Wait until I teach you a set of boxing techniques. Then, when you strike a pose in front of them, you'll definitely attract attention. At this moment, Qiao's eyes lit up, and her original cute demeanor completely vanished. Master, let us practice. Shen Zui looked at Qiao's pose with hands on her hips and slapped her. Practice? With you like this, are you going to train me? Go, stand in horse stance for an hour. Soon, under Shen Zui's urging, Qiao began to practice horse stance in the hall. However, this time, there was a hint of seriousness in Qiao's eyes. Shen Zui nodded, and just then, he suddenly remembered the Xianpin Yulingzi that the White Tiger King had left him. Now that they are not here, I can try to open my spiritual orifice. With this thought, Shen Zui immediately took out the Xianpin Yulingzi and the body refining technique from his space ring. Is the master going to practice too? Seeing the Yulingzi in front of Shen Zui, Qiao swallowed hard. Such a divine herb is undoubtedly a huge temptation for any beast. Shen Zui tore off a small piece from the Yulingzi, ground it into powder, and directly drank it with water. The next moment, Shen Zui felt a vast warm current rushing into his limbs. What is this? Shen Zui sat cross-legged, and at that moment, his mental power suddenly condensed into his spiritual orifice. His spiritual orifice was still undeveloped, completely chaotic. Just then, Shen Zui suddenly saw the spiritual energy from the Xianpin Yulingzi surging into his limbs, rushing towards the spiritual orifice. Boom! The immense spiritual energy, like a river, crashed into the chaos when it gathered at the spiritual orifice. Hiss! At this moment, Shen Zui felt like he was being torn apart. The piercing pain made him tremble all over. After this collision, the original chaos was shattered into a piece of heaven and earth. The scene before him was like the waters of a river pooling into a lake, aside from some spiritual energy remaining in the newly formed heaven and earth. The rest of the spiritual energy receded like a tide. Is this the end? Just as this thought arose in Shen Zui's mind, suddenly, all the spiritual energy surged again. Boom! The immense spiritual energy launched another assault on the chaotic spiritual orifice. The original lake suddenly expanded a lot. At this moment, Shen Zui finally understood what it meant to open the spiritual orifice. With each impact, Shen Zui was in excruciating pain, but his spiritual orifice would expand a little more. Finally, after this impact, all the chaos in Shen Zui's spiritual orifice was covered by the overflowing spiritual energy. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the spiritual orifice. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in Shen Zui's mind. Completed? Shen Zui felt as if he had established some kind of connection with the heavens and the earth. He slowly opened his eyes, and the next moment, he immediately sensed the presence of scattered spiritual energy in the air. I did it. Shen Zui stood up from the ground. But then, a strong sense of soreness spread through his limbs. Thud! Shen Zui fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, he smelled a strong sour odor. Ugh! Shen Zui nearly gagged from the stench. Is this the washing of muscles and marrow? After a few minutes of calming down, Shen Zui endured the pain all over his body and leaned against the wall to go to the bathroom. Swish! The moment the hot water hit his body, Shen Zui felt like he had been reborn. Now, I can finally cultivate. Shen Zui took a deep breath. He could even feel the thin spiritual energy in the air entering his body with each breath. Now his complexion was rosy, his body was full of strength, and his perception of the surroundings had improved unprecedentedly. With just a light jump, he could touch the ceiling nearly 3 meters high. It's truly amazing. Shen Zui couldn't help but marvel, but thinking of the earlier scene, he still felt a bit scared. Using Xianpin Yulingzi to open the spiritual orifice is really too dangerous. If it weren't for the nourishment of spirit honey and bear meat these days, Shen Zui might have ended up dead or severely injured. Just as Shen Zui was about to finish his shower, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Qiao rushed in with Yining in a hurry, but as soon as they entered, the pungent smell in the air made Yining cough uncontrollably. Shen Zui, where have you been? Yining pinched her nose and forced herself to endure the stench as she walked in. When Qiao saw Shen Zui in pain while opening the spiritual orifice earlier, she was worried something happened and immediately ran next door to seek Yining's help. Unfortunately, It took Yining half an hour to understand what Qiao meant. Shen Zui. Yining opened the doors one by one, constantly searching for Shen Zui's whereabouts. But Shen Zui, immersed in the joy of opening the spiritual orifice, couldn't he hear the commotion outside due to the sound of running water in the shower. Suddenly, with a bang, the bathroom door was flung open by Yining. In an instant, Shen Zui and Yining locked eyes. Shen Zui was stunned, and the shower head in his hand fell to the ground. Yining was also dumbfounded. Having grown up, she had never seen a man shower. Yining covered her eyes and slammed the bathroom door shut. Immediately after, a piercing roar echoed through the villa. Shen Zui, you rogue. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Shen Zui finally came to his senses. He looked at the door that had been slammed shut, feeling like crying without tears. He was just in pain all over and had no strength to lock the bathroom door. I was just taking a shower, right? It was you who wanted to barge in. How did I become the scoundrel? Chapter 61. Passing the buck to Qiao. Grandma, let me explain. I was just taking a shower. Why did you come? Shen Zui quickly dried himself off, but at that moment, he awkwardly realized he had no clothes to wear. Just before taking a shower, he had thrown all his clothes in the laundry room. If Yining hadn't come, it would have been fine. But now, with Yining blocking the door, Shen Zui couldn't get out. Yining, all my clothes are in the laundry room. Can you help me get them? Before Shen Zui could finish, Yining interrupted him briskly. Shen Zui, what do you want to do? Don't even think about it. The more Yining thought about it, the angrier she became. In the Yi family, she was a pampered young lady, accustomed to having everything done for her. When did it become her turn to serve others? Yining, I didn't do it on purpose. How could I have known you would come? Upon hearing this, Yining seemed to realize the root of the problem. She looked down at Qiao not far away. Qiao, did you bring me here to see this? Yining was instantly furious. She slapped Qiao hard. You ungrateful thing. I treated you so well. At this moment, Qiao felt utterly wronged. How could he have anticipated such a situation? Seeing Yining angry, Qiao didn't dare stay for a moment and scampered away. Now, only Shen Zui and Yining were left in the entire villa. Grandma, at least bring me my clothes. Shen Zui didn't know what to do at that moment. Yining gritted her teeth. She pointed at the bathroom door. You just wait inside, Yining couldn't continue her sentence and headed toward the laundry room. Shen Zui, wrap yourself in a towel. Holding Shen Zui's clothes, Yining covered her eyes, quickly opened the bathroom door, and threw Shen Zui's clothes inside. Phew. After doing all this, Yining sat on the sofa in the living room and let out a long sigh. Her previously tense emotions relaxed. But at that moment, she suddenly thought of a question. Wouldn't it be better if I just left? Why did I go to get him clothes? As soon as she thought of this, Yining's face turned red. The image of her locking eyes with Shen Zui kept replaying in her mind. Ugh. Yining shook her head, trying hard to forget everything that had just happened. But the more she tried, the clearer the images in her mind became. Damn it. Yining kept blaming herself. Just then, Shen Zui finally came out of the bathroom, fully dressed. Yining, I'm really sorry about earlier. Shen Zui awkwardly smiled at Yining. Yining looked up at Shen Zui and suddenly realized that from this angle, he looked quite masculine. Strong limbs, fluffy hair, a chiseled face, bright black eyes, and a smiling mouth. For a moment, Yining felt her face getting hot. The earlier scene replayed in her mind again. Ugh, 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 what is wrong with me? Yining herself didn't realize that ever since Shen Zui subdued Rose and decided to go to the Howling Forest, her attitude towards him had quietly changed. When she saw Shen Zui again, an involuntary thought suddenly popped up in her mind. I didn't expect Shen Zui to have such a good figure. Once this thought emerged, Yining couldn't dare to look at Shen Zui again. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But Shen Zui seemed to not notice Yining's odd behavior. He looked at Yining and curiously asked, "Why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Yining quickly gathered her chaotic thoughts. It was all Qiao's fault. Yining looked around, but there was no sign of Qiao anywhere. Just now, I was playing with Xiaobai when Qiao rushed in a hurry. I thought he was coming to play with me. But it took me a while to realize Qiao was anxious and insisted on bringing me here. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui immediately understood the reason behind it. He didn't expect that his opening of the spiritual aperture had caused Qiao to misunderstand. Shen Zui, why does it smell so bad here? Even after half a day of ventilation, a faint odor could still be smelled in the living room. Shen Zui couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He couldn't possibly tell Yining that it was all due to his opening of the spiritual aperture and the results of washing his tendons and marrow. But in the blink of an eye, Shen Zui thought of a good excuse. I only want to take a shower because of this smell. Saying this, Shen Zui couldn't help but sigh. Yining, this is all my fault. In the past few days, Qiao has been eating too well. You know, a panda that thinks about eating meat every day can't have no problems, right? I wanted him to exercise, practice dances, and learn some martial arts. But he would occasionally slack off. To be honest, Qiao has been a bit constipated lately, and just now he let out a stinky fart. At this point, Shen Zui's face was filled with helplessness. He pointed at Yining. You know how Qiao behaves when he sees you. He relies on your pampering to act out. If this continues, I won't be able to manage him anymore. Yining didn't think too much about it. She found Shen Zui's reasoning convincing and immediately stood up. So that's how it is. Yining looked at Shen Zui with an understanding expression. As a fan of Qiao, how could she let him become like this? Qiao is so cute. If he farts every day, how can anyone get close to him? Shen Zui, you're right. He really needs to exercise properly. Seeing that Yining didn't suspect him, Shen Zui finally felt relieved. A smile unconsciously flashed across his face. This explanation not only covered up the incident, but also changed Yining's attitude towards Qiao's training. It was truly a win-win. Shen Zui, what are you planning to do? Upon hearing this, Shen Zui immediately shared his training plan. As long as he could gain Yining's support, he wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Yun and Yun Duo. I plan to increase Qiao's training intensity every day while also controlling his diet, with clear rewards and punishments. This way, Qiao can not only improve his combat quality, but also completely solve this problem. Just saying this, Shen Zui suddenly stopped. Is there any difficulty? Yining hurriedly asked. Shen Zui shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. I'm just afraid you will be soft-hearted. You know how good Qiao is at acting cute. What if you can't resist his charms and end up softening your heart? Yining waved her hand, clearly determined this time as she smelled the faint odor in the air. I support you on this. I'll talk to Yunjie and Duo Air. Just go ahead and do it. Chapter 62. The life of a bear is simple. It's people who are complicated. Hearing Yining's words, Shen Zui's mood instantly lifted. He could finally carry out the panda hero training plan openly. At that moment, he could even imagine Qiao's expression when he learned about this. After reaching a consensus with Yining, Shen Zui immediately followed her to the neighboring villa. At this time, in the villa's courtyard, Uncle Yi was directing people to move Yining's belongings into the bedroom. Qiao. Just then, Shen Zui, smiling, approached Qiao. Qiao shot Shen Zui a glare and ignored him, running straight to Yining. Yining's earlier words had genuinely hurt his bear heart. But Qiao seemed to realize that he had caused trouble despite his good intentions, so he hugged Yining's leg and desperately acted cute. Whimper. Qiao originally thought that with his own strength, Yining would forgive him soon. But at that moment, Yining bent down to look at Qiao. Qiao, it's okay. It's just a minor issue. As long as you train well, you'll definitely get better. As she spoke, Yining gently patted Qiao's head. My Qiao is the best. I'm doing this for your own good. If it drags on, what will we do if you need surgery later? Train well. After saying that, Yining looked at Shen Zui. I'll leave Qiao to you. When Xiao Yun and Duo Air come over, I'll let them know. After finishing, Yining handed Qiao to Shen Zui. She turned and approached the rose, cradling the little tiger cub in her arms. What did Yining's words mean? Qiao was puzzled and couldn't help but turn to look at Shen Zui. But when he saw the smile on Shen Zui's face, a chilling sense of dread crept over him. Master, did you say something bad about me in front of Yining? Why has her attitude toward me changed? Shen Zui nodded. Without Yining's protection, he had no more concerns. Shen Zui directly took out spiritual honey and a teaching stick from his space ring. Choose one. Now. No one would care about you. As soon as Shen Zui finished speaking, Qiao was so scared that he kept retreating. Don't come over. Qiao looked at the teaching stick in Shen Zui's hand, and his legs went weak. He wanted to seek help from Yining, but this time Yining didn't look at him at all and instead nodded at Shen Zui. There's no love anymore. At that moment, Qiao felt a deep sense of despair. He looked at Shen Zui, and his tone suddenly became cautious. Master, what exactly did you say? Shen Zui chuckled coldly. If it weren't for you just now, would such a big misunderstanding have happened? Our panda hero cultivation plan starts today. Just then, Qiao suddenly felt the surrounding spiritual energy flowing slowly towards Shen Zui. He hid in the corner. Master, have you opened your spiritual orifice? Could it be that the foul smell earlier was caused by you? Shen Zui chuckled. Foul smell? Wasn't that just you letting out a panda fart? Shen Zui pointed the teaching stick at Qiao and looked up at Yining. At this point, Qiao finally understood that he had been wronged on Shen Zui's behalf. I'm wronged. This panda has been wronged. Yining goddess, you must believe me. Although Yining felt distressed seeing Qiao's crying face, she still didn't stop Shen Zui. Soon, Qiao surrendered. He obediently stood by the wall, not moving an inch. But at this moment, his gaze toward Shen Zui had clearly changed. Black-hearted man, scheming man. I hate you so much. Qiao didn't know how many times he cursed Shen Zui in his heart. It wasn't until Yun Duo Air and Xiao Yun arrived that Qiao's eyes lit up. He was just about to complain to the two girls when Yining pulled Xiao Yun and Yun Duo Air aside. After hearing the conversation among the three, Qiao was utterly hopeless. Xiao Yun, Duo Air, there are some things I must tell you. Yun Duo Air quickly shared what she had heard from Shen Zui with the two girls. Soon, Yun Duo Air and Xiao Yun approached Qiu Qiu with sympathetic expressions. Qiu Qiu, be good, I believe you'll be fine soon. The two girls patted Qiu Qiu's head and then turned to smile at Xiao Bai. Master, I'm wrong. Qiu Qiu was on the verge of tears. He had recognized the situation, and he thought he would really have to look at Shen Zui's face from now on. Shen Zui looked at his watch. It had been over 40 minutes. Without the protection of the three girls, Qiu Qiu indeed seemed to have turned into a completely different panda. Qiu Qiu, I've long noticed your unique bones. Once you stand for an hour, I'll teach you a set of basic skills. If you manage to learn it, I can let you go. Qiu Qiu wore a mournful expression, feeling utterly powerless in front of Shen Zui. Just then, Xiao Yun turned to look at Shen Zui. Now, Xiao Yun's gaze toward Shen Zui had slightly changed. As a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, Xiao Yun now felt an inexplicable charm in Shen Zui's every move. This feeling was something only a few extraordinary predecessors from her family possessed. What kind of person is Shen Zui? Why do I feel like I can't see through him more and more? Xiao Yun had no idea that after Shen Zui opened his spiritual orifice and refined his muscles and bones, he had already reached the realm of sensing the world that everyone in the ancient martial arts family pursued. Yunjia, what do you think of this little outfit? She waved a palm-sized outfit in front of Xiao Yun and Yuning, and then immediately put it on Xiao Bai. After Yun Duo Air dressed him up, the originally fierce little tiger now wore a light pink coat, looking completely like a little kitten. Shen Zui helplessly shook his head. He really couldn't understand these women's thoughts. However, when he saw the clothes on Xiao Bai, he suddenly remembered the animal skins he had collected in the Howling Forest. The skin armor of the toxic fire lizard and the bear skin of the cracked sky bear. These were all top-notch materials for making clothes. Shen Zui glanced at Qiu Qiu. Master, what are you going to do again? I haven't moved at all. Hearing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but smile slightly. Without the three girls as a backing, this little guy Qiu Qiu was obviously much more obedient now. Don't worry, I told you. As long as you behave, I won't forget you when I have good things. Saying this, Shen Zui pointed at the coat on Xiao Bai. Didn't I promise to make you a stylish outfit? Taking this opportunity, I can make you a set of clothes. Chapter 63, Guest Professor. Zhao Ming. That gale tiger has been in the beast taming garden for so long, and you didn't notice at all that it's a bloodline beast? After hearing Yun Tian's account, Zhao Ming's face was filled with regret. Brother Yun, I misjudged it. If I had known it was a bloodline beast, I would never have let such a thing happen. As soon as Zhao Ming finished speaking, Xiao Yun angrily hit the table. A tiger clan beast, and a pregnant one at that. It can cause a phenomenon in the world. How powerful must that little tiger's bloodline be? Even my Crimson Flame howling tiger can't compare at all. What a pity. Such a great opportunity slipped right past us. The Xiao family was almost entirely comprised of tiger clan beasts, and after learning about the situation with Rose and Xiao Bai, Xiao Yun almost immediately made a judgment. Shen Zui has hit the jackpot this time. Brother Yun, what do you think we should do now? Yun Tiansu frowned, looking helplessly at the two. We have no other options left. Based on Shen Zui's displayed strength in the Howling Forest, even if we join forces now, we may not be able to match him. Now we must make a decision. Zhao Ming and Xiao Yun exchanged glances. As the Lord of Yun City, Yun Tiansu had always been the backbone for the three of them. Brother Yun, you make the decision. We trust you. In fact, Yun Tiansu had already thought this over repeatedly in his heart. He suddenly stood up. Since the Yi family dares to bet everything on Shen Zui, what are we afraid of? When we were in the Howling Forest, I had a vague feeling that the next beast tide might occur in the Howling Forest. And it shouldn't be too long from now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun and Zhao Ming were both stunned. They understood what the beast tide meant for a city. Given Shen Zui's current rate of development, perhaps he is our opportunity for Yun City moving forward. My opinion is that we must protect Shen Zui. Zhao Ming and Xiao Yun nodded. At this moment, they had no other thoughts in their minds. Zhao Ming and Shen Zui were still students of the Beast Tamer Academy. And although he already had 3 bloodline beasts, there was still so much for him to learn. What happens next depends on you. Zhao Ming nodded. Brother Yun, don't worry, I will help him learn a lot quickly. Just then, Yun Tiansu waved his hand. This time in the Beast Tamer Forest. I also discovered another person who might have a huge impact on the entire Beast Tamer Academy. It was just that there was no time to ask earlier. You guessed it right, it's that young man. Yun Tiansu took a deep breath. The Tang family is a great clan that established the theoretical foundation of beast taming. If he could teach our students, the results would be unimaginable. Moreover, this Tang one appeared together with Shen Zui, and I can see their relationship is not ordinary. Upon learning about Tang Wen's background, Zhao Ming was stunned. After the birth of the Tang River theory, the Tang family rose to prominence. And now they are one of the 4 major families of the Great Xia Kingdom, with unfathomable strength. It's a pity that the Tang family seldom appears publicly for major events. and Tang Wen's appearance undoubtedly has great significance for the entire Yun city. Brother Yun, I understand. Regardless of Tang Wen's identity or his relationship with Shen Zui, I must keep him here. Yun Tianzi nodded. Keeping Tang Wen will naturally greatly benefit the improvement of the Beast Tamer Academy's level, but in reality, he was thinking much further ahead. The Tang family is a golden signboard throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. As long as Tang Wen is here, even when the beast tide strikes, Yun Tianzi can rally a large number of people. Finally, with Yun Tianzi's decision made, Zhao Ming and Xiao Yun Gang immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, on the other side, after opening his spiritual aperture, Shen Zui began to carefully study the body refinement technique. Throughout the night, Shen Zui hardly rested, continuously practicing the breathing techniques recorded in the body refinement technique. It wasn't until dawn that Shen Zui initially grasped the method of the body refinement technique. Master, your snoring is way too loud. Qiao rubbed his eyes. His original dark circles now looked even darker. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside, and Shen Zui, still half asleep, sat up in bed. He glanced at the clock and was instantly shocked. Damn it. He was going to be late. In less than a minute, Shen Zui had put on his clothes and walked out. When he opened the door, Xiao Yun, Yining, and Yun Duo Air were all glaring at him with angry expressions. Shen Zui, it's only been a few days, and you're already acting so high and mighty? We've been waiting for you for 5 minutes. You didn't answer your phone. Are you addicted to playing missing? Shen Zui looked at his phone with an apologetic expression and scratched his head. I slept a bit late, sorry. After saying that, Shen Zui led the 3 girls towards the Beast Tamer Academy. Yining was holding Xiao Bai, and Yun Duo Air was holding Qiao. Along the way, the 3 girls were chatting and laughing, causing passers-by to drool at the sight. Who is this guy? He is surrounded by so many beauties. What luck he has. Look. He is walking a bit swaggeringly. It's infuriating. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui felt a surge of pride. Master, don't get your hopes up. You haven't even made it yet. You're just floating because you didn't sleep. Hearing Qiao's words, Shen Zui couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. You little bear cub, if you say more, I'll show you how to deal with you. In just a couple of 100 meters, Shen Zui and the others quickly entered the Beast Tamer Academy. At that moment, they noticed a crowd gathering near the bulletin board. Shen Zui frowned slightly and soon squeezed through the crowd. On the bulletin board, there was a huge poster prominently displayed. Our academy is hiring a theoretical master from the Tang family as a guest professor, who will officially start teaching everyone from today, at 9 a.m. every day in the academy auditorium. Looking at the content on the poster, all the students around immediately erupted in excitement. A theoretical master from the Tang family? Wow, the academy really invested a lot this time. I'm going to grab a seat right now. Seeing the poster, Xiao Yun and the others were momentarily stunned. A theoretical master from the Tang family? The 3 girls looked at each other, and a hint of excitement appeared on their faces. The Tang family is the theoretical foundation of the beast taming world. Let us hurry and check it out. If we can get guidance from the master, our beast taming skills will definitely improve. Yining looked at everyone. But just then, a name suddenly popped into Shen Zui's mind. Under the crowd's urging, Shen Zui quickly made his way to the auditorium. However, the area around the auditorium was already packed to the brim. Roar. At that moment, the Qi and Tiger let out a roar, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Everyone, step aside. Xiao Yun is the top girl in the advanced department, and no one in the academy dares to provoke her. All the students immediately stepped aside, quickly clearing a path for Xiao Yun and the others. Let us go. Xiao Yun smiled slightly and led Shen Zui and the others directly into the auditorium. In the auditorium, which could hold over 1,000 people, the best seats in the front row were occupied by several male students who were chatting happily. They had just chased away the original occupants and were in high spirits. Xiao Yun, you're here. A burly male student looked at Xiao Yun, Yining, and Yun Duo Air and quickly greeted them. Lin Xingping, you're really something. You're so domineering just to grab a seat. Hearing Xiao Yun speak, Lin Xingping couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He immediately signaled to the others beside him. The others quickly vacated the 3 best spots. Xiao Yun, this spot is great. I saved it for you. The 3 girls did not hesitate and sat directly in the vacated seats. Lin Xingping sat next to Xiao Yun, feeling a rush of excitement. Xiao Yun has many admirers, and Lin Xingping is one of the strongest among them. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun has hardly given him a glance. Now, being able to sit next to the goddess made anyone's heart race. However, before he could even warm his seat, Xiao Yun frowned. Lin Xingping, move aside. Saying this, Xiao Yun placed Qiao on Lin Xingping's seat. Shen Zui, keep an eye on Qiao. At that moment, Shen Zui suddenly felt a chilling murderous intent rising around him. This is a mess. Shen Zui shook his head helplessly, picked up Qiao, and sat directly next to Xiao Yun. Lin Xingping glared at Shen Zui, his fists clenched, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. You guys go to the side. As soon as Lin Xingping spoke, several students nearby were frightened and quickly moved away, while he sat down next to Shen Zui. Shen Zui could even hear Lin Xingping gritting his teeth. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These three ladies are truly not easy to handle. However, facing this situation, Shen Zui quickly felt relieved. In the past few days, apart from Zhao Ming and the others who knew the details, everyone in the academy only knew about Shen Zui's test battle. The other events were merely rumors, and not many people would believe them. Moreover, with Shen Zui's current strength, it would be too petty to still hold a grudge against Lin Xingping. Now, please give a warm round of applause to welcome our guest professor, Master Tang. At that moment, the host walked out, and the entire auditorium erupted in enthusiastic applause. Yi Ning, Xiao Yun, and Yun Duo's eyes instantly focused on the stage. Soon, a person and a sheep slowly walked out in the spotlight. When the master who appeared was a young man in his 20s, the entire venue suddenly became restless. What? Master Tang is actually a young person? He looks even younger than me. How could he possibly be a master? Could he be a fake? In an instant, all the students exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. But only Shen Zui, upon seeing Tang Wen, showed a hint of a smile on his face. Hello everyone, my name is Tang Wen. It was Tang Wen's first time facing such a large crowd, and he felt a bit uncomfortable. He politely smiled at everyone, and just then, he suddenly spotted Shen Zui sitting in the front row. In an instant, Tang Wen's expression became somewhat excited. He subtly gestured to Shen Zui, scanning his gaze over the small white creature in Qiao and Yi Ning's arms. Sister Yun, is this really Master Tang? Yun Duoer, sitting next to Xiao Yun, spoke with skepticism. Xiao Yun shook her head. She had heard her father mention Tang Wen just yesterday, and this was her first time meeting him. Shen Zui, what do you think? Xiao Yun turned to ask Shen Zui. Master Tang does have some skills. After all, the Tang family status in the Beast Master world is there. In fact, Shen Zui only knew Tang Wen from a few encounters. But from Tang Wen's performance and the presence of the Bai Zhe bloodline in the White Goat, Shen Zui had no doubts about his identity. Shen Zui had seen the level Tang Wen displayed before, but he wasn't sure about the depth of his theoretical knowledge. Just then, Lin Xingping stood up directly from his seat. Master Tang, I heard that every member of the Tang family has a beast with a red tier bloodline or above. I wonder what tier your goat is. This made Tang Wen on stage feel quite embarrassed. The White Goat's strength was only blue tier level 8. And it was much weaker compared to Lin Xingping's red tier level 8 Kenyan Leopard. My White Goat is not a combat type beast. It's currently only blue tier level 8. But at that moment, Lin Xingping and others burst into laughter. A blue tier level 8 member of the Tang family. Did I hear that right? Lin Xingping looked at Xiao Yun and the others. Xiao Yun, it doesn't matter whether we listen to a lecture from such a person or not. I really don't know how the academy allowed such a person to mix in here. After saying that, he turned to leave with his companions. But at that moment, Shen Zui stood up. Lin Xingping, what kind of attitude is that? Tang Wen has already said that the White Goat is not an attacking type beast. You only have a Canyon Leopard. What are you being so arrogant about? At this point, Rose, who was next to Shen Zui, stood up as well. Qiao was now in a tired phase. The only one Shen Zui could rely on was Rose, whose strength had returned to red tier level 6. After giving birth to the little white creature, Rose's strength had significantly decreased, but she still didn't take a red tier level 8 Canyon Leopard seriously. Shen Zui, don't think that just because you got lucky and beat the Gale Wolf back then, you can act arrogant here. Let me tell you the truth. I've been looking down on you for a long time. Chapter 65, still need to be cautious. At this point, Lin Xingping pointed at Qiao and Rose. Shen Zui, everyone outside is praising you to the skies. Do you really think that in the Beast Master Academy, no one can deal with you? In front of Xiao Yun and others, how could Lin Xingping possibly back down? He wanted to prove his strength in front of everyone. Moreover, Lin Xingping fundamentally did not believe that someone who just a few days ago didn't even have a green tier beast could reach the rumored level. Shen Zui smiled and waved his hand at Xiao Yun, who was about to stand up. Lin Xingping, Tang Wen is my friend and our theoretical teacher today. It doesn't matter if you offend me, but if you insult my friend like this, I really can't let it go. Now, if you apologize to Tang Wen immediately, I won't pursue this matter any further. But if you truly refuse to repent, don't blame me for being rude. Shen Zui's words stunned the other students. Their gazes all fell on Shen Zui and Lin Xingping. If Shen Zui could really defeat Lin Xingping, it would completely confirm that all the rumors were true. But if Shen Zui lost, all the rumors would naturally fall apart. Shen Zui, if you're a man, don't be cowardly. If you have the ability, let's go outside and have a practice fight right now. Suddenly, the original theoretical class turned into a practical class. Everyone quickly made way for the two. Why is this Lin Xingping so annoying? Shen Zui, teach him a good lesson. Yi Ning, holding the little white creature, said angrily. Yun Duo nodded. Feeling that he showed no respect for the teacher, which was really lacking in quality. Shen Zui, don't hold back. Xiao Yun and the others knew Rose's strength. Although they didn't know how much Shen Zui had grown, she was more than enough to handle Lin Xingping. Soon, the area around the fighting platform was crowded with people. Shen Zui smiled as he looked at Lin Xingping's Canyon Leopard. Rose, end this quickly. In an instant, the atmosphere on the fighting platform became tense. Just then, Zhao Ming also received news that Lin Xingping was causing trouble for Shen Zui. Damn it, is there no one decent around? Zhao Ming glanced at his phone. The previous battle video of Qiu had already reached millions of views. Now that He Yuqin was missing, with the brewing public opinion, no one could predict when top beast masters from other places would come looking for trouble with Shen Zui. If Shen Zui exposed Rose's strength now, the crisis facing Yin City would be even greater. Immediately stop them. After Zhao Ming finished speaking, he whistled, and the Sky Falcon flew to his side. Just as Lin Xingping was about to fight Shen Zui, Zhao Ming finally arrived. Caw! The Sky Falcon let out a sharp cry, stunning everyone. Zhao Ming, looking like a dark cloud, stepped onto the fighting platform. What are you doing? Saying this, Zhao Ming walked up to Tang Wen. Master Tang, it is our academy's oversight. Zhao Ming personally apologized to Tang Wen, leaving all the students dumbfounded. It was the first time in many years that they saw Zhao Ming apologize. In that moment, all doubts about Tang Wen vanished. Lin Xingping, you really have a lot of nerve. Questioning the teacher and disturbing the class. Are you trying to rebel? As he spoke, the Sky Falcon flapped its wings, and a gust of wind sent the Canyon Leopard crashing off the stage. Zhao Ming, with a grim expression, walked up to Lin Xingping. From today on, you'll be cleaning the senior department's toilets for a month, as a warning to others. Hearing this punishment, Lin Xingping immediately wilted. Such a penalty was much harsher than what Shen Zui faced initially. Dean, I'm not satisfied. It's Shen Zui. Before Lin Xingping could finish, Zhao Ming interrupted him. Not satisfied? Then think about it. Add another month. It ends when you figure it out. After saying that, Zhao Ming glanced at Shen Zui. You come with me to the office. After barely restoring order, Zhao Ming took Shen Zui to the office. As soon as they entered, Zhao Ming handed his phone to Shen Zui. Zhao Ming pointed at the video about Shen Zui on the phone. A panda has already stirred up a lot of noise. Do you know what kind of trouble exposing the strength of the Gale Tiger will bring to Yin City? Zhao Ming frowned. I've already received news that several major families are keeping an eye on you these days. You should be more careful in your future actions. Zhao Ming's serious words moved Shen Zui. He indeed had been a bit careless earlier. Dean, I understand. Thank you for your concern. Seeing Shen Zui's attitude, Zhao Ming didn't hide anything. He quickly told Shen Zui about the decisions made by Yun Tianche and Xiao Yun. The city lord of Yun has already decided that no matter the cost, he will help you become a powerful beast master. The beast masters who previously participated in the Howling Forest operation have all been tightly controlled by the city lord of Yun. At this point, Zhao Ming couldn't help but sigh. A beast master with 3 bloodline beasts is something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of, except for those super big families. We don't want a talent like you to perish before you even grow up. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Shen Zui began to reflect on himself. Right now, Xiaobai has just been born and is in the most dangerous time. If someone really comes to cause trouble, Rose will definitely only be able to take care of Xiaobai. The only one he can rely on is Qiu. If his trump card is completely exposed, and more people are targeting him with increasing strength, his situation will truly be dire. It seems that he still needs to be cautious. At the very least, before Qiu's strength recovers, he must avoid exposing his own strength. If Zhao Ming hadn't stopped him in time today, once the video spread, it would have been too late. Shen Zui, I've already heard Tang Wen's theories. The Tang family truly deserves to be a big family. Many of his theories were refreshing even to me. With him by your side, I believe you will grow quickly. Zhao Ming's words directly affirmed Tang Wen's theoretical level. Shen Zui nodded slightly, thanking the dean. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. The applause in the grand hall was thunderous, and Tang Wen looked at Xiao Yun and the others beside him. What is going on? Shen Zui was surprised to find that Xiao Yun, Yi Ning, and Yun Duoer were all looking very serious. As soon as Tang Wen finished speaking, Xiao Yun looked at Shen Zui with a meaningful expression. Shen Zui, is Teacher Tang really your friend? Chapter 66, Qiu's new outfit. Hearing Xiao Yun's question, Shen Zui nodded. We haven't known each other for long, but he's a pretty good person. Shen Zui was puzzled. What exactly did Tang Wen say earlier that made Xiao Yun so concerned? After hearing Shen Zui's words, Xiao Yun immediately expressed that if possible, she would like to invite Teacher Tang to their house. Perhaps Teacher Tang's lecture could greatly help their family. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui was stunned. Xiao Yun was from an ancient martial arts family, while Tang Wen was just a beastmaster theorist, and the two seemed to have little connection. Could it be that the Xiao family's beast is also pregnant? Just as Shen Zui was confused, Tang Wen had already come to the front of everyone. Shen Zui, thank you for earlier. Tang Wen pushed up his glasses. He was quite grateful for Shen Zui standing up for him. Shen Zui smiled slightly. I didn't expect that with your turn, you became a senior guest professor at our Beastmaster Academy. That's quite a treatment. Tang Wen waved his hand. Ever since he got to know Shen Zui, all his thoughts had been focused on researching bloodline beasts. If it weren't for Zhao Ming's repeated invitations, and Shen Zui being at the Beastmaster Academy, he definitely wouldn't have agreed. Are these all your friends? Tang Wen looked at Xiao Yun and Yi Ning. A man surrounded by three beauties. Anyone would think too much about that scene. Shen Zui smiled wryly. Tang Wen's words clearly had some surprise. He immediately introduced the identities of the three women to Tang Wen. Master Tang, they are all impressed by you now. Xiao Yun even plans to have you give a lecture for their family. After Shen Zui finished speaking, Xiao Yun stood up. Teacher Tang, what you said earlier about humans being able to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, is that true? Do you know how to cultivate? Upon hearing this, Shen Zui immediately understood Xiao Yun's earlier words. However, at this moment, Tang Wen shook his head. I think you misunderstood. What I just said was merely a theory. We humans are also creatures of this world, and according to the theories of our ancestors, humans can naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although I also have some research in this area, it is still too shallow, let alone the methods of cultivation. Hearing this, disappointment immediately filled Xiao Yun's face. However, Shen Zui smiled slightly on the side. Now that he has opened his spiritual orifice, he might really be able to explore a path to cultivation in the future. Shen Zui, where are you living now? You promised me back then to let me study bloodline beasts beside you. Upon hearing this, a thought suddenly flashed through Shen Zui's mind. If he let Tang Wen live with him, he wouldn't need to come to school anymore, which would not only reduce a lot of trouble, but also allow him to learn a lot from Tang Wen. Thinking of this, Shen Zui immediately extended an invitation to Tang Wen. If you don't mind, there are still plenty of empty rooms in the dragon residence. Without thinking, Tang Wen immediately agreed. Soon, Shen Zui informed Zhao Ming about this matter. As soon as they entered the room, Tang Wen checked the physical condition of Qiu, Rose, and Xiao Bai. Qiu was fine, just a bit exhausted from the previous battle. As for Xiao Bai, all his health indicators were normal, but he was somewhat malnourished. Malnourished? At this, Shen Zui and Yi Ning were all stunned. This little guy drinks spiritual honey every day. How could he be malnourished? Tang Wen shook his head. He pointed at Xiao Bai and said, beasts are different from us. The reason they can become beasts is primarily due to the rich spiritual energy in their living environment. Now that they have left the howling forest, where the spiritual energy is abundant, this kind of situation is naturally bound to occur. Xiao Bai is a bloodline beast, and they require far more spiritual energy than ordinary beasts. Relying solely on spiritual honey is definitely not enough. Hearing Tang Wen's explanation, Shen Zui immediately thought of the Beastmaster pill. Would you like to consume 5,000 Beastmaster points to exchange for a Beastmaster pill, level 1? Confirm. Shen Zui directly took out the Beastmaster pill from his spatial ring. In an instant, a fragrant spiritual energy filled the entire villa, including Qiu and Rose. All the beasts were invigorated. Meow. At that moment, Xiao Bai also crawled out of Yi Ning's arms, clearly sensing the aroma of the Beastmaster pill. This is. Seeing the Beastmaster pill in Shen Zui's hand, Tang Wen was completely shocked. I found these in the lair of the Rift Bear. Shen Zui casually made up an excuse to brush it off. With such a richly infused Beastmaster pill, everything is not a problem. Tang Wen smiled at Shen Zui. However, Xiao Bai is too small. He can only take the Beastmaster pill after he grows up. I suggest making a bell for him to wear around his neck, which can not only maximize the preservation of the Beastmaster pill for Xiao Bai's use, but also prevent other beasts from drooling over it. As he spoke, he looked at the pink outfit on Xiao Bai. Shen Zui, don't you have the bear skin of the Rift Bear? Using the fur of a purple-grade beast to make clothes for Xiao Bai is also a good method. Hearing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but smile slightly. He glanced at Qiu and then took out his phone. Now that you mention it, I remembered the outfit I designed for Qiu. What do you think? Shen Zui's words immediately piqued the curiosity of Xiao Yun and the others. Kung Fu shorts with a small vest and a stylish cloak, after image synthesis. Qiu's Kung Fu panda appearance was directly presented before everyone. Wow, so cool. Yun Duoer clapped her hands in admiration upon seeing Shen Zui's design. Xiao Yun and Yi Ning also smiled slightly. She looked at Shen Zui, not expecting him to be so talented. Qiu looked at Shen Zui's phone. Originally, he was quite resistant to the outfit, but seeing the reactions of the three women, he immediately shook Shen Zui's leg. Master, you must do this for me. No backing out. Shen Zui glanced at Qiu. This guy is really a fence-sitter. I also want to design clothes for Xiao Bai. Yun Duoer shouted, quickly finding paper and pens in the room. Yi Ning and Xiao Yun were not idle either. The three of them exchanged ideas, and after more than half an hour, Xiao Bai's outfit was complete. Shen Zui, what do you think of our design? Yi Ning proudly handed their creation to Shen Zui. But the moment he saw Xiao Bai's outfit, Shen Zui couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 67, Hengtian Auction House. Are you serious? After the three girls' efforts, the Xiaobai in the drawing no longer had the majesty of a little tiger. Xiaobai had a black hairpin on his fluffy head, a red bow around his neck, and a little bell hanging below the bow. He wore a black and white outfit, with black ribbons tied around all four legs. Shen Zui pointed at Xiaobai's outfit design. You've dressed the little tiger up as a cat girl. Shen Zui was busy laughing, but at that moment, Qiu tugged at his pants. Master, pay attention. Tang Wen, who was standing nearby, also quietly poked Shen Zui. Ahem. Tang Wen lightly coughed, clearly sensing that the atmosphere was off. Shen Zui, what did you say? Are you questioning our aesthetics? If you dare say our choice is ugly, you'll get hit. Xiao Yun, Yi Ning, and Yun Duoer almost simultaneously exploded at Shen Zui's mockery. Shen Zui only felt a sharp pain in his arm. And what awaited him were the fists of the three girls. I was wrong. After being beaten by the three girls, Shen Zui ultimately begged for mercy. He gave the three girls a thumbs up. My aesthetic is not high. Xiaobai looks quite good, quite good. Yi Ning took the design draft in her hands. How could someone so beautiful not appreciate it? Duoer, let's ignore him. I don't appreciate it. If you guys wore it, I could appreciate it properly. Shen Zui looked at the three girls' backs, and suddenly, the image of Yi Ning and the others in cat girl outfits flashed in his mind. That scene was simply indescribable. Hey, master, that's enough. The people have already left. Qiu pushed Shen Zui with a look of disdain. Shen Zui kicked Qiu aside. You silly bear. What do you know? At this point, Shen Zui looked at Tang Wen. Tang Wen, do you think my aesthetic is problematic? By the way, don't you know divination? Can you calculate my peach blossom luck right now? Shen Zui patted Tang Wen's shoulder with a smile. But at that moment, Tang Wen's mood suddenly seemed a bit low, as if he thought of something. What are you looking at? Tang Wen was scrolling through his phone, and when he saw Shen Zui approaching, he hurriedly turned off the screen. But Shen Zui still caught a glimpse of a photo on the phone at the last second. Who is this girl? Your girlfriend? Shen Zui sat beside Tang Wen and casually teased. Tang Wen shook his head, turning to look at Shen Zui. Whether it's peach blossoms or pear blossoms, just let it be. Hearing this, Shen Zui frowned. He didn't expect Tang Wen to be someone with a story. Moreover, from Tang Wen's demeanor, it was clear that this was not a beautiful story. Shen Zui did not pursue the matter further. From Tang Wen's expression earlier, he knew that Tang Wen was also a sentimental person. Tang Wen, let's talk about making clothes for Qiu. I have the bear skin for the sky-opening bear, but we still need to find a place to process it. Are you familiar with this kind of thing? He looked at Shen Zui's design drawings. The production of armor for beast tamers needs to consider the beast's body shape. In addition to bear skin, suitable thread is also needed. Only then can it provide defensive capabilities. I think using python muscle for Qiu's clothes is best. Bear skin for armor, python muscle for thread, with such clothes. Even enchanting them won't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but shake his head. The iron-armored python was eaten by Rose back then, and now it wouldn't be so easy to find python muscle. We could go to the auction house and try our luck. Seeing Shen Zui's furrowed brows, Tang Wen offered his suggestion. Auction house. That's a pretty good idea. Shen Zui had lived for so many years and had never been to an auction house. He took out the black gold card that He Ziqi had given him. With this card, he didn't need to worry about money at all. Moreover, he currently had more than a dozen beast taming crystal cores in his spatial ring. According to Tang Wen, many of these beast taming crystal cores were not something Qiu could absorb, so instead of that, it would be better to go to the auction house to exchange for some valuable treasures. Without further ado, Shen Zui quickly took Tang Wen to the villa next door where Yi Ning and the others were. Shen Zui, what are you doing here? Looking for a scolding? Yi Ning touched Xiaobai with a face full of anger. She was clearly still mad at Shen Zui. Looking at Xiaobai in Yi Ning's arms and Rose lying beside her, Shen Zui felt helpless. He suddenly had the illusion that Rose and Xiaobai were Yi Ning's beast companions. Tang Wen wants to go to the auction house to exchange for some treasures. I'm here to ask if you want to go together. Auction house. As soon as Shen Zui said this, Yi Ning immediately stood up. Going to the auction house is great. Sister Xiao Yun, Duoer, you have no idea. Buying things at the auction house is so much fun. For a rich girl like Yi Ning, she was very familiar with the auction house. We just happen to need to buy some good things for Xiaobai. Women have no resistance to shopping, and buying things at the auction house is even more exhilarating. Soon, under Yi Ning's lead, Shen Zui arrived at the Hengtian auction house, the closest auction house to Yulong Garden. Please come in. Under the guidance of the waiter, everyone quickly entered the auction house. To enter the auction house, everyone had to wear masks as required, which maximally ensured customer privacy and avoided enmities. Of course, these rules were mainly for casual customers in the auction house. Particularly wealthy individuals could directly pay 30,000 gold coins to select a private room. As for Yi Ning, being a major shareholder of the Hengtian auction house, Naturally, she had her privileges. Feel free to order anything to eat or drink. As soon as they entered the private room, Yining immediately laid down on the sofa. And in front of her was a huge projection. The entire auction stage could be seen clearly. Shen Zui, don't you have something to auction? As she spoke, Yining pressed a service button beside her. In no time, a waiter walked in. Just hand over your items to him. An appraisal will be done. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui immediately placed the iron-armored centipede, withered bone goat, burrowing mouse, withered grass snake, and 10 crystal cores in a box. After the waiter exited, soon, everything the waiter did appeared on Yining's large screen. He took the box to the auction house's appraisal room and handed it directly to an appraiser. What is it? Beast Taming crystal cores. The appraiser's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Beast Taming crystal cores have always been the most sought-after items in the auction house, with higher-grade cores commanding higher prices. But the moment he opened the box, the appraiser was dumbfounded. Red-grade Beast Taming crystal cores? There are actually 10 of them. Chapter 68, Anya. The appraiser was frozen in place for a long time. Red-grade Beast Taming crystal cores are already scarce, and Shen Zui brought out 10 at once, which exceeded his authority. Quickly call Master Jean. Seeing the situation in the appraisal room, Yining smiled slightly. Shen Zui. The appraisal master who just came in is called Jin Yiyan, the chief appraiser of the Hengtian auction house. Anything that passes through his hands can be accurately valued with just one glance. Hearing Yining's introduction, Shen Zui nodded. At this moment in the video, Jin Yiyan's gaze also fell on the beast crystal core in the box. This was a red grade, 8th tier crawling beast crystal core. Its estimated value should be around 80,000 gold coins. Jin Yiyan glanced at it and set aside the iron-armored centipede's crystal core. This was a red grade, 7th tier mammal beast crystal core. Its estimated value should be around 60,000. This time, Jin Yiyan was holding the crystal core of the withered bone goat. Every time he appraised, Jin Yiyan could accurately describe the general situation of the beast corresponding to the crystal core. Such keen eyesight left Shen Zui in shock. What a sharp eye. Hearing Shen Zui's words, Yining smiled. Don't be fooled by Jin Yiyan being a treasure appraisal master. His beast is also a red grade 9th tier. I heard from my father that he was once famous in his youth and traveled to many places. The things he has seen are far beyond what we can imagine. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui felt relieved. Just then, in the video, Jin Yiyan held a crystal core in his hand and frowned. This should be a red grade 9th tier crawling beast crystal core. Its estimated value should be around 100,000 gold coins. Speaking of which, Jin Yiyan couldn't help but look up at the camera. His eyes were filled with confusion. After looking at these crystal cores, he was almost certain that the red-grade beasts that produced these crystal cores had died no more than 7 days ago. Such a large-scale death of red-grade beasts within 7 days could only mean one thing. These crystal cores were dispersed and auctioned at auction house number 1, number 3, and number 5. Contact the seller. Is it possible to auction them at different times? Jin Yiyan looked at the waiter. Also, tell the seller that we will offer a 50% discount on all handling fees for this auction. At this point, Jin Yiyan glanced thoughtfully at the camera. Shen Zui. It seems that Master Jean has already guessed our identity. If so many red-grade beast crystal cores are auctioned in one session, it will probably make the news tomorrow. Shen Zui shook his head. He had overlooked this point. Soon, after completing all the auction work, a round of enthusiastic applause suddenly erupted in the auction hall. The auction had begun. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the spacious auction stage. As the spotlight moved, a host dressed in a red cheongsam, with a curvy figure, walked onto the stage. This was the first host of the Hengtian auction house, Anya. Her speaking skills were quite impressive. And the treasures auctioned through her hands each year amounted to over 100 million gold coins. At this point, Shen Zui was dumbfounded. Over 100 million gold coins. Such a result was truly exaggerated. However, soon after, Shen Zui witnessed Anya's prowess. Ladies and gentlemen, our first auction item is a beast. Although it is only a red grade first tier, I feel that this item is somewhat like me. Anya smiled sweetly, and in an instant, all the men in the auction hall became excited. Miss Anya, if you auction yourself, I am willing to offer 1 million gold coins. At that moment, a man among the spectators suddenly spoke up. His words immediately drew laughter from the crowd. Hearing such a straightforward remark, Anya was not at all angry. In the auction hall, what kind of scene had she not seen? This kind of situation was already commonplace. It's just a pity that we have rules here. Otherwise, I would really be tempted by 1 million gold coins. The auction item had not yet been presented, but Anya had already whetted everyone's appetite. Soon, a waiter pushed a display card onto the stage. Everyone, please take a good look. Anya turned to the side, placing her jade-like hand on the satin cloth. Her curvy figure clearly revealed. At this moment, everyone in the audience held their breath. The spotlight had completely focused on the display card, and Anya. Wow. As Anya unveiled the golden satin, a fiery red Chi-Yin fox appeared before everyone. The Chi-Yin fox lay in the cage, its eyes sparkling, looking like a work of art. Wow. At that moment, all eyes in the audience were on the Chi-Yin fox. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Enya smiled slightly. Everyone, even though Enya cannot be auctioned, how about this Chi-Yin fox? Red grade first tier, with no trace of impurities. I feel inferior standing here. The starting bid for the Chi-Yin fox is 50,000 gold coins. Each bid must increase by at least 2,000. As she spoke, Enya gently raised the auction hammer. Now, the auction officially begins. With a crisp bang of the hammer, some people in the audience immediately raised their paddles. 55,000. Enya smiled slightly. Before she could speak, someone in the west side had already raised their paddle. 60,000. In less than 10 seconds, the price of the Chi-Yin fox had increased by 10,000. 65,000. 68,000. Within a minute, two more people had directly raised the price of the Chi-Yin fox by 8,000. Enya looked at the Chi-Yin fox beside her. This was the first time I had seen such a beautiful Chi-Yin fox. After Enya finished speaking, the person who had initially made the bid raised their paddle again. 80,000. An increase of 12,000 in one go. Finally, the scene quieted down a bit. The price of a red-grade first-tier beast is generally around 50,000, and now with a price of 80,000, it was clearly on the high side. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, then this Chi-Yin fox will be going to someone else. As Enya said this, she directly opened the cage and held the Chi-Yin fox in her arms. At that moment, she appeared even more charming and alluring. 85,000. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. Enya smiled. This customer truly has good taste. After scanning the crowd, Enya raised the auction hammer in her hand. 85,000 once. 85,000 twice. In the end, a red-grade first-tier Chi-Yin fox was sold for the high price of 85,000. Watching Enya's performance, Shen Zui couldn't help but shake his head. This woman is really impressive. Hearing Shen Zui's words and seeing his expression towards Enya, Yining couldn't help but frown. Shen Zui, if you dare to use the black gold card my father gave you like this, I won't let you off. Chapter 69, Zawuko. Shen Zui forced a smile. How could I? With someone like her, she can't disturb my mind. Shen Zui pointed at Yining and the other two, saying, I have long been immune to beautiful women. After saying this, Shen Zui's gaze returned to the auction stage. Hearing Shen Zui's words, although Yining felt relieved, for some reason, Shen Zui's last half sentence made her feel a bit disappointed. Could it be that my charm is not as good as Enya's? Yining couldn't help but glance at herself. Immediately after, she involuntarily stole a glance at Shen Zui, suddenly recalling the awkward situation they had in the bathroom. Ugh, 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 what is wrong with me, thinking such messy things? Yining felt her cheeks burning. She took a deep breath, forcing her attention back to the big screen. Just then, through Enya's superb skills, the second and third auction items sold for quite a good price. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is much more precious. Those who want to advance their beasts must not miss this. Enya smiled slightly as the fourth auction item was pushed up. At the moment the display cart was brought up, all eyes in the audience were glued to it. Looking at the situation before her, Enya smiled slightly. This is a red-grade 9th-tier beast crystal core. Its value goes without saying, right? I believe that anyone with an eye for treasure will not miss this precious item. Saying this, Enya raised the auction hammer in her hand. One red-grade 9th-tier beast crystal core, starting bid 100,000 gold coins. Each bid must increase by at least 2,000. Now it begins. At this moment, Shen Zui was staring intently at the big screen. This crystal core was the one he had just sent in, and it appeared to be the crystal core of a red-grade 9-tier chaintail snake. Shen Zui was very curious about what kind of price his crystal core could fetch. Just then, in less than a minute, the auction house had already reported over 10 rounds of bids. 127,000. 129,000. Each time someone spoke up from the audience, someone else immediately countered. In no time, the crystal core of the chaintail snake had skyrocketed to 150,000. Shen Zui was completely stunned. If a single crystal core sold for 150,000, if all his crystal cores were sold, he would probably be worth millions by now. For ordinary beast tamers, the difficulty of cultivating a red-grade beast was already considerable, let alone cultivating it to red-grade 9 tier, which was even more challenging. Moreover, this was a beast crystal core, something obtained only after the beast died. Such a price was understandable. At that moment, Xiao Yin spoke to Shen Zui from the side. Tang Wen also nodded. Indeed, a red-grade beast's crystal core was of great benefit for the beast to break through to purple grade. If used well, the beast could directly break through from red grade to purple grade. Just when everyone thought no one would raise the price anymore, the lights in a private room upstairs flickered. Immediately, the bid was heard by everyone. 200,000. At this point, the entire auction house fell silent. Everyone looked at each other. Such a price was far beyond what an average person could afford. At that moment, Yining suddenly became interested. She didn't expect a big spender to appear. Without waiting for Shen Zui to react, she pressed the bidding device. 220,000. As soon as Yining's price came out, the entire auction house erupted in exclamations. Shen Zui looked at Yining, wondering why she was bidding. If she wanted it, he could just give her one. Yining smiled slightly. Coming from a family of business people, she was very familiar with this place. Just watch. After Yining made her bid, the previous private room again announced a price. 250,000. 260,000. Yining was not hesitant at all. At this point, only she and another party were left in the bidding. 300,000. Hearing the other private room raise the price again, a smile crept onto Yining's lips. 300,000 was enough. Shen Zui, you must thank me well this time. Saying this, Yining tossed the bidding device aside. How about 200,000 turning into 300,000? Shen Zui looked at Yining. He understood the reasoning behind raising the price, but if he wasn't careful, this crystal core could end up in his hands. Without a big heart and clear judgment, Shen Zui would never act this way. This is judgment. Yining smiled slightly. Just learn from it. Spending money is also a skill. Shen Zui helplessly shook his head. He naturally couldn't compare to Yining, who had been influenced by her family's background since childhood. 300,000 once. 300,000 twice. 300,000 three times. Sold. And Yo on stage was also somewhat surprised. This crystal core was the most expensive one she had auctioned. At that moment, in the private room where the previously bidding party was, a fair-skinned, handsome young man slightly curled his lips. A small red snake coiled around his fingertips, occasionally flicking its tongue. He didn't expect to be able to buy a red grade 9-tier snake crystal core here. Xiaolei, you have a chance to advance to purple grade. Hearing the young man's words, the triangular head of the red snake turned. Hiss. As the tongue flicked out, the small snake's blood-red body emitted faint electric sparks. A crystal core for 300,000. Interesting. The young man glanced through the window at the private room where Shen Zui was. Driving up the price? Humph. No matter how much you eat, I will make you spit it out. Saying this, the young man made a gesture to an old man beside him with grizzled hair. The auction continued. In the following few items, Shen Zui did not find anything suitable, so he did not bid again. As the last item was brought out, the entire auction house's people perked up. According to the auction house's rules, the last item was undoubtedly a hidden treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, our last auction item is extraordinary. It is said to be a treasure obtained by a team of bounty hunters deep in Yun Mountain. For this treasure, they fought with a purple-grade beast for 3 days and ultimately obtained it at a heavy cost. Saying this, Enya lifted the red cloth covering the display case, revealing a 3-leaf clover emitting a faint golden light in front of everyone. Isn't it just a spiritual herb? How much value could it have? Seeing the spiritual herb in the display case, some people immediately booed from the audience. The price of spiritual herbs is similar to that of spiritual fruits. Even a top-grade spiritual herb wouldn't exceed 30,000 gold coins. Looking at the crowd's questioning gazes, Enya still wore a smile. The top-grade spiritual herb in front of you is not that simple. Our chief appraiser, Master Tang Yi, personally identified it as a Ziwu herb. Ziwu herb? Hearing these 3 words, Shen Zui immediately stood up. Chio's advancement to purple grade requires this Ziwu herb, doesn't it? Shen Zui's gaze immediately fell on Chio's attribute panel. Clearly marked in the conditions for advancing to purple grade were the vast evolution points and purple grade crystal core, but most importantly, the Ziwu herb and Kunyang Jade. Yining, I must get this Ziwu herb. At this point, Shen Zui intrigued Yining. Isn't this just a spiritual herb? What's so special about it? Just as Yining finished speaking, Enya began to introduce the Ziwu herb on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, according to our Master Tang's appraisal, this Ziwu herb, also known as epic herb, has the most unique feature of enhancing the bloodline power within beasts. In other words, if your beast is not a bloodline beast, after consuming the Ziwu herb, its bloodline power can awaken and become a bloodline beast. And Ya's words immediately caused a stir among the auction audience. Such temptation was irresistible to any beast tamer. Yining and Xiao Yun's gazes turned to Tang Wen. Is this true? Tang Wen looked at the Ziwu herb on stage and nodded slightly. That's not entirely wrong, but it's a bit exaggerated. Saying this, Tang Wen took out an ancient book. Generally, the bloodline power of ordinary beasts is only 1 in 10,000. Only beasts with a bloodline inheritance reaching 1 can be called bloodline beasts. The bloodline power that the Ziwu herb can enhance will not exceed 10. A 1 in 10,000 improvement of 10 has almost no effect on bloodline awakening. From this perspective, the Ziwu herb should be most beneficial for bloodline beasts. With Tang Wen's explanation, everyone now understood the value of the Ziwu herb. Yining became serious at once. She looked at Shen Zui and said, "Don't worry, leave this matter to me." Yining picked up the bidding device again. The starting bid for the Ziwu herb is 500,000 gold coins. and each bid must increase by no less than 10,000 gold coins. As Anya's magnetic voice echoed, the atmosphere in the entire auction house ignited. 510,000, 530,000, 550,000. This round of bidding was instantly explosive. In less than a minute, the price of the Ziwu herb had already risen to 700,000 gold coins. Ning, when should we make our move? Xiaoyun frowned as she looked at the constantly rising price. Shen Zui was also calculating on the side. At this momentum, even 1,000,000 gold coins might not stop it. Sister Yun, the real buyers haven't made their move yet. Yining looked out of the window at the distant private room. With a starting price of 500,000, this was just the beginning. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, when the price of the meridian grass was raised to 1,000,000 gold coins, the bids from the casual bidders in the auction hall began to dwindle. 1,500,000 gold coins. Is there any higher bid? Anya slowly raised the auction hammer in her hand. 1,500,000 once. With a hammer strike, the atmosphere in the entire auction hall tightened. As long as 3 strikes fell, this meridian grass would be sold. 1,500,000 twice. At that moment, Wan Sanqian, the building tycoon from Yunqing who called out 1,500,000, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He glanced at the shadow beast, the Wuying cat, lying beside him. It's mine, it must be mine. Wan Sanqian's eyes were filled with fervor. His Wuying cat was a red tier level 7, but even a red tier level 8 beast would be no match for him. In Wan Sanqian's view, the Wuying cat was just a little short of awakening its bloodline to become a bloodline beast. If the Wuying cat really awakens, then no one in Yunqing would dare to touch us. Wan Sanqian looked at Anya, waiting for the final strike of the auction hammer in her hand. However, just as Anya was about to bring down the hammer, the light in the private room that had purchased the chain tail snake lit up. 1,500,000. This time, the price shot up by nearly half. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. 1,500,000 gold coins means 150 million silver coins. Even for wealthy families in Yunqing, a lifetime's income wouldn't reach that much. Wan Sanqian was dumbfounded. The flesh on his face quivered slightly. Damn it, daring to compete with me. The chance to transform the Wuying cat was right in front of him. How could Wan Sanqian give up easily? 1,600,000. Wan Sanqian immediately shouted out the new price. In the private room, the young man smiled slightly. Want to compete with me for the meridian grass? 2 million. When this bid came out, the entire auction hall fell silent. Anya's face flashed with surprise. 2 million was already her highest bid. However, back then it was for a purple tier beast, but now it was just an excellent spirit herb. 2 million once. With each of Anya's bids, Wan Sanqian's heart struggled violently. 2,300,000. Wan Sanqian still struggled one last time. If it exceeded this much, he wouldn't think about the meridian grass anymore. 2,500,000. Just as Wan Sanqian's bid ended, a new price was immediately announced in the private room. Everyone was stunned. Wan Sanqian looked dejectedly at the Wuying cat. This time, we really can't afford it. Just when everyone thought the auction for the meridian grass was settled, beside Shen Zui, Yining's lips curled up slightly. It's time. Yining immediately entered her price into the bidding device. 3 million. When this price came out, everyone's heart sank. 3 million gold coins. That's a full 300 million silver coins. The young man in the private room was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect there would really be someone to stir things up. 3,200,000. At this moment, everyone in the auction hall realized that the real competition had just begun. Wan Sanqian shook his head, knowing that everything he had done earlier was just a stepping stone. 3,700,000. Yining didn't even blink. At this point, gold coins were just a number to her. Wow. The entire auction hall erupted in exclamations. The young man in the private room finally frowned. Uncle Run, how much money do we have left? The young man asked coldly. Young master, we still have 3,900,000. Upon hearing this, the young man waved his hand, and the little snake that had been hiding in his sleeve immediately slithered out. Then it's 4 million. The young man looked gloomy, glancing at Yining in the other's private room. Yining's bid had indeed disrupted his plans. Unfortunately, after seeing his offer, Yining couldn't help but smile slightly. Shen Zui, Yinjia, it seems like it's time for the final bid. 4,500,000. When Yining's price was announced, the young man in the opposite private room slammed the table and stood up. Chapter 71. The River and the Su Family. Damn it. The young man's face turned pale. The price Yining offered had already exceeded his limit. Who on earth dares to oppose me? As he spoke, the little snake that had originally slithered into the young man's sleeve re-emerged. Hiss. The little snake flicked its tongue, and the atmosphere in the private room grew cold. In his heart, he originally thought this meridian grass was worth at most a little over 1 million, but now this price was truly outrageous. Who is it? Uncle Ren frowned beside him. Young master, Looking across the entire Yunqing, the only ones who could offer such a price are probably the Yi family. Oh. Upon hearing Uncle Ren's reminder, the young man's expression softened slightly. He gently stroked the little snake's head. I almost lost my cool. If it's the Yi family, then everything makes sense. The young man's lips curled up slightly. Since that's the case, then this meridian grass can be considered a meeting gift for the Yi family. Uncle Ren, have those rumors about the Yi family been confirmed? Young master, we can only confirm that the Yi family is very close to Shen Zui. As for hiring Shen Zui as an elder, opinions are still divided. The young man smiled faintly, waving his hand to Uncle Ren. We have business to attend to this time. However, if we can snag Shen Zui's panda, it would be a great achievement for the family. After saying that, the young man glanced at the gift box set aside. We should pay a visit to the Yi family as well. Just then, on the auction stage, Anya's third hammer had already fallen. She looked at all the bidders with a smile and announced, "Congratulations to our esteemed guest for successfully bidding on the meridian grass for 4,500,000. In a short while, the server brought the meridian grass to Shen Zui's private room. Looking at the spirit herb before him, Shen Zui felt a heaviness in his hands. 4,500,000 gold coins for this spirit herb. Such a price is truly too high. Transfer all the money from the auction of the red tier crystal nuclei into this account." Shen Zui took out the black gold card that He Ziqi had given him, swiped it lightly, and completed the entire transaction. With the meridian grass secured, Qiuqiu could advance to purple tier. All that's left are the Kunying Jade and orange tier crystal nuclei. Shen Zui couldn't help but feel a headache looking at Qiuqiu, who was now undoubtedly a gold-swallowing beast. If it weren't for He Ziqi's black gold card, even a whale of a player wouldn't be able to bear such expenses. Just as Shen Zui was about to auction the red tier crystal nuclei, Tang Yan's identification video source had already reached He Ziqi's hands. The Hung Tian auction house, after all, is an asset of the Yi family. Any unusual movements in the auction house would be reported to He Ziqi immediately. Head of the family, Shen Zui is being too reckless. If Tang Yan hadn't noticed the anomaly, the matter of the Beastmaster Association might have been exposed. Hearing Uncle Ye's words, He Ziqi waved his hand. The casualties of the Beastmaster Association this time were severe. This matter can be hidden for a while, but not forever. He Ziqi didn't take this matter to heart at all. After all, the Beastmaster Association's issue not only involved Shen Zui and their Yi family, but also the Yun family, the Shao family, and the Beastmaster Academy, and any difficulties would be shared among them. Old Yi, the view count of Shen Zui's battle video has now reached 5 million. Have there been any movements from the other forces? Shen Zui's safety was He Ziqi's greatest concern. Report to the head of the family, based on the information we have. The actions of the River and Su family, the Pingqing Sun family, and the Canton City Mu family are quite vigorous. They are already probing for specific information. Additionally, some other forces are also stirring. Hearing this, He Ziqi nodded. These forces were almost on par with the Yi family, especially the Hechuan Su family, which had a close business relationship with the Yi family. Master, if these people come to Yun City, we... Uncle Ye's face was filled with worry. Although he had seen Shen Zui's potential, he didn't know what challenges He Ziqi would face in the face of these forces that were no less than the Yi family. For this, He Ziqi had his own plans. Old Yi, when soldiers come, we will block them. When water comes, we will cover it with soil. If our Yi family wants to truly stand up, we must face all kinds of difficulties and challenges. This is just the beginning. Just as He Ziqi was speaking, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the message on his phone, He Ziqi couldn't help but frown. Spent 450,000 gold coins. What on earth did Shen Zui buy? Hearing the amount spent, Uncle Ye's heart also sank. 400,000 gold coins is quite a significant expense, even for the Yi family. Master, I'll look into it right away. In less than 5 minutes, Uncle Yi had understood everything that happened at the Hungtian auction house. But when he saw the auction process for the last Zawuko, a bad premonition flashed through his mind. Who is this person competing with Shen Zui? He Ziqi pointed out the most critical question after watching the video. The only way someone could raise the price to 4 million is if someone is deliberately inflating the price. Otherwise, no one else in the whole Yun City could come up with that much money. According to the rules of the Hungtian auction house, if you fail to pay after bidding, you have to pay a 10% penalty fee. A penalty of 400,000 would definitely not be something an ordinary person could come up with. Thinking about it this way, there was only one possibility. The people in the private room were not from Yun City at all. Moreover, there must be some force backing them. Master, it's the Hechuan Su family. Su Qingming. Hearing this, He Ziqi's brows furrowed tightly. The Su family had a special relationship with them. The two families had even formed an alliance in business. Among the major forces mentioned earlier by Uncle Yi, the one He Ziqi least wanted to see at odds with him was the Su family. It seems that what I feared the most has happened. At this point, He Ziqi glanced at Uncle Yi. This Su Qingming is deeply favored by Su Jingji, the head of the Su family. His visit this time is definitely not simple. Before He Zilong could finish speaking, his phone rang. Seeing the name Su Jingji on the screen, He Zilong was slightly taken aback. Speak of the devil. And he shall appear. It's quite a coincidence that Su Jingji is calling now. Brother Jingji, it's been a long time since we last contacted each other. What brings you to think of me today? He Zilong picked up the phone with a slight smile. On the other end, Su Jingji laughed upon hearing He Zilong's voice. Qingming has been mentioning you for quite a while, saying he hasn't seen a Ning in 2 years and wants to come to Yin City for a visit. I thought about it, and it's a good thing for the younger generations of our two families to interact more. Chapter 72, Angrily Confronting Su Qingming. Hearing Su Jingji's words, He Zilong smiled slightly. Brother Jingji is right. It's indeed a good thing for our two families to interact more. While He Zilong was speaking, Uncle Yi observed closely, and He Zilong's expression had clearly changed. After a few more words, He Zilong hung up the phone with Su Jingji. Master, looking at He Zilong's ashen face, Uncle Yi cautiously asked, Old Yi, get ready. It won't be long before Su Qingming arrives. At this point, He Zilong frowned. Already considering how to deal with Su Qingming's sudden visit, some things seemed unavoidable. Uncle Yi nodded. Su Jingji's call and Su Qingming's unexpected visit instantly added some uncertainty to Yin City. This Sawuko is of excellent quality. It can be said to be the best of the best. If given time, I think it could even become a divine herb. Shen Zui, do you still remember me saying that Qiuqiu has a full bloodline power? If he really takes it to advance to the purple grade, Qiuqiu's bloodline awakening level will likely receive a significant boost. Shen Zui nodded. He couldn't help but secretly admire Tang Wen's insight. The bloodline beast tamers Shen Zui had seen before almost all showed how much inheritance they had, while only Qiuqiu showed how much awakening it had. Although it was just a 2-word difference, it indeed represented the potential of a bloodline beast tamer. For a typical bloodline beast tamer, the extent of their bloodline inheritance determined the upper limit of the beast's development. According to Tang Wen's statement, those with a bloodline inheritance of less than 10 would have a development limit of purple grade at level 5. Those with 10 to less than 20 would max out at purple grade level 9. Only those exceeding 20 could enter orange grade. And as for how high the upper limit was, Tang Wen didn't dare to make a rash conclusion. But Qiuqiu with full bloodline inheritance had no such limitations. Shen Zui, how will you thank me this time? Shen Zui glanced at Yi Ning. This time, it was indeed thanks to her. Otherwise, even with the black gold card, Shen Zui would hesitate. How about I treat you to a meal? Shen Zui thought for a moment. He really didn't know how to thank Yi Ning. A meal? Yi Ning waved her hand. That's too boring. Just then, Qiuqiu's voice rang out. Hey, I say, Master, this is not gratitude at all. You're clearly looking for an opportunity to date Yi Ning. Schemer. Shen Zui shot a glance at Qiuqiu, causing Qiuqiu to shudder in fear. If you say another word, I'll skin you alive. Shen Zui looked at Yi Ning. Then you say, as long as I can do it, I promise you. All right, it's settled then. You said it. I'll tell you when I remember it someday. In the Long Dragon Garden Villa, Shen Zui and the others were chatting and laughing, but not long after, Uncle Yi called. On the other end of the phone, Uncle Yi wore a bitter expression. Hearing this, Yi Ning could only nod. After speaking, Yi Ning hung up the phone. Xiao Yun and Yun Duoer came to Yi Ning's side. A trace of displeasure flashed across Yi Ning's face. She really didn't want to attend such a social dinner. Before Yi Ning could enter, Uncle Yi was already anxiously waiting outside. Is it just Su Qingming's arrival? Why make such a big deal about it? Yi Ning didn't care at all. Soon she arrived in the living room. Without waiting for He Zilong to speak, Su Qingming, who was sitting next to He Zilong, stood up. Yi Ning glanced at Su Qingming and then directly walked to He Zilong's left side. Yi Ning hugged He Zilong's shoulder and acted cute. He Zilong smiled and gestured for Yi Ning to sit down. Your Uncle Su even called to check on you. Yi Ning waved her hand. She turned to look at Su Qingming. You were the one who bid against me at the Hengtian auction house today, right? During the auction, Yi Ning had some doubts. And when she learned of Su Qingming's arrival, she immediately understood everything that had happened that afternoon. Hearing Yi Ning pointed out directly, Su Qingming smiled apologetically. If I had known that it was a Ning who wanted the Zawuko this afternoon, I definitely wouldn't have competed with you. Saying this, Su Qingming looked at Yi Zilong. Uncle Yi, I was originally planning to buy the Zawuko as a gift for you. I didn't expect such a huge mix-up. Yi Zilong waved his hand. He smiled at Su Qingming's words. However, at this moment, Yi Ning did not agree. She glanced at Su Qingming and turned her head to the side. You only thought of buying a gift now that you've arrived in Yin City. That's really perfunctory. Also, I bought this Zawuko with my own money. Don't make it sound like you're giving it to me. Yi Ning spoke without any politeness. The Su family and the Yi family have been family friends for generations, and he has known Su Qingming since childhood. However, Su Qingming does not leave a good impression on Yi Ning. Su Qingming has a thin appearance, and his tone always carries an effeminate quality, suggesting calculation in his words. Especially when he smiles, he does not appear to be a young man at all. Moreover, the Su family has been trying to dominate the Yi family for years, and Yi Ning is well aware of this. Ning, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. We haven't seen each other for 2 years. How could I come empty-handed? Saying this, Su Qingming gestured to Uncle Rin beside him. Uncle Yi, these are all gifts I brought. At that moment, Uncle Rin took out a purple-grade crystal core from his spatial ring. This is a first-tier purple-grade crystal core from the Weasel clan, which is of great help in enhancing the strength of the Weasel clan's beast tamers. After speaking, Su Qingming pointed to a jar of wine. This jar of purple jade dew was brewed by my father using the finest spiritual herbs collected from our river mixed with top-grade spiritual honey. Our family has only 3 jars of this. Also, this gale armor was custom-made for Ning by the 6th grade forging master Feng Jinyu upon my request. Chapter 73, He Ziqi's Anger. Custom-made? Upon hearing this term, Yi Ning couldn't help but frown. Su Qingming, what are you thinking all day? This gale armor is better off for you to use. Yi Ning looked at He Ziqi and said, Father, do you think what he said makes sense? He Ziqi frowned slightly. He had never been fond of Su Qingming, and if outsiders heard what Su Qingming just said, they might misunderstand Yi Ning's relationship with him. Seeing the change in He Ziqi's expression, Su Qingming hurriedly explained, Uncle Yi, I spoke thoughtlessly just now. This gale armor is not meant in any other way. Although He Ziqi was unhappy with Su Qingming, he still maintained the bare minimum of politeness. After all, the relationship between the Su family and the Yi family was not ordinary. Qingming, since Ning doesn't like this gale armor, you can keep it for yourself. As for the others, please thank your father for me. Su Qingming was initially filled with expectations for this trip to Yun City. But now he felt like a cold bucket of water had been poured over him, leaving him quite dissatisfied. In his view, he and Yi Ning could be considered childhood sweethearts, well-matched in status. Su Jingji sent him here this time to take the opportunity to enhance his relationship with Yi Ning. Uncle Yi, I heard that a Bloodline Beast Tamer appeared in Yun City recently, and there are rumors that this Beast Tamer, Shen Zui, has been hired by Uncle Yi as an elder. Faced with the situation, Su Qingming quickly shifted the topic to Shen Zui. However, upon hearing this, He Ziqi smiled slightly. Qingming, what do you mean by that? Does your Su family have any thoughts on this? Although He Ziqi's words sounded calm, the more so it was, the more uneasy Su Qingming felt. He could almost be certain that there was already a close relationship between Shen Zui and the Yi family. Uncle Yi, isn't the video of Shen Zui's testing at the Beast Tamer Academy trending? I was just curious. I didn't expect such a talented person to appear in Yun City. Of course, if Uncle Yi really brings him in, that's a good thing. Su Qingming was well aware that this was the Yi family's territory. He had to be extra careful in his words and actions. Upon hearing this, He Ziqi nodded expressionlessly. It was impossible to hide the relationship between Shen Zui and the Yi family from Su Qingming. Since that was the case, it was better to make the relationship public to dispel the Su family's thoughts. Qingming, you spoke well about Shen Zui just now. He is indeed very talented. And his beast, the panda, is a bloodline beast and quite powerful. Now, he is already an elder of our Yi family. He Ziqi was candid, which genuinely surprised Su Qingming. He smiled slightly and immediately stood up. Congratulations, Uncle Yi, on gaining a capable aide. I believe the Yi family will surely thrive under your leadership. Su Qingming's words sounded like congratulations, but He Ziqi could clearly see that his gaze was filled with apprehension. All along, the Yi family's financial strength was almost on par with the Su family, and it might even be slightly higher. However, the total number of bloodline beasts owned by the Yi family was only 6, while the Su family had 13. This was also the reason why the alliance between the two families had long been led by the Su family. In recent years, with He Ziqi's full development efforts, the Yi family's assets had surpassed those of the Su family by 1/3. As He Ziqi spent a fortune to seize bloodline beasts and recruit beast tamers, the Yi family now had 9 bloodline beasts. If Shen Zui was included, the gap in the number of bloodline beasts between the two families would only be 3. Su Qingming had no idea that Shen Zui had far more than 1 bloodline beast, even without including the little white one. The gap between the Yi family and the Su family in terms of bloodline beasts was reduced to only 2. This was naturally a threat to the Su family. Uncle Yi, my father has been considering how our two families can take a step further in recent days. If our two families become even closer, it would be a qualitative leap in both assets and beast strength. I wonder what Uncle Yi thinks. For the long-time business-savvy Yi and Su families, some things did not need to be stated too bluntly. As soon as Su Qingming's words came out, He Ziqi knew what the Su family was plotting. Su Jingji's so-called desire for the younger generation of the two families to get closer, along with Su Qingming's suggestion to strengthen the relationship between the two families, was essentially the same purpose: to promote a marriage based on mutual interests, Only then could the relationship between the two families advance further. Chengming, our friendship of over 10 years is already quite close. I assentí it. He Zilong smiled slightly as he looked at Yining beside him. Yining's mother died during childbirth, and for 18 years, He Zilong had remained single. How could he sacrifice Yining's happiness for the benefit of the family? At this moment, Yining also realized the implication behind Su Chengming's words. At this moment, her dislike for Su Chengming grew even stronger. Su Chengming looked like a venomous snake. Just thinking about being with him made Yining uncomfortable. At that moment, the image of Shen Zui suddenly appeared in Yining's mind. Compared to Su Chengming, although Shen Zui did not have a powerful background, he now had 3 bloodline beasts. In terms of personality, Shen Zui outshone Su Chengming by several streets. Thinking of this, Yining recalled the awkward moments she had with Shen Zui. If she could make Shen Zui her boyfriend, that would be quite a good thing. Su Chengming had no idea what Yining was thinking. But from He Zilong's earlier words and Yining's attitude, he already knew that his mission for this visit had little hope left. Uncle Yi, although Shen Zui joining the Yi family is a good thing, sometimes good things often hide crises. Su Chengming smiled slightly. As far as I know, Shen Zui is already attracting a lot of attention, and if those people come looking for trouble, it could really be uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. What do you think? Upon hearing Su Chengming's slightly threatening words, He Zilong's expression finally changed. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Chengming with a face full of displeasure. Chengming, what do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? He Zilong's tone was calm, but at that moment, both Su Chengming and Uncle Rin felt an inexplicable pressure. Provoking He Zilong was a very dangerous thing. Even the head of the Su family, Su Jingji, had never dared to tear his face with the Yi family. Uncle Yi, I'm just giving a friendly reminder. Please don't misunderstand. Feeling He Zilong's anger, Su Chengming hurriedly explained. But words once spoken are like water poured out, and He Zilong let out a cold snort. Reminder? Our Yi family doesn't need a little brat like you pointing fingers here. Chapter 74, Su Chengming visits. Uncle Ren, have you found out about Shen Zui's whereabouts? The meal ended unhappily, and Su Chengming was furious. The person he wanted to see the most right now was Shen Zui. If he could snatch the panda from Shen Zui's hands, or win Shen Zui over to the Su family, it would be a fatal blow to the Yi family. Young master, we've already found out. He Zilong bought a villa for Shen Zui in Yulong Garden, and he is there now. Hearing this, a smile flashed across Su Chengming's lips. A villa, huh? We'll go meet this Shen Zui tomorrow. As he spoke, Su Chengming glanced at the blood snake coiling around his arm. If Shen Zui knows his place, that's fine. Otherwise, if he is not useful to me, he will be killed by me. Shen Zui, unaware of everything happening in the Yi family, locked himself in his bedroom after night fell. He sat cross-legged on the bed, and the speed at which the spiritual energy in the world gathered around him increased rapidly with each breath. With every breath, Shen Zui's spiritual channels became more enriched. Although the spiritual channels had opened, Shen Zui's sea of spiritual energy was currently dry. The spiritual energy in Yun City was simply too thin. After a day's time, his sea of spiritual energy only had a thin layer of spiritual energy lingering. Most of this energy was left over from the Xian grade Jade's spiritual mushroom. Forget it. After an hour of breathing exercises, Shen Zui finally made up his mind. At this rate, even if it took 3 or 5 years, his sea of spiritual energy would not be filled. Looking at the Xian grade Jade's spiritual mushroom in front of him, Shen Zui carefully broke off a piece. This piece was only the size of a fingernail, even less than what he had used when opening his spiritual channels before. Gulp. Shen Zui swallowed the powder of the Jade's spiritual mushroom in one go, and immediately, a familiar feeling surged in his heart. The immense spiritual energy quickly rushed towards Shen Zui's spiritual channels through his limbs. Once the spiritual energy entered the sea of spiritual energy, the original impact was reduced by more than half. It really works. Shen Zui's consciousness clearly saw that the spiritual energy lingering in the sea of spiritual energy had suddenly thickened a bit. The painful feeling was much alleviated. This method is indeed feasible. Noticing that the previous pain was gone, Shen Zui immediately broke off another piece of the Jade's spiritual mushroom. After the second piece was ingested, Shen Zui's sea of spiritual energy finally changed. The dense spiritual energy covered the sea of spiritual energy like thick clouds. And once the last bit of essence from the Jade's spiritual mushroom was absorbed, a drop of refined spiritual liquid condensed from the thick layer of spiritual energy, clouds finally fell. At that moment, Shen Zui felt as if his entire body was permeated by the spiritual liquid. He even noticed that a faint glow covered his bones. Can I finally start cultivating the body refinement technique? Shen Zui opened the body refinement technique. Opening spiritual channels and breathing exercises were merely prerequisites for cultivating the body refinement technique. The true body refinement technique required the use of spiritual energy to transform the human body. However, after reading the training methods recorded in the body refinement technique, Shen Zui couldn't help but frown. The training methods of the body refinement technique were almost all cruel. The method for tempering one's palms was somewhat similar to the iron sand palm, while training bones required various weight-bearing and impact training. In this era where everyone tamed beasts, Shen Zui's approach was clearly unconventional. It seemed that only the ancient martial arts family, the Shao family, had such conditions. Although the Shao family was not the strongest in beast taming, they held an unshakable position in martial arts in Yun City. Thinking of this, Shen Zui recalled the training scenes he had seen at the Shao family. From light to heavy, all kinds of dumbbells and barbells were available, as well as specialized sandbags and iron sand for training. Most importantly, if he could spar with those formidable figures from the Shao family, the speed of his training would undoubtedly receive a huge boost. With this in mind, Shen Zui made up his mind to pay a visit to the Shao family. Unknowingly, dawn had arrived, and Shen Zui took a deep breath, mastering the breathing exercises. After a night of cultivation, he was still full of vitality. Qiuqiu, it's time to train. Early to bed and early to rise makes one healthy. Shen Zui looked at Qiuqiu, who was sprawled out and snoring, and lifted him up. Since opening his spiritual channels, Shen Zui's strength had significantly increased, and lifting the 20 to 30 kilogram Qiuqiu felt effortless. I want to sleep. Qiuqiu struggled to break free from Shen Zui's grasp. But before he could finish, Shen Zui tossed him onto the nearby yoga mat. 1 hour. Do you want to eat or do you want to fight? After saying this, Shen Zui placed a piece of spiritual honey in front of Qiuqiu. In that moment, tears welled up in Qiuqiu's eyes. Don't let this bear live. Looking at the spiritual honey, Qiuqiu reluctantly stood up from the ground. Just then, Tang Wen and Bai Yang also walked out. Seeing Shen Zui's method of training, Tang Wen couldn't help but smile slightly. Generally, those with the bloodline of beast tamers were overly cautious and catered to their every need. But who would have thought that the dignified bear tribe's bloodline beast tamer would be so obedient to Shen Zui? Shen Zui, you truly are a talented beast tamer. After saying this, Tang Wen immediately took out a notebook to record Shen Zui's bear training methods. Qiuqiu originally thought that Tang Wen's arrival would make Shen Zui change his rough and coercive training methods, but unexpectedly, Tang Wen was just there to watch the fun. I really don't want to live anymore. At this moment, Qiuqiu finally understood what despair meant. But just then, Bai Yang, who was beside Tang Wen, came to Shen Zui's side. He circled around Shen Zui, as if he had sensed the changes happening in Shen Zui's body. Truly the bloodline of the Bai Zhe. Shen Zui marveled inwardly. An hour passed quickly, and after these days of training, Qiuqiu had clearly adapted to standing. An hour had become commonplace for him. Qiuqiu grabbed the spiritual honey in his hands and began to feast on it. Tang Wen, what do you want to eat? Shen Zui stretched lazily, preparing to go buy some breakfast. But before Tang Wen could speak, the doorbell of the villa rang. Shen Zui was somewhat puzzled. Neither he nor Yining needed to attend classes right now, and normally, the 3 girls should still be sleeping in. Why were they up so early? Are you Shen Zui? After opening the door, Su Chengming and Uncle Ren's figures appeared before Shen Zui. Who are you? Looking at the two, Shen Zui couldn't help but frown. Su Chengming gave him a somewhat cold feeling, and his face looked so pale that it seemed devoid of blood. That's right. Who are you? Do you have something to discuss? Su Chengming's lips curled slightly as he closed the fan in his hand. The River and Mountain Su Family, Su Chengming. Chapter 75, 300 million. I'm sorry, but I don't seem to have any acquaintance with you. Saying this, Shen Zui was about to close the door. The moment Su Chengming introduced himself, Shen Zui immediately remembered what Zhao Ming had said to him before. He quickly realized that trouble was coming. Just then, Qiuqiu seemed to sense a threat and ran to Shen Zui's side, putting down the spiritual honey. Is this your bloodline beast? Su Chengming looked at Qiuqiu with a slight smile. Just then, a blood snake suddenly darted out from his sleeve. It seems you should know why I am here. Shen Zui, I'm just here to talk to you this time. If I really wanted to snatch something, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Su Chengming's words were full of threats. Qiuqiu looked at the blood snake coiled around his fingers with a wary expression. Thunderblood snake. Race, Snake Clan. Rank, Red Rank 9. Attack, 18988. Defense, 10850. Agility, 7580. Bloodline inheritance, Thunder Snake Bloodline. Inheritance Degree 8. Skills, Blood Snake's Power, Bone Corrosive Snake Venom, Thunderstrike. Through the eye of the talent scout, Shen Zui immediately saw the situation of the Thunderblood Snake. So domineering. At that moment, a hint of caution flashed through Shen Zui's mind. Qiuqiu was currently in a state of exhaustion. If a fight broke out, he wouldn't stand a chance at all. If it came to blows, Shen Zui could only let Rose take action. The entire situation suddenly became dangerous. All right, then come in. Shen Zui did not insist. He let Su Chengming and Uncle Ren walk in. As long as they entered the Dragon Palace, if Su Chengming dared to act recklessly, Shen Zui would expose Rose. But he wouldn't let them walk out alive. This villa is indeed elegant. Su Chengming smiled slightly as he looked at the villa's environment. He pointed at the spirit honey on the ground. Your panda's meals are quite good. It seems the Yi family has indeed invested a lot to win you over. Just then, Tang Wen also walked over and frowned at the Thunderblood snake in Su Chengming's hand. Who is this? Su Chengming was not in a hurry at all. He glanced at Tang Wen and asked Shen Zui, "This is my friend. If you have something to say, just say it now." Su Chengming smiled and pointed at Xiuqiu. Before coming, he had already inquired about Shen Zui's situation. "Shen Zui, name your price. As long as you give up this panda, I can agree to any amount." The price the Yi family could offer would be no less than what the Su family could provide. In Su Chengming's view, Shen Zui was just a penniless orphan. He had joined the Yi family merely for money. If it could be solved with money, then it was no big deal. Looking at Su Chengming's arrogant demeanor, Shen Zui couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He probably had no idea about the black gold card He Ziqi had given Shen Zui. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have said such things. "Su Chengming, how much is your Su family willing to offer? The Yi family is not giving me a small amount." Shen Zui didn't say it directly. Just when he saw the Thunderblood snake, he became more cautious. Although Su Chengming's Thunderblood snake was powerful, He Ziqi's flat-headed ferret was indeed his best nemesis. Shen Zui couldn't reveal his strength yet, but once He Ziqi arrived, everything would naturally be resolved. While Su Chengming was speaking, Shen Zui had already sent the recording of Su Chengming to He Ziqi. "How about this amount?" Upon hearing Shen Zui's words, Su Chengming seemed to see hope. He held up 3 fingers in front of Shen Zui. 3 billion? As soon as Shen Zui spoke, Su Chengming almost stumbled. 3 billion gold coins was no joke. Even the Yi family could not possibly come up with that much liquid capital. "Shen Zui, are you looking for death?" Su Chengming originally meant 3 million gold coins, but Shen Zui directly raised it 100-fold. Shen Zui smiled. 300 million is still too little. The Yi family is much more generous than you. Su Chengming frowned. He had already heard that Shen Zui was playing tricks on him. But Shen Zui looked at Su Chengming with complete seriousness. "If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a rich man here. The Yi family is offering real gold and silver. They are merely hiring me as their elder. If they want to buy my panda, I believe the Yi family will definitely offer a higher price." Now Su Chengming fell silent. The Yi family's financial power was far greater than theirs, and he couldn't be sure if He Ziqi would really pay such a hefty price. "Shen Zui, since that's the case, as long as you join our Su family, I guarantee that your treatment won't be worse than that of the Yi family. Just this villa? I can give you one 10 times more luxurious. As for spirit honey and spirit fruits, we can supply them without limit." As he spoke, Su Chengming looked at the Thunderblood snake in his hand. "Our Su family's bloodline beast taming is much more extensive than that of the Yi family. We naturally have ways to enhance the strength of bloodline beasts. And if you join us, your strength will improve quickly." If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have been swayed by Su Chengming's words. But for Shen Zui, could the Su family be stronger than the Tang family, where Tang Wen was? Moreover, Shen Zui was a man with a system by his side. Did he need the Su family to teach him about beast taming? "Su Chengming, does the Yi family know about your visit here?" "Su Chengming, what are you doing here?" At that moment, Yining walked in. She walked straight to Shen Zui's side, looking angrily at Su Chengming. "How did she come here?" Yining's appearance disrupted Su Chengming's plans. "Ning, I'm here out of curiosity about the strength of Shen Zui's panda." Su Chengming smiled nonchalantly. His willingness to negotiate terms with Shen Zui was simply to avoid falling out with the Yi family. However, Yining would not believe Su Chengming's nonsense. She was well aware of what he was scheming. At that moment, Shen Zui also understood the situation before him. Unexpectedly, Yining and Su Chengming knew each other. So, the guest from the Yi family last night was actually Su Chengming? "Su Chengming, stop scheming. Shen Zui is now one of our Yi family members. You should know where this is. This is not your river town. You can't just come and go as you please." Chapter 76, Su family proposes marriage. "Su Chengming, didn't your father teach you how to be a person?" As soon as Yining finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. It was He Ziqi. Su Chengming trembled all over and turned to look at He Ziqi. If He Ziqi misunderstood, then his relationship with Yining would truly be in jeopardy. "Uncle Yi, you are wronging me. Our Su family and the Yi family are close friends. Since Shen Zui is an elder of the Yi family, our Su family naturally welcomes him with open arms." Just then, a flat-headed ferret suddenly emerged from He Ziqi's shoulder. Hiss! The flat-headed ferret stood up. Looking at the Thunderblood snake in Su Chengming's hand, its eyes filled with excitement. Su Chengming looked at the flat-headed ferret, and a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. As a bloodline beast, it is no exaggeration to say that the flat-headed ferret is a natural enemy of snakes. Even if the thunder blood snake's venom is potent, once it fights against the flat-headed ferret, it would be sending itself to death. He Ziqi glanced at Shen Zui and then at Su Qingming. Although Su Qingming had crossed the line this time, the situation had not escalated yet. He Ziqi, considering the Su family's face, chose to endure. Just right. Let me also introduce the situation within the family, He Ziqi said lightly. But everyone present knew that He Ziqi was trying to protect Shen Zui. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Shen Zui looked at Qiuqiu beside him. As long as they got through tonight, Qiuqiu's strength would recover, and by then, even if there were any dangers, Shen Zui would still have the strength to fight. At that moment, however, Su Qingming's expression was unpredictable. He Ziqi's decision meant he no longer had the opportunity to act against Shen Zui. Damn it! Su Qingming glared at Shen Zui. Although he was unhappy, he could only endure it. Tangwen, then I leave everything here to you. Take good care of Xiao Yun and the others for me. Upon hearing Shen Zui's words, Tang Wen naturally understood the implications. Shen Zui said this to remind Tang Wen to pay attention to Xiao Bai's safety. However, in Yi Ning's ears, this carried a different meaning. Could it be that Shen Zui has taken a liking to Xiao Yun? As soon as she thought of this, Yi Ning instinctively looked at herself. Compared to Xiao Yun's explosive figure, she indeed had not fully developed yet. Qiuqiu, let's go. At that moment, Yi Ning directly took Qiuqiu's hand and followed He Ziqi out. Shen Zui, completely unaware of Yi Ning's changes, was lost in thought about how to deal with the current crisis. Now, only Su Qingming was present, and with He Ziqi's care, his situation was still manageable. But since Su Qingming could come, it meant that other forces eyeing Qiuqiu would arrive soon. After getting into the car, Shen Zui remained silent, having thought for a long time without a clue on how to respond to the current predicament. Damn it, what is Shen Zui thinking? Sitting in the back seat, Yi Ning was also lost in her thoughts. She remembered the scene where Shen Zui confessed to Xiao Yun, then recalled the awkwardness between herself and Shen Zui back then. In the end, she even thought of how she stood to the side, watching Shen Zui's awkwardness, with Xiao Yun being there. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Yi Ning shook her head and hugged Qiuqiu tightly. Qiuqiu, do you think I'm pretty? Qiuqiu looked at Yi Ning, who was now focused on Shen Zui in the passenger seat. Qiuqiu quickly nodded. Although he was a panda, at that moment, Qiuqiu could already sense the air filled with complaints. Is this what love feels like? Qiuqiu rolled his eyes at Shen Zui. This master is hopeless. He can't even see through a girl's thoughts. What will happen in the future? It's driving this bear crazy. Just then, before they could enter the house, a black business car approached. Seeing the license plate, He Ziqi couldn't help but frown. He was very familiar with that license plate. It belonged to Su Zhengji's exclusive vehicle. The Su family's actions are so fast. At that moment, the business car came to a steady stop in front of the Yi family's door. Su Zhengji slowly stepped down. Brother Zilong, long time no see. Upon seeing Su Zhengji arrive, a smile finally appeared on Su Qingming's face. Brother Zhengji, what brings you here? Yi Zilong said as he stepped forward. Su Zhengji patted Yi Zilong's shoulder and laughed. Yesterday your brother complained on the phone. How could I stay in Hechuan any longer? Saying this, Su Zhengji waved his hand toward the back. Soon, attendants brought down various gifts from the business car. Su Zhengji pointed to the gifts. These are just a little token of my appreciation. You can't refuse. Ning has really grown more beautiful. I remember you were just a little tail following behind me every day, and now you've grown so poised. Hearing Su Zhengji's compliment, Yi Ning smiled slightly. Thank you, Uncle Su. Calling him Uncle Su immediately lifted Su Zhengji's spirits. Ning, this is for you. Pearl paste made from the pearls produced by the rare 8th grade jade-faced clam. Su Zhengji said as he handed a delicate box to Yi Ning. At that moment, Su Zhengji's gaze fell on Qiuqiu and Shen Zui. Is this the bloodline beast? The panda? You are Shen Zui? Hearing Su Zhengji speak, Shen Zui nodded. From their earlier conversation, Shen Zui felt that Su Zhengji and Su Qingming were completely different. However, in Yi Zilong's eyes, the more Su Zhengji acted this way, the more he felt wary, having dealt with the Su family for so many years. Yi Zilong knew exactly what kind of person Su Zhengji was. Brother Zhengji, could it be that you came this time for Shen Zui and Qiuqiu? Yi Zilong smiled slightly. He knew that Su Zhengji never came without a purpose. Hearing this, Su Zhengji immediately waved his hand. Brother Zilong, what do you think of me? It's just a bloodline beast, right? Since your brother has already got it, how could I still be thinking about it? Saying this, Su Zhengji glanced at Su Qingming. It must be that this kid, Ming, made you misunderstand. In that case, brother, I apologize here. Su Zhengji's words genuinely surprised Yi Zilong. Just when everyone was confused about why Su Zhengji suddenly arrived, he spoke again. Brother Zilong, our two families have been friends for generations. You know that Ming has been deeply in love with Ning since childhood. Yesterday, Ming couldn't express himself, and today I, as his father, came to clear things up. At this point, Su Zhengji's gaze fell on Yi Ning. Ning is 18, and Ming is 20. Our two families are well matched. If they could be together, it would be a perfect match. Brother, what do you think? Chapter 77. Yi Ning confesses. As soon as Su Jingji's words came out, Yi Zilong's expression froze. In his conversation with Su Chengming yesterday, Yi Zilong had already politely stated his stance. He never expected that Su Jingji would come personally this time. Brother Zilong, I know it's too early to discuss this, but in my opinion, if the two kids could establish an engagement, they could take their time afterward. At that point, our two families would be even closer, and no one in the entire Daxiao nation would be able to shake our position. Su Jingji's words made Shen Zui's heart sink. Having spent so much time with Yi Ning, Shen Zui naturally harbored affection for her, but the Yi family's background loomed large. Even with Qiu, it was insignificant. Although Yi Ning had just scolded Su Qingming in the Dragon Court, Shen Zui knew that it was only because of Qiu. After all, in Yi Ning, Xiao Yun, and Yun Duer's eyes, Qiu was always the main character. Moreover, both the Su family and the Yi family were big players in the business world. Shen Zui had long since grown tired of hearing about such marriages of convenience. Well-matched families, childhood sweethearts. Shen Zui kept repeating Su Jingji's words in his mind. It had to be said that Su Qingming had conditions he didn't possess. Even now, as an elder of the Yi family, it was still given by the Yi family. Yi Zilong remained silent. Su Jingji had already said this much, and he couldn't easily tear their relationship apart. After all, Su Jingji was the head of the Su family, and once Yi Zilong spoke, it would determine the future direction of both families. Yi Zilong glanced at Shen Zui, then at Yi Ning. When Yi Ning wanted to move into the Dragon Court, he thought there was something between her and Shen Zui, but later he realized there was indeed nothing between them. What is this girl Yi Ning really thinking? Yi Zilong felt helpless. What he needed most now was his daughter's attitude. At that moment, Yi Ning also caught a glimpse of Shen Zui out of the corner of her eye. I can't care about that anymore. Yi Ning bit her lip and directly sent a message to Shen Zui on her phone. Then, she walked over to Yi Zilong and glanced at Su Jingji. Uncle Su, I already have a boyfriend. As soon as Yi Ning's words came out, everyone in the living room was stunned. Even Yi Zilong was taken aback. Su Jingji's expression changed. He suppressed his anger and asked Yi Ning, Ning, who exactly is your boyfriend? Su Qingming also realized the implication of Yi Ning's words. Her so-called boyfriend definitely wasn't him. Could it be that Yi Zilong had climbed up some big tree again? In Su Jingji's mind, if Yi Ning's boyfriend was from a family bigger than the Su family, he wouldn't have a say. Just as he was heading to Yunqing, he had heard that a young man from the Tang family had appeared at the Beastmaster Academy. If that's the case, the Su family would have to endure. After all, a big family like the Tang family was not something the Su family could provoke. Yi Ning smiled slightly at everyone. She slowly walked over to Shen Zui and directly linked her arm with his. Shen Zui is my boyfriend. Suddenly, the temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop to freezing point. Shen Zui? How could he possibly be worthy of Yi Ning? Su Jingji glanced at Yi Ning, then at Shen Zui. Zilong, is this true? Once Yi Ning expressed her stance, Yi Zilong felt a sense of relief in his heart. At the very least, he now knew what he should do. Brother Jingji, you know that Ning is my precious daughter, and I have always respected her opinion on this matter. As long as she is happy. Yi Zilong's words made Su Qingming's face turn dark. The veins on his neck bulged, and if it weren't for so many people present, he might have exploded in anger. Shen Zui, is this true? Su Qingming asked coldly, his fists clenched tightly. Shen Zui looked at Yi Ning, who was holding onto his arm, and felt as if he were in a different world. All eyes in the living room were on Shen Zui. If Shen Zui really admitted to his relationship with Yi Ning, the Su family would surely have 1,000 ways to make him disappear from this world. But at that moment, Yi Ning tightened her grip on Shen Zui's arm. Master, why don't you say something? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qiu watched anxiously as Yi Ning held Shen Zui. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Shen Zui stood up. Uncle Yi, I originally planned to find an opportunity to formally tell you about this, but now that the head of the Su family has asked, I can only tell the truth. Ning has already agreed to be my girlfriend, and I will treat her well for the rest of my life. Shen Zui's words were firm, and after speaking, he turned to Yi Ning and smiled slightly. Watching Yi Ning and Shen Zui show affection, Su Qingming could no longer restrain himself. Shen Zui, who do you think you are to be worthy of Ning? Su Qingming stood up, his eyes wide with anger, and the Thunderblood snake on his arm slithered out from his sleeve. Hiss! The Thunderblood snake stared intently at Shen Zui, continuously flicking its tongue. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire living room became tense. Yi Zilong frowned. Brother Jingji. Yi Zilong's voice no longer held the previous cheerfulness. Instead, it was replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. Su Qingming causing trouble at the Yi family was simply a slap to his face. As he spoke, the figure of the flat-headed Martin appeared behind Yi Zilong. Zilong, a Ming doesn't understand. Why are you arguing with a junior? However, I still advise you to think carefully about some things. Is it worth it to sacrifice your own daughter just for a beast of bloodline control? Upon hearing Su Jingji's words, the last trace of calm on He Zilong's face disappeared. The conflict between the Yi family and the Su family had long since reached a dead end. Even without today's incident, their break was only a matter of time. He Zilong had been prepared for this. Brother Jingji, a Ning is my only daughter. I will not let her do anything against her will. Su Jingji stood up, his face pale as he glanced at Shen Zui. Shen Zui, you'd better not fall into my hands. Su Jingji's threatening words were not only directed at Shen Zui, but also for He Zilong to hear. At that moment, Shen Zui also stood up. Head of the Su family, I Shen Zui am not someone to be scared easily. I advise you to think twice before trying to take a Ning away from me. I will never let you off. I won't let anyone who wants to make things difficult for me have it easy either. Chapter 78, The Su Family's Scheme. Shen Zui's words were not polite at all. Now that things had developed to this point, why should he show mercy to the Su family? As long as he got through today, Qiuqiu's strength would be restored, and at that time, if the Su family dared to make a move against him, Shen Zui would have nothing to fear. Shen Zui, you're too arrogant. Su Qingming roared, throwing a punch at Shen Zui, with the flat-headed marten present. The Thunderblood snake didn't dare to act recklessly, but teaching Shen Zui a lesson with his fist was completely fine. Seeing Su Qingming suddenly take action, Shen Zui frowned slightly. He quickly pulled Yining behind him, fully exposing himself to Su Qingming's punch. Be careful, Yining exclaimed, and He Zilong was also stunned. Su Qingming was too close to Shen Zui, leaving him no time to react. Although the flat-headed marten acted quickly, Su Qingming didn't use the Thunderblood snake. Once the flat-headed marten intervened, Su Jingji, standing aside, would definitely not let it go. Just as everyone was sweating for Shen Zui, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was now highly focused, and Su Qingming's punch seemed to move in slow motion in his eyes. Shen Zui merely leaned slightly, and Su Qingming's attack missed completely. With one punch missing, Su Qingming immediately followed up with a slap. However, this time Shen Zui would not give him another chance. You're seeking death. Shen Zui grabbed Su Qingming's wrist, then turned to the side, channeling his spiritual power into his right arm, and threw Su Qingming to the ground with a barehanded throw. Thud! Su Qingming fell heavily to the ground, feeling as if his entire body was falling apart. Shen Zui applied slight pressure, and Su Qingming felt a piercing pain in his trapped arm. Kid, this isn't a place for you to throw a tantrum. Saying this, Shen Zui exerted force on his wrist, causing Su Qingming to scream again. Just then, the Thunderblood snake suddenly lunged at Shen Zui, but at that moment, the flat-headed marten also pounced at Su Qingming. Hiss! The Thunderblood snake was smacked to the ground by the flat-headed marten midair. In an instant, the Thunderblood snake was surrounded by arcs of electricity. The flat-headed marten curiously looked at the Thunderblood snake, seemingly unaffected by the electric light, occasionally probing it with attacks. Roar! At the same time, Qiuqiu let out a fierce roar. A pressure from the bloodline immediately spread from Shen Zui. Although it was in a fatigued state, Qiuqiu's bloodline pressure was not affected. In an instant, all beasts, including the Thunderblood snake, paused slightly. Indeed, it was a beast of bloodline control. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Su Jingji stepped in. Stop! Su Jingji finally spoke. With the help of Uncle Ren, Su Qingming slowly got to his feet. However, the look in his eyes towards Shen Zui now held a hint of caution. He Zilong, what happened today has been noted by my Su family. It seems our friendship ends here. I hope you won't regret it. Upon hearing Su Jingji's words, He Zilong walked to Yining's side. Su Jingji, our Yi family is not made of mud either. Since your Su family is being aggressive, we can only retaliate. At that moment, the alliance between the Su family and the Yi family officially shattered. Su Jingji glanced at Shen Zui. Shen Zui, I hope you can still be this arrogant in the future. Su Jingji glared at Shen Zui, then turned and left the Yi family with Su Qingming. Watching the Su family leave, Shen Zui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the flat-headed marten arriving in time, he might have been in danger today. Shen Zui, are you okay? Yining looked him up and down, and after confirming he was fine, she also relaxed. Father. After this series of events, a hint of guilt flashed across Yining's face. If she hadn't said that Shen Zui was her boyfriend, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated to this point. He Zilong looked at Yining gently. Ning, don't blame yourself. Our Yi family and the Su family will have a fight sooner or later. I, He Zilong, will never let my daughter suffer. Saying this, He Zilong turned to look at Shen Zui. By the way, when did you two start? Upon hearing this, Yining couldn't help but blush. The previous matter was all her own decision, and she still didn't know how Shen Zui felt about her. Uncle Yi, actually, I've liked a Ning for a long time. But I have nothing, so how could I dare to say such things? Shen Zui's words instantly eased Yining's anxious heart. Her face was now burning hot. Was this considered a confession? It was too informal, right? It was only then that Yining realized she was still tightly holding Shen Zui's hand. She forcefully withdrew her hand and directly linked it with He Zilong's arm. Father, don't listen to his nonsense. I don't like him. Yining glared at Shen Zui in anger. How could a girl take the initiative to confess to a boy? If they really got together in the future, wouldn't that make Shen Zui look down on her? It was only because the Su family was too overbearing that she resorted to such a strategy. Saying this, Yining pointed at Shen Zui's phone. Shen Zui, look at the message I sent you. You said yesterday that you would agree to one thing for me. Your performance today was great. Yining's words left Shen Zui stunned. He took out his phone and looked. The message Yining sent him was just one sentence. Remember your promise. At this moment, Shen Zui was completely bewildered. Could it be that everything was an illusion? Seeing Shen Zui's dazed expression, Yining couldn't help but smile slightly. Although she said this, she recalled the scene when Su Chengming called earlier. Shen Zui instinctively pulled her behind him, and thinking of Shen Zui's domineering words at the end, Yining knew she hadn't misjudged him. Just then, the Su family father and son came out of the Yi family, their expressions not looking so good. Father, we can't just let this go. This Shen Zui is too arrogant. Hearing Su Chengming's words, Su Jingji's face flashed with a hint of coldness. Since He Zilong chose this path, then don't blame my Su family for being ruthless. Immediately issue a statement. From today onwards, my Su family will sever all ties with the Yi family. Also, isn't the Sun family in Pingxing and the Mu family in Canton City also eyeing this panda? Then let's stir up this muddy water. Immediately contact both families. As long as they deal with the Yi family, my Su family is willing to lend them a helping hand. Chapter 79. A storm is coming. Head of the family. Something big has happened. An hour after the Su family left, Uncle Yi hurriedly found He Zilong. Just now, the Su family suddenly issued a statement, severing all relations with our Yi family. Upon seeing the news online, He Zilong couldn't help but furrow his brows. The Su family's actions were so swift. He Zilong thought for a moment and said, immediately notify all our businesses related to the Su family to temporarily cease operations for rectification. What is the situation with Su Jingji and the others? Uncle Yi shook his head. After the Su family left the Yi family, he sent people to closely monitor the Su family's every move. However, the current situation was not optimistic. They have now checked into the Junhua Hotel under the Beastmaster Association and have booked rooms for 7 days. It seems they have no intention of leaving anytime soon. At this moment, He Zilong's brows were tightly knitted. The economic ties between the Yi family and the Su family were not what he was most worried about. After all, the Yi family dominated many industries, and even if they severed ties, it would only take some time and money. But since Su Qingming hadn't left Yun City, there was only one possibility. The Su family was going to stir up trouble in Yun City. Shen Zui, sitting aside, also noticed He Zilong's worries. Uncle Yi, Qiuqiu's strength will recover tomorrow. If Su Qingming really causes trouble, I don't need to worry here. Hearing Shen Zui's words, He Zilong shook his head. If it were just Su Qingming, he wouldn't be worried at all, but He Zilong knew that the Su family would definitely not just cause minor disturbances. Quickly investigate if there has been any movement from the Sun family in Pingxing and the Mu family in Canton City. Saying this, He Zilong paused for a moment. Also, what is the current situation with the Beastmaster Association? The more this moment approached, the clearer He Zilong's mind became. He knew that any negligence could be fatal for the Yi family. However, with the Su family statement, all forces in and around Yunzhou were starting to take action. In the southern part of Yunzhou, in the Sun family's conference hall in Pingxing, on the big screen behind the family head Sun Wuji, the Su family's statement was being projected. Everyone, what do you think? Sun Wuji glanced at the elders of the Sun family. Head, the Su family issued a statement at this time. Could it be that they really have a falling out with the Yi family? If that's the case, it would be an opportunity for us. As soon as he finished speaking, another elder chimed in. Exactly. The main reason we didn't dare to touch Shen Zui's panda before was because we were wary of the alliance between the Yi family and the Su family. But now that they have become sworn enemies, we have a complete opportunity. The changes between the Yi family and the Su family indeed excited Sun Wuji. The Sun family currently had 3 bloodline beastmasters. Every additional one would greatly enhance the Sun family's overall strength. The Yi family had many bloodline beastmasters, but their business was too large. Facing local tyrants in many places, it was hard to intimidate them without a bloodline beastmaster. Just then, Su Jingji's call came in. Looking at Su Jingji's call, Sun Wuji frowned. After picking up the call and exchanging pleasantries, Sun Wuji quickly got to the point. Brother Jingji, your Su family and the Yi family have always been as close as family. Why did you suddenly turn against each other? Sun Wuji asked tentatively. However, his words hit the mark with Su Jingji. Brother Wuji, there are some things you probably don't know. He Zilong offended the Beastmaster Association for a panda. I originally wanted to persuade him, but unexpectedly, He didn't recognize a good person's heart. The Yi family has grown wings now, but our Su family doesn't want to be dragged down by them. I heard that He Yuqin has already gone to Longsheng to find the Yunzhou Beastmaster Association. Hearing Su Jingji's words, Sun Wuji was instantly stunned. He never expected that He Zilong had also offended the Beastmaster Association. Brother Wuji, the Yi family probably won't be able to hold on much longer. If you support me, then when the time comes, the Yi family's assets will have a share for your Sun family. Soon, Su Jingji laid out his conditions to Sun Wuji. After hanging up the phone, Sun Wuji looked at his brother Sun Wuwei. Quick, immediately find out what happened with the Yunzhou Beastmaster Association. Also, what is the reaction of the other families? A hint of fervor flashed in Sun Wuji's eyes. If everything was as Su Jingji said, then he really had to make a trip to Yun City. In a short while, news regarding the Yunzhou Beastmaster Association was presented to Sun Wuji. Sure enough, after the Yunzhou Beastmaster Association went to the Howling Forest, there had been no news, and shortly thereafter, He Yuqin appeared at the Yunzhou Beastmaster Association in Longqing. Everything seemed to confirm Su Jingji's words. Just then, news from other families also arrived. Head, the Mu family in Canton City, is also taking action. It seems the Su family has done quite a bit of work. And just now, all of the Yi family's businesses have ceased operations. Hearing this, Sun Wuji immediately made a decision. Everyone, prepare immediately. Tomorrow we will head to Yun City. Sun Wuji no longer hesitated at all. Wuji, if we really offend the Yi family this time, it won't be so simple when they come to settle the score later. An elder of the Sun family frowned. But upon hearing this, a cold smile flashed across Sun Wuji's face. The Yi family? It won't be long before there is no Yi family in this world. Sun Wuji looked at the elder who had spoken. The Su family is not to be underestimated. Su Jingji has long coveted the wealth of the Yi family. Just now, Su Jingji agreed that as long as we help him take down the Yi family, he would at least give us a bloodline beast, and not only that, but also a quarter of the Yi family's assets. Now, everyone in the Sun family has no objections. Soon, the entire Sun family sprang into action. However, at this moment, He Zilong in Yun City also received reports from various places. Head of the family, we have figured out the situation. The Sun family from Pingxing and the Mu family from Canton City have already mobilized and are expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Also, the Su family's industries in various places are also making moves. Their bloodline beasts are almost all heading towards the river. He Zilong frowned. There is not much time left for him and the Yi family. At the same time, secretly transfer our assets in various places. After doing all this, He Zilong looked at the information in his hand regarding He Yuqin and the Beastmaster Association. This is what he is most worried about. He Yuqin has been missing for 3 days. If he appears at this time, the Yi family will have no strength to deal with so many people at once. It seems I need to pay a visit to the Yun family. Chapter 80. Su Qingming, you are looking for death. After making up his mind, He Zilong quickly set off. He must gain the support of Yun Tians to better face the upcoming situation. Shortly after he left, Yining received a call from Yin Duoer. In the video, Yin Duoer was holding Xiaobai, looking very dejected. Yining smiled slightly. Hearing Yining's words, Yin Duoer was instantly overjoyed. Great. I'll wait for you at the Dragon Garden. Hurry up. I miss my dad too. After Yining finished speaking, she immediately informed Shen Zui of her thoughts. Shen Zui nodded. After all, Yin Duoer was only 16 years old, and he was not at ease leaving her at the Dragon Garden. Soon, Shen Zui drove Yining towards the Dragon Garden. However, at this moment, in a dark corner near the Dragon Garden, 2 black figures flashed by. Young master, if the head of the family finds out about this, I'm afraid. Before Uncle Ren could finish, Su Qingming waved his hand to interrupt him. Uncle Ren, my father won't blame us. Now, we have completely severed ties with the Yi family, and keeping Shen Zui will be a disaster sooner or later. You saw the situation today. Shen Zui's panda bloodline power is definitely not low. If we really fight, that panda will be hard to deal with. Su Qingming rubbed his wrist. The fall Shen Zui gave him today really made him suffer a lot. Looking at the thunderblood serpent in his hand, Su Qingming sneered coldly. As long as I poison the water source in the Dragon Garden, Shen Zui will have no chance of survival. By then, without anyone noticing, we will have eliminated a rival. Uncle Ren frowned behind Su Qingming. If there is any slip-up, the Yi family will definitely think of them, and they will incur the wrath of the Yi family. Just as Su Qingming was about to take action, a sports car stopped at the entrance of the Dragon Garden. Su Qingming immediately recognized that it was Yining's car. When he saw Yining and Shen Zui get out of the car, a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Heaven is helping me. Shen Zui, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my door. Su Qingming looked at Qiao. What I can't have, no one else can. Saying this, the thunderblood serpent in his hand suddenly shot out. Duoer, I'm coming. Yining and Shen Zui were completely unaware of the danger. They watched Yin Duoer running towards them and quickly walked up. However, at that moment, the Thunder Blood Serpent had already arrived within 10 meters of Qiao. Hiss. Qiao, walking behind Shen Zui and Yi Ning, felt a slight pain in his leg, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. The biggest characteristic of the Thunder Blood Serpent's attack is its strong concealment and fast speed. When it bites its prey, the electric power temporarily paralyzes the prey's nerves, and by the time the poison spreads, it is already too late. Thud. Just as Shen Zui handed Xiaobai to Tang Wen, he heard Qiao fall to the ground behind him. "You little bear, what are you doing acting cute at night?" When the others realized that Qiao was acting strangely, while Shen Zui was preparing to get in the car with Yi Ning and the others, they noticed Qiao's condition. "Qiao, what's wrong with you?" Shen Zui looked at Qiao lying on the ground, unmoving, and a sense of inexplicable crisis arose. At that moment, Tang Wen also noticed something was wrong. He immediately helped Shen Zui carry Qiao inside. "Shen Zui, what happened? Why is Qiao like this?" Looking at the unresponsive Qiao, Yi Ning and Yun Duoer felt their hearts drop. Shen Zui clearly noticed the serious expression on Tang Wen's face. "Xiaobai, may heaven bring blessings. Turn misfortune into good luck." Tang Wen glanced at the white sheep, and soon, two faint golden lights enveloped Qiao. At the same time, Tang Wen quickly took out a pill from his space ring and stuffed it into Qiao's mouth. Shen Zui was stunned on the side. If the white sheep can use two skills at the same time, then Qiao must be seriously injured. Finally stabilized. After finishing all this, Tang Wen was sweating on his forehead. He turned to look at everyone. "Shen Zui, Qiao has been poisoned." Poisoned? Upon hearing Tang Wen's judgment, everyone was momentarily stunned. Qiao had been with them the whole time. How could he be poisoned? "Look," Tang Wen said, lifting Qiao's right leg, following the direction of his finger. Shen Zui and the others saw two red dots like a formation eye. This should be snake venom. Very domineering snake venom. If it weren't for Qiao's strong bloodline power and the blessing of the white sheep, Qiao would have probably died by now. Upon hearing Tang Wen's words, a person flashed through Shen Zui and Yi Ning's minds. Su Qingming. Only his Thunder Blood Serpent can harm Qiao. Tang Wen nodded. "I think so too, after all. Qiao is a bloodline beast, and ordinary snake venom wouldn't cause such serious harm to him. If their judgment is correct, it means that Su Qingming was lurking in some corner outside the Dragon Garden just now, and at the moment they entered, the Thunder Blood Serpent launched a surprise attack. Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. "Shen Zui, I can only temporarily stabilize the toxins in Qiao's body. The longer the time, the greater the after effects of the snake venom on Qiao. At most one day. If we can't get the antidote by then, I'm afraid Qiao will." Upon hearing this, Shen Zui slammed his fist heavily on the table. "Su Qingming, you are looking for death." Shen Zui suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Qiao, then asked Tang Wen, "How can we detoxify Qiao?" Just then, Tang Wen pointed at Qiao's wound. "The best way is to use the powder of the Thunder Blood Serpent's crystal core to draw out all the toxins in Qiao's body. Only in this way can the harm to Qiao be minimized." Hearing this, Shen Zui turned to look at Rose beside him. Now that Qiao is in a critical situation, Shen Zui can no longer care about whether to expose anything. "Rose, prepare for battle." With a wave of Shen Zui's hand, Rose's figure instantly grew to 5 meters tall. Her nose twitched slightly, quickly distinguishing the sense of everyone who had been near the Dragon Garden just now. Roar. With a tiger's roar, Rose jumped directly over the 3-meter-high wall of the Dragon Garden. Chapter 81, Seeking Revenge. Soon, Rose arrived at the place where Su Qingming had previously stopped. "Master." "It's right here." Rose sniffed. There was still a trace of the Thunder Blood Serpent's lingering scent in the air. They must have just left by car. Hearing Rose's words, Shen Zui slammed his fist against the wall. "Damn it. Trying to run? No way." Just then, Yi Ning had just dialed Yi Zilong's number. "Uncle Yi, Lord of Cloud City, Su Qingming has run away, and he will definitely escape from Cloud City. I hope you can seal off the entire Cloud City. I will personally chop this despicable man into pieces." Upon hearing Shen Zui's words, Yun Tianzi did not hesitate for a moment. He had already understood Yi Zilong's intentions. The Su family was causing trouble in Cloud City. How could he endure it? "City Defense Army, seal the 4 gates. No one is allowed in or out." As soon as Yun Tianzi finished speaking, Yi Zilong also spoke up. "Shen Zui, Su Qingming's Thunder Blood Serpent is not to be underestimated. I will rush over immediately. Don't act rashly." After saying that, Yi Zilong followed Yun Tianzi and hurried towards the Dragon Palace. The Beast Tamer Academy is closest to Dragon Palace, and Zhao Ming received Yun Tianzi's call at the first opportunity. He did not delay for a moment. If Yi Ning and the others were harmed again, the situation would be terrible. However, Shen Zui did not stay. After such a long time, if Su Qingming had escaped, Qiao's situation would be dire. Just then, Shen Zui suddenly recalled what Uncle Yi had said today. Junhua Hotel. Shen Zui looked at Yi Ning and Yun Duoer. You stay here. I will go find Su Qingming to settle the score. Before Yi Ning could speak, Shen Zui took Rose and headed straight for Junhua Hotel. Young master. Shen Zui will definitely not let this go. We should take this opportunity to retreat. Once the head of the family arrives, we will be safe. Seeing Rinshu's worried expression, Su Qingming smiled slightly. What are you afraid of? Now that the panda is dead, the Yi family has not completed the division of our assets. Will Yi Zilong really act against us? A hint of disdain flashed across Su Qingming's face. He would never think that even if he wanted to leave now, Shen Zui would not give him the chance. Sir, we are a members-only establishment. Please show your membership. Junhua Hotel is a hotel under the Beast Tamer Guild, and only members of the guild can stay here. Before the lobby manager could finish speaking, Rose stepped forward. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Shen Zui's face was ashen, filled with killing intent. Unaware of the danger, the lobby manager saw Shen Zui about to rush in and waved his hand, and 6 or 7 guards stepped forward. All the security personnel in the hotel are elites from the Beast Tamer Guild, and their beasts are all first-tier red grade. 7 or 8 first-tier red grade beasts are enough to deal with ordinary troublemakers, but Shen Zui would not take these people seriously. Rose, make it quick. With Shen Zui's command, in the blink of an eye, Rose moved like a shadow, and 2 first-tier red grade beasts fell in a pool of blood. Facing these first-tier red grade beasts, the purple bloodline beast was a complete massacre. The lobby manager was dumbfounded at the moment Rose attacked. He realized what Shen Zui was capable of. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Shen Zui grabbed the lobby manager by the neck. A surge of spiritual power flowed, and he lifted the lobby manager. At that moment, Rose's battle had also ended. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. 7 beasts lay on the ground, and all 7 beast tamers were not spared. I'll tell you. The lobby manager trembled all over, scared to the point of wetting himself. Hearing this, Shen Zui threw the lobby manager to the ground and walked straight toward the elevator with Rose. Ding dong. As the elevator door slowly opened, Shen Zui immediately spotted Su Qingming, who was drinking tea. At the moment he saw Shen Zui, Su Qingming was also taken aback. He had imagined the scene of Yi Zilong coming to find him, and he had even thought about how to negotiate with Yi Zilong. However, now that Shen Zui appeared in front of him, it was a bit unexpected. Shen Zui, instead of accompanying your panda on its last journey, you actually have time to come here. What? Are you scared now? If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might spare you. Saying this, Su Qingming pointed to the ground and laughed. I'll tell you, without the panda, you are nothing. Looking at Su Qingming's smug expression, the anger in Shen Zui's heart turned to ice. Su Qingming, this is your own doing. Tiger roar in the mountains. Swift wind and fierce blade. With Shen Zui's furious roar, Rose let out a tiger roar and pounced towards Su Qingming. Almost simultaneously, a gray light suddenly burst around Su Qingming, completely enveloping him in a small dome. Moreover, when Rose's 3 fierce blades collided with the dome, there was a crisp sound of breaking air. And then it turned to nothingness. Shen Zui frowned, his gaze falling on a half-meter-sized, purple-green Bue turtle lying next to Rinshu. Bue turtle. Race, turtle clan. Rank, first-tier purple grade. Attack, 14629. Defense, 25681. Agility, 2435. Bloodline heritage, Xianyu turtle, heritage degree 3. Skills, sound wave attack, fatal headbutt, solid as a rock. Introduction, the turtle clan is as solid as a rock, with low attack power but extremely strong defense. At this moment, Su Qingming was also taken aback. Rose's strength exceeded his imagination. I didn't expect you to have a bloodline beast. Looking at the massive figure of Qiao, a hint of apprehension flashed in Su Qingming's eyes. If it weren't for Rinshu's Bue turtle intervening in time, he would have probably been seriously injured or even killed. Shen Zui chuckled coldly. He glanced at the Bue turtle. A turtle actually dares to act wildly here. Saying this, Rose's figure suddenly expanded to 3 meters, making the originally spacious suite feel a bit cramped. Smash! Rose gave Su Qingming no chance. She raised her hand and smashed it against the cement wall beside the Bue turtle. Boom! With a loud noise, the 4-meter-high partition was smashed to pieces by Rose. But at that moment, the Thunder Blood Serpent in Su Qingming's hand suddenly shot out. Chapter 82. Smash your turtle shell. Shen Zui, since you are here, don't think about leaving. Su Qingming snorted coldly. Although Rose displayed extraordinary strength, if she was bitten by the Thunder Blood Serpent, she would only meet a violent death. The moment the Thunder Blood Serpent shot out, its body, which was only 20 centimeters, doubled in size. It crackled with electric light and lunged at Rose. Unfortunately, Su Qingming did not understand one thing. Since Shen Zui dared to come, he was naturally well prepared. Beast King Golden Body. With Shen Zui's loud shout, A golden light suddenly enveloped Rose. The Beast King Golden Body is Rose's only defensive skill. Although it lasts only 1 minute, during this skill's activation, Rose's body becomes as solid as gold, essentially ignoring the attacks of beasts of the same rank. Even the rampaging Skybreaking Bear's claws could not break through Rose's defense. Ding! The Thunderblood Serpent bit Rose, but there was not a single mark left on her. Instead, due to the Beast King Golden Body, one of the serpent's poisonous fangs was shattered. Tiger roar in the mountains. Following that, with a roar, all the glass in the suite shattered into powder. The Thunderblood Serpent had no time to dodge, and Rose slapped it against the wall. At that moment, Rose was like a victorious general. Taking advantage of the Thunderblood Serpent not having recovered, she slapped down at its head. The Thunderblood Serpent was only a 9th tier red grade, and its already weak defense could not withstand the ferocious strike of the swift wind tiger. Bang! Rose's full force strike shattered the floor of the suite into several pieces. With a puff, a cloud of blood mist erupted from the Thunderblood Serpent's body. At that moment, Su Qingming's expression finally changed. Shen Zui. Su Qingming trembled all over. The Thunderblood Snake was something he had raised since he was a child, but now, under the attack of Rose, the crystal core of the Thunderblood Snake had developed cracks. Shen Zui slowly walked to Rose's side, picked up the crystal core from the ground, and gave Su Qingming a cold smile. Do you think this is the end? Shen Zui directly stored the Thunderblood Snake's crystal core in his space ring. Now, the only beast Su Qingming and Su Onren could rely on was the Bua turtle. Do you think you're safe inside the turtle's protective shield? A hint of disdain flashed in Shen Zui's eyes. Although the Bua turtle had strong defenses, being a turtle type, it inherently had a fatal weakness. Rose, this turtle is yours. Smash it. After Shen Zui finished speaking, Rose stepped forward towards the Bua turtle. Zzz. Seeing Rose approach, the Bua turtle suddenly opened its mouth, producing a piercing noise. Rose frowned. The Bua turtle's sonic attack made her feel uneasy. Roar. Rose suddenly let out a roar, and a powerful bloodline force erupted from her body. Although the Bua turtle was also a purple-grade bloodline beast, it was naturally filled with fear facing Rose, a tiger-type beast. It tried to lower its body and strengthen its protective shield, but due to its slow movements, it couldn't keep up with Rose's pace. Once Rose reached the side of the Bua turtle, her massive tiger paw finally moved. Uncle Ren, who was behind the Bua turtle, immediately understood what Rose was about to do. Deadly headbutt. Hearing Uncle Ren's words, the Bua turtle suddenly charged at Rose. But at that moment, Rose's opportunity came. Her tiger paw sent the Bua turtle crashing against a wall. Thud. The Bua turtle was thrown onto its back, its huge shell becoming a nightmare in that moment. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't turn itself over. A turtle on its back had no defense whatsoever. Frostwind Shadow. Shen Zui decisively unleashed Rose's ultimate move. In an instant, Rose's figure split into 3. The next moment, a gigantic tiger paw came crashing down on the Bua turtle. Crack. With a crisp sound, a gash was opened in the Bua turtle's belly by Rose. Immediately afterward, Rose reached down, digging out the Bua turtle's crystal core along with its flesh. Watching the bloody scene before him, Su Qingming's eyes nearly popped out, and Uncle Ren's veins bulged. Shen Zui, I'll fight you to the death. Now. With the Thunderblood Snake and the Bua turtle dead, Su Qingming and Uncle Ren had lost all rationality. They were only 7 to 8 meters away from Shen Zui, and both had only one thought: to kill Shen Zui. Without any hesitation, they lunged at Shen Zui simultaneously. Uncle Ren's attack was seasoned, with angles and precision aimed directly at Shen Zui's vital points. Looking for death. With a kick, Uncle Ren was sent flying 3 meters away. Crack. A clear sound of a bone breaking echoed, and blood gushed from Uncle Ren's mouth. At that moment, Su Qingming's fist also arrived. In that instant, Shen Zui no longer held back. Just like his earlier moves against the Yi family, he swiftly grabbed Su Qingming's wrist. Bang! With a barehanded throw, Su Qingming was sent reeling. But this time, Shen Zui didn't stop. Su Qingming, you brought this upon yourself. Shen Zui gripped Su Qingming's wrist and threw him again. Su Qingming's wrist was broken, and his arm was fully dislocated, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a pile of mush. Hiss! The piercing pain made Su Qingming gasp, and he was now completely soaked in sweat. At that moment, Shen Zui looked like a demon emerging from hell in his eyes. Su Qingming suddenly regretted not listening to Uncle Ren earlier and evacuating Yin City quickly. Buzz. Just as Shen Zui was about to finish off Su Qingming's phone, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly rang. A cold smile crept onto Shen Zui's face. The caller was none other than Su Jingji, the head of the Su family, aiming the situation in Yin City. Shen Zui picked up the phone, and Su Jingji, who had only spoken half a sentence, was left stunned. Father, save me. Su Qingming screamed, as if grasping at a last straw. Immediately, Su Jingji saw the situation with Shen Zui. Shen Zui, you have some nerve. Let aiming go. Seeing Su Qingming's miserable state, Su Jingji's heart sank. Hearing this, Shen Zui glanced at Su Jingji. He didn't expect someone asking for help to be so brazen. I'm sorry, I didn't call to hear your reprimands. Saying this, Shen Zui turned the camera towards Su Qingming. Su Jingji, I, Shen Zui, am not someone to be trifled with. With a snap, Su Qingming fell into a pool of blood like a pile of mush. Chapter 83, Showing the Cards. Shen Zui. On the other end of the phone, Su Jingji let out a hysterical roar, watching his son die before his eyes. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Just then, He Ziqi and Yun Tiance, who had rushed over, arrived at Junhua Hotel. What the? Seeing the corpses scattered across the hall, everyone gasped. Where's Su Qingming? Yun Tiance grabbed the lobby manager by the collar. 17th floor. The lobby manager's eyes were vacant, trembling all over, repeating the words. At that moment, a loud thud echoed, and the entire building shook slightly. Following that, a tiger's roar rang out, accompanied by the sound of glass shattering outside the hotel. Not good. Yun Tiance and He Ziqi didn't even bother with the elevator and dashed outside. The glass on the 16th, 17th, and 18th floors of Junhua Hotel shattered completely, and before they could see clearly, a massive black object fell from the sky. Snap! A wooden office desk shattered upon hitting the ground. The intensity of the battle on the 17th floor was unimaginable. Kuan Yunyan. Yun Tiance whistled, and Kuan Yunyan appeared beside them. Without a word, he and He Ziqi jumped onto Kuan Yunyan's back. Whoosh! Kuan Yunyan flapped its wings and soared to the 17th floor in an instant. Seeing the messy suite and Su Qingming lying on the floor, both of them felt a pang in their hearts. Shen Zui. He Ziqi leaped into the room. He quickly walked over to Shen Zui, and at that moment, Su Jingji on the other end of the phone saw He Ziqi. Yi family, He Ziqi, Shen Zui, I want to let this go. Shen Zui ignored Su Jingji and directly threw the phone away. He Ziqi immediately realized what had just happened. This whole situation was a consequence of Su Qingming's own actions. After saying that, Rose also came to Shen Zui's side. Now, the Su family would definitely not let this go easily. Yun Tiance followed He Ziqi to Shen Zui's side, and upon seeing the dead Su Qingming, he couldn't help but frown. Just then, He Ziqi's gaze fell on the crystal core of the Buet turtle that Rose handed to Shen Zui. This is the Buet turtle, a purple-grade bloodline beast, and also the support for Su Qingming's underhanded actions. In that moment, He Ziqi fell silent, although Shen Zui's actions were somewhat radical. Seeing the deaths of the Thunder Blood Snake and the Buet turtle was good news for the Yi family, with 13 beast companions from the Su family. Now that 2 were dead, only 11 remained, putting the Yi and Su families in a basically equal position. Shen Zui, did you take the crystal core of the Thunder Blood Snake? Hearing He Ziqi's words, Shen Zui nodded. After speaking, Shen Zui jumped onto Kuan Yunyan's back with him. In the living room of the Dragon Palace, Yi Ning, Yun Duoer, and the crowd who had just arrived were all gathered around Qiao. Will Su Qingming escape? If that's the case, won't Qiao? Yun Duoer held Qiao's weak bare paw, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Duoer, it's okay. Uncle Yun has already sealed off the city. Su Qingming definitely won't escape. Xiao Yun said, looking at Qiao with a face full of guilt. If she hadn't left tonight, so many things wouldn't have happened. It's Kuan Yunyan. At that moment, Zhao Ming spotted Kuan Yunyan in the sky. Tang 1. This is the crystal core of the Thunder Blood Snake. Hurry and save Qiao. As soon as he arrived at the Dragon Palace, Shen Zui rushed to Qiao's side. Tang Wen wasted no time. He immediately ground the Thunder Blood Snake's crystal core into powder and applied it to Qiao's wound. At that moment, everyone around held their breath. Shen Zui watched Qiao, and after applying the crystal core powder, a barely noticeable black aura began to flow within Qiao's body. Soon, all the black flags gathered towards the wound under the attraction of the Thunder Blood Snake's crystal core powder. Qiao woke up. A few minutes later, Qiao's arm suddenly moved. Yi Ning and Yun Duoer cheered instantly. Seeing this, Tang Wen couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Qiao was saved. Shen Zui let out a long sigh of relief, looked at the crowd around him, and deeply bowed. Uncle Yi, Uncle Yun, the Dean, and Uncle Xiao. I'm sorry for worrying you. Feeling Shen Zui's heartfelt gratitude, Yun Tiance nodded. Shen Zui, you really scared me. Even if you hadn't gone to the Junhua Hotel, they couldn't have escaped from Yun City. Yun Tiance said seriously. If the Thunder Blood Snake had attacked Yun Duoer instead of Qiao, he would have regretted it too late. Zilong, the situation is much more severe than it seems. The city lord of Yun City said, if you withdraw now, it's still not too late. What happened tonight has crossed Yi Zilong's bottom line. Even without your help, our Yi family won't let it go easily. Hearing He Zilong's words, Shen Zui understood that the feud between him and the Su family was irreconcilable. He looked at Yun Tian Su and said, Uncle Yun, I, Shen Zui, will take responsibility for my own actions. This matter has nothing to do with you. If the Su family really comes looking for trouble, let them find me. Yun Tian Su laughed heartily. He walked in front of Shen Zui and glanced at He Zilong standing opposite. Zilong, Shen Zui, I think you misunderstood. The Su family is attacking on my territory. How can I say it has nothing to do with me? Don't worry, even if the Su family has great capabilities. As long as they dare to come to Yun City, I will definitely make them remember it. After speaking, Yun Tian Su handed a list to He Zilong. Upon seeing the details on the list, He Zilong's expression froze. Yun Tian Su stood with his hands behind his back, his expression suddenly serious. Our Yun City Defense Army has a total of 3,000, all composed of beast tamers. Among them, there is 1 purple-blooded beast, Kuan Yun Yen, 7 purple ordinary beasts, 500 red and above beasts, and 2,005 blue and above beasts. In addition, our Yun family controls 300 elite internal troops, all red-blooded beasts. At this point, Zhao Ming also stepped forward. I have 80 teachers in the Beast Tamer Academy, 1 purple-blooded beast, Xintian Falcon, and the rest are all red-blooded beasts. Hearing He Zilong and Zhao Ming's statements, Xiao Yun also smiled and stepped forward. He patted Shen Zui's shoulder. My Xiao family has 1 purple-blooded beast, Qi Yin Xiao Tian Hu, and 50 red-blooded tiger beasts. Additionally, there are 83 ancient martial artists. At this moment, when everyone revealed their strengths, He Zilong couldn't help but get excited. City Lord of Yun, are you really determined? Yun Tian Su smiled faintly. He still vividly remembered everything that happened in the Howling Forest. You, He Zilong, have a unique eye for recognizing people. But my Yun Tian Su's vision is not bad either. Chapter 84. Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkey. He Zilong laughed heartily. Now, with the support of Yun Tian Su and others, he instantly gained confidence. Not to mention the Su family coming to trouble him. Even if Su Zhengji gathered the Mu family from Canton City and the Sun family from Ping City, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Zilong, have you heard about He Yuqin's matter? At this moment, Yun Tian Su suddenly reminded him. He Zilong shook his head. He had never forgotten about He Yuqin. Ever since the incident in the Howling Forest, He Yuqin's entire family had fled to Long City. It was said that he was now persuading the headquarters of the Yunzhou Beast Tamer Association in Long City to cause trouble. Hearing this, Yun Tian Su nodded. They definitely won't let such a good opportunity slip by. If the Beast Tamer Association intervenes this time, the scale of all forces will be comparable to a siege battle. Hearing Yun Tian Su's words, He Zilong also nodded. This time, with support from 3 families, although he was absolutely confident in dealing with the upcoming situation. If it truly escalated into an all-out war, it would mean Yun City would suffer heavy losses. Even if they won, it would still be a significant injury. In that case, let's kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He Zilong, being a veteran in the business world, had always understood human nature, which had been his winning formula in the business realm. At this point, the situations of several of Su Jingji's allies quickly flashed through He Zilong's mind. City Lord of Yun, I think we should start with the Sun family in Ping City. Yun Tian Su thought carefully, and a smile appeared on his lips. The Sun family in Ping City is indeed a good choice. Just then, Tang Wen stood up. As a member of the Tang family, especially a Beast Tamer theorist, Tang Wen was well aware of the major events in the Beast Tamer community. He pushed up his glasses and said calmly to Yun Tian Su, a year ago, Ping City suffered a beast tide, and the entire city was almost destroyed. After the beast tide receded, the Sun family dominated Ping City with 2 bloodline beasts. But as far as I know, the Sun family has now obtained a 3rd bloodline beast. Hearing this, He Zilong nodded. He had indeed heard such news. That's right. Although the beast tide was devastating, every outbreak of a beast tide means an accelerated recovery of local spiritual energy, which will also lead to the emergence of more high-quality beasts. The Sun family's 3rd bloodline beast is a Titan Demon Bear, which has already advanced to purple grade in just 1 year. If we can repel the Sun family, then the Mu family in Canton City will also think twice. Just then, Qiao had completely awakened. After Tang Wen checked, he smiled slightly at everyone. Fortunately, the detoxification was timely. Qiao is not seriously injured. By dawn, he should be fine. After determining the next course of action, Yun Tian Su and the others quickly left. Meanwhile, Shen Zui, Yi Ning, and others stayed by Qiao's side the entire night. The next morning, Qiao had fully recovered. When he learned that it was the Su family who had secretly attacked him, Qiao stepped forward voluntarily. Master, when that bunch of Su family scoundrels arrives, don't hold me back. I must make them understand what the consequences are for offending this bear. Qiao was now filled with fighting spirit. Seeing this, Shen Zui smiled slightly. Now this is the way a bear should be. After speaking, Shen Zui took Chiu to the city wall of Yun City. This would be their battlefield today. The situation in Blue Star was different from Earth. Since technology was never mainstream, all battles were resolved with beasts. Every city here was built with tall walls to prevent beast attacks. Uncle Yun, how's the situation? After climbing the city wall, Shen Zui quickly approached Yun Tiansu. Now, Rose and Xiao have fully recovered their strength, and he no longer needs to hide. As we expected, the Su family, Sun family, and Mu family have almost simultaneously mobilized. They will probably arrive by noon. At this moment, He Ziqi also walked over with the members of the Yi family. Shen Zui, these are all elders of our Yi family. Each of them has a bloodline beast. After listening to He Ziqi's introduction, Shen Zui also introduced Rose and Xiao to everyone. Among these people, apart from the Yi family members, 3 were recruited by He Ziqi from society, and each of them is a person of great stature. One has a tiger bloodline beast, and the other has a bear bloodline beast. My goodness, a beast master named Wu Minqing stepped forward. His beast is an iron plate rhinoceros beetle. Insect-type beasts are already rare, but his iron plate rhinoceros beetle is a purple-grade second-tier beast, easily overpowering other beast masters. The iron plate rhinoceros beetle is entirely black, although it is only half a meter long. It has a giant shovel-like appendage on its upper lip that is the same length as its body. Brother, my position is in jeopardy now. Wu Minqing laughed heartily. He looked at Shen Zui and couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder such a big commotion has arisen. If I weren't an elder, I would definitely want to compete with you. Shen Zui smiled at Wu Minqing's words, glancing at everyone. Elders, this matter arose because of me, Shen Zui. Thank you all for coming. Wu Minqing waved his hand. Brother, you're being too polite. You are also an elder of the Yi family now, and besides, who here hasn't long disliked the Su family? Today, we're just settling the score. As soon as Wu Minqing finished speaking, the other elders nodded in agreement. We have endured the Su family for so many years, just waiting for this day. Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, counting the Su family's crimes. Yun Tianzi had already received a report from the scouts. Head of the family, the Su family and Sun family are only 5 kilometers away from us. The Mu family is also on their way, still 20 kilometers away. As soon as the scout finished speaking, Yun Tianzi asked, how many people have they mobilized this time? In the video, dozens of black cars from the Su family formed a long line, with all the beasts of the beast masters following alongside the cars. In the sky, there were cranes, eagles, geese, and falcons flying densely, while on the ground, clouds of dust were kicked up by tigers, leopards, wolves, and lions running. Each of these beasts is at least a red-grade beast. It truly looks magnificent. Not far from these black cars, there were 10 identical off-road vehicles. This should be the Sun family's forces. Yun Tianzi nodded, a fierce look flashing across his face. Just in time. It's been a while since we last fought. It's time to stretch our muscles. Chapter 85, Lion and Tiger Duel. In no time, when Su Jingji led his forces to Yun City, the city gates were tightly closed. Seeing this situation, Su Jingji frowned slightly. He had anticipated this before setting out. After all, Yun City is the stronghold of the Yi family, and Yun Tianzi definitely wouldn't want to see the Yi family in trouble. City Lord Yun, this matter is between us and the Yi family. I hope you won't interfere. As Su Jingji spoke, Sun Wujing also walked over. The Sun family was clearly unprepared for Yun Tianzi's sudden involvement. If Yun Tianzi participates, the situation will be very different. Although bloodline beasts are much stronger than ordinary beasts, in the face of absolute numbers, bloodline beasts cannot gain an advantage. Su Jingji looked at Yun Tianzi, standing on the city wall, and sneered coldly. Don't worry, He Yuqin has already contacted the Yunzhou Beastmaster Association. As long as Yun Tianzi isn't foolish, he definitely won't take action. Just as they were speaking, to the north of Su Jingji and the others, the Mu family's forces from Canton City also arrived. In an instant, the number of beasts from the Su family alliance outside Yun City approached 200. At the same time, Yun Tianzi suddenly received a phone call from Yunzhou. Governor Zhuang, why are you calling? The call was from Zhuang Anbang, the governor of Yunzhou, located in Longqing. Hearing Yun Tianzi's words, Zhuang Anbang couldn't help but smile slightly. Brother Yun, if I hadn't called you, you would really be in big trouble. After several days of persuasion by He Yuqin, the president of your Yun City Beastmaster Association, the vice president Wang Yuanjia has already set off for your Yun City. You've made quite a stir this time in Yun City. Hearing Zhuang Anbang's words, Yun Tianzi's heart skipped a beat. Wang Yuanjia is a tough character, his purple-grade beast. The purple-gold baboon is a purple-grade 6th-tier bloodline beast, incredibly powerful, and even Kuan Yunyan is not a match for it. Governor Zhuang. Shen Zui is a rare genius beast master. His talent is unprecedented even in Yunzhou. We in Yun City have already taken his side, and even if Wang Yuanjia comes, I will not give up. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Onbong on the other end of the line was momentarily stunned. Brother Yin, have you thought this through? Zhuang Onbong asked again. Is this Shen Zui really worth you putting everything on the line? Yun Tianzi replied firmly. Yes, this is my well-considered decision. After a brief silence on the phone, Zhuang Onbong spoke. In that case, I suggest you settle this quickly. I can lend you a hand with the remaining matters. However, after it's over, I want to meet this Shen Zui, the one you've staked everything on. When Zhuang Onbong said this, a hint of joy appeared on Yun Tianzi's face. With the governor of Yunzhou as support, he felt even more confident. After hanging up the phone, Yun Tianzi immediately approached He Ziqi and quickly conveyed Zhuang Onbong's intention to him and Shen Zui. Su Jingji, you're causing such a huge commotion just to find me, aren't you? You saw it with your own eyes. Su Chungming died right in front of me last night. A cold smile flashed across Shen Zui's lips. I, Shen Zui, am right here. If you have the guts, come at me one-on-one. Hearing Shen Zui's words, Su Jingji was about to explode with rage. He stepped out from the crowd, pointing at Shen Zui on the city tower and roaring, Shen Zui, return to Ming's life. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloodthirsty lion behind Su Jingji let out a furious roar. It shook its golden mane, and its originally 1-meter body suddenly swelled to 3 meters. Bloodthirsty lion? Shen Zui glanced over, and the detailed information about the bloodthirsty lion appeared before him. Bloodthirsty lion. Species, lion. Tier, purple grade 2nd tier. Attack, 22, 358. Defense, 16, 375. Agility, 8, 380. Bloodline inheritance, roaring lion. Skills, Lion King's roar, rending blade, Beast King's might, lion illusion. Description, a beast at the top of the food chain. Its overwhelming attack power is fearsome, known as the king of all beasts. Without waiting for Shen Zui to speak, Rose stood up from the ground. The bloodthirsty lion's roar had instantly enraged her. Master, let me deal with him. Since Rose has been following Shen Zui, this is the first time she has actively requested to battle. Rose, this guy is 1 tier higher than you. Rose's eyes fixated on the bloodthirsty lion. As a bloodline beast herself, the tiger bloodline within her does not allow her to wait any longer. I want him to know who truly is the king of all beasts. Hearing Rose's words, Shen Zui nodded. Although the bloodthirsty lion's tier is higher than Rose's. From the attributes, after Shen Zui adjusted her attributes, Rose's combat power completely surpasses that of the bloodthirsty lion. Roar. With a thunderous tiger roar, Rose's body suddenly grew to over 3 meters. The king character on her forehead was particularly striking. Without waiting for Shen Zui to give the order, Rose leaped and jumped directly down from the more than 20-meter-high city wall. It's her. When Su Jingji saw Rose jump down, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Yesterday, he saw the windstorm tiger appear beside Shen Zui in the video. Lion King, take him down and avenge Ming. At that moment, the lion and the tiger, 2 colossal beasts, stood facing each other. The iron blood lion's eyes shone with a fierce purple light the moment the rose appeared, and its fur stood on end. This was a battle for dignity. Yun Tianzi frowned on the city wall. In his view, both sides were almost evenly matched, and he had no idea who would ultimately win. Roar. As soon as the rose landed, under Su Jingji's command, the iron blood lion launched the first attack on the rose. The Lion King roared. With a roar from the iron blood lion, a powerful bloodline pressure rapidly spread outwards from him. But at that moment, the rose did not show any weakness. Tiger roar in the mountain forest. Just as the bloodline pressure of the iron blood lion was about to reach the rose, the bloodline power of the tiger tribe surged forward with the tiger's roar. In an instant, all the beast tamers on the city wall trembled. The iron blood lion and the windstorm tiger were both top beasts at the top of the food chain, and their immense bloodline pressure was something ordinary beasts could not withstand. Beasts below red rank level 3 almost immediately lay on the ground. Even beasts at red rank level 8 felt their legs trembling. Lion King, tear her apart, tear through the fierce blade. Under Su Jingji's command, the iron blood lion suddenly accelerated and pounced towards the windstorm tiger, the rose. As he swung his claws, they even produced a sound of breaking air. But the rose was equally formidable. At the moment the attack began, she charged straight at the iron blood lion. Chapter 86, King of All Beasts. Windstorm Fierce Blade. The moment the rose pounced, several wind blades accompanied by sonic booms shot toward the iron blood lion's skill. Shen Zui watched from the city wall, clearly seeing that the skills of the iron blood lion and the windstorm tiger were almost identical. When their skills collided, a piercing cold wind erupted on the battlefield. Swish! The flags that were originally hanging on the city wall suddenly unfurled, and under the gusts of wind, one flag was even torn open. Is this the battle between beast kings? Even He Ziqi and Yun Tianzi couldn't help but exclaim. They had seen many battles, but this battle between lions and tigers was the first for them. Moreover, both sides were top beasts with bloodlines. Just as everyone was marveling, the situation on the battlefield had already changed. After the first round of skill exchanges, the Iron Bloodline and the Rose collided with each other. With a loud slap, the Iron Bloodline struck the Rose's forearm, and at that moment, the Rose twisted her body, and her tiger paw slammed into the Iron Bloodline's back. Although the Iron Bloodline was one rank higher than the Rose, in terms of attack, the Iron Bloodline had only 22,358, while the Rose's attack attribute, after Shen Zui's adjustments, had reached a terrifying 24,150, a full 1,792 points higher than the Iron Bloodline, while it seemed to be nearly 1,800 points. The situation would be very different when considering the defense gap. After Shen Zui's adjustments, the Rose's defense value was 17,930 points, while the Iron Bloodline's defense was only 16,735 points, with a difference of 195 points. This meant that the gap between the Iron Bloodline and the Windstorm Tiger in terms of attack and defense was 3,000 points. Of course, the Battle of Beasts is not just about absolute values. Combat skills also play a crucial role. In this aspect, compared to the Iron Bloodline living in the human world, the Rose's environment in the Howling Forest was clearly more treacherous, which determined the gap in their combat skills. The Iron Bloodline attacked the Rose's forearm, while the Rose chose to strike at the Iron Bloodline's most vulnerable spot, the back. With one strike, the difference in strength became evident. Roar. The Rose had only 3 scratches on her forearm, but the Iron Bloodline let out a miserable cry and fell several dozen meters away from the Rose. In the next moment, the Iron Bloodline clearly began to retreat. Roar. This time, the Rose's roar was filled with dominance, having gained the upper hand. She gave the Iron Bloodline no chance to catch its breath. With a low growl, the Rose stepped closer to the Iron Bloodline. Lion King, take him down. Su Jingji commanded the Iron Bloodline from a distance. In his eyes, both sides were evenly matched, and it was clear that the Rose had been injured. But in reality, the internal injuries the Rose's paw inflicted on the Iron Bloodline were far more serious than the superficial wounds visible to everyone. On the city wall, Tang Wen shook his head upon seeing this. The Iron Bloodline was defeated. After all, the lion was still too inferior in front of the tiger. Just as Tang Wen's words fell, the Rose had already forced the Iron Bloodline back 100 meters. If the Iron Bloodline continued to retreat, it would end up among Su's people. Lion King, Beast King's might. Seeing this, Su Jingji gave the order, and the Iron Bloodline stopped retreating. It shook its fur, and a larger phantom emerged around it. At that moment, Shen Zui immediately saw the Iron Bloodline's skill clearly. Beast King's might. The Iron Bloodline unleashes powerful battle intent, increasing all its attributes by 1,000 points, reducing all other beast attributes by 1,000 points, increasing its bloodline pressure by 10, and decreasing other beasts' bloodline pressure by 10. I must say, this skill is indeed domineering. The increase and decrease can instantly widen the gap with other beasts. However, there has never been an eternal principle in the Beast Tamer world. The moment the Iron Bloodline's skill exploded, Shen Zui clearly felt the bloodline power within the Rose flowing faster, even hinting at an explosive tendency. Not only that, at that moment, the Rose's battle intent grew stronger. In the Rose's heart, the Iron Bloodline's skill was undoubtedly a challenge to her tiger tribe's authority. Roar. After a roar, Shen Zui was surprised to find that the Iron Bloodline's skill had a greatly reduced effect on the Rose. Originally, each attribute should have decreased by 1,000 points, but now it had only decreased by 500 points. In terms of attributes, the Rose still maintained a suppressive force over the Iron Bloodline. Just then, the Rose faced the Iron Bloodline's skill, advancing instead of retreating. And soon the distance between them was less than 50 meters. Iron Bloodline, Packline Phantom. Su Jingji finally felt that the situation on the battlefield was somewhat unfavorable. He roared, and the Iron Bloodline finally erupted. In an instant, 5 lioness phantoms suddenly emerged around the Iron Bloodline. Lions are social beasts, and this pack lion phantom was his most powerful skill. Each of the 5 lioness phantoms possessed 60 of the Iron Bloodline's battle strength, making the group attack undoubtedly the most lethal compared to the solitary tiger tribe beasts. But at that moment, Shen Zui coldly smiled. The skills of the Iron Blood Lion and the Windstorm Tiger were too similar. Do you want to strike a fatal blow? Then let me show you what it truly means to be the king of all beasts. Rose, Frost, and Shadow Shatter. In a flash, just as the Iron Blood Lion counterattacked, the Rose slightly bent her hind legs, and her entire tiger body sprang up like a spring, suddenly leaping into the air. Roar. Under the tiger's roar, the Rose's figure split into 3, and 3 tiger shadows charged towards the Iron Blood Lion's body. At that moment, time seemed to stop. The Rose-S figure instantly reached around the Iron Bloodlion, and her massive tiger paws came crashing down from 3 different directions onto the Iron Bloodlion's back. Roar! Just then, the 3 lioness phantoms immediately stood in front of the Rose with a roar from the Iron Bloodlion. The Iron Bloodlion had already sensed that it could not withstand the Rose-S attack. What he can do now is to use the phantom of the 3-headed lionesses to block Rose's attacks, while he and the phantoms of the other 2 lionesses launch attacks against Rose. However, he has seriously underestimated Rose's skills. The tiger shadows produced by the wind and frost-shattered shadows are all the embodiment of Rose, yet none of them are actually Rose. Bang! With a single palm strike, Rose shattered the 3 lionesses' phantoms into pieces in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the Iron Blood Lion and the phantoms of the other 2 lionesses also launched an attack on Rose. However, when the Iron Blood Lion bit down, it couldn't even catch a single hair. But at that moment, Rose's figure appeared behind the Iron Blood Lion. Chapter 87, Titan Demon Bear. Thud! The 3 tiger shadows merged into one, and a massive tiger paw smashed down onto the Iron Blood Lion's back. This time, Rose's attack almost exhausted all her strength, and even the phantom of the lioness behind her had completely given up. With a loud crash, the Iron Blood Lion was heavily smashed down into the ground, creating a deep pit over a meter wide around it, causing the Sioux family members to quickly retreat in fear. How could this happen? At that moment, people saw that under Rose's strike, the Iron Blood Lion had smashed a pit more than a meter deep into the ground. Rose's tiger paw was firmly pressed against the Iron Blood Lion, and she howled to the sky, as if declaring to everyone that the Tiger Clan is the rightful king of all beasts. Although she was 1 level lower than the Iron Blood Lion, Rose had shown absolute dominance from the very beginning. Yun Tianzi, witnessing this, couldn't help but be astonished. Is this the power of the Tiger Clan's beast taming? Standing beside Yun Tianzi, Xiao Yungang was completely stunned. Although his beast, the Scarlet Flame Howling Tiger, was also from the Tiger Clan, he knew very well that the Scarlet Flame Howling Tiger definitely did not possess such overwhelming dominance, challenging a higher tier, severely injuring a top-tier beast like the Iron Blood Lion. While remaining unscathed himself, if it were the Scarlet Flame Howling Tiger, it would certainly require a lot of effort. Tang Wen shook his head, having already seen this outcome. The Lion Clan ultimately fell short. Saying this, he modified the rankings of beast taming strength in his records, changing the originally tied Lion Clan and Tiger Clan to Tiger Clan above, Lion Clan below. Lion King. At this moment, Su Jingji looked at the situation before him. Feeling anxious, kill him for me. He waved his hand, and the other beasts of the Su family were about to take action. But at that moment, the first to attack Rose was the Titan Demon Bear, the beast of Sun Wuji, standing on the other side. Thud! The Titan Demon Bear, originally over 3 meters tall, reached 5 meters as it entered battle mode. It slammed its forearms heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Then, it suddenly accelerated and charged towards Rose. After knocking the Iron Blood Lion down, Rose was about to deliver a finishing blow, but when she felt the threat from behind her, she immediately abandoned the Iron Blood Lion. Roar! Rose leaped, turning to glare at the Titan Demon Bear rushing towards her. But at that moment, the Titan Demon Bear had already raised its paw high. With a punch that struck down, the ground cracked with several fissures. Brother Jingji, leave the next part to me. Sun Wuji smiled slightly. He could see clearly that although Rose had won the battle, her stamina had clearly decreased significantly. If he attacked at this moment, his Titan Demon Bear would immediately gain the upper hand, even if he couldn't subdue the Gale Tiger. Obtaining a crystal core from a Tiger Clan beast would be a tremendous gain for the Sun family. Unfortunately, before Sun Wuji could finish speaking, Qiao saw Rose in danger and jumped down from the city wall without a second thought. The 20-meter-high city wall didn't pose a problem for the tough-skinned and muscular Qiao as he rolled upon landing. Roar! Qiao charged at the Titan Demon Bear with a furious roar. Just this? Sun Wuji couldn't help but want to laugh. Qiao seemed so small compared to the Titan Demon Bear. But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Qiao entered battle mode. In an instant, Qiao's body grew to about 5 meters. Although he looked slightly smaller than the Titan Demon Bear, both bears were now at least on the same starting line. Roar! Seeing the black and white creature before him, the Titan Demon Bear was momentarily stunned, then bared its teeth and let out an angry roar at Qiao. Titan Demon Bear. Species, Bear Clan. Rank, Purple Grade 1. Attack, 26679. Defense, 22083. Agility, 3652. Bloodline Inheritance, Titan Giant Bear, 8 Inheritance. Skills, Titan's Might, Ground-Shaking Palm Strike, Titan Demonization. Master of Strength. When Shen Zui saw the attributes of the Titan Demon Bear, he couldn't help but be taken aback. The Bloodline Inheritance had reached 8, which is indeed considered strong compared to the typical 1 to 3 inheritance of ordinary beast tamers. From the attributes, the Titan Demon Bear's strength far exceeded that of an average Bloodline beast. Despite its pitiful agility, both its attack and defense completely crushed Rose. Even after reallocation, Qiuqiu's attack, with a 30 Bloodline awakening, was merely 27329. A few hundred points difference in attack value was negligible compared to the thousands of attack points. However, the Titan Demon Bear's defense far surpassed Qiuqiu's by 1,500 points. It is not an exaggeration to say that Qiuqiu could cause negligible damage to the Titan Demon Bear. Sure enough, everything went as Shen Zui had predicted. As the two bears faced each other, the battle erupted instantly. The Titan Demon Bear quickly engaged in combat with Qiuqiu. Slap. The Titan Demon Bear's massive paw landed directly on Qiuqiu's back, while Qiuqiu retaliated with a slap to the Titan Demon Bear's face. In front of everyone, the battle between the two bears involved no skills whatsoever. Mount Tai presses down. Relying on the suppression of bloodlines, Qiuqiu, who was only a red grade 2, managed to hold his ground against the Titan Demon Bear's overwhelming power. At this moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. How could this be? Sun Wuji was left speechless for a long time. He had always thought his Titan Demon Bear could crush all other bear clans, but now, with Qiuqiu's appearance, it had completely overturned his understanding. This panda's bloodline power was at least over 15. When he reached this conclusion, a glimmer of greed flashed in Sun Wuji's eyes. If they could obtain Qiuqiu, or even just Qiuqiu's crystal core, the Sun family would make a fortune. Titan Demon Bear, Titan Demonization. After making his decision, Sun Wuji let out an angry roar. Immediately, a purple glow enveloped the Titan Demon Bear, and its body, originally 5 meters tall, grew even larger. In the world of beast taming, size is often proportional to strength. As the Titan Demon Bear grew, its gaze towards Qiuqiu changed. The 5-meter-tall Qiuqiu could now be looked down upon. Not good. Shen Zui frowned. At that moment, he clearly saw through the eye of Bo Lu that the Titan Demon Bear's agility had suddenly decreased by 500, while its attack and defense increased by 1,000 each. Qiuqiu, create some distance. Shen Zui shouted decisively. Just then, Qiuqiu also realized the Titan Demon Bear's sudden power surge. Seeing the Titan Demon Bear raise its hand to attack, Qiuqiu slammed his forearms heavily on the ground and quickly retreated to the side. Chapter 88, Titan Demonization. Ground-shaking palm strike. The Titan Demon Bear punched the ground, and the entire battlefield was instantly filled with dust. When the dust settled, everyone gasped in shock. With a single punch, the Titan Demon Bear had created a nearly 10-meter-deep pit right before it. The attack power is terrifying. Yin Tians couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the scene before him. Shen Zui, don't engage head-on. Qiuqiu is no match for him. Observing the situation on the battlefield, Yin Tians immediately reminded Shen Zui. After all, his combat experience was much richer than Shen Zui's, and upon noticing the significant increase in the Titan Demon Bear's power, Yin Tians quickly identified its fatal weakness, agility. Throughout the battle, the Titan Demon Bear had been standing still, launching attacks without moving an inch. Shen Zui nodded. He was well aware of this. It seemed that the so-called Titan transformation sacrificed the Titan Demon Bear's agility in exchange for increased attack and defense. The current Titan Demon Bear was practically a combat fortress. Any beastmaster that approached him would be attacked. Shen Zui looked at the attributes. Compared to Qiuqiu's impressive agility of 9,052, the Titan Demon Bear's agility was only 3,152, with a 6,000-point agility difference. The Titan Demon Bear couldn't catch up to Qiuqiu. In no time, Qiuqiu began to circle around this massive creature. Roar! The Titan Demon Bear swung its paws, slowly turning in place to follow Qiuqiu. Titan's might. Seeing the situation on the battlefield, Sun Wuji felt anxious. The Titan Demon Bear's transformation lasted only 15 minutes. And if they couldn't engage in battle now, he would have no chance of defeating Qiuqiu. Thud! With a command from Sun Wuji, the Titan Demon Bear suddenly raised its arms high and slammed them down onto the ground. At that moment, the ground shook slightly around the Titan Demon Bear, and a powerful shockwave spread outward. The Titan's might, mixed with the Titan Demon Bear's bloodline power, seemed poised to tear Qiuqiu apart. However, when the shockwave hit Qiuqiu, a more noble bloodline power enveloped him. The ground had cracked open in several places, but Qiuqiu, wrapped in the bloodline power, was hardly threatened, only swaying slightly. Such powerful bloodline. Sun Wuji realized once again the depth of Qiuqiu's heritage. How high is this panda's bloodline inheritance? How could it be so unaffected? Nonsense. Qiuqiu's bloodline is inherited from the Chaos Devouring Bear and has awakened 21, as the supreme powerhouse of the bear clan. How could he be intimidated by the Titan Demon Bear with only 8 bloodline? As the two bloodline powers collided, Qiuqiu's bloodline power uncontrollably surged back towards the Titan Demon Bear. Roar! Qiao seemed to feel his bloodline was violated, and his eyes turned blood red at that moment. A powerful battle intent erupted from within Qiao. Master, I must defeat him. Qiao's voice suddenly appeared in Shen Zui's mind. Feeling Qiao's intense anger, Shen Zui frowned. If they clashed head-on with the Titan Demon Bear now, Qiao would surely come away with nothing good. But Qiao's strong battle intent made it hard for Shen Zui to refuse. After all, this was a battle of dignity for the bears. Qiao, circle around to the back of the Titan Demon Bear. Shen Zui continuously observed the Titan Demon Bear's situation and soon made a decision. With Shen Zui's agreement, Qiao's speed increased once more. In the blink of an eye, he reached the back of the Titan Demon Bear and decisively launched an attack, while the Titan Demon Bear had not yet turned around. Bear's roar. Since Shen Zui agreed to Qiao's request, he was naturally prepared. At that moment, Qiao suddenly stood up, and with a thunderous roar, immense pressure enveloped the Titan Demon Bear. Bear's roar could increase Qiao's attack power by 30, speed by 30, and agility by 20, while ignoring 20 of damage within 1 minute. Moreover, within the sound wave range, the enemy Beastmaster's attack would be reduced by 30, speed by 30, and agility by 20. Although affected by rank, the enhancement from Bear's roar for Qiao would not be diminished, and it also reduced the Titan Demon Bear's attack and agility by 5, while ignoring 5 of damage. That was enough. At this moment, Qiao's power greatly exceeded that of the Titan Demon Bear. The battle between Bear Clan Beastmasters might seem the least interesting, but it was also the most shocking. There were no flashy techniques. Each attack was a direct clash of bodies. The weight of the mountain, with the boost from Bear's roar. Qiao's paw came crashing down on the Titan Demon Bear's back, like a meteor. At that moment, the Titan Demon Bear's legs dug deep into the ground. After landing a hit, Qiao immediately aimed a paw at the most vulnerable part of the Beastmaster, its neck, with nearly 36,000 in attack power. If Qiao's strike landed, the Titan Demon Bear would be severely injured, if not killed. At that moment, Sun Wuji also became anxious. He never expected Qiao would attack like this. The Titan Demon Bear, master of strength. Finally, at this critical moment, Sun Wuji activated the Titan Demon Bear's ultimate skill. Suddenly, a purple light erupted from the Titan Demon Bear, completely enveloping a 20-meter radius. Qiao's body suddenly veered uncontrollably to the side. At this point, Shen Zui was stunned. The Titan Demon Bear's skill was incredibly bizarre. Just then, Shen Zui turned to Tang Wen beside him. A hint of hesitation flashed in Tang Wen's eyes. He looked at the Titan Demon Bear's body and said unexpectedly, the Titan Demon Bear's skill is so domineering. It actually controls the surrounding gravity. Qiao must have lost balance, which is why the attack missed. At this, a glimmer of caution flashed in Shen Zui's eyes as he looked at the Titan Demon Bear. This Titan Demon Bear had such a miraculous skill. In that case, you can't be left alive. At that moment, Qiao's Bear's roar had only 30 seconds left. This meant that if they missed these 30 seconds, Qiao's advantage would vanish. Qiao, charge in and attack the Titan Demon Bear's lower body. Shen Zui immediately thought of a way to deal with the Titan Demon Bear. Understood. Failing to land a hit, Qiao had already pulled 30 meters away from the Titan Demon Bear. With Shen Zui's command and another 30 speed boost from Bear's roar, Qiao's current charge speed was even beyond that of a rose. Thud. A red flash zipped by as Qiao's massive body crashed into the Titan Demon Bear's legs. Chapter 89, Titan Demon Bear, dead. Qiao suddenly changed tactics, and Sun Wuji panicked. Just moments ago, Qiao's mountain press had driven the Titan Demon Bear's feet nearly half a meter deep into the ground. Furthermore, with the 5 deceleration effect from Bear's roar, the Titan Demon Bear's agility and speed were now less than 2,500 points. In such a situation, facing Qiao's attack, he had no chance to turn around. Fearless. Quick. Sun Wuji shouted urgently. At that moment, Sun Wuji's bloodline Beastmaster, the Gaboo bird, shot towards Qiao's eyes like an arrow. Roar. Seeing the Gaboo bird make its move, the nearby Rose let out a tiger's roar and pounced. Gale blade. Rose's claws shot out, and several wind blades flew towards the Gaboo bird. Finally feeling the threat from the Gale tiger, the Gaboo bird's flying speed decreased significantly, and its body quickly tilted in midair. Under Rose's interference, Qiao finally crashed into the Titan Demon Bear. Thud. The Titan Demon Bear face down. Its nearly 8-meter body slammed heavily into the ground. At that moment, everyone was stunned. A red tier 2nd level Beastmaster actually defeated a purple tier 1st level beast? Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Qiao suddenly surged forward, plopping down on the back of the Titan Magic Bear like a bomb. No. Sun Wuji screamed in agony. Although Qiao was not as large as the Titan Magic Bear, it was still like a small mountain. In an instant, All the Bloodline Beastmasters of the Sun family sprang into action. At the same time, Su Jingji noticed the change in the battlefield and immediately prepared to urge his Bloodline Beastmaster to launch an attack. Want to gang up? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in He Ziqi and Yun Tian's eyes. Kuan Yunyan, attack. Flat-headed weasel, attack. In an instant, Kuan Yun's wings flapped, entering a combat state. Meanwhile, the flat-headed weasel leaped lightly and jumped down from the city wall. Yun Tian's, Xiao Yungang, and the elders of the Yi family all stared intently at the battlefield. As long as the Su family dared to make a move, they would not hold back. When Sun Wujia saw the actions of He Ziqi and the others, he was about to give an order but choked on it. He glanced at the Iron Blood Lion beside him. The earlier support from the Titan Magic Bear had allowed the Iron Blood Lion to narrowly escape Rose's attack, but now, the Iron Blood Lion was on the brink of death and had no ability to continue fighting. In contrast, He Ziqi and Yun Tian's beasts were all at their peak condition. In this situation, if they attacked, the Su family would get no advantage at all. Sun Wujia glanced at Sun Wujia. In his eyes, the Sun family was merely a tool and cannon fodder. Now that the defeat of the Titan Magic Bear was inevitable, he saw no need to pay such a price. Crack! A crisp sound was heard as Qiuqiu's body smashed the spine of the Titan Magic Bear into two halves. Roar! The Titan Magic Bear let out a heart-wrenching howl, struggling desperately. Su Jingji, why don't you attack? Sun Wujia looked at the failed attack of the Gubbard with dissatisfaction and roared at Su Jingji. Brother Wujia, the Yi family and the Yun family are eyeing us. If I make a move, they definitely want to stand by. Hearing this, Sun Wujia cursed Su Jingji 1,000 times in his heart. Su Jingji, you are shameless. Sun Wujia said, immediately mobilizing the last bloodline beast of the Sun family, the Flame Badger, to save the situation. Although the Flame Badger was also a purple-tier first-level beast, facing Qiuqiu's pressure and the watchful Rose, it could only bare its teeth and had no other substantial means. With its back broken, the Titan Magic Bear's previously demonized state had completely dissipated. It now resembled a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, allowing Qiuqiu to slap it repeatedly. Thud! One punch landed, and the Titan Magic Bear let out another howl. After just 3 punches, the area where the Titan Magic Bear's spine was broken was already a bloody mess. Qiuqiu sat completely on top of the Titan Magic Bear, remaining motionless no matter how much the Titan Magic Bear struggled. Sun Wujia was so furious he nearly rushed up. As a beast master, nothing hurt more than watching his beast being beaten helplessly. I concede. Sun Wujia looked at Yun Tian's, He Ziqi, and Shen Zui on the city wall. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but if this continued, the Titan Magic Bear would only have death awaiting it. Surrender? When Shen Zui heard Sun Wujia's words, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He Ziqi glanced at Shen Zui. He had seen too many such scenes. Mercy towards the enemy was cruelty towards oneself. Shen Zui, ignore him, take down the Titan Magic Bear. At that moment, Yun Tian's also spoke up. Now that the Titan Magic Bear was heavily injured, the Sun family's biggest threat was gone, but on the other side of the Su family, there was still the Mu family from Carton City, which had remained silent throughout. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Shen Zui gritted his teeth and decisively ordered Qiuqiu. At this moment, Qiuqiu's paw strikes suddenly stopped. Just as Sun Wujia breathed a sigh of relief, believing the situation would ease, Shen Zui's words stunned everyone. Sun Wujia, Shen Zui, have no grudges against you, yet you collude with Su Jingji, running all the way from Pingxing to oppose me. Just a moment ago, you even took the initiative to attack. Now you want to beg for mercy? Too late. As soon as Shen Zui's words fell, Qiuqiu opened its mouth wide and bit down on the Titan Magic Bear. Crack! As Qiuqiu bit down, everyone witnessed the terrifying bite force of the panda. One of the Titan Magic Bear's legs was directly bitten into 2 pieces. That rock-solid bone was also crushed into powder. Roar! Qiuqiu suddenly let out a howl to the sky, then slapped its paw down on the Titan Magic Bear's cervical vertebrae. At this point, after the last struggle, the Titan Magic Bear's head crashed heavily to the ground. Crack! Qiuqiu exerted force with both arms, directly prying open the Titan Magic Bear's mouth. Following that, a scene that made everyone's hearts tremble appeared. Qiuqiu waved its paw and directly excavated a crystal core, emitting a faint purple glow from the Titan Magic Bear's head. Uffed. Seeing this, Sun Wujia could no longer hold back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Su Jingji's hands also shook. Such a bloody scene finally allowed the hatred that had blinded his rationality to recede. What exactly is this panda? At this moment, he, who had originally vowed to take revenge for Su Qingming, suddenly felt a flicker of regret. Chapter 90. One word to retreat the enemy. Su Jingji, you ungrateful scoundrel. At this moment, Sun Wujia's brother, Sun Wuwei, saw his brother faint from anger and immediately stood up. Flame Badger, cease combat. Yun Tian's, He Ziqi, Today's grudge. Our Sun family will remember. Sun Wuwei supported Sun Wujia, who was seated in the vehicle, and looked at Su Jingji. Su Jingji, you should take care. The grievances between you and the Yi family. Our Sun family will withdraw. Sun Wuwei glared at Su Jingji with hatred, compared to Shen Zui and the others. The one he hated the most was still the Su family. The Titan Magic Bear died at Qiuqiu's hands. At least that could be blamed on their lack of strength. But as allies, it was the Su family that brought them here in the first place. If only Su Jingji had sent a beast to help the Titan Magic Bear earlier, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Su Jingji looked at Sun Wujia. Brother Wujia. It was the situation that forced us. I, Su Jingji, am not someone who doesn't know right from wrong. Su Jingji's words sounded particularly pale and powerless at this moment. All along, the Titan Magic Bear had been the strongest beast of the Sun family. And now that the Titan Magic Bear was dead, even if they stayed here, it wouldn't make much difference. I really regret listening to a merchant's words. At that moment, Sun Wujia also groggily woke from his faint. Looking at the corpse of the Titan Magic Bear, he was overwhelmed with grief. If it weren't for his coveting of the Yi family's wealth and bloodline beasts, perhaps the Sun family wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Glancing at Su Jingji, Sun Wujia clenched his fists tightly. He had now understood Su Jingji's ugly face. In a merchant's eyes, there is only profit. All loyalty can be discarded without reservation at any moment. Let's go. At this moment, Sun Wujia weakly waved his hand, and all the members of the Sun family immediately boarded the off-road vehicle. At this point, a smile appeared on the faces of He Ziqi, Yin Tiance, and the others on the city wall. The Sun family was leaving, and now, the Su family had directly lost 2 bloodline beasts and dozens of red tier and above beasts. The strength of Su Jingji's alliance had dropped by a quarter in an instant. Zilong, it's up to you now. At that moment, Yin Tiance's gaze had already shifted to the Mu family in Canton City on the other side of the Su family. After taking down the Titan Demon Bear, Shen Zui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he quickly witnessed the power of He Ziqi. He Ziqi smiled and looked at Su Jingji. Brother Jingji, do you know why our 2 families have become increasingly wealthy over the years? As he spoke, He Ziqi pointed at the corpse of the Titan Demon Bear. It's because I, He Ziqi, understand that focusing only on immediate benefits narrows my path. And thanks to Sun Wujia stepping up to save you earlier. He Ziqi's words were firm, and the entire crowd below could hear him clearly. Although his words seemed directed at Su Jingji, his peripheral vision never left the Mu family head, Mu Ziyang. The earlier scene made Mu Ziyang's heart skip a beat. He secretly pondered whether, if he were in trouble, would Su Jingji come to save him. After all, among the Sun, Su, and Mu families, the Su family was the strongest. Brother Ziyang, don't overthink it. Our Su family and your Mu family have a special relationship. I will never stand by and do nothing. Su Jingji clearly saw He Ziqi's intentions and quickly explained to Mu Ziyang. But upon hearing this, Mu Ziyang frowned. He had never realized how close his relationship with the Su family was. Brother Ziyang, did Su Jingji promise you that once he destroys my Yi family, he would share the bloodline beast and our Yi family's wealth with you? After years in the business world, He Ziqi understood Su Jingji's tricks all too well. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately glanced at Su Jingji. We've been dealing with the Su family for decades. I know exactly what kind of person Su Jingji is. Saying this, He Ziqi pointed at Qiuqiu. My Yi family is not made of clay. To my knowledge, the Su family is now heavily in debt, and attacking us is just a way for him to fill his own holes. At this point, Mu Ziyang was clearly hesitant. He looked at the various bloodline beasts on the city wall, then at the mere 4 bloodline beasts beside him. Without the help of the Beastmaster Guild, the Su family would indeed not be a match for the Yi family. Given the current situation, offending the Yi family for a bloodline beast was not a wise choice. Thinking of this, Mu Ziyang started to reconsider. He no longer dared to hope for the wealth of the Yi family. If what He Ziqi said was true, then from the beginning, Su Jingji had been completely deceiving them. Observing the change in the Mu family's attitude, Su Jingji immediately interrupted He Ziqi. Brother Ziyang, I, Su Jingji, keep my promises. When the Beastmaster Guild arrives, Shen Zui will surely have a hard time. Did you not see? His 2 beasts are already at their limit. They are not as strong as we thought. Su Jingji hurriedly explained. He Ziqi just wants to sow discord between us. Brother Ziyang, you must not be fooled. But just then, when He Ziqi saw that his words had taken effect, he immediately added fuel to the fire for the Mu family. He Ziqi pointed at the 4 bloodline beasts of the Mu family. Brother Ziyang, since last night until now, 2 of the Su family's bloodline beasts have already died in our hands. Now the Iron Blood Lion is severely injured. Who do you think is truly at their limit? If your Mu family is willing to be a puppet and tool for the Su family, what will you do if 1 or 2 of your beasts die? Can you accept that cost? He Ziqi's words struck directly at Mu Ziyang's heart. Although the Mu family had 4 bloodline beasts, 2 of them were just red tier. If defeated by the Yi family, it would be difficult for the Mu family to recover. Brother Jingji, I apologize for today's events. Our Mu family withdraws. The grievances between the Su and Yi families will be handled by you. Upon hearing this, Su Jingji was taken aback. He Zilong's move to cut off the foundation had caused him to lose a quarter of his strength with just a few words. Chapter 91. The chaos begins. As soon as Mu Xiang's words left his mouth, Su Zhengji was caught off guard. Now that the Sun family had already withdrawn, if the Mu family also pulled out, the Su family alone would not be qualified to compete with Yuntian Su and the Yi family. Just as Su Zhengji was at a loss, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the name of the caller, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Haha, Yi Zilong, do you really think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, Su Jingji waved his phone at Yi Zilong. He Heicheng, when will you arrive? This question was deliberately raised in volume. We have just arrived at the foot of Yun City, but Yi Zilong is truly cunning. He has actually allied with the city Lord Yuntian Su to deal with us. Upon hearing this, a cold laugh came from the other end of the line. Yi Zilong, he has gotten involved again. Then let's eradicate him completely. Wait for us. We'll be there in half an hour. After saying this, He Yuqin hung up the phone. Su Jingji waved his phone at Yi Zilong. Yi Zilong, even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't save you. He Yuqin has already brought the vice president of the Yunzhou Beastmaster Guild, Wang Yuanjia. No matter how capable you are, let's see how much longer you can last. After finishing, Su Zhengji glanced at Mu Xiang. However, the tone of his speech had completely changed. After all, compared to the Beastmaster Guild, the Mu family's power was indeed limited. At most, they could only help him fend off some of the Yi family's other elders' beasts. Brother Xiang, you heard that. With the Beastmaster Guild intervening, Yi Zilong's death is imminent. If you choose to leave now, I won't stop you. But I, Su Jingji, keep my word. As long as you continue to help me, the conditions I promised you will remain unchanged. At this point, Mu Xiang, who had originally intended to leave, hesitated. The situation before him seemed to have completely reversed with He Yuqin's phone call. The dilemma before him remained a difficult choice. Seeing Mu Xiang's hesitation, Yi Zilong spoke again. However, this time his tone had changed. Mu Xiang, the grievances between my Yi family and the Su family are our business. If you really decide to aid the oppressor, my Yi family will show no mercy. Saying this, Yi Zilong looked at the elders of the Yi family. Any who dare to attack my Yi family will be killed without mercy. After finishing, Yi Zilong glanced at Mu Xiang. If the Mu family insists on participating, I guarantee that before my Yi family fails, not a single person from your Mu family will survive. At this moment, Mu Xiang finally made up his mind. Yi Zilong was a man of his word. The Mu family was now a two-faced sinner, regardless of their choice. Brother Jingji, our Mu family has no intention of getting involved. I apologize. After saying this, Mu Xiang led the Mu family members to leave Yun City immediately. At this moment, a fierce look appeared on Su Jingji's face. Yi Zilong, so what if the Mu family leaves? I will definitely avenge aiming today. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yun Tiansu exchanged glances with Yi Zilong. They immediately understood each other's intentions. Yun Tiansu still remembered what Zhuang Anbang had told him. Now that the Beastmaster Guild was about to arrive, they had to act quickly. Attack! With Yi Zilong's command, the elders of the Yi family and Shen Zui immediately launched an attack on Su Jingji's forces. Yun Tiansu was not ambiguous at all. He waved his hand, and the Kuan Yun Yin soared straight into the sky with a sharp cry. Immediately, a fierce wind swept through the heavens and the earth, causing the members of the Su family to tumble in all directions. Roar! With a roar, the beasts of Ping Tu Jiao, Qi Yan Xiao Tian Hu, Xian Tian Sun, Ji Feng Hu, Qiu Qiu, and Wu Min Cheng rushed towards the formation of the Su family. In an instant, the entire scene became chaotic. All the beasts released their skills, and dust filled the air under Yunqing. At the forefront was Wu Min Cheng's Iron Plate Unicorn. After charging down from the city wall, the Iron Plate Unicorn's giant shovel suddenly expanded to over a meter. Its 4 pairs of legs on both sides transformed into 6 pairs, and the entire unicorn gleamed with a metallic luster, its giant shovel on its head also shining brightly at that moment. Shen Zui was momentarily stunned. He clearly felt the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converging towards the giant shovel of the unicorn. Following that, a faint glow enveloped the Iron Plate Unicorn, and without hesitation, it burrowed into the ground, disappearing from everyone's sight. But the next moment, Shen Zui and the others suddenly noticed that the entire soil layer was rapidly shifting, and the unicorn's speed underground was so fast that even the roses on the ground couldn't keep up. What a powerful skill! Wu Mincheng smiled slightly. Being the first elder from the Yi family, he naturally had his own strength. The unicorn's speed was incredibly fast. Wherever it went, the soil bulged up, and its target was the heavily injured Iron Bloodlion. Roar! The Iron Bloodlion had never seen such a scene. It stomped fiercely on the ground, trying to crush the unicorn, but just a second before its claw descended, the unicorn cleverly dodged past. The power of gold and stone. Just as the unicorn maneuvered behind the iron bloodlion, Wu Minqing suddenly let out a loud shout. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone. A burst of purple light erupted from the soil, and the unicorn's giant shovel lifted the iron bloodlion off the ground. Faced with such a peculiar attack, the iron bloodlion completely lost its balance for a moment. Now's the time. Shen Zui would never let such a good opportunity slip away. The iron bloodlion was now a full 6 or 7 meters above the ground, making it the weakest in terms of both defense and attack. Rose, Frosty Shadow. With Shen Zui's command, Rose's tiger body suddenly split into 3, using the force of the charge. Everyone felt a flash in front of them. And then 3 tiger shadows fell simultaneously, with 3 tiger paws smashing down on the iron bloodlion's back at the same time. This time, all of Rose's attacks landed on a single point, and the already heavily injured iron bloodlion had no chance of resisting Rose's monstrous assault. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, and as the iron bloodlion hit the ground, it was left with only a layer of flesh connected. Roar! Rose let out a roar, her mouth wide open, and she bit down on the iron bloodlion's neck. Second-tier purple-grade iron bloodlion dead. Chapter 92, The Battle with the Blood Python. Looking at the situation before him, Su Jingji quickly urged the other beasts to rescue, but this time, without the Sun family and the Titan Demon Bear. Which beast would dare to provoke Rose? No. Watching Rose bite down, Su Jingji felt as if he was about to explode. He felt a wave of suffocation in his chest, and then he spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Head of the family. In an instant, all the members of the Su family surrounded him, helping him retreat. Do not linger in battle, hold on. We must hold out until He Yuqin arrives. Su Jingji finally experienced what it meant to suffer the pain of losing a beast. He gritted his teeth. And now he only had one thought regarding Shen Zui and He Zilong. No matter the cost, He Zilong must die. With Su Jingji's command, the Su family quickly changed their method of resistance. All the beasts began to avoid battle. Every second of delay counted. Unfortunately, the more they did so, the fiercer the offensive momentum of He Zilong and Yuntian Su became. Qiu, Rose, take down that blood python. 50 meters away from Qiu and Rose, a 30 to 40 meter long blood python swung its tail left and right, creating significant pressure on the other beasts. Blood python. Race, python. Grade, first tier purple grade. Attack, 20116. Defense, 18541. Agility, 8917. Bloodline inheritance, blood dragon, inheritance degree 7. Skills, blood python tail swing, invincible charge, absolute binding. Shen Zui immediately recognized that this blood python was already a standout among the Su family's beasts. If they couldn't eliminate it first, they would never be able to resolve the situation quickly. Watch this. Hearing Shen Zui's command, Qiu and Rose, one bear and one tiger, charged towards the blood python. At that moment, the blood python had just swung its tail at the iron plate unicorn. Although the unicorn had an advantage in grade against the blood python, it had no advantage in actual combat. You long worm. Qiu roared in anger and directly pounced on the blood python. Damn it. Before the blood python could react, Qiu grabbed it. Just then, Rose's attack also arrived. Whoosh. The gale blade left several scratches on the blood python's body, but did not inflict any substantial damage. At that moment, seeing that it had been caught by Qiu, the blood python twisted its body according to Qiu's force and tightly coiled around Qiu. At that moment, Shen Zui's heart sank. The best attack method for python-type beasts is to constrict and suffocate. Once trapped, few beasts can escape. Qiu, get away quickly. He couldn't help but shout. But at that moment, it was already too late. Soon, the blood python had completely wrapped around Qiu. Damn it. Qiu finally sensed something was wrong, but even with all its strength, it couldn't break free. The most critical issue was that Qiu wanted to bite the blood python, but now its neck was already wrapped up by it. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before he suffocated to death. Good, blood python, constrict him to death. Seeing the blood python gaining the upper hand in the battle against Qiu, Su Jingji immediately felt invigorated. As long as he could kill Qiu, he would have avenged a part of his grudge. But just then, Shen Zui also spoke up. Rose, attack the blood python's eyes. Looking at the blood python's barrel-like body, Shen Zui knew he had to find a way to free Qiu. The blood python's eyes were not as sturdy as its body. Roar. Rose did not hesitate at all. With a roar, her enormous tiger paw struck towards the blood python's eyes. At that moment, the blood python's constriction finally loosened. An opening. Seeing the blood python loosen up, Shen Zui urged Rose to attack the blood python again. However, this time, the blood python was clearly on guard. and Rose's 2 attacks narrowly missed. Damn it. Shen Zui was anxious. Qiao was clearly unable to hold on much longer. But just then, after several attacks, Rose finally discovered the blood python's greatest weakness. With Qiao wrapped up, the blood python had lost almost all flexibility except for its head. Gale blade. Rose suddenly accelerated, unleashing a few wind blades. And she tilted her tiger body, suddenly biting down on the section of the blood python that was constricting Qiao. Crack. Qiao was the savior of Rose and Xiaobai. This time, Rose exerted almost all her strength. She opened her mouth wide, her sharp tiger teeth making a metallic clashing sound as they fiercely pierced into the body of the blood python. Hiss. This time, the blood python could no longer hold back. It thrashed its body wildly, its head thrown back, trying to attack Rose. But its body coiling around Qiao made it impossible to reach. Finally, after a few seconds of struggle, the blood python finally released its grip on Qiao. Phew. Qiao let out a long breath. I was almost suffocated. At this moment, Qiao hated the blood python to the core. Before it was completely free, he swiftly grabbed the blood python tightly with his paw. The next moment, Qiao bared his teeth and bit down hard on the blood python. Hiss. The blood python thrashed violently, but Qiao showed no signs of loosening his grip. The blood python, in pain, once again completely coiled around Qiao, seemingly trying to take him down with its constriction. But this time, Qiao would not give it the chance. Crunch. At that moment, Qiao's upper and lower jaws unleashed their strongest biting force. His massive teeth had sunk deep into the blood python's body. Immediately after, Qiao used his strength in his arms and swung his head, tearing off a chunk of skin and flesh from the blood python. Just then, Rose's attack also struck. In an instant, under the bites of the tiger and the bear, the blood python was quickly covered in wounds. I wonder how much longer you can struggle. As the blood python's grip weakened, Qiao was now able to free his hands to deal with the blood python. Slap. Qiao's paw landed on the blood python's wound, and at the moment his paw fell, the claws hidden in his paw dug deep into the blood python's flesh. Hiss. Hiss. This time, the blood python went completely insane. It used all its strength to try to strangle Qiao, but now, the situation had completely turned. The final struggle? Qiao felt that the blood python was making its last desperate attempt, and he was not polite at all, as his paw suddenly jabbed into the blood python's body, directly severing a section of the blood python's body. Chapter 93, Wang Yuanjie arrives. Now, with the tragic deaths of the Iron Blood Lion and the Blood Python, combined with the previous deaths of the Blood Moon Turtle and the Thunderblood Snake, the Su family now had only 9 Bloodline Beast Tamers left. In contrast, on Shen Zui's side, aside from Qiao and Rose, the Yi family still had 9 Bloodline Beast Tamers, plus Yun Tian's, Zhao Ming, and Xiao Yunggong's 3, totaling 14 Bloodline Beast Tamers. 14 versus 9, the entire situation had fundamentally reversed. Moreover, the remaining Bloodline Beast Tamers of the Su family were also injured to varying degrees. Hold on, the Beast Tamer Guild is about to arrive. At this moment, the Su family immediately sent half of their remaining Beast Tamers into the battlefield. My Iron Blood Lion, Blood Python. Every time Su Jingji thought of the 2 Bloodline Beast Tamers being killed, he felt increasingly powerless. These ordinary Beast Tamers could hold out for a while. But of course, the Yi family, along with Yun Tian's and others, were not to be underestimated. Watching over 100 Beast Tamers charging at the same time, Yun Tian's waved his hand, and half of his 300 elite internal troops moved out. At this point, it seemed as if 2 waves of beasts were colliding together in the sky and on the ground. Whoosh! In the sky, a wild chicken flapped in the air, suddenly spewing a flame toward the ground. But just then, a snow frog also let out a cry and sprayed water at the wild chicken. Under the city wall of Yun City, within a 2-kilometer radius, there was not a single person. It seemed to have become a gladiatorial arena for beast tamers. Caw! A Kuan Yun goose let out a high-pitched cry, suddenly stirring up a wind under its wings. Being a purple-grade Tier 3 beast, it was the absolute dominator of the battlefield. With the winds raging, many red-grade Tier 3 beasts were instantly blown to the ground. Following that, the internal troops beast tamers immediately charged forward. On the entire battlefield, the highest attacking efficiency undoubtedly belonged to Zhao Ming's Sky Falcon. As a flying-type beast, the purple-grade Tier 2 Sky Falcon caused one of the Su family's beasts to die with almost every attack. Even Rose dared not take on the Sky Falcon's diving attacks head-on, let alone those ordinary low-grade beasts. 3 minutes left. Sitting in the carriage. Every second felt like a drop of blood to Su Jingji. The situation on the battlefield for the Su family was still dire, almost entirely one-sided. He was now hoping that He Yuqin could bring the Beast Tamer Guild to arrive quickly. Only then could they turn the tide. Finally, after a long 2 minutes, A group of figures appeared from afar. They're here. The Beast Tamer Guild has arrived. Upon hearing this news, Su Jingji felt as if he had seen a lifeline. He immediately jumped out of the carriage and strode towards He Ziqi and others. At that moment, standing on the city wall, Yun Tiance and He Zilong also spotted the figures in the distance. Brother Yilong, the main character is here. Hearing Yun Tiance's words, He Zilong nodded. What's the casualty situation? Yun Tiance looked at his internal affairs officer. Report to the city lord, we lost a total of 12 beasts in the previous battle, and the casualty situation is currently being tallied. Yun Tiance nodded. Such casualties were still acceptable to him. Now, the most important thing was to deal with the people from the Yunzhou Beast Tamer Guild brought by He Ziqi. President Wang, I am Su Jingji from the Su family in Yichuan. Looking at Wang Yuanjia, Su Jingji felt utterly powerless. He knew that Wang Yuanjia's attitude would determine the direction of the battlefield next. Understood. Wang Yuanjia didn't even glance at Su Jingji. As the vice president of the entire Yunzhou Beast Tamer Guild, Wang Yuanjia's status was not something ordinary people could compare to. His gaze fell on the devastated battlefield. It seemed you have lost. Su Jingji's face turned extremely pale. He pointed in the direction of Yun City. President Wang, these are all from the Yi family. They dare to be so reckless because they have the support of the city Lord Yun Tiance. Also, Shen Zui's bloodline beast tamers are not just that panda. There's also a gale tiger. Upon hearing this, He Ziqi, who was standing beside Wang Yuanjia, also spoke up. At this point, He Ziqi no longer had any hope for Qiu. What he wanted to do was completely destroy Shen Zui. President Wang, Shen Zui has more than just 2 bloodline beasts. The cub of that tiger is also a bloodline beast. His bloodline beasts are all more powerful than the last. It was he who massacred over 100 of our beast tamers in the Howling Forest. After He Ziqi's embellished account, Wang Yuanjia couldn't help but frown. Just then, Yun Tiance also led He Zilong and others out of Yun City. President Wang, long time no see. Before Yun Tiance could speak, He Zilong was the first to step forward. Wang Yuanjia nodded. He had some impression of He Zilong. The Yi family's business reached all corners of the world, and naturally, they had dealings with the Beast Tamer Guild. The Yunzhou Beast Tamer Guild had once received a sponsorship of over 10 million gold coins. Wang Yuanjia's attitude towards He Zilong was indeed beyond Su Jingji's expectations. He never thought that He Zilong had already made preparations. President Wang, did you come to Yun City this time for the matter between us and the Su family? He Zilong glanced at Su Jingji, a hint of a sneer flashing in his eyes. Wang Yuanjia frowned. He had heard about the matter between the Su family and the Yi family yesterday, but he had never had any ties with the Su family. Yi family head, you misunderstand. I came this time to investigate Shen Zui and our Yun City branch of the Beast Tamer Guild. I have no interest in the matters between your Yi family and the Su family. Wang Yuanjia's words made Su Jingji's heart sink. He glanced at He Ziqi, but received no answer. Suddenly, Su Jingji felt a sense of being played. Looking at the tragic scene on the battlefield, he sat down on the ground. It's over. Everything is over. He Zilong smiled slightly. After years of navigating the business world, how could he possibly fight an unprepared battle? As soon as he received news that He Ziqi might have the Beastmaster Association of Yunzhou intervene, he immediately sponsored them with 30 million gold coins through various channels overnight. Money can push the grindstone, and this has been He Zilong's deepest realization over the years. Su Jingji, who was once full of confidence, now looked like a wilted eggplant. 30 million gold coins is not a small amount for the Yi family. You, Su family, made me pay such a huge price, and I will make you repay me with interest. Chapter 94. He Ziqi falls into the trap. Su Jingji looked at He Zilong, who wore a smile. And in that moment, he suddenly roared in desperation. He Zilong, return my son's life to me. While shouting, Su Jingji lunged at He Zilong. But at that moment, Xiao Yungang, who was standing aside, made his move. As a member of an ancient martial arts family, Xiao Yungan's reaction speed was far faster than that of an average person. Bang! Before Su Jingji could get close to He Zilong, Xiao Yungang kicked him 5 meters away. Coming to our Yun City to kill, do you even know who you are? Su Jingji fell to the ground. If it weren't for Wang Yuanjia being present, that kick could have taken Su Jingji's life. Poof! Su Jingji spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, all the members of the Su family turned pale. Quickly, help the family head leave. Seeing that the situation was dire, all the members of the Su family realized they no longer had a chance to turn the tables. They hurriedly helped Su Jingji onto a sedan chair and dashed towards the river. Watching the Su family members depart, a glimmer of coldness flashed in He Zilong's eyes. This time, with Wang Yuanjia present, he couldn't personally eliminate Su Jingji, but after this battle, the Su family would no longer have the strength to confront the Yi family. As for economic exchanges, He Zilong was confident that within 3 months, the Yi family would completely absorb the Su family's assets. Wang Yuanjia didn't pay any attention to this. His gaze was entirely focused on Shen Zui. You are Shen Zui? Wang Yuanjia looked at Shen Zui, as well as Chiao and Rose. Just then, a baboon radiating a faint purple-gold glow walked out from behind Wang Yuanjia. Purple-gold baboon. Race, baboon clan. Rank, purple grade 6. Attack, 41, 235. Defense, 32, 587. Agility, 18, 790. Bloodline inheritance. Mountain opening purple gold baboon. Inheritance degree 13. Skills, Roaring Fury, Clear Leap, Stone Smash Punch, Heavy Punch Spark. Description, a valiant baboon clan beast. Very agile, with a smart brain that can quickly identify the opponent's weaknesses. After seeing the purple gold baboon's attributes, Shen Zui couldn't help but be secretly amazed. Each attribute of the purple gold baboon was almost double that of Chiao and Rose. Unless Shen Zui ordered Chiao to use immovable as a mountain, otherwise, it would be impossible to match the purple gold baboon. No wonder it was a purple grade 6 beast. Shen Zui looked at Wang Yuanjia, then at He Ziqi, and slightly nodded. Is it you who slaughtered over 100 members of my Beastmaster Association in the Howling Forest? He Ziqi glanced at Shen Zui. Although it was surprising that He Ziqi could invite such a big shot as Wang Yuanjia, they were still somewhat prepared. President Wang, there seems to be a misunderstanding about this matter. Just then, Shen Zui shot a cold glance at He Ziqi. Shen Zui pointed at Chiao. Chiao had already returned to his original state, looking cute and harmless. President Wang, Chiao is just a red grade 2 panda. Look at him. How could he have any bad intentions? Saying this, Shen Zui took a step forward and looked at He Ziqi. He Ziqi, in front of President Wang, I ask you, was Rose not giving birth at that time? He Ziqi had no idea what Shen Zui was up to, but upon mentioning Shen Zui, he nodded. Did Uncle Yi and the others engage in a confrontation with the Beastmaster Association? He Ziqi frowned. When He Ziqi and Yun Tianzi arrived, they indeed did not engage in combat. No, He Ziqi was quite straightforward. He really didn't know that he was gradually stepping into the traps set by He Ziqi and Shen Zui. He Ziqi, how many people did you lead? And what were the ranks of your beasts? Shen Zui gave He Ziqi no chance to think clearly and immediately asked. He Ziqi looked at Wang Yuanjia and quickly recounted the situation at that time. President, I only brought people after receiving an urgent call from Brother Yuanlong. There were a total of 102 people, including 2 purple grade beasts, for purple grade beasts, and the rest were red grade beasts. But this Shen Zui was quite cunning. He had already tamed the red-eyed gray wolves in the Howling Forest, and there were at least 100 of those wolves. I believe Brother Yuanlong must have died at Shen Zui's hands. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanjia couldn't help but frown. He Ziqi immediately understood why He Ziqi could invite Wang Yuanjia out. Wang Yuanjia and Wang Yuanlong were brothers of the same clan. Otherwise, according to his connections, even if the Beastmaster Association sent people, they wouldn't send someone of Wang Yuanjia's caliber. He Ziqi, so I first fought with President Wang, and then I engaged with you? As soon as Shen Zui finished speaking, He Ziqi pointed at Shen Zui and cursed. Shen Zui, do you dare say those red-eyed crazy wolves have nothing to do with you? President Wang, Brother Yuanlong died unjustly. You must stand up for our Yun City Beastmaster Association. As soon as He Ziqi finished speaking, Shen Zui raised 3 fingers to the sky. President Wang, I, Shen Zui, swear to heaven that those red-eyed gray wolves are absolutely not my beasts. In this matter, Shen Zui was not lying. He had the red-eyed gray wolf king submit to him, but they had not signed a beast contract. Strictly speaking, the red-eyed gray wolves were not Shen Zui's beasts. This left Wang Yuanjia somewhat puzzled. Shen Zui and He Ziqi were telling completely different stories. He Ziqi, those red-eyed gray wolves are all red grade. And there are even some purple grades. You say that Chiao, a panda, can fight 2 consecutive battles in one day and take down hundreds of beasts across ranks. Is that realistic? As Shen Zui spoke, Chiao immediately lay down on the ground. As the best actor in the beast world, Chiao's acting skills were beyond reproach. President Wang, even bloodline beasts probably couldn't do that, right? Shen Zui spread his hands and turned to look at Wang Yuanjia. Wang Yuanjia nodded. According to Shen Zui's statement, even his purple gold baboon probably couldn't achieve such a feat. President Wang, the real situation is that He Ziqi coveted Rose's cubs and Chiao, wanting to take advantage of Rose giving birth to launch an attack. But unexpectedly, just as he attacked me, a golden-eyed hawk appeared deep in the Howling Forest. The golden-eyed hawk severely injured the members of the Beastmaster Association, and He Ziqi fled in panic. Shen Zui's words made He Ziqi's face turn from green to white. The events that took place in the Howling Forest, after Shen Zui and He Ziqi's explanation, had completely changed in nature. Before Shen Zui could finish, He Ziqi angrily cursed at Shen Zui and He Ziqi. Shen Zui, you are talking nonsense. It was you who killed our people. As He Ziqi spoke, he turned to look at Wang Yuanjia. President Wang, you must believe me. Just now, It was all Shen Zui and He Ziqi framing me. His panda is far more powerful than you think. Chapter 95. The Truth of the Howling Forest. Hearing He Ziqi's words, Wang Yuanjie frowned. He stared at Qiu and carefully examined it. Everything was as Shen Zui had said. Qiu's rank was indeed only a red grade second tier. He Ziqi, what exactly is going on in the Howling Forest? Ultimately, Wang Yuanjie still trusted his own judgment. In his opinion, no matter how strong a red grade bloodline beastmaster was, it was absolutely impossible for them to simultaneously deal with these two purple grade bloodline beasts, for ordinary purple grade beasts, and over 100 red grade beasts. At this moment, Wang Yuanjie looked extremely grim. Hearing Wang Yuanjie's words and sensing his anger, He Ziqi felt like crying without tears. President, you have to believe me. What I said is true. Wang Yuanjie glanced at He Ziqi, and then looked at Shen Zui and the others. He Ziqi's appearance did not seem like an act. Shen Zui, just now you said that the golden-eyed tiger killed the beasts of our guild in the Howling Forest. Then why are you unharmed? And what about your little tiger? Wang Yuanjie quickly voiced the 2 points he was suspicious about. Shen Zui looked at Wang Yuanjie. In his view, the situation seemed to have turned around. As long as Wang Yuanjie began to doubt He Ziqi's words, then Ma Yaowen could explain everything away. President Wang, that golden-eyed tiger is too powerful. It suddenly appeared right after the rose produced. The rose's little tiger was killed by it. Qiu looked at Shen Zui, whose eyes seemed to be on the verge of tears. Although the golden-eyed tiger had indeed killed a little tiger, in Qiu's eyes, Shen Zui's current appearance still had too much theatricality to it. The tiger was originally part of the tiger clan. However, he and ordinary tigers had been at odds since birth. Wang Yuanjie nodded. He understood the enmity between the tiger and the tiger clan very well. With this in mind, Shen Zui's words sounded reasonable. Just as the golden-eyed tiger appeared, another powerful tiger clan spirit beast followed closely. If it weren't for the two of them fighting, we would probably have died long ago. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanjie's gaze fell on He Ziqi and Yun Tiance. Yun Tiance stepped forward. President Wang, the situation is indeed as such. That tiger and that tiger are both incredibly strong. Their battle even caused a phenomenon in the world. In my opinion, these two spirit beasts are at least orange grade. At this moment, a hint of caution appeared in Wang Yuanjie's eyes. Orange grade beasts were no longer within his reach. After detailed descriptions from Shen Zui and the others, Wang Yuanjie finally felt relieved. So this is how it is. Shen Zui, Yun Tiance, He Ziqi, are you willing to accompany me to the Howling Forest? Although Wang Yuanjie had already made a decision in his heart, he could only confirm the situation after verifying it on-site. Upon hearing this, He Ziqi immediately jumped out. He pointed at the crowd. Shen Zui, President Wang is right. Are you willing to go with us? Don't think you can quibble in the face of solid facts with your flowery words here. Looking at He Ziqi's arrogant demeanor, Shen Zui sneered coldly. Without hesitation, he agreed. President Wang, I, Shen Zui, am going to see the scene. What is there to be afraid of? At this point, He Ziqi and Yun Tiance also stepped forward. We are also willing to go together. Seeing the fearless expressions on everyone's faces, He Ziqi suddenly felt uncertain. After what had just happened, he was now worried that this might be a trap set by Shen Zui and He Ziqi. Damn it. Various thoughts flashed through He Ziqi's mind, but now that Wang Yuanjie had already proposed it, he had no way out. Seeing the situation before him, Wang Yuanjie nodded in satisfaction. The outcome of the matter would be clear once they reached the Howling Forest. After all, the battle between orange-grade beasts would still leave traces even days later. Let's go? After Wang Yuanjie finished speaking, he immediately led He Ziqi, Shen Zui, and the others towards the Howling Forest. After more than an hour, when Wang Yuanjie stood in front of the ruins of the Rose Cave, he was stunned by the sight before him. President Wang, look, this is the place where the golden-eyed tiger and the Tiger King fought. Following He Ziqi's indication, what appeared before Wang Yuanjie was hundreds of meters of overturned trees and shattered boulders. At this moment, the emotions of the purple gold baboon clearly changed subtly. Wang Yuanjie turned his head to look at the purple gold baboon. He seemed to sense the fear in its heart. This, after seeing the situation before him, He Ziqi was completely dumbfounded. He had previously brought Cui Jiwen to escape, and had not seen the scene of the battle between the White Tiger King and the Golden-Eyed Tiger. He originally thought that Shen Zui had been making things up, but now it seemed that everything was true. He Ziqi, I need an explanation for this matter. Wang Yuanjie had completely believed Shen Zui's words now, and his attitude toward He Ziqi had also changed significantly. Upon hearing the coldness in Wang Yuanjie's voice, He Ziqi's legs went weak. President Wang, I am wronged. It was Shen Zui who framed me. Shen Zui smiled slightly from the side. All of He Ziqi's calculations had completely backfired due to He Ziqi's arrangements. Thinking of this, Shen Zui couldn't help but glance at He Ziqi. A steel knife can cut flesh, and words can sever heads. He Ziqi truly was a seasoned veteran in the business world. Just then, Wang Yuanjia's phone suddenly rang. President. After picking up the phone, Wang Yuanjia's tone changed immediately. The caller was Lu Zixin, the president of the Cloud City Beastmaster Guild. Yuanjia, have you clarified the situation in Cloud City? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanjia immediately reported the information he had gathered to Lu Zixin. Lu Zixin nodded. So, it seems that the affairs of the Cloud City Beastmaster Guild have nothing to do with Shen Zui? Wang Yuanjia looked at Shen Zui. President, it seems that there should be no relation. However, I still need to investigate carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zixin added, Yuanjia, what do you think of Shen Zui as a person? Just then, Zhuang Anbang had already released news that he was very interested in this Shen Zui. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanjia immediately understood Lu Zixin's meaning. President, Shen Zui does have potential. His panda may not be that exaggerated, but it is already a red grade second tier. Such strength and growth speed are indeed rare. Wang Yuanjia's words immediately piqued Lu Zixin's curiosity. He thought for a moment and slowly said to Wang Yuanjia, our Beastmaster Guild really needs such talent. You should first probe his background. I want to know if he can be recruited. Especially, what is his relationship with Yuntiance like? If possible, I would like to meet him. Chapter 96, Seamless Clothing Shop. Hearing Lu Zixin's words, Wang Yuanjia nodded. Originally, he still had some doubts about Shen Zui, but with Lu Zixin's phone call, even if he had questions in his heart, he could only suppress them now. It seems that the situation in the Howling Forest is like this. Wang Yuanjia walked to Shen Zui's side. City Lord Yun, I didn't expect a young genius to appear in Cloud City. This is truly a cause for celebration. Hearing Wang Yuanjia's words, Yuntiance shook his head helplessly. He pointed at Shen Zui and then looked at He Ziqi. President Wang, if you want to congratulate someone, it should be He Ziqi. Now, Shen Zui is an elder of the Yi family. The Yi family has gained another genius. If it weren't for Su Zhengji bullying me in Cloud City today, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanjia looked at He Ziqi. The head of the Yi family truly had an eye for talent. No wonder President Lu said that the future of your Yi family is limitless. Wang Yuanjia's words couldn't have been more straightforward. And He Ziqi immediately understood their meaning. President Wang, once Shen Zui takes care of things in Yun City, He Ziqi, will definitely bring him to pay a visit. He Ziqi directly mentioned Shen Zui, blocking Wang Yuanjia's path. Wang Yuanjia smiled slightly and didn't press further. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave. After saying that, he turned with He Yuqin and others and left. Phew. Seeing Wang Yuanjia leave, both He Ziqi and Yuntiance couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for Shen Zui. Brother Yi, previously, Mayor Zhuang sent an invitation to Shen Zui. Your agreement with Wang Yuanjia just now, was it a temporary measure, or do you truly intend to let Shen Zui join the Beastmaster Guild? He Ziqi glanced at Yuntiance, having anticipated this question. Mayor Yun, He Ziqi, am just an ordinary person. Our Yi family has no intention of getting involved in the conflicts between the Empire and the Beastmaster Guild. As for what will happen in the future, I think it still depends on Shen Zui's opinion. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had never imagined he would face such a choice one day. Uncle Yi, Uncle Yun, I just want to improve myself right now. As for these matters, let us talk about them later. As soon as they entered the Dragon Court, Yi Ning and the others surrounded them. Shen Zui, are you alright? Yi Ning glanced at Shen Zui and then at Xiao Qiao. During the earlier battle, following He Ziqi and Yuntiance's instructions, Xiao Yun, and Yun Duoer had all taken care of Xiao Bai in the Dragon Court. I'm fine. Shen Zui smiled slightly and took Xiao Bai from Xiao Yun's arms to pet him. The Su family has been completely defeated and can no longer stir up any trouble. Now, Shen Zui finally felt relieved. He had never felt this at ease during these days of constant anxiety. Looking at Xiao Bai's outfit, he immediately recalled the battle with the blood python. Rose, keep an eye on Xiao Bai. After placing Xiao Bai in front of Rose, Shen Zui took out the python tendons he had just obtained from his spatial ring. Qiao, now your outfit has a solution. The python tendons from the purple-blooded beast, the blood python, combined with the bear skin from the purple-blooded beast, the sky-cleaving bear, would make a perfect combination. As he spoke, Shen Zui turned to look at Tangwen. Tangwen, what do you think? Looking at the two items before him, Tangwen smiled. I have to say, these materials are the best you can offer right now. However, if you could refine the shell of the Bayou turtle, it would be even more perfect. Refine the turtle shell? Are you suggesting Qiao should carry a turtle shell around? Shen Zui's mind immediately conjured the image of a panda carrying a turtle shell. Shen Zui, you're overthinking. What I mean by refining is to integrate the Bayou turtle's shell with the sky-cleaving bear's skin, not to make Qiao carry a turtle shell. This way, the entire outfit's defensive attributes would be maximized. Upon hearing this, Shen Zui immediately remembered the scene of Rose battling the Bayou turtle. The turtle's defense was truly astonishing. Even Rose's gale blade couldn't harm it at all. If he could really refine the Bayou Turtle's shell, even if Chiao were ambushed by a purple-blooded beast, it wouldn't be a big deal. By the way, what about these? Tang 1. Can the Iron Bloodline's fur be made into a coat for Xiaobai? As he said this, Shen Zui pointed to Xiaobai in front of Rose. Xiaobai had not yet grown up, and even ordinary beasts could pose a threat to him. Tang 1 nodded. The Iron Bloodline is also a purple-blooded beast. Using its fur to make a coat for Xiaobai is absolutely appropriate. Shen Zui, there are plenty of these materials. Not to mention making a coat for Xiaobai. Even making one for each of you is more than enough. Tang 1 smiled. During the earlier battle, Shen Zui had gathered quite a bit of the beast's furs and cores. Making one for each person wouldn't take much. At this moment, Yi Ning, Xiao Yun, and Yun Duoer all flashed looks of joy. Although they had worn plenty of furs growing up, to think they could wear furs from purple-blooded beasts was something they never dared to imagine. Shen Zui, how about we go make the outfits now? As they spoke, Yi Ning and the others showed Shen Zui the styles of clothes they liked. Shen Zui smiled bitterly under the urging of the three girls. He quickly led them to the largest clothing store in Yun City, the Seamless Clothing Store. We're looking for Master Paisio. Yi Ning glanced at the attendant, who quickly led them to a private room. In no time, an elderly man with slightly graying hair walked in. Oh, it's Miss Yi. I was wondering who was so extravagant. Yi Ning smiled at Master Pai. Master Pai, we have some great treasures for you to make this time. Saying this, Yi Ning handed over the clothing designs to Paisio. Paisio examined Qiao and then looked at everyone. This is simple, if you don't mind. It can be ready in less than an hour. But at that moment, Yi Ning smiled mysteriously. Master Pai, this time is different. Haven't you always wanted to make a whole outfit using bloodline beasts? As she spoke, Yi Ning exchanged a glance with Shen Zui. Soon, the shells of the Bayou Turtle, the skin of the Iron Blood Lion, the skin of the Sky-Cleaving Bear, the tendons and skin of the Blood Python were all laid out before Paisio. At that moment, Paisio was completely stunned. These are all materials from bloodline beasts? Chapter 97. The three girls' new outfits. Yi Ning smiled slightly. Master Pai, they are genuine and guaranteed. Due to the city gates being sealed by Yun Tians during the previous battle, most people outside hadn't received any news yet. Looking at so many materials from bloodline beasts before him, Paisio could no longer contain his excitement. The best clothing I've ever made in my life was from the fur of a red-blooded beast. I never expected that in my lifetime. I would actually be able to make clothing using purple-blooded beasts. Paisio gently stroked the materials, feeling the residual aura of the purple-blooded beasts, which left him in awe. This is truly excellent material. Paisio pointed to the shell of the Bayou Turtle. If we grind the turtle shell into powder and refine it with fire onto the surface of the material, the defense and quality of the entire outfit will be greatly enhanced. Wait, I'll get started right away. Paisio couldn't wait any longer. He immediately led everyone to his private tailoring room. However, soon a difficult problem presented itself to Paisio. The shell of the Bayou Turtle was simply too hard. No matter what methods Paisio tried, he couldn't break it. Rose, it's up to you. Shen Zui glanced at Rose. Smack. Rose's tiger paw struck the Bayou Turtle's shell several times, and soon, a crack finally appeared on the shell. Such powerful defense. Finally, after Rose shattered the shell, Paisio immediately sent the pieces into the furnace. While refining the turtle shell, he quickly processed the skins of the Sky-Cleaving Bear and other beasts. All the materials had been polished and initially processed, completely transformed. The python tendons were also drawn into thin threads of a few millimeters. To Shen Zui's surprise, the skins of the beasts were so fire-resistant. He couldn't help but marvel. In Blue Star, clothing made from beast skins was basically exclusive to the nobility, and materials from bloodline beasts were even scarcer. Even the richest families couldn't afford them. Phew. After more than half an hour of refining, all the materials shone with twinkling light. Following that, after dozens of processes, Paisio finally completed the refining of all the materials. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he smiled at everyone. We can finally get started. Saying this, Paisio began measuring their heights and body sizes. Shen Zui's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the three girls. Height 167, 926088. It must be her. I didn't expect Yi Ning's figure to be so good as well. Just as Shen Zui glanced at Yi Ning's data, he was caught red-handed by her. She fiercely pinched his arm. Shen Zui, what are you looking at? If you dare to think anything inappropriate, I'll dig your eyeballs out. With that, Yi Ning blocked their measurement records. Qiao shot Shen Zui a look. Master, how's it going? Caught, huh? Do you want me to show you? At that moment, Shen Zui suddenly recalled Qiao's voice. He instantly felt a headache. You little pervert, what are you looking at? Shen Zui picked up Qiao and tossed him directly in front of Paisio. After taking Qiao's measurements, Paisio measured Shen Zui as well. Looking at the records on the notebook, a flush appeared on Yi Ning's face. Shen Zui's figure is really not bad. Could it be that this is what they mean by looking thin in clothes and having meat when undressed? Just thinking about it made Yining's breath a little unstable. After calming down, her gaze fell back on Paisho. Paisho looked at everyone's design drawings, whistled, and a bird-like beast appeared before them. This is my beast. The fire woodpecker. To make clothes, I really can't do without him. After introducing everyone, Paisho waved his hand, and the fire woodpecker flew over according to the outline he drew on the leather material. The fire woodpecker's hard beak glowed faintly red, and the surrounding air seemed ready to ignite. With a crisp cutting sound, the fire woodpecker cut through the leather material. Paisho held a needle, and with the python sinew already threaded, he deftly passed the needle through the fine holes with the continuous pecking of the fire woodpecker. After about 10 minutes, a beautiful vest, shorts, and cloak were laid out before Shen Zui. This is the sky-rending armor of the panda. Seeing the exquisite sky-rending armor, Qiu immediately stood up. After putting everything on, Yining, Xiaoyun, and Yun Duer rushed over. So handsome. The three girls touched Qiu, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Isn't it handsome? Only such clothes can highlight this bear's charm. Qiu smiled slightly at Shen Zui, seeming to feel the affection the three girls had for him back then. Shen Zui was also drawn to Qiu's sky-rending armor. When he saw Paisho's craftsmanship, he finally understood why Paisho's clothing store dared to call itself Seamless Clothing Store. With the fire woodpecker's fiery pecking and Paisho's lightning-fast hands, the python sinew and leather material blended almost perfectly. At that moment, Qiu's defense attribute increased by 4,500 points. Truly impressive. Seeing this change, Shen Zui was overjoyed. While 4,500 points of defense wasn't very high, it could be life-saving at a critical moment. After finishing Qiu's new outfit, Paisho didn't stop for a moment. After more than 3 hours of work, the clothes for Shen Zui, Yining, and others were also completed. Wearing the clothing made from the Bloodline beast's fur, Shen Zui felt a warm surge throughout his body. He felt rejuvenated. At that moment, Shen Zui suddenly felt that as he breathed, the surrounding spiritual energy was circulating faster and faster. Unexpectedly, these clothes could actually improve my cultivation speed. Just as Shen Zui was surprised, Yining and Xiaoyun stepped out. Xiaoyun wore a black fitted jacket and tight black leather pants, perfectly showcasing her figure against her wavy hair. Yun Duer wore a pink spaghetti strap long dress with a bow on her head, looking adorable. After Xiaoyun and Yun Duer came out, Shen Zui's gaze turned to the fitting room. Earlier, Yining had whispered something in Paisho's ear, probably asking him to alter her outfit. Shen Zui was curious about how Yining would present herself. Finally, at that moment, the fitting room door opened. Yining wore a crop tank top with a short-sleeved jacket over it. The lower half featured ultra-short black denim shorts, and her pencil-like legs were clad in black stockings made from blood python skin. For a moment, Shen Zui felt a rush of blood. Chapter 98, The Invitation from the Shao Family. Seeing Shen Zui's eyes widen, Yining couldn't help but smile slightly. Looks like my charm is still quite good. Saying this, she strode confidently to Shen Zui's side. Have you had enough of looking? Yining's eyes were filled with pride. Before Shen Zui could regain his composure, she scooped up the small white creature in a vest. Gulp. Shen Zui swallowed hard. The visual impact Yining had on him was simply too great. Even compared to Xiaoyun, she was equally captivating. Today, having the chance to create these 5 outfits makes my life worthwhile. Paisho looked at everyone, nodding in satisfaction. Miss Yining, these clothes cannot be harmed by beasts below red grade 5. Not only that, if there is a chance to enchant them with high-quality beast cores in the future, the defense will be even better. Hearing this, Yining smiled slightly. She shook her phone at Paisho. Master Pai, I've transferred the 100,000 gold coins to you. Thank you, Master. With that, Yining took everyone out of the clothing store. Back at the Dragon Courtyard, Shen Zui let out a long sigh. After a day of busyness, he had hardly rested. As the body refinement technique flowed within him, the spiritual energy in Cloud City began to gather around Shen Zui like a vortex. Just as Shen Zui was cultivating, the beasts of Cloud City became restless. To the beasts, Shen Zui's cultivation seemed like he was competing with them for cultivation resources. But as night fell, all the beasts suddenly quieted down. All the beasts below red grade looked wilted, as if they had no strength left. At that moment, at the Shao family's residence in Cloud City, Xiao Yungang frowned. Master, there's suddenly a fluctuation in spiritual energy. Could a beast be breaking through? As an ancient martial arts family, the Shao family had a much stronger perception of spiritual energy than ordinary people. Just a moment ago, the elders of the Shao family, while cultivating, suddenly realized they couldn't operate their techniques. This situation could only mean one thing. A high-grade beast was breaking through, causing a massive depletion of spiritual energy. That's impossible. Xiao Yungang furrowed his brow. He knew very well about the powerful beasts in Cloud City. Even if a purple-grade beast broke through, it would not cause such a commotion. Could it be that a powerful bloodline beast infiltrated Cloud City? With that thought, Xiao Yungang immediately called Yun Tianzi. Upon hearing Xiao Yunggang's words, Yun Tianzi also wore a worried expression. He had clearly sensed the fluctuation in spiritual energy just now, but even now, he didn't know where it originated. Yungang, I've ordered the city defense army to closely monitor the movements in the city. You should also pay attention to the situation with the spiritual energy. Tang Wen is currently at the Dragon Courtyard. You can invite him to explain tomorrow. Hearing this, Xiao Yungang nodded. The Tang family had seen and experienced much. Perhaps Tang Wen, as a theoretical master, could indeed provide an explanation. That night, Xiao Yungang couldn't sleep, knowing that it wasn't until around 6 in the morning that the spiritual energy in Cloud City gradually returned to normal. How strange. What kind of beast taming breakthrough takes such a long time? With this question in mind, Xiao Yun quickly called Xiao Yun. After a night of cultivation, Shen Zui was completely unaware of what had happened in Yun City. He moved his body a bit, and now, at the bottom of his spiritual sea, there was a small puddle of gathered spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, this set of clothing was such a great help to my cultivation. Shen Zui smiled slightly. He didn't know that the small puddle of spiritual energy he had gathered was almost the result of the entire Yun City's spiritual energy over the course of one night. Congratulations, host, you've successfully broken through to the first level of the body refining realm. At this moment, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Shen Zui then realized that he had unknowingly broken through to the first level of the body refining realm as defined by the body refining technique. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked yellow-ranked martial arts. At this moment, the items that could be exchanged in Shen Zui's system interface increased significantly. According to the system's explanation, all the martial arts for beast tamers are divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow being the lowest. Each type of martial art corresponds to the skills of a beast tamer, and as long as there is enough spiritual energy, they can unleash terrifying power. Shen Zui glanced over and couldn't help but smile. The names Tiger Fist, White Crane Fist, and Seven Injuries Fist were all familiar to him. In the end, he even saw a book titled Iron Sand Palm. Do you want to consume 10,000 beast taming points to exchange for Iron Sand Palm? Driven purely by curiosity, Shen Zui casually exchanged for a book on Iron Sand Palm. Now, after the exchange, his beast taming points were down to 30,000. I want to see what is so special about this martial art. Soon, the contents of Iron Sand Palm were deeply etched in Shen Zui's mind. The so-called secret manual by the system was all about methods to manipulate spiritual energy. Only by correctly using the spiritual energy within the body could a beast tamer unleash powerful abilities. So that is how it is. Shen Zui nodded. If this principle holds, as long as his strength reaches an unparalleled level, he could easily move mountains and fill seas just by manipulating spiritual energy. While Shen Zui was pondering the body refining matter, Xiao Yun and the others walked in. Shen Zui, is Tang Wen here? The moment Xiao Yun saw Shen Zui, her heart skipped a beat. Ever since Shen Zui opened his spiritual orifice, she had keenly sensed that something was different about him. And now that feeling was becoming even stronger. Just as Shen Zui was about to speak, Tang Wen stepped out. She smiled at Tang Wen. Tang Wen, my father just called and invited everyone to my house for lunch today. My father wants to consult you about some matters. Tang Wen frowned slightly. Xiao Yun's enthusiastic invitation made it hard for him to refuse. But if it was still about Xiao Yun's previous doubts, he really couldn't help much. Xiao Yun, what I said about humans using spiritual energy for cultivation is merely theoretical. Xiao Yun waved her hand, saying that she had already talked to her father about this matter. And this time she wanted to invite him because she believed there were other things to consult about. Hearing this, Tang Wen looked at Shen Zui. Shen Zui originally planned to visit the Xiao family to improve his body refining level. So now that Xiao Yun took the initiative to mention it, he was more than happy to go. Master Tang, since Xiao Yun has spoken, what reason do we have to refuse? Besides, the food at the Xiao family is really quite good. After Shen Zui finished speaking, Qiu vigorously nodded. He immediately ran to Xiao Yun's side and hugged her long leg, refusing to let go. Tang Wen smiled slightly at the scene before him. In that case, I will take a trip. Chapter 99, Ancient Martial Arts Family. Father, Tang Wen and Shen Zui have arrived. Around 11 in the morning, Shen Zui followed Tang Wen to the Xiao family. As soon as Xiao Yun heard that Shen Zui and the others had arrived, she immediately greeted them with a smile. Master Tang, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Soon, Xiao Yun brought Shen Zui and the others to the living room. Xiao family head. If it's still about cultivation matters, I'm afraid I'm of no help. These matters are merely theoretical, and I don't have any practical cases to offer you for reference. Tang Wen spoke candidly, expressing his thoughts directly. Xiao Yun waved her hand at Tang Wen. The reason for inviting Master Tang today is partly to show you around our Xiao family. Perhaps you will gain some inspiration after seeing our cultivation situation. Additionally, there is another matter I want to consult you about. Hearing this, Tangwen nodded. He was quite unfamiliar with ancient martial arts families, and if he could gain some insights from the visit, that would indeed be a good thing. After Xiao Yun finished speaking, his gaze fell on Shen Zui and Xiao Bai, a tiger-type beast tamer. It's just a pity that it has no connection with our Xiao family. Shen Zui, do you know how envious I am of you? Xiao Yun pointed at Rose and Xiao Bai. Even any one of them would make the Xiao family envious. Shen Zui, our Xiao family is the most familiar with raising tiger-type beasts, even compared to the rest of the world. If you want to raise Xiao Bai, Xiao Yun can definitely help you. Shen Zui smiled slightly. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. I've also relied on Xiao Yun's care these days. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to handle this little guy. After a moment of sighing, all the dishes were served. Master Tang, Shen Zui, today you are officially guests in our Xiao family. These are all fine wines brewed from spiritual fruits. Saying this, Xiao Yun raised his wine glass. Since everyone has come, we should eat and drink well. After speaking, he downed it in one gulp. This, Tangwen rarely drinks, but seeing Xiao Yun's enthusiasm, he had no choice but to comply. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, Xiao Yun finally asked Tangwen the question that had been on his mind. Master Tang, do you know what kind of beast taming advancement can drain the spiritual energy of a city? Tangwen's face turned slightly red, and he waved his hand at Xiao Yun. The cities where we humans reside have thin spiritual energy. If a beast wants to advance, it will definitely cause fluctuations in spiritual energy. However, to drain the spiritual energy of an entire city, it would at least require a bloodline beast of purple grade 5 or above. Hearing this, Xiao Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow. There were only a few bloodline beasts in Yun City, and there were no bloodline beasts of purple grade 5 at all. Could it be that we are hallucinating? With this thought, Xiao Yun shook his head. If it were just him, it might be possible, but last night, all the elders of the Xiao family who were cultivating clearly felt the abnormality in the spiritual energy. Xiao Yun shook his head, since Tangwen said so. It seemed that there was something fishy about this matter. Could it be that someone has indeed infiltrated our Yun City? Xiao Yun's expression suddenly became serious. If a powerful beast tamer really infiltrated Yun City, this matter would truly be troublesome. The Xiao family is indeed an ancient martial arts family. At this moment, Shen Zui looked at the neatly arranged training equipment outside and couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ping, the eldest son of the Xiao family sitting next to Xiao Yun, spoke up. Shen Zui, don't be deceived by the fact that you have 2 bloodline beasts. In our Xiao family's eyes, this is just the starting capital. Saying this, Xiao Ping patted his chest and even showed Shen Zui his arm muscles. Shen Zui smiled slightly. To him, Xiao Ping looked more like a fitness coach. Brother Xiao, you have a great physique. Hearing Shen Zui's praise, Xiao Ping immediately burst into laughter. Perhaps because he had just drunk some alcohol, Xiao Ping became quite spirited. He patted Shen Zui on the shoulder. Shen Zui, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but a man should have the appearance of a man. Look at your little frame. If you didn't have beast tamers, you would fall over with a gust of wind. Saying this, Xiao Ping leaned closer to Shen Zui's ear. Without some muscles, how can you conquer the girls? Yi Ning was sitting right next to Shen Zui, and Xiao Ping's words almost went into her ears word for word. Others might not know Shen Zui's physique, but Yi Ning was all too clear. She almost blurted out, have you seen him? Who said Shen Zui's physique is not good? What's so impressive about having muscles all over? As soon as Yi Ning finished speaking, the gazes of Xiao Yun, Xiao Ping, and the others suddenly fell on Shen Zui and Yi Ning. Ning, you guys. At that moment, Yi Ning suddenly realized that there was something wrong with her words. In an instant, her entire face turned red. Shen Zui, you quickly clarify this to them. Yi Ning was at a loss, looking at Shen Zui. But now, Shen Zui didn't know what to do either. He couldn't just say that Yi Ning had seen him. Everyone, Ning has already agreed to be my girlfriend. Shen Zui racked his brains, as if this was the only reason that could convince everyone. So that's how it is. Xiao Ping suddenly understood. But now, Xiao Yun and Yun Duoer were both stunned. They had no idea about this matter. Ning, when did this happen? Xiao Yun and Yun Duoer immediately leaned closer to Yi Ning. Sister Yun, Duoer, don't listen to Shen Zui's nonsense. I never agreed to him. After saying that, Yi Ning looked at Shen Zui with a face full of anger. When did I agree to you? But in the current situation, no matter how Yi Ning explained it, it seemed that no one would believe her. Xiao Ping looked at Shen Zui with a smile. Shen Zui, you sure have a lot of luck with the ladies. Entering the Yi family means a lifetime of wealth and glory. Hearing Xiao Ping's words, Yi Ning's face turned even redder. She desperately tried to explain from the side, but it was all in vain. Oh, this is driving me crazy. It's really not what you think. I just said it casually. Xiao Ping smiled slightly. This is simple, whether it's a horse or a mule. Let's take it out for a stroll. Shen Zui, how about we compare today? As a member of an ancient martial arts family, Xiaoping was always straightforward. Saying this, he pulled Shen Zui outside. Now, everyone followed them out. Master Tang, take this opportunity to visit our ancient martial arts family's strength. Xiao Yun, seeing the situation in front of her, had no objections at all. Although Shen Zui had the upper hand in beast taming, Xiao Yun thought that even 10 Shen Zuis would not be a match for her in physical prowess. Tang Wen was also very curious. He had never seen the training of ancient martial arts families, so he followed everyone to the courtyard. Shen Zui, you're not a martial artist, so how about this? I'll let you use one hand. As he spoke, Xiaoping pointed to the dumbbells and barbells around. As long as you can lift more weight with one hand than I can with both, then I'll consider myself defeated.